A demon pig, self-proclaimed as Pig by Sure, brazenly slaughters and loots, managing its spoils with an audacity that defies familial ties. Not only does it skillfully extract demon cores and siphon essence, but it also spares no effort in plundering storage bags, employing solar flames to obliterate corpses without a trace. Most despicably, it feigns benevolence by claiming to safeguard the treasures, employing insidious tactics that send shivers down the spines of even seasoned cultivators. And when it sets its sights on the strongest trainer of urban Pokemon, the true game of interdimensional hunting begins. Chapter 1. The Graduation. In a villa on the outskirts of the royal city in Dongshan province, a young man slowly opened his eyes, stretching languidly. A new day dawns. Soon, I shall officially become a trainer, Chun Tandao remarked as he approached the window, basking in the sunlight that flooded the room, feeling invigorated by the promise of a fresh beginning. Having resided in this world for 15 years, Chun Tiandao had once been an ordinary university student. On that fateful day, he had merely ventured to the supermarket, only to be struck by a truck, which inexplicably transported him to this new realm. To his horror, he found himself reborn as an infant, starting anew from scratch. By the reckoning of this world, Chun Tiandao was now 15 years of age. Glancing at a peculiar object beside him, reminiscent of the Pokemon's egg, he still found it hard to believe that he had inexplicably traversed into such a fantastical world. An avid fan of anime, he initially thought he had entered the realm of Pokemon. However, after 15 years of immersion, he discerned that while there were similarities, this world was distinctly different. The world retained familiar geographical features, comprising the 7 continents and 4 oceans, with nations akin to those on Earth. Chun Tiandao remained a citizen of Huaxia, yet this extraordinary world was inhabited by creatures akin to Pokemon, leaving him curious about their origins. He learned that these creatures had coexisted with humans since time immemorial, perhaps even predating humanity. In this world, Pokemon served as humanity's closest companions, accompanying them throughout their lives. Various professions existed related to Pokemon, such as trainers and breeders, whose sole purpose was to facilitate better service from these remarkable beings. Additionally, there was a Pokemon encyclopedia, a vital document that not only served as proof of graduation, but also functioned as an identification card. Lacking this encyclopedia rendered one as inconspicuous as a person without an ID, making even simple tasks like booking a hotel impossible. The encyclopedia contained an array of data regarding Pokemon, and Pokeballs collected information about these creatures, displaying it within the encyclopedia. Thus, this encyclopedia represented an identification proof for both the trainer and their Pokemon. Prior to turning 15, Chun Tiandao had spent his days in school, mirroring the experiences of his past life. He received compulsory education, and for the past 15 years, his studies had revolved around Pokemon knowledge. In a world where human resources were scarce, Pokemon, with their extraordinary capabilities, often surpassed the work of several individuals, prompting society to focus on leveraging these creatures for greater benefits. Schools were categorized into primary, secondary, and tertiary levels. To acquire advanced knowledge, one had to attend higher-tier institutions, which were not easily accessible. Much like an anime, this world boasted Pokemon centers, gyms, and league tournaments. Pokemon centers served as the places where trainers could obtain their initial Pokemon. After birth, each individual would adopt a Pokemon egg upon entering the world. Within this Pokeball lay Chun Tiandao's exclusive companion, having accompanied him for 15 years. Every province housed a gym, akin to governmental institutions in the previous life. The league tournament occurred every 3 years, drawing participants from across the globe. To participate in the Global League, one must first excel in their national league, with only the top 3 contenders qualifying for the worldwide event. It is no exaggeration to say that the Global League was a congregational event for the finest trainers from every corner of the world, competing to establish supremacy. In Huaxia, one needed to secure at least 8 gym badges to register for the Global League. Each badge served as a one-time entry token. Once utilized, it would become void. Should one wish to compete again, they would need to collect badges anew and gain recognition from the gyms. Having recently completed compulsory education, Chun Tiandao pondered the path his life should take. Determined not to repeat the life of a recluse as he had in his previous existence, he resolved to embrace a new identity in this unfamiliar world. Casting a glance at the black backpack prepared beside him, containing essential items for his journey, he decided it was time to embark on an adventure. Having arrived in this new world, he felt compelled to explore it thoroughly. As the adage goes, Traveling thousands of miles is more enlightening than reading countless books. Experiencing the world firsthand would undoubtedly yield deeper insights than any written text could offer. His backpack differed from those of his past life. While it appeared to be of conventional size, its interior harbored vast space. Much like a pokeball, it could accommodate a creature that towered 100 meters despite its modest exterior. With the backpack slung over his shoulder, Chun Tiandao retrieved the Pokédex and a redandant white Pokeball from the bedside. He pressed the button on the Pokeball with anticipation, eager to discover the wondrous Pokémon that awaited him. A flash of white light enveloped the room, coalescing into the form of a creature resembling a sheep. As the brilliance faded, its true appearance was revealed standing over a meter tall with a pink hide. It bore peculiar white fluff only on its neck and atop its head. Its limbs were short and stout, adorned with striking black and white markings akin to tattoos. Chapter 2. The Trainer's New Life. Breakfast is ready, Heibai. Chun Tiandao greeted cheerfully. Heibai was the name he bestowed upon the sheep-like creature, aptly named for its conspicuous black and white stripes. Our new life is about to commence. From now on, we shall fight side by side, Chun Tiandao declared, affectionately patting Heibai's head. Bah! Exclaimed Heibai, mirroring Chun Tiandao's excitement for the upcoming journey. Moreover, the first Pokemon of Chun Tiandao is also his initial companion. While he has contemplated nurturing several Pokemon, the constraints of his family's financial situation render such aspirations impractical. Only individuals from affluent backgrounds can afford to raise more than one. The costs associated with raising a Pokemon are substantial, particularly for an average family. Furthermore, acquiring a second Pokemon is not merely a matter of desire. The quality rather than quantity of Pokemon is paramount. However, formidable Pokemon are often beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, as they are typically owned by the wealthy. For an average person to obtain a second quality Pokemon is an arduous challenge. Most individuals fortunate enough to possess two are often from affluent families, and even then, these Pokemon are often mere ornamental companions. The expense of training a standard Pokemon is already considerable, let alone that of a more powerful one, which is exorbitantly high. Although Chun Tiandao's family resides in a villa, it is situated in the suburbs. In such rural areas, constructing a 2- or 3-story building rarely attracts scrutiny. The backyard of Chun Tiandao's home features a vast expanse of grass and even a mountain, making it a space that could be claimed as his, yet remains uninhabited due to its remoteness. The family's residence in this location is primarily due to their ownership of a dairy farm, with their daily income derived from selling milk and sheep. While they may be modestly comfortable, the price of a second Pokemon is something they can scarcely fathom. Certainly, one may capture ordinary Pokemon in the nearby forests, but these would be akin to catching stray cats and dogs on the streets. Encountering rare and valuable Pokemon is nearly impossible for an average person. The scarcity of powerful Pokemon in this world is compounded by the fact that those who seek to capture them often outnumber the Pokemon themselves. In such a competitive environment, the chances of an ordinary individual acquiring a remarkable Pokemon are exceedingly slim. Only those from prominent families can afford to procure the Pokemon they desire. Chun Tiandao's Pokemon was not captured in the forest, rather, his family already possessed one. His mother owned an exemplary Electrike, a Pokemon of notable prowess. Although it did not come with the extensive advantages afforded to the offspring of wealthy families, possessing this little sheep was still commendable. After much persistence, Chun Tiandao finally acquired this Pokemon from his mother. Since receiving the egg a year ago, he has been elated. Throughout the year, aside from his studies, he dedicated himself to nurturing their bond, anticipating the day when the egg would hatch into a Mareep, destined to accompany him for life. From a young age, Chun Tiandao began training, often taking the opportunity to challenge the wild Pokemon in the outskirts. He had no intention of leading a life akin to his parents, managing the dairy farm for eternity. He not only trained his Pokemon diligently, but also worked hard throughout the year. Initially, when he received the Pokemon egg, he lacked a Pokeball, as obtaining one required the qualification of a trainer. It was only yesterday, upon completing his compulsory education, that Chun Tiandao earned his trainer credentials. The moment he acquired them, his first act was to capture his Pokemon with a Pokeball. Due to their year-long companionship, the Mareep showed no resistance to it. The Pokeball represented a new home. As Chun Tiandao stepped out of his room with Mareep in tow, he discovered that his parents had already prepared breakfast. The Mareep approached its designated dish, eating contentedly. Alongside it were an Electrike, a Buniri, and a larger black and white sheep, alongside another Pokemon, Reiku. The first three belonged to his mother, while the latter was his father's. Chen Tiandao's father also possessed a mountable goat, but it was currently resting in the yard. You rose early today, let us eat, his mother remarked. Indeed, Chen Tiandao replied, then turned to glance at the Reiku beside him. What are you staring at? The Reiku glared back menacingly. Just a few days ago, Chen Tiandao discovered that his Marit possessed an electric aura, leading him to ponder the curious connection between his father and the Reiku. After a simple breakfast, his mother began clearing the table. Chen Tiandao's father, seated across from him, wore a look of concern. Have you thought this through? Being a trainer can be perilous, you must understand that, he cautioned. I am well aware while being a trainer is dangerous. It is my dream, Chen Tiandao affirmed resolutely. Then you must be cautious. The outside world is not like home. You need to be vigilant about your surroundings, his father advised. Do not worry, I will be careful. I am no longer a child, Chen Tiandao said with a wry smile, acknowledging the truth in his words as combined lifetimes had rendered him older than his father. Is everything prepared? Seeing his son's determination, Chen Tiandao's father decided against further discouragement. It was time for his child to venture into the world. Rest assured, I have everything packed, Chen Tiandao replied. Good. Remember to call and let us know you are safe, all right? At that moment, his mother approached with a worried expression, reluctant to let her son go, desiring only his safety by her side. Chapter 3. The catastrophe sprite. Chen Tiandao was acutely aware that he was not residing in an animated world. Here, the enchanting narratives found in such realms were conspicuously absent, as were the gallant individuals who would come to one's aid. In the realm of reality, human nature could be treacherous, and one must be vigilant not only of people but also of sprites. After all, the combat prowess of a sprite is on an entirely different level compared to that of a human. A mere strike from an ordinary sprite could inflict injury upon an unsuspecting individual. Should one encounter a sprite of formidable strength, a single blow could easily extinguish the life of an ordinary person. Chen Tiandao had personally experienced the disparity in his physical capabilities compared to the latent potential within him, realizing that there was scarcely any difference. Thus, it can be said that this world is akin to that of an adventurer, where an unfortunate twist of fate could lead one to confront an overwhelmingly powerful sprite, resulting in dire consequences. The profession of a trainer embodies such peril, while one is afforded the opportunity to explore the wonders of this world. Those who ascend to the pinnacle of this vocation have undoubtedly endured numerous harrowing encounters to achieve their current status. Moreover, aspiring to become a trainer is not merely fraught with danger, it also demands a substantial financial investment. Each expedition into the wild necessitates a plethora of healing supplies and defensive tools, all of which are consumables. Without adequate financial support, pursuing this path becomes an unattainable dream. The singular commonality between both worlds is money. For individuals in either realm, it holds immense significance. The more wealth one possesses, the greater the experiences and opportunities one can enjoy. The costs associated with nurturing sprites are not negligible. Merely tending to a sprite's injuries during battle incurs significant expenses, compounded by the need for various items. Not everyone can embark on this journey at will. Furthermore, the strength of one's initial sprite largely determines their potential. Imagine being a privileged heir, endowed from the outset with superior combat capabilities, while you, a commoner, may toil for a lifetime only to realize you have yet to reach their starting point. In this world, wealth affords one the ability to accomplish anything. Affluent individuals can easily hire experienced trainers, gaining training and insights that ordinary people cannot hope to match. Commoners, on the other hand, must rely on their own ingenuity, venturing into forests to confront sprites in pursuit of abilities. The process of cultivating sprites also entails acquiring numerous costly items, ensuring that from the very beginning, the commoner is left far behind, merely observing the widening chasm between themselves and the privileged. Among the commoners, only a select few can rival the affluent. And these individuals are invariably exceptional, possessing an indomitable will and unparalleled diligence. After all, the privileged not only enjoy abundant starting conditions if their intelligence and effort surpass yours, then surpassing them in life becomes a distant aspiration. That is not to say that students from ordinary backgrounds cannot become trainers. Indeed, being a trainer resembles being an adventurer, as the sprites you capture can be monetized. Additionally, one can discover valuable materials in the wild that can be exchanged for currency. Completing various commission tasks can yield high rewards, especially if one is fortunate enough to find rare materials or sprites. Thus, for common students aspiring to become trainers, immense courage and capability are paramount. Without sufficient experience, surviving in the wild becomes an arduous endeavor. After returning to his room and meticulously ensuring that all his belongings were prepared, Chen Tiandao departed from his home. "Let us go, Heibai," he called as he stood at the threshold of his abode, a place he had called home for 15 years, feeling a twinge of reluctance. However, he understood that regardless of the comfort of familiarity, he must cultivate the ability to stand on his own. He could not rely on his parents indefinitely. It was imperative for him to grow independently and confront the challenges that lay ahead. Chen Tiandao harbored no desire to be a burden, perpetually relying on others when faced with adversity. He aspired to be a formidable individual, one capable of resolving any predicament, regardless of the obstacles encountered. Of course, solutions are not solely derived from experience. Perseverance and dedication are equally vital. Let us venture into the depths of the mountains, perhaps fortune will favor me. And I shall encounter that Absol once more, he contemplated silently, the memory of his last encounter with the formidable creature still vivid in his mind. The first time he laid eyes on it, it had boldly obstructed his path, resembling a highwayman. In that moment, a sense of foreboding enveloped him. He was in a sparsely populated suburb where everyone was familiar with one another, yet he had never encountered this Absol before, indicating it was indeed a wild sprite. Known in the world as a catastrophe sprite, the moniker catastrophe sprite does not imply that it brings calamity upon the world. Rather, it possesses the uncanny ability to foresee disasters. It is no wonder that many yearn to possess such a sprite, for with it, one could potentially evade impending doom. While its combat prowess may not be overwhelmingly formidable, the mere capability to avert disaster endears it to many. However, when the catastrophe sprite appeared before Chen Tiandao, a flicker of fear coursed through him, for the manifestation of such a sprite signified that misfortune was imminent. The accuracy of its foresight was unequivocal, having never been known to falter. A wave of anxiety washed over Chen Tiandao as he pondered what calamity awaited him. Reflecting on recent events, he recalled the unrelenting downpour that had persisted for several days, which led him to a sudden epiphany, compelling him to dash homeward. Chapter 4. The exclusive golden finger. Upon returning home, Chen Tiandao recounted his analysis and the events he had witnessed to his parents. Initially, they dismissed his words, but when he mentioned the catastrophe sprite, they recognized the gravity of the situation. In a flurry of urgency, the family gathered essential supplies and made their way up the mountain. Naturally, Chen Tiandao also informed the neighbors around them, and they received his warnings with unwavering belief. Yet, some remained skeptical, viewing him merely as a child whose words could not be taken seriously. Little did they know, on the very night they departed, a flood erupted in the vicinity. The flood erupted with astonishing swiftness, transforming the landscape into an expanse of water in an instant. At that moment, the protagonist, Chen Tiandao, along with his family and several neighbors, gazed towards the distance, witnessing the calamity unfold. A profound sense of gratitude welled within them for Chen Tiandao and his family. Had it not been for their intervention, they too might have succumbed to the deluge. They began to pray for those who had doubted Chen Tiandao's warnings, as it was evident that being engulfed by the flood would result in devastating losses, and for those unfortunate enough, it could even lead to the loss of life. From that point onward, Chen Tiandao harbored intentions of subduing the disaster spirits. He understood that the desire to capture numerous spirits was initially appealing. Yet upon realizing the exorbitant costs associated with nurturing a single spirit, he opted to abandon that notion. He would only tame a spirit that he deemed worthy. After all, the investment of time and resources into a spirit of little significance seemed illogical. However, as a disaster spirit, if Chen Tiandao could persuade it, he could potentially avert numerous calamities, thus rendering its value far greater than many other spirits. Moreover, Chen Tiandao was aware that in this realm, each individual could only carry a maximum of 6 spirits, with any excess being transported to other designated locations. While the transportation devices within this world were indeed costly, Chen Tiandao's family circumstances allowed for such an expenditure. His family operated a dairy farm with ample space, enabling him to set the location for his endeavors right at home. Once all preparations were complete, he made his way towards the base of the mountain, resolute in his determination to capture a disaster spirit on this inaugural journey. Upon arrival, Chen Tiandao felt a refreshing wave of energy wash over him. His courage to become a trainer stemmed from the existence of the system. Initially, when he traversed into this world, he believed he possessed a golden finger, a metaphor for extraordinary luck or ability. Yet, after waiting in vain for a long time, he realized he did not possess such a boon, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. Why was it that others had their golden fingers while he was left empty-handed? However, after numerous attempts and years of waiting, he had long since relinquished the idea of having a golden finger, resigning himself to a life of mediocrity. Unexpectedly, The moment he successfully captured the black and white spirit with a Pokeball, his system was finally activated. It dawned on him that his golden finger was intrinsically linked to the use of Pokeballs. Had he known this sooner, he would not have waited 15 years. Standing there, initially bewildered, he realized he had given up for 15 years only to discover that he had indeed obtained a system. This revelation brought him immense joy, as he had always aspired to become a trainer. Though still unfamiliar with the system, Chen Tiandao grasped some fundamental operations. System, might you introduce your functionalities? He inquired softly. After all, this was his golden finger, and it was evident that possessing such an advantage placed him above 90% of the populace in this world. He envisioned himself standing atop the pinnacle of success. The system possesses functionalities to view attributes, issue tasks, conduct lotteries, and facilitate upgrades, it explained. View attributes. You can swiftly access detailed information regarding your managed spirits, as well as the basic information of wild spirits or those belonging to other trainers. Issue tasks. The system will periodically present a variety of tasks, rewarding you upon completion, with no penalties for failure. Conduct lotteries. You may obtain an array of items, both conceivable and inconceivable. Upgrade. After each battle, your spirits can acquire experience. Is this truly the case? How remarkable! Chen Tiandao felt an overwhelming surge of confidence upon hearing the system's introduction. The 4 skills currently at his disposal were nothing short of extraordinary. It was well known that leveling up spirits was inherently challenging, yet the system had simplified the process significantly. As long as battles were fought, experience could be gained. This single capability alone would undoubtedly attract countless individuals vying for the opportunity. Is it possible to obtain spirits through the lottery? He pondered, envisioning the prospect of becoming invincible should the system provide him with spirits. While the specifics of the spirits available within the system were unknown, he surmised that it could likely offer the most elite spirits in existence. Host, please do not indulge in daydreams. The lottery system does not contain any spirits or living beings. Very well, he conceded. Although that is disappointing, acquiring useful equipment would still be commendable. Chen Tiandao remained a person of contentment despite his letdown. He proceeded to examine the black and white spirits information. Name, black and white. Level, 25. Talent, level 4. Attribute, electric. Skills, tackle, electromagnetic wave, thunder shock, electric terrain, scent detection. As he gazed upon these attributes, Chen Tiandao was increasingly reminded of a video game world. He understood that such games were likely exclusive to him in this realm, as no one else could possibly possess a system as formidable as his. In that moment, he felt a sense of superiority elevated above the masses. This was the reward that a time traveler ought to receive. Chapter 5. Telepathy. Now that black and white's level was 25, what was the maximum possible level? Chen Tiandao pondered this, for he still perceived black and white as rather weak. Yet, to his surprise, even this seemingly feeble spirit had reached level 25. After all, Chen Tiandao had merely been utilizing black and white to dominate low-level wild spirits. The minimum level is 1, with a maximum of 100. Moreover, there exist divine beasts capable of surpassing level 100. As for talent, it is categorized into levels 1 through 6, corresponding to achievement limits: ordinary, elite, quasi-king, king, master, and divine beast. The system coldly elucidated. Is this truly the case? Does this mean my black and white could potentially reach king status? Chen Tiandao was astonished. In this world, a level 4 talent achieving king status was already considered elite. Most individuals likely possessed spirits of level 1 or 2. Yet he had effortlessly acquired a level 4 spirit that could potentially ascend to king status. In that moment, Chen Tiandao also recalled the extraordinary strength of his parents, who must have been formidable enough to nurture such a prodigy. However, he was puzzled by the skill scent detection. But black and white is just a sheep. It is not a dog, he exclaimed, perplexed. Chen Tiandao had never encountered any canine traits associated with the black and white creature. Nonetheless, he did not believe the system could err. If it asserted that the black and white possessed scent detection abilities, then it undoubtedly possessed such capabilities. It dawned on him that since the thunder beast was inherently a dog, and considering the black and white could harness electricity, it had naturally inherited the scent detection from its lineage. Chen Tiandao realized that, after all, a mouse's offspring would know how to burrow. Despite the black and white's resemblance to a sheep, it still bore canine genes. Furthermore, Chen Tiandao understood that leveling up, while bestowing formidable attributes that could enable Jingyun to break through any limitations, was also contingent on management. If a Pokemon reached its innate talent limit, it would no longer gain any experience. I've waited 15 years for the system. Do you not have even a token gift for me? Chen Tiandao said, somewhat indignantly. You may have come late, but what about other transmigrators? They all received benefits. Congratulations on activating the system. This system comes with a special beginner's gift pack. A voice chimed in. Is that true? Quickly, grant me the beginner's gift pack so I can see what the system has to offer. Ding. Congratulations. The host has opened the beginner's grand gift pack and received 1 random ability and 3 chances for a lottery. Random ability? Qin Tiandao was taken aback, surprised that an ability was included. He was acutely aware that, as an ordinary person in this world, the only choices available were trainer or breeder. A trainer essentially ventured out with their Pokemon, akin to an adventurer, while a breeder, similar to a pet caretaker, was primarily responsible for nurturing injured Pokemon. Use random ability, Qin Tiandao declared without hesitation. Although uncertain of what ability he would acquire, it was a complimentary gift that could enhance his capabilities, which could only benefit him. Ding. Congratulations, the host has acquired the Power of Heart. Power of Heart. The host can perceive the inner thoughts of Pokemon. Effectiveness increases with level. Current level, 1. So, it means I can discern the inner thoughts of Pokemon? Qin Tiandao mused, slightly astonished. Isn't that akin to telepathy? However, the system's description indicated that this telepathy was limited to Pokemon. Nevertheless, such a potent skill was immensely beneficial to Qin Tiandao. He then glanced at the black and white creature beside him. Bah! The black and white looked at him quizzically, as if questioning why he was staring at it so peculiarly. Subsequently, Qin Tiandao commenced some experiments with the black and white. Although his Power of Heart was only at level 1, he desired to familiarize himself with the skill to ascertain its general usage. Perhaps due to their familiarity, Qin Tiandao, despite having merely a level 1 Power of Heart, could comprehend most of the black and white's thoughts. Not bad. At least I can coordinate better with my Pokemon, he reflected, feeling quite satisfied. He wondered, however, if he could use this telepathy to communicate with other Pokemon. If so, it was evident that he would possess a truly divine skill, making it significantly easier to capture wild Pokemon. 3 lottery chances remain. I shall use them immediately. As soon as he uttered these words, a massive spinning wheel manifested in his mind, adorned with numerous segments, each inscribed with a myriad of names. Upon closer inspection, Qin Tiandao realized the items available were extraordinarily varied, ranging from evolution stones to various held items, even including recipes for Pokemon food and some single-use items. Additionally, there were opportunities to gain special abilities, applicable not only to himself, but also to his Pokemon. As Qin Tiandao observed, the wheel gradually began to spin, gaining momentum. His expression was one of eager anticipation. He desired every item on the wheel, but he was acutely aware that he had only 3 chances. Congratulations. The host has received 1 bottle of Body Enhancement Potion, 1 tracking card, and 1 training card. Body Enhancement Potion. Upon consumption, a Pokemon can significantly improve its physical attributes. The tracking card allows effective tracking of Pokemon the host has encountered within a 10-kilometer radius for 1 hour. The training card greatly enhances training efficiency for a week. All splendid items. Qin Tiandao beamed with pride, reveling in the gifts from the system. Truly exceptional. Especially the tracking card, which was precisely what he sought. Bah! The black and white regarded him with disdain, as if to say that he appeared foolish standing there, grinning over trivial matters. How dare you look down upon me? Qin Tiandao's lips twitched. He had been in high spirits when unexpectedly dismissed by his own Pokemon. You shall soon realize your master's prowess. Ding. Congratulations, the host has received a new mission. Become the strongest trainer. Reward. Ultimate Task Unique. Task Requirement 1. Collect all 6 Pokemon to gain 6 lottery chances, with a reward of 1 Moonstone. Task Requirement 2. Defeat the gym, collecting 8 badges. Each badge earns a skill learning device and 3 lottery chances. Side task. Capture. Every Pokemon captured rewards a luxury ball. At this moment, Qin Tiandao was astounded by the rewards from the system. The Moonstone was truly a top-tier item. To say it was invaluable in this world would be an understatement. Even with wealth, one would struggle to procure it. Black and White. You shall become extraordinary. Qin Tiandao envisioned how formidable the Black and White would become if it obtained the Moonstone, potentially evolving into an incredibly powerful electric dragon. Bah! The Black and White protested with contempt, as if questioning the intelligence of its master. You are increasingly disrespectful to your master. Qin Tiandao looked down at the Black and White, feeling a wave of frustration. Had it not been for the Power of Heart, he might not have realized that the creature was internally criticizing him. As for the luxury ball, Qin Tiandao considered it acceptable. Although it was not particularly expensive, merely a few thousand in the market, most people opted for ordinary Pokeballs, which were only a couple of hundred. There was no need to spend extravagantly on luxury balls, except for those with considerable wealth. Without hesitation, Chun Tiandao decided to utilize the tracking card. Recognizing the value of such a gift bestowed by the system, please specify the target I wish to track. Just as Chun Tiandao was about to employ the tracking card to pursue a disaster Pokemon, a sharp bird cry suddenly pierced the air from a distance. Chirp, chirp. What on earth? The piercing call of a bird abruptly shattered Chun Tiandao's train of thought. He turned his head, only to behold a Pidgey hurtling towards him with remarkable speed. What could this mean? Upon returning to the forest, Chun Tiandao unexpectedly encountered a diminutive creature. At that moment, he experienced a sensation akin to being ambushed, and astonishingly, the assailant was none other than the lowest-level Pokemon, Pidgey. However, Chun Tiandao did not hasten to retaliate. In his eyes, the Pidgey was akin to a common fowl, possessing a lamentably feeble combat prowess. Pop, pop, pop. Bopo stood not far from Chun Tiandao, vociferously shouting at him. Through the art of mind reading, Chun Tiandao instantly comprehended that the other was questioning his presence, as if he had intruded upon his territory. What in the world is happening? How did this place come to be your domain? Chun Tiandao's expression darkened. How dare you, a mere Bobo, who ranks at the lowest echelon in the entire realm of spirits, claim that this territory belongs to you. Immediately following, a bird's cry echoed, imbued with a profound sorrow and a sense of indignation, as if expressing the anger of being overlooked. What could possibly be the reason for this? Chun Tiandao gazed quizzically at the Pidgey before him, its demeanor suggesting an inherent animosity towards him. When had he ever wronged such a creature? The Pidgey continued to chirp insistently. Immediately, the Pidgey emitted a cry, as if questioning whether you had come to bully it once more, conveying a message that it would fight valiantly to reclaim its dignity. When, pray tell, have I ever bullied anyone? Chun Tiandao suddenly fixed his gaze upon the Pidgey before him. The more he looked, the more familiar it appeared, and he was abruptly reminded of himself. Throughout the past year, he had suffered countless encounters in the forest, tormenting the little sprites in his quest to hone his skills. Glancing again at the Pidgey before him, Chun Tiandao felt a shiver run through his entire being. Could it truly be? Chun Tiandao suddenly recalled that throughout this year, he had seemingly bullied a few Pidgeys. Could it be that the Pidgey before him was the very one he had frequently tormented? This thought caused the corners of Chun Tiandao's mouth to twitch. He had important matters to attend to today. Although he did not regard this Pidgey with much concern, he preferred not to prolong the encounter. I truly apologize for the past, he said awkwardly, but rest assured, my presence here today is solely for a specific purpose. Once I complete my tasks, I shall take my leave, and you need not worry about my return. Upon hearing this, Bobo first smiled, and then immediately assumed an aggressive stance, as if preparing to display his remarkable skills at any moment. Well, I'm about to leave, so there's really no need for you to fight me, Chun Tiandao remarked, astonished as he gazed at the imposing figure of Bobo before him. Having already conceded, could it be that Bobo still wished to engage in a confrontation? However, as Chun Tiandao finished speaking, he suddenly noticed that the Pidgey swiftly moved and charged toward him with remarkable speed, leaving a fleeting afterimage in its wake. To his astonishment, it was indeed the Pidgey. In an instant, Chun Tiandao reacted, leaping to evade behind the protection of the black and white figure. Although he frequently teased this Pidgey, he always relied on the presence of his companion for support. In a fair confrontation, he truly would not stand a chance against it. Bang! Immediately, the Pidgey collided with the chest of the black and white creature, which, propelled by immense inertia, staggered backward a few steps. At that moment, the black and white creature unleashed an electric shock. Chun Tiandao, witnessing this, promptly issued commands to the black and white. In response, it swiftly lifted its short legs and seized the wings of the Pidgey. Abruptly, a fierce surge of electricity erupted from the creature's legs, crackling audibly as it illuminated the Pidgey's form. A flicker of joy crossed Chun Tiandao's face. His black and white companion was indeed formidable, easily subduing a Pidgey. The Pidgey, struck by the electric shock, emitted a piercing scream. Yet, at that moment, Chun Tiandao trembled, for from that sound, he felt not a trace of suffering, but rather an inexplicable sense of delight. What was happening? This little Bobo bird has indeed been attacked. Yet why does it still wear a face of excitement? Chapter 7 seems to unveil something extraordinary. Bang! After a few seconds, the point of light vanished, and the Bobo bird collapsed onto the ground, emanating clouds of black smoke, its legs trembling incessantly. It appeared utterly feeble, devoid of any fighting spirit. However, as Chun Tiandao gazed at the bird's blissful expression, he felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. What are you doing, shaking like that? Suddenly, Chun Tiandao comprehended why the Bobo bird had rushed towards him with such excitement upon learning of his impending departure. It seemed it was merely seeking a form of punishment. Victory in battle had led to an increase in both black and white experience points. At this moment, Chen Tiandao paid no heed to the system's notification. Instead, he contemplated the command issued by the system to examine the attributes of this Bobo. Bobo's level is 16, with a talent level of 3. To his astonishment, Chen Tiandao discovered that the talent level of the Pidgey was an impressive 3. Without a moment's hesitation, upon seeing the creature's level, he retrieved an ordinary Pokeball and hurled it towards the Pidgey. A flash of white light erupted from within the Pokeball, and in an instant, the Pidgey that had been lying on the ground vanished from sight. The Pokeball fell to the ground with a resounding thud, trembling as if the Pidgey inside was fiercely resisting. After approximately 20 seconds, a loud click echoed through the air. The once quivering Pokeball finally stilled, suggesting that the Pidgey had surrendered to its fate, resigned to being captured. Observing this, Chen Tiandao approached and picked up the Pokeball. He could hardly believe that this seemingly low-tier creature, a Pidgey, possessed such a remarkable talent level. He felt a surge of surprise. Had it not been for his system that allowed him to assess the talents and levels of others, he might have overlooked this exceptional Pokemon. Typically, the creatures in the possession of ordinary trainers are of levels 1 and 2, with level 3 being considered elite. However, the peculiar demeanor of the Pidgey stirred a sense of unease within him. It seemed as though he had captured a rather unconventional Pokemon. The Pidgey possessed a talent level of 3, a level of 16, and skills including Tackle, Quick Attack, Air Slash, Inherited, and Mist, Inherited. Chen Tiandao felt a thrill of excitement upon reviewing the system's details, astonished to learn that this Pidgey had not 1, but 2 inherited skills. This led him to speculate that the Pidgey's parents must have been quite formidable. Otherwise, achieving a talent level of 3 would be improbable. After all, a typical Pidgey reaching level 2 would already be considered a prodigy, while this one had astonishingly attained level 3. Yet, Pidgey was known to be a social creature, and he was taken aback by the discovery of a solitary one. Although puzzled, he dismissed further contemplation, as he had successfully captured it. Come forth, Pidgey. As Chen Tiandao's words fell, the Pokeball emitted a flash of white light once more. The previously charred and blackened Pidgey had now returned to its normal state. PPP. As soon as Pidgey emerged, it squawked at Chen Tiandao, discontent written all over its face. I'm sorry for my previous misdeeds. Can you forgive me? Now that we are companions, my name is Chen Tiandao, and I hope to learn from you. Chen Tiandao awkwardly expressed. Although the healing effect of the Pokeball was present, it was not perfect. It could only mend superficial injuries. However, the earlier shock from the electric attack had not inflicted significant harm on Pidgey, and with a little more rest, it would be perfectly fine. PPP. Pidgey stubbornly turned away, adopting an expression that seemed to say, you'll have to try harder. Damn it, black and white, zap him again. Seeing Pidgey's attitude, Chen Tiandao commanded without hesitation. ZZZZT. With a series of crackling sounds, a spark of electricity danced across Pidgey's face, eliciting an expression of delight. Chen Tiandao, on the other hand, held his forehead in frustration. Indeed, this Pidgey was quite unusual, almost manic. To curry favor with it in such a manner left him at a loss for words. After a few moments of contemplation, Chen Tiandao intended to instruct Black and White to cease the antics, but gazing at the excited Pidgey, he found himself unable to speak. This Pokemon was utterly eccentric. Yet, in the next instant, he observed Black and White's face brimming with enthusiasm. At that moment, Chen Tiandao felt as if his worldview had shattered into pieces. What on earth was happening? Neither of the two Pokemon by his side seemed normal. One relished being bullied while the other took pleasure in tormenting others. Black and White, who usually appeared docile and unassuming, concealed a cunning nature beneath its innocent facade. Stop, stop, Chen Tiandao shouted, feeling as though his reality was spiraling into absurdity. Bah! Black and White called out, looking at him with confusion, as if to say, Isn't this what you taught me to do? Chen Tiandao's head throbbed with a splitting pain. In his memory, Black and White had always been a sweet and innocent creature. Yet today, he suddenly realized that the lovable simplicity of Black and White had vanished. Give me back my Black and White. However, at that moment, Chen Tiandao was at a loss for words, turning instead to the Pidgey with a face of despair. So, what do you say? Will you be my partner? To his astonishment, Pidgey shyly nodded in response. At that moment, Chen Tiandao felt as if his world had completely exploded. What was this? A Black and White that enjoyed bullying others and a Pidgey that relished being bullied? Just then, the system voice chimed in, congratulating the host for completing a side quest, capturing a Pokemon, and receiving a luxury ball as a reward. Suddenly, a luxury ball materialized in Chen Tiandao's hand. He glanced at the ball and sighed. Regardless of the circumstances, this was a small victory. Return, Black and White, Pidgey. After recalling the two into their respective Pokeballs, Chen Tiandao took a moment to gather himself before using the tracking card once more. Tracking card activated. Tracking complete. Just as the system's voice concluded, a map suddenly appeared in Chen Tiandao's mind, pinpointing a red dot 2 kilometers away. Chapter 8. Let us follow the rules. Finally found you. A smile spread across Chen Tiandao's face. He knew without a doubt that this was the target disaster Pokemon he sought. Upon identifying his objective, he promptly set off towards the designated location. Before long, Chen Tiandao arrived at a cave halfway up the mountain. According to the system map, the disaster Pokemon was located here. He took a brief respite, as the 2-kilometer trek combined with the climb had left him panting. After regaining his breath, he retrieved a flashlight from his backpack, just as a figure began to emerge slowly from the cave. Before him stood the disaster Pokemon. Its large ruby-like eyes fixed on him. Ding. Discovery of Absol, Innate Talent 3, Level 25. Chen Tiandao felt a surge of excitement upon encountering another Level 3 Pokemon. After calming himself, he spoke again. Disaster Pokemon, I reside at the foot of the mountain. My name is Chen Tiandao. Do you remember what happened a year ago? Upon hearing his words, a flicker of surprise crossed the Pokemon's eyes, as if it hadn't anticipated that this man was the one it had warned and saved a year prior. Yet, it continued to stare at Chen Tiandao without uttering a word, though Chen Tiandao possessed a form of mind-reading ability. At that moment, he found himself utterly clueless about the thoughts of the disaster Pokemon before him. To be frank, I have come to invite you to become my partner. No sooner had he finished speaking than the disaster Pokemon adopted a battle stance, responding to Chen Tiandao with action. Chen Tiandao felt a wave of frustration. There was no room for communication at all. However, he did not refuse, for he understood that in this world, to capture another Pokemon, one must first engage in combat. If you cannot defeat your opponent, they would never agree to become your companion, as everyone prefers to follow the strong rather than the weak. Very well, let us proceed according to the usual rules. Come forth, Black and White. The moment Chen Tiandao finished speaking, Black and White appeared before him instantaneously. Upon its emergence, it too noticed the disaster Pokemon's battle posture, promptly shedding its own combat stance. Electric Field. As soon as Chen Tiandao's command was given, a surge of electricity crackled around Black and White, illuminating the area with an invisible electric charge. Without hesitation, the disaster Pokemon, cloaked in white light, charged directly at Black and White. Black and White, dodge to the left. Chen Tiandao commanded swiftly. Fortunately, this was not a game but reality. Had it been a game, many skills would have a 100% hit rate. However, reality differed, as numerous skills could be easily evaded. In the realm of Pokemon training, building trust between trainer and Pokemon was paramount. After all, if a command were issued during battle and the Pokemon refused to heed it, the outcome would be dire. Thankfully, Chen Tiandao and Black and White had been together for a year, and Black and White, raised by Chen Tiandao from a young age, held an unwavering trust in him. The disaster spirit initially believed it would land a decisive blow, but upon missing, it swiftly turned a charge at the Black and White figure. Just as Chen Tiandao finished speaking, the disaster spirit landed a punch directly on the shoulder of the Black and White entity. An electric spark erupted from the figure, striking the disaster spirit in return. The electrical discharge continued to build, followed by a jarring shock. The air was filled with crackling sounds due to the electrical field surrounding them, causing the current coursing through the Black and White figure to expand further. At that moment, the disaster spirit sensed the imminent danger and attempted to disengage from the Black and White figure. However, as it took a step back, it was startled by the same crackling sounds surrounding it, and suddenly a bolt of lightning struck the disaster spirit. Although the flash of light caused minimal damage, it left the disaster spirit with a tingling sensation throughout its body, rendering it momentarily immobile. The current coursing through the Black and White figure intensified, and with a brilliant flash, it unleashed another strike upon the disaster spirit. A piercing scream escaped the disaster spirit as it recoiled from the impact. Just as Chen Tiandao prepared to command further attacks from the Black and White figure, the disaster spirit unexpectedly sprang into action, retreating several meters while panting heavily. Observing the disaster spirit's distressed state, Chen Tiandao recognized that this blow had inflicted considerable damage. His confidence surged, convinced that victory was within his grasp. The Black and White figure readied itself once more to unleash another electric attack. Chen Tiandao urged it on, and the Black and White figure began to crackle with electricity, its intensity greater than before, likely due to the previous strike not subduing its opponent. The disaster spirit, despite its heavy injuries, summoned unexpected strength and charged towards the Black and White figure, its body still radiating a faint glow. Chen Tiandao, well acquainted with the disaster spirit, quickly discerned that it was attempting a close-range attack. Black and white, electric shield. He commanded, as the electricity encircled the figure, forming a protective barrier. Just as the defense was completed, the blue spirit delivered a powerful kick to the black and white figure. Its white aura concentrated on its leg as it struck the shoulder of the black and white entity. The force of the kick caused the black and white figure to cry out in pain and stagger back. After enduring this blow, the black and white figure retaliated with a surge of electricity that struck the disaster spirit. With a resounding crash, the electric discharge sent the disaster spirit flying, crashing to the ground. The spirit struggled to rise, feeling as though all its strength had been drained, unable to muster the energy to stand. Chapter 9. Successful Capture Go. Pokeball. With those words, Chen Tiandao hurled a Pokeball, which soared above the disaster spirit, releasing a brilliant white light. In an instant, the disaster spirit vanished from sight. The Pokeball landed with a thud, shaking for a few moments before settling into silence. Victory was claimed. The black and white figure leveled up to 26. Return, black and white. You've worked hard, Chen Tiandao said, recalling the figure and heading towards the Pokemon Center in the Royal City with his newly captured disaster spirit. While each Pokeball possesses healing capabilities, their effectiveness is limited to superficial wounds. For more serious injuries, they are insufficient. Chen Tiandao's immediate goal was to locate a Pokemon Center to tend to his two companions. Before long, he arrived at the center, where various injuries were swiftly treated by the staff. Each treatment cost Chen Tiandao 500 coins, and 2 treatments drained 1,000 coins from his total of 10,000. It's worth noting that this outing had already consumed a significant portion of his funds. However, Chen Tiandao paid little mind to the expense, as he had gained 2 valuable partners. From today onward, we are companions, he said to the disaster spirit. The disaster spirit glanced at Chen Tiandao, then at the black and white figure and the blue bird beside him, slowly nodding in agreement. Though somewhat reluctant, it recognized that this individual was indeed stronger. Congratulations, host. On completing the side quest, you have received a luxury ball. The disaster spirit's talent level is 3, with a current level of 25. Its abilities include Lucky Boost, skills like Quick Attack, Shadow Clone, Slash, Phantom Dance, and Inherited Skill Playful. The unexpected Lucky Boost enhances its chances of landing critical hits, inflicting greater damage. Chen Tiandao's face lit up at the sight of the disaster spirit's skills, particularly pleased with the Inherited Skill Playful. After healing his 2 Pokemon, Chen Tiandao prepared to head to the train station as he intended to leave the royal city. Due to the time spent capturing and healing, he had already delayed for half a day. His next destination was the nearest gym to the royal city. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, he exited the Pokemon Center. Is that you, Chen Tiandao? Just as he reached the entrance, he was approached by a remarkably beautiful girl accompanied by an adorably charming EV. EV, talent level 3, level 12. Chen Tiandao was taken aback by the EV's talent, surprised it possessed such an impressive level. It's you, Xianxia. The girl was a classmate of Chen Tiandao and one of the few with whom he shared a good rapport. Given his experiences in 2 lives, he was considerably more mature than his peers, finding their games rather tedious. I didn't expect to run into you here. I heard you were planning to challenge the gym, Xianxia remarked with a smile. Indeed, I'm just about to set off, Chen Tiandao replied with a slight smile, glancing at the adorable EV beside her. Is this your starter Pokemon? It's so cute. Of course. Just look at whose Pokemon it is. As a girl as charming as myself, my Pokemon must be equally delightful, she replied with a touch of pride, clearly pleased to receive compliments about her EV. It truly is adorable, just like you, Chen Tiandao remarked, his tone imbued with a hint of envy. Xiangna's father was the chief of the police department in Huang City, and although her EV was only at talent level 3, Chen Tiandao was aware of its potential for evolution in the future. After evolution, it is likely that the levels will reach 4 or even 5. Indeed, people are inherently different. Some are born with heights that ordinary individuals can scarcely aspire to. For the average person to surpass them, it requires boundless effort. And one cannot help but wonder how many times harder they must strive to achieve such a feat as for your black and white companion. He is undeniably adorable. Noticing that Chen Tiandao's mood seemed somewhat off, Xianxia gently spoke up. With a slight smile, Chen Tiandao had previously believed his black and white creature to be exceedingly cute. However, he had recently come to realize the truth. While the exterior appeared charming, the creature possessed a surprisingly cunning nature within. What puzzled Chen Tiandao even more was why these women always focused on aesthetics, such as cuteness, rather than the strength of their companions. In his eyes, the value of a creature lay in its capabilities. I plan to visit the nearest gym at Tianqing. What about you? Chen Tiandao inquired again, knowing that Xianxia had chosen to become a trainer as well. I intend to challenge the gym too. but I must wait for a friend who will arrive in the royal city in a few days. We will journey together then. I see. Then I shall take my leave for now. Be safe on your way. Once we arrive, perhaps we shall cross paths, Zhang Na replied softly. May fate bring us together again, Chen Tiandao said, waving goodbye as he departed with his creature toward the outside. The protagonist of Hainan also took a train and promptly arrived in Tiancheng. Unlike the small cities like the royal city, everything here seemed more prosperous than that of the emperor. A new world, a new beginning. I, Chen Tiandao, have arrived, he thought. Excitement gleaming in his eyes as he prepared to embrace this new chapter. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest and embarking on a new journey. Earning one lottery draw opportunity. This task was remarkably easy to accomplish, and Chen Tiandao wished all future tasks would be similarly straightforward. He chuckled, aware that such a notion was far from realistic. Nevertheless, the prospect of receiving a free lottery opportunity delighted him immensely. Chen Tiandao was not a greedy individual. He believed in taking one step at a time, ensuring that every step he took was grounded and deliberate. Chapter 10. Training before long. Chen Tiandao found a hotel where he settled down and accessed the system. Lottery draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one experience-sharing device. As the system's voice faded, a circular machine materialized before Chen Tiandao. Experience-sharing device. After a battle victory, all creatures share the experience. Gazing at the experience-sharing device, Chen Tiandao felt a surge of joy. This was indeed a valuable asset. With its aid, leveling up would become significantly more convenient. As he spoke, he glanced out the window towards a nearby gym. While this gym was not particularly prestigious on a national scale, it was still not a challenge that an ordinary person could take lightly. For novice trainers like Chen Tiandao, the only option was to select lower-level gyms, as the advanced ones were beyond their reach. Regardless of the gym, the assessments for novice trainers primarily revolved around fundamental knowledge, evaluating their understanding of their creatures and their command abilities, as well as how effectively they could unleash their creatures' combat prowess. Each gym would naturally issue varying trainer badges, which were also categorized by levels, much like adventurer ranks. The higher the level, the greater the benefits one could reap from the gym, and likewise, a higher badge level garnered more respect from others. However, gaining the gym's recognition was no simple task. Countless challengers attempted each year. Yet approximately 80% of newcomers failed to collect 8 badges within their first year. Fortunately, this gym was quite ordinary, indicating that Chen Tiandao possessed the capability to earn a badge contingent on his performance. He understood that the challenges posed by the gym would not be exceedingly difficult. Although he currently had 3 golden creatures, both the Pidgey and the disaster creature had only recently been captured and required further training. This prompted Chen Tiandao to recall the training card he had obtained earlier, leading him to decide to seek a training location for a week starting the following day. After all, the greater the synergy between a trainer and their creatures, the stronger their combat effectiveness would become. Having a training card meant that Chen Tiandao's training speed would be significantly swifter than that of others. A single week would be ample time for him to prepare for the gym's challenges. Over the next week, he trained on a mountain near Tiancheng with his 3 creatures, who had become his closest family. At this point, his black and white creature had reached level 28, the Pidgey had attained level 24, and the disaster creature had reached level 27. This week of training not only bolstered their trust and synergy, but also significantly enhanced their overall combat capabilities. Observing his 3 creatures, Chen Tiandao felt a profound sense of achievement wash over him, realizing that the past week had not been wasted. Additionally, after reaching level 20, the Pidgey evolved into a Pidgeotto, further augmenting its combat prowess. Moreover, Chen Tiandao discovered that the training card bestowed by the system was even more potent than he had anticipated. Initially, he believed it would merely double his efficiency. However, after utilizing the training card, he realized that it could actually reach an efficiency multiplier of 10 times. This led Chen Tiandao to contemplate why human energy is considered limited. It is because time is finite, and within that limited time frame, the number of tasks one can accomplish is minimal. Yet, if one learns to utilize time efficiently, the potential for productivity within that limited span can multiply significantly. The training card functions similarly to effective time management, greatly enhancing their training efficiency. At this moment, Chen Tiandao understood that if he accumulated enough training cards, he could hone every aspect of his creatures to perfection within a limited time frame. Possessing a system, he was aware that as long as he completed enough tasks, training cards would be plentiful. Chen Tiandao began to envision what it would be like when all of his creatures reached their maximum attributes, a truly formidable existence. A smile involuntarily crept across his face, lifting the corners of his mouth toward the heavens. Ba ba ba. Chen Tiandao was lost in his own thoughts, chuckling to himself. Bo indeed. It is puzzling why we follow such a foolish person. Bah. I believe your intelligence is not significantly superior to his. Bobo, are you deliberately seeking trouble? Qin Tiandao observed the conversation between the two little sprites before him, his expression filled with incredulity. Meanwhile, the aloof male sprite beside him continued to eat his meal with an icy demeanor, as if he were oblivious to the presence of the three individuals before him. Due to the frequent use of his telepathy, Qin Tiandao could clearly comprehend their words. At this moment, his telepathy had reached a level where he could easily discern their innermost thoughts. All right, today's training ends here. Afterward, I shall escort you to the Pokemon Center for a checkup. Following the experience, we shall rest for the evening, as tomorrow heralds a grand battle. Qin Tiandao stated excitedly. Tomorrow would be the moment to assess his combat achievements. He subsequently retrieved the sprites into their Pokeballs and hastily made his way down the mountain. After days of rigorous training, the sprites had expended considerable energy, and Qin Tiandao intended to take them to the Pokemon Center to allow them to unwind completely, ensuring both their bodies and minds reached a state of relaxation. Sir, your Pokemon have been thoroughly examined, and all conditions have been restored to optimal levels. A polite attendant at the Tianqing Pokemon Center informed Qin Tiandao. Are there no issues? Qin Tiandao inquired, not only wishing for them to relax, but also to verify their physical parameters. Your Pokemon are all in excellent health, and we have returned them to their prime condition, the attractive receptionist replied with a smile. That's wonderful. Thank you, Qin Tiandao said, picking up his Pokeballs. After leaving, he returned to his hotel to rest for the night, preparing for the battle the following day. On the second day, Qin Tiandao arrived directly at the entrance of the gymnasium. Gazing at the imposing structure before him, he felt a surge of excitement, even sensing an increase in his blood flow. My first challenge is about to commence. I wonder what achievements I will attain. Qin Tiandao was brimming with enthusiasm, aware that this was his inaugural true challenge at a gym. Although the gym before him was merely a low-level establishment, it was not a challenge to be taken lightly. Just as Qin Tiandao was about to step into the gym, a familiar and melodious voice called out from behind, Zhang Na. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of Zhang Na, a classmate he had previously encountered at the Pokemon Center. However, he also noticed another slender and exquisite-looking woman beside her. I thought you had already left Tianqing. I didn't expect to see you again, Zhang Na said, her smile brightening her face. Not at all. I've been training my Pokemon these past few days. Is she your friend? Qin Tiandao inquired, scrutinizing the beautiful woman beside Zhang Na. Her attire suggested she hailed from a wealthy family. You must be Qin Tiandao. I've heard you're quite formidable. The woman stepped forward, a hint of animosity glimmering in her eyes. Qin Tiandao felt somewhat perplexed, unsure when he had offended her, as this was merely their first meeting. Yet, her demeanor conveyed an intent to cause him harm. Sujia, this is the Qin Tiandao I mentioned. He is indeed impressive, Zhang Na introduced her friend with a smile. Then turned to Qin Tiandao. This is Su Feng. She is 2 years older than us, so I call her Sujia. Hello, Miss Su. Qin Tiandao offered a polite smile. Upon hearing his words, Su Feng's displeasure intensified, and she turned away, demonstrating a clear disinterest in engaging with him. Qin Tiandao felt an impulse to retaliate with a slap. Sujia, is it really necessary to be so awkward on our first meeting? Zhang Na interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Qin Tiandao found himself in a state of confusion. He felt he had done nothing to warrant such discomfort, yet the situation was undeniably awkward, primarily due to her attitude. By the way, I noticed you were about to enter the gym. Are you planning to challenge it today? Zhang Na quickly changed the subject. Indeed, I have decided to challenge it today. I didn't realize you already had 3 Pokemon. That's quite impressive, Zhang Na said cheerfully. Well, they are just ordinary Pokemon, Qin Tiandao replied, shaking his head, acknowledging that he was merely an ordinary person without the advantages she possessed. Excellent. We plan to challenge it together. Let us proceed as a group, Zhang Na declared, seizing both of their hands and leading them forward without waiting for their responses. At that moment, both were caught off guard, exchanging glances before simultaneously turning away in a huff. Zhang Na, walking ahead, thought to herself how immature they both were, unable to comprehend what they were fussing about. Shortly, the trio arrived at the gym's registration desk. After completing the registration process, Qin Tiandao turned to Zhang Na. Aren't you going to register? He was puzzled, as her lack of registration indicated she had no intention of challenging the gym. I'll pass. I only have 1 Pokemon. What if my adorable Pokemon gets injured? I have no desire to challenge, Zhang Na replied, shaking her head, expressing her reluctance to partake in such endeavors. Registration complete. Please follow me, the registration staff announced, leading the 3 into the facility. Before long, they arrived at a spacious battle arena. surrounded by a circle of spectator seats, where several individuals were already seated. In stark contrast to the vast seating area, the number of attendees appeared rather dismal. On the battlefield, 2 Pokemon were engaged in combat, indicating that someone had already begun their gym challenge. Chen Tiandao took a quick glance and recognized the opposing trainer as merely a novice, likely fresh from graduation. Observing the lack of synergy and combat capability, it was evident that this individual possessed no real experience. As anticipated, within a minute, the battle concluded with an overwhelming victory for one side. Young man, your battle experience and the connection with your Pokemon are far too lacking. I hope you train diligently before your next attempt, the gym leader remarked with a smile. While he himself had extensive experience, as the gym leader, he would not impose excessive challenges upon newcomers. As long as they displayed a grasp of the fundamentals, he would award them a badge. The young man who had just lost left the arena with a look of disappointment. Are you here to challenge the gym as well? The gym leader inquired, turning his attention to Chen Tiandao and his companions. Hello, sir. They are the ones challenging me, Zhang Na promptly replied on behalf of her friends. Who among you wishes to go first? The gym leader, Fan Tao, asked the two with a friendly smile. In his view, the two individuals were mere novices, likely just interested in challenging us. Fan Tao believed that they truly lacked the capability to obtain a badge. Who goes first? Chen Tiandao, also known as Shang Wan, stole a glance at Su Feng beside him. Naturally, I shall go first. Su Feng wore an expression of fierce competitiveness, as if he was determined to secure first place in everything. Chen Tiandao could only shake his head in exasperation, internally lamenting how he had somehow provoked this young lady. Her demeanor suggested a personal vendetta against him, yet Chen Tiandao was certain that this was their first encounter, and he had never intended to offend her. Chapter 12. Not only strong, but also wealthy. Subsequently, Chen Tiandao followed Zhang Na and the others towards the audience area. I apologize, Sister Su is not usually like this. I'm not sure what has come over her today, Zhang Na said with slight embarrassment. I understand. It seems she simply finds me disagreeable, Chen Tiandao replied with resignation. He did not consider himself unattractive. Could it be that she viewed him so unfavorably? Zhang Na nodded in agreement. May I inquire about your relationship? Is it possible that she is envious of you? Chen Tiandao cautiously probed, noting the peculiar expressions exchanged between the two. What are you thinking all day? How could we possibly have that kind of relationship? Zhang Na rolled her eyes, fully aware of Chen Tiandao's insinuation. In truth, I met Sister Su back in our hometown. Zhang Na reminisced about their shared history, indicating that they had been childhood friends, having grown up together as close companions. Chen Tiandao listened attentively while observing the two combatants in the arena. The two were remarkably in sync. They dispatched their Pokemon as soon as the match began. Chen Tiandao noticed that upon Su Feng summoning his Pokemon, the curator's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Clearly, the curator had not exerted himself fully earlier. This was the true test, marking his acknowledgement of Su Feng's prowess. It seems his strength is quite formidable, capable of commanding such respect from the curator. And his Pokemon appeared to be exceptionally developed, Chen Tiandao thought, astonished by Su Feng. Although he had always perceived Su Feng as not hailing from an ordinary background. The moment Su Feng unleashed his solar Pokemon, Chen Tiandao was taken aback, for he had released it from a luxury ball. The solar Pokemon was inherently remarkable, unattainable for the average individual. Combined with the luxury ball, Chen Tiandao felt a pang of envy. Initially, we all found EV to be exceedingly charming, yet to our surprise, it evolved so quickly. Even after evolving into a solar Pokemon, it retained its adorable allure. Chen Tiandao struggled to find the right words, pondering why. Despite the gravity of the battle, her focus remained solely on cuteness. Had she misplaced her priorities? In fact, Sister Su had only begun her training journey last year. Considering the timeline, it had barely been a year, during which she had participated in the national championship and reached the top 32. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Is that true? Achieving the top 32 in just 1 year? Chen Tiandao was astonished, recognizing that breaking into the top 32 within a year marked one as an elite in this realm. Indeed, in this year, Sister Su plans to compete again, aiming to challenge the Southern Gym. With only a few months before the national championship commences, she is currently focused on collecting badges anew. As for me, I have no desire to compete in the national championship. Given my abilities, I likely wouldn't even manage to collect enough badges. Thus, I shall accompany Sister Su to broaden my horizons. Upon hearing Zhang Na's remarks, Chen Tiandao nodded. He had seen Zhang Na's Pokemon before. While it was indeed cute, its level was regrettably low. Pokemon of such caliber would hardly earn a badge from any gym. As they conversed, a shift occurred in the arena. The curator's Pokemon had been knocked down, while the solar Pokemon, albeit panting, still stood firm. Curator Fan Tao immediately summoned his second Pokemon. Wow, it's a magnificent water buffalo, Zhang Na exclaimed upon noticing its impressive mane. At that moment, Qin Tiandao was utterly speechless. Why do women always fixate on such peculiar details? Shouldn't their attention be on strength and capability? It turns out she is a member of the Aesthetic Appreciation Society. I had thought she could appreciate my inner beauty, but I must have misjudged her. Soon after, Su Feng's second Pokemon was also defeated, as the energy levels of her Pokemon simply could not withstand the fierce contest. However, before the solar Pokemon fell, it had significantly drained the water buffalo's stamina. Immediately, Su Feng waved her hand again, summoning another Pokemon. Blaziken, level 46. Upon seeing Su Feng's Blaziken, Qin Tiandao was astounded. Not only was she a privileged child, but a super privileged one. Acquiring a Blaziken is not feasible for the average individual. It truly requires wealth. Qin Tiandao sensed that despite the curator's extensive combat experience, in the presence of such affluence, he felt as though he were being crushed by financial might. Su Feng's Pokemon was already superior to the curator's, and furthermore, it boasted a higher level, rendering the curator's experience insufficient in this scenario. Qin Tiandao understood that the curator's true capabilities extended beyond what had been displayed. If a curator possessed such limited strength, how could he possibly hold his position? Nonetheless, Su Feng's exhibited prowess was more than enough to earn a gym badge. It is my turn now. Recognizing that the outcome was all but determined, Qin Tiandao rose from his seat. You can do it, Zhang Na cheered, clenching her fist in encouragement. As Qin Tiandao approached the arena, he brushed past Su Feng, who was basking in her triumph, her head held high like a victor. Qin Tiandao frowned, perplexed by her apparent delight at his expense. You must be a newly graduated trainer this year, the curator remarked, glancing at Qin Tiandao, his previously stern expression softening. Initially, he had perceived the two as novices, but witnessing their Pokemon had left him quite astonished. Both the caliber of their Pokemon and their combat experience warranted his respect. I have indeed just graduated, Qin Tiandao replied with a slight smile. Allow me to clarify the competition rules. It is a one-on-one match, best of 3 rounds. Are there any questions? The curator proficiently outlined the gym regulations. Chapter 13, Pokemon Matchups. Shall we commence? Qin Tiandao spoke slowly. Just as he finished speaking, Fan Tao promptly produced a Pokeball. Yet Fan Tao remained oblivious to the number of Pokeballs he possessed, for each creature he summoned was distinct from the last. However, upon catching a glimpse of the Kirin flag that Fan Tao brandished, Qin Tiandao could not help but smile faintly, as he fortuitously held a creature that countered his adversary's Calamity Pokemon. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Tiandao unleashed his Disaster Pokemon, which promptly manifested in the arena with an imposing and striking presence. A Calamity Pokemon, indeed? At this moment, Fan Tao wore an expression of utter astonishment. Not only Fan Tao, but also the spectators present were equally taken aback. After all, the Disaster Spirit is an exceptionally rare entity. Qin Tiandao, merely a recent graduate, managed to capture such a spirit, revealing that he is not an adversary to be underestimated. It was truly unexpected that he could tame a Disaster Spirit. Su Feng gazed at Qin Tiandao in shock as well. The Disaster Spirit is an exceedingly rare being, despite dedicating an entire year to his cultivation. He had never once encountered the presence of a Disaster Spirit. What do you think? Is he not remarkable? Zhang Na, brimming with excitement, remarked that if it weren't for being classmates with Qin Tiandao, he would have never been privy to the intricacies of Qin's background. Of course, the most significant aspect of Qin Tiandao's past remained an enigma to Zhang Na. Despite his ignorance of this critical detail, every facet exhibited by Qin Tiandao instilled a sense of dread within him, particularly his formidable understanding of Jinling, leading him to perceive Qin as an all-knowing figure of authority. Fan Tao, after a moment of surprise, regained his composure. Although initially taken aback, as the head of the dojo, he had encountered such rare spirits before, albeit he could scarcely recall the last instance. You may begin, he prompted. Then I shall not hold back. Qin Tiandao commanded the Disaster Spirit to commence its assault, exuding unwavering confidence in his combat experience and the synergy he shared with the spirit. Coupled with the inherent advantages among spirits, he felt certain that this battle would unfold with remarkable ease. The Disaster Spirit employed a taunt. Just as Qin Tiandao's words concluded, the Disaster Spirit displayed a haughty demeanor, its every gesture radiating a sense of contempt. Observing this, Qilanqi could scarcely endure such disdainful behavior and promptly unleashed a beam of illusory light. In a flash, without regard for the incoming attack, the Disaster Spirit transformed into a streak of white light, evading the illusory beam and darting swiftly towards Qilanqi. This newcomer showcased commendable combat experience, and though he cast a surprised glance at Chen Tiandao, he was astonished to find that someone so recently graduated could possess such a wealth of tactical knowledge. While their encounter was brief, Fan Tao discerned the depth of Chen Tiandao's combat acumen and the impeccable harmony he shared with Jin Lian. He found himself questioning whether this individual truly was merely a freshly minted trainer. Chen Tiandao exuded the aura of a seasoned trainer, honed through 2 to 3 years of experience. Subsequently, amidst the overwhelming dominance displayed, Fan Tao's Pokemon was effortlessly vanquished by Chen Tiandao's creature. The battle concluded with a victory, leading to the elevation of the disaster Pokemon to level 27, while the BB bird ascended to level 23. Chen Tiandao's face brightened with delight, as he had not anticipated that this victory would facilitate the leveling up of his Pokemon. The unengaged BB bird's enhancement was undoubtedly a result of shared experience. How astonishing! It was unexpected that this newcomer could so swiftly defeat the gym leader. While there were type advantages at play, witnessing such prowess from a novice was truly surprising. The onlookers were equally astonished, for despite the type advantages, gym leader Fan Tao's combat experience was profoundly extensive. Even in defeat, it was inconceivable for him to succumb so rapidly. Chen Tiandao's skill was commendable, and beside him, Zhang Na clapped enthusiastically, her joy palpable. However, Su Fingza let out a cold snort, evidently displeased by Zhang Na's praises. Fan Tao, with a wave of his hand, recalled his Pokemon, acknowledging Chen Tiandao's commendable command skills. Come forth, Tianyu Xing, he summoned, introducing another Pokemon. Chen Tiandao furrowed his brow slightly, aware that Tianyu Xing possessed attributes that could potentially counter his disaster Pokemon. Return, disaster Pokemon, he declared, observing Chen Tiandao's actions. Fan Tao was taken aback, for he believed that even with type disadvantages, the opposing Pokemon could at least wear down his own Pokemon's stamina, thus enhancing their chances in the subsequent battle. Chen Tiandao's decision led Fan Tao to wonder if the opponent desired a fair fight after all. In the midst of battle, such individuals might not even realize the peril they face. Indeed, they are but inexperienced novices, still naive enough to seek fairness in this world. Nevertheless, the talent exhibited by Chen Tiandao is remarkably impressive. Among all novice trainers, he has already risen to prominence. The reason Chen Tiandao recalled his Pokemon was to allow his 3 Jin Yun to fully acclimate to the rhythm of the gym challenge. After all, this endeavor starkly contrasts with the mere bullying of Pokemon in the forest, as his opponents are equipped with strategic command, even with type advantages. Chen Tiandao remains confident that his Pokemon can deplete half of the opponent's stamina. However, should he proceed with this plan, it is likely that one of his 3 Pokemon would be unable to enter the fray. Come forth, Pidgeot. As soon as Chen Tiandao uttered these words, an extraordinarily massive Pidgeot materialized on the battlefield. Goodness, am I mistaken? This is no mere bird. It resembles a majestic eagle. How have I never encountered such a colossal Pidgeot before? Is something amiss? The onlookers were taken aback, their expression shifting dramatically upon witnessing the scene. For Chen Tiandao's Pidgeotto surpassed their wildest imaginations. In awe, Fan Tao was equally astonished, not merely due to the bird's impressive size, but rather because he had encountered countless varieties before. What truly astounded him was that this particular creature appeared far beyond the capabilities of a novice trainer. Chapter 14. This individual is extraordinary. This was undoubtedly not a typical beginner. Fan Tao mused internally, having never witnessed a freshly graduated trainer capable of capturing such a formidable Pidgeotto. Ascend. As Chen Tiandao's words echoed, the Pidgeotto let out a triumphant cry, unfurling its wings and soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, Fan Tao snapped back to reality, realizing he had momentarily lost focus. Yet, faced with the Pidgeotto soaring above, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, for his own Pokemon could not ascend to such heights. Once again, he found himself overshadowed by his opponent's advantage. A gust of wind. Just as the Pidgeotto ascended, Chen Tiandao swiftly issued another command, and suddenly a fierce wind swept through the venue, rapidly enveloping the entire arena. Endure. Fan Tao's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately issued a command. Air Slash. Upon hearing the order, Chen Tiandao responded without hesitation. If the opponent truly resorted to using Endure, the consequences would be dire. Once Endure was activated, the defense of the totem bear would escalate significantly, making it nearly impossible to defeat it with ease. Suddenly, in the sky, a bird flapped its wings vigorously, and a sharp blade of wind materialized, hurtling towards the totem bear. The totem bear withstood the onslaught. Fan Tao commanded again. The razor-sharp wind blade struck the totem bear directly. Although it inflicted damage, the creature remained standing. Use Endure. As Fan Tao's command was uttered, A colossal white light enveloped the totem bear, so swift that the opposing bird had no time to react and was instantly hit. Boom! The bird, which had been soaring through the sky, plummeted to the ground with a resounding crash. "Are you all right, BB Bird?" Chen Tiandao inquired anxiously, despite being battered and bruised. The BB Bird struggled to rise and slowly ascended into the air once more. Fan Tao was astonished. He had not anticipated that after absorbing his attack, the bird would still be able to stand. Excellent. The opponent is on the brink of collapse. Unleash a full-powered strike with Thunderbolt, Chen Tiandao encouraged. The bird then dove towards the totem bear at an even swifter pace, and to the spectators, all they saw was a flash of white light. Shortly thereafter, the totem bear was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall and collapsing onto the ground, unconscious. Victory in battle was achieved. The black and white level increased by 1. Now standing at 29. "This newcomer is impressive," someone remarked. "He must possess considerable combat experience. It's hard to believe he is a novice." Reflecting on their own early days as a newcomer, they mused that they were nowhere near as skilled as he was. Observers exchanged glances, and Chen Tiandao's eyes shimmered with envy. Just having graduated, he had already exhibited such extraordinary talent. It was truly remarkable. "Chen Tiandao is truly formidable," Zhang Na exclaimed, applauding. Su Feng, however, regarded him with increasing irritation. "Well done. Come back," Chen Tiandao said as he recalled the BB Bird. "Very good. Exceptionally well done. In terms of battle experience and synergy with your Pokemon, you hardly resemble a newcomer," Fan Tao remarked. In his view, Chen Tiandao was deserving of a gym badge. Yet according to the rules, there remained another match. "Thank you for the praise, Director. If you were to compete, I would not consider myself your equal," Chen Tiandao humbly replied. Afterward, Fan Tao glanced at Su Feng and continued, "You three should be working together, correct?" "I suppose so," Chen Tiandao replied, unsure why Fan Tao would assert this. Considering Su Feng's demeanor towards him, he felt somewhat awkward, sensing that he had inadvertently offended her. Her gaze was consistently filled with animosity. "It seems I need to raise the difficulty for you." Initially, Fan Tao had perceived these three as mere newcomers. But through the battle, he realized they were far from amateurs, significantly surpassing the average trainers. Chen Tiandao's face paled at the implication. This was bending the rules. "You weren't so aggressive with the other newcomers before." Previously, Fan Tao had merely retrieved a Pokeball from a nearby box for assessments. But now he produced one from his own possession. "No way, are you joking? If you use your actual strength, what chance do I have?" Chen Tiandao's expression darkened. As the gym leader, it was evident that his prowess was unparalleled, far beyond any novice's capability to triumph. The spectators were equally shocked. Isn't this a violation of the rules? If the director gets serious, the newcomer has no chance whatsoever. Surrounding onlookers stared at Fan Tao, bewildered by his sudden change in rules. Even the referee beside him looked astonished, as he believed Chen Tiandao truly deserved the gym badge. Yet, Fan Tao's behavior suggested he might not wish to award it to Chen Tiandao. But that seemed unreasonable. Chen Tiandao had performed admirably in every regard. Why was the director suddenly so confrontational? The slaking is level 34. Chen Tiandao's expression shifted once more upon seeing the Pokemon Fan Tao summoned. "Director, isn't this a bit excessive? This is outright bullying. How can I possibly win?" he said, feeling quite embarrassed, hoping for a change in Pokemon. "Indeed. If you were just an ordinary new trainer, I would never employ such a high-level Pokemon. However, you are not an ordinary newcomer. So let me witness your true strength." The director looked at Chen Tiandao with curiosity, knowing that only ordinary Pokemon would not adequately test Chen Tiandao's capabilities. He was eager to see just how powerful Chen Tiandao truly was, fully aware that his actions might be somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, he believed Chen Tiandao had the ability to cope. "Director, you hold me in too high regard. I am genuinely just a newcomer. Let me see your true potential. I even have my graduation certificate. Would you like to see it? I graduated less than a month ago." Chen Tiandao looked at Fan Tao with a sense of grievance. "Is that so? Yet I have never encountered a newcomer as formidable as you. Just a month after graduation, you give me an impression that is hard to grasp. Show me your full strength." Upon hearing Fan Tao's words, Chen Tiandao's eyes darkened. He felt as though the entire world had conspired against him. Earlier, he had encountered an inexplicably hostile individual at the door, and now the gym leader was directly unleashing his Pokemon, seemingly intent on his defeat. "Hurry up. Don't waste time. Show me your full strength," Fan Tao urged. Chen Tiandao took a deep breath. There was no choice. Although the opponent was clearly being unfair, he truly had no viable options. "Come forth, Black and White." Although Black and White was the strongest and most synchronized of his three Pokemon, the opponent was not merely a novice. He was a gym leader with countless battles under his belt. The experience gap was undeniable. And the Pokemon being used was even more powerful than his own. No matter how he viewed it, Chen Tiandao felt he had already lost. A flash of white light illuminated the arena, and black and white appeared. However, before the audience could fully discern black and white's appearance, a brilliant glow enveloped it. And its form began to transform. Is this evolution? He gazed, somewhat astonished, at the ethereal creature before him. Although he had yet to discern its form, the radiant glow signified evolution, and he was keenly aware of its implications. At that moment, Chen Tiandao's expression mirrored his excitement and exhilaration. Previously, he had felt utterly uncertain. However, with the impending evolution of the black and white creature, he began to feel a renewed sense of confidence. What extraordinary fortune! To witness evolution at such a pivotal moment was indeed fortuitous. Beside him, Zhang Na displayed a similar fervor, as if the evolving Pokemon were her own. Su Feng, too, cast a glance at Chen Tiandao and the black and white creature amidst its transformation, his eyes shimmering with admiration. One could not deny that having such strength barely a month after graduation was quite impressive. This marked the first instance Su Feng openly praised Chen Tiandao. Indeed, my judgment is infallible, Zhang Na declared with pride. Meanwhile, Fan Tao remained quietly poised in the arena, having already summoned his Pokeball, which could be seen as an act of intimidation. He understood that interrupting the evolution at such a critical juncture could yield detrimental consequences. His intent was merely to gauge Chen Tiandao's true capabilities, and he would not disrupt the evolution process. As the brilliance in the arena gradually faded, a robust Electrode appeared before the onlookers. The fur of the black and white creature had entirely vanished, replaced by a dragon-like appearance, and standing at nearly 6 feet tall. It exuded an immense aura of intimidation. Congratulations, black and white, Chen Tiandao exclaimed, despite the creature's transformation leaving behind the former, docile form of a sheep. Nonetheless, he was genuinely pleased for black and white. Roar! The creature bellowed. I feel as though I could take on 10 opponents. Ding! Congratulations, black and white has learned the new move, Power Gem. Level increased to 35. Chen Tiandao was taken aback by the system's announcement. Not only had black and white evolved, but it had also ascended 6 levels in a single leap. Chen Tiandao was uncertain why black and white had evolved so suddenly, yet he recognized this as a promising development. Observing the opponent's level, he noted it was merely 33, while his own Pokemon had reached 35, providing him a slight advantage. Be cautious, this opponent is no trivial matter, Chen Tiandao cautioned. Roar. Relax. It's just a little monkey. I'll easily knock it down. Chen Tiandao couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, bewildered by black and white's unyielding confidence. Yet, he felt a renewed sense of assurance himself. Can we begin now? Fan Tao inquired after a brief pause. Let us commence. Don't accuse me of bullying you. You may initiate, he stated. Fortunately, there were no ordinary Pokemon in play. Otherwise, they would have stood no chance against the Electrode. Now, they were poised for an exciting battle. Black and white, charge and use Thunderbolt. Although Fan Tao had granted himself the first move, Chen Tiandao remained vigilant. Fully aware that his opponent was formidable, the opponent's combat experience undoubtedly exceeded his own several times over. Just then, black and white began to shimmer with flickering electricity. And in an instant, a powerful bolt shot toward the distant monkey. Dojuo, evade. Fan Tao calmly commanded. The Dojuo, agile and quick, effortlessly dodged the lightning strike. Chen Tiandao furrowed his brow. This was utterly unfair. The creature's astonishing speed allowed it to evade even lightning. Focus energy. Fan Tao instructed again. In that moment, Chen Tiandao comprehended his rival's strategy. If the opponent successfully charged, the subsequent attacks would likely inflict devastating damage. Suddenly, a brilliant white light enveloped the monkey, growing ever more radiant. Black and white, use Electroweb. Chen Tiandao ordered without hesitation. In battle, one must never waver. Swift resolutions are essential. The Electroweb traveled at great speed, and the charging Dojuo had no time to evade, resulting in a direct hit. Now, use Cotton Spore. Just as Chen Tiandao finished his command, 2 fluffy spores materialized from black and white, launched towards the monkey. Dodge! Fan Tao shouted, but by this time, the Dojuo stood frozen, not for lack of desire to evade, but rather due to the paralysis inflicted by the earlier thunderbolt. It could only watch helplessly as the cotton-like spores adhered to its body. Fan Tao frowned, taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events after unleashing his Pokemon. He had anticipated testing the waters, but now realized he might not win even without conceding. Chapter 16. Choose one of 3 skills black and white. Continue using Thunderbolt. Chen Tiandao commanded, and black and white sparkled with electricity, the air around them crackling with energy, which flowed seamlessly into the creature. Dajuo closed the distance and used tackle. At Fan Tao's behest, the previously paralyzed Dajuo began to move, albeit at a significantly slower pace. Observing its diminished speed, Chen Tiandao smiled. As long as he could restrict the opponent's mobility, victory was assured. Black and white, increase your voltage and unleash a full-powered thunderbolt. Chen Tiandao seized the opportunity. With the Dajuo's body still in a paralyzed state, its speed and power would be severely compromised. Meanwhile, black and white was at its peak, enhanced by the surrounding electrical field, making its chances of victory exceedingly favorable. As the Dajuo barreled towards black and white, the latter swiftly evaded and positioned itself directly in front of the approaching monkey. Although the monkey was remarkably quick, its paralysis rendered its movements sluggish. The Dajuo's tackle connected, but the impact was negligible against black and white's formidable size, with no discernible effect on the latter's stance. Black and white pressed closely against the Dajuo, channeling electricity that surged through its body and unleashed a torrent of energy into the hapless creature. At that moment, the Dajuo felt as though it were in the clutches of a generator, inundated with an overwhelming flow of electricity. Even as it instinctively attempted to flee, its paralyzed body betrayed it, leaving it to endure the relentless assault of electric energy. Gradually, the Dajuo began to emit wisps of smoke, accompanied by crackling sounds. And within moments, it succumbed to the overwhelming electrical surge, collapsing to the ground, dazed and foaming at the mouth. After the battle, victory was declared, causing both the black and white rankings to rise by one level, with the current level now at 36. The level of the Pidgey increased to 25, while the Disaster Sprite advanced to level 29. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Tiandao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that despite the arduous nature of this battle, the experience gained from defeating higher-level sprites would be so substantial. The referee beside him announced the result, a look of astonishment gracing his face. He had not expected the gym leader to exit the arena in defeat after deploying his sprite. Although he was aware that Fan Tao had chosen his weakest sprite, the referee could see clearly that Fan Tao had not held back. This was a genuine loss, a testament to the superiority of skill. "You are indeed no ordinary newcomer," Fan Tao remarked, shaking his head, astonished at how thoroughly he had been defeated. He had never seen a novice win so effortlessly. Had he shown even a modicum of leniency, it might have been a different story, but throughout the encounter, he had indeed held nothing back. He could hardly believe that such a formidable newcomer had emerged this year. With his prowess, it was likely he could achieve commendable results even at the national tournament. However, this remained uncertain. Despite possessing a rare sprite, he still fell short of the standards required to compete nationally. Indeed, in comparison to those of affluence, his sprite's attributes were somewhat lacking. Those around them expressed their admiration. It was clear that Chen Tiandao was a prodigy, yet his innate environment had limited his potential. If only he were afforded better conditions. They believed he could secure a top position at the national competition. After recalling their sprites, Chen Tiandao smiled, realizing that engaging in battles with others yielded far more experience. Although training augmented the attributes of sprites, the experience gained was rather meager. At that moment, Fan Tao approached Chen Tiandao, presenting him with a gym badge. "Congratulations. This is the badge of our Tianqing gym." "Thank you," Chen Tiandao responded, his excitement palpable as he accepted the badge. After all, it was his very first badge, a recognition of his efforts. "Congratulations on completing the main quest. You have earned a random skill machine and 3 chances for a lottery draw." The system's notification echoed in Chen Tiandao's mind. A smile crept across his face. Obtaining a random skill machine and 3 lottery opportunities would undoubtedly fortify his strength. As a novice, you will receive additional rewards during the initial challenge period. Here are 3 skill machines. You may choose one at your discretion, Fan Tao explained, casually producing 3 discs. "There are additional rewards," Chen Tiandao remarked, taken aback. He had initially thought that only the system would bestow rewards, but he was pleasantly surprised to find that the gym also offered incentives akin to a video game. This trend has only emerged in recent years to nurture newcomers. Thus, our gym presents skill machines to successful challengers, Fan Tao elaborated. "What skills are they?" Chen Tiandao inquired with curiosity, eager to seize any opportunity presented to him. "Each gym offers unique skills, tailored to their specialty. Since I run a normal-type gym, the skills I provide are also of that type. The 3 skills available to you are Swift, Heal Bell, and Sacred Sword. Can I select any of these 3 skills?" "Of course, you may choose whichever you prefer." Contemplating the selection, Chen Tiandao noted that there were 2 offensive skills and 1 support skill. After some reflection, He concluded that he did not particularly lack offensive capabilities. Rather, the Heal Bell skill, which could heal and remove all abnormal statuses from sprites, seemed far more advantageous. I choose Heal Bell. After making his choice, Chen Tiandao bid farewell to the somewhat disheartened gym leader, Fan Tao, and made his way outside the gym. Meanwhile, Zhang Na and Su Feng were already waiting at the entrance for Chen Tiandao. Congratulations. I didn't expect you to be so strong, effortlessly earning the gym badge. Zhang Na exclaimed before even approaching him. Your skills are quite commendable, Su Feng remarked, turning away from Chen Tiandao immediately after. Feeling somewhat awkward, Chen Tiandao thought it was nice that they praised him, yet their demeanor seemed rather haughty. My sprite sustained some injuries during the battle, so I plan to visit the Pokemon Center. What about you two? Let's go together. Su Jia's sprite also needs treatment, Zhang Na suggested. The three of them walked towards the Pokemon Center, engaging in light conversation as they waited for their sprites to be treated. Where do you plan to challenge next? Zhang Na inquired, sitting between the two slightly antagonistic individuals, feeling a sense of helplessness but striving to mediate. I haven't decided which gym to challenge next. As long as there are gyms available, I'll be fine, Chen Tiandao replied casually, as his primary goal was to participate in the national tournament. And he had yet to finalize which gym to challenge. We could travel together, but I wonder if you know how to cook, Zhang Na suddenly interjected. Travel together? Cook? Chen Tiandao shivered, feeling like a little lamb being eyed by a hungry wolf. No. How could a big guy like me possibly know how to do that? He retorted, adamant that he was not a servant. Although he had mastered cooking skills in his previous life, he could easily surmise that these two were from wealthy families who would certainly not engage in such mundane tasks. Moreover, given their personalities, if he traveled with them, it would feel akin to being a servant. Why would he subject himself to such indignity? Really? Zhang Na narrowed her eyes, as if she could see through him. What do you mean? You aren't suggesting that he join us, are you? Su Feng interjected, clearly displeased before Chen Tiandao could even respond. Two beautiful women traveling together with someone like him, a mere underdog? Su Jia, allow me to explain later, all right? Zhang Na turned to Su Feng, her eyes pleading. Fine. Su Feng replied, seemingly defeated, unable to withstand Zhang Na's charm. Traveling with us won't be a loss for you, mainly because Su Jia enjoys training in the wilderness from time to time, which can last for several days. We wouldn't be able to cook, and would only have dry rations to eat. Those rations are nearly unbearable. If you could cook, you could join us. Think about it. Two beautiful women. You would only need to cook for us. After all, if you're training alone, you'd have to cook for yourself anyway. Making meals for 1 or 3 isn't much different, wouldn't you agree? Zhang Na did not even inquire whether Chen Tiandao could cook. She firmly asserted that he certainly could. How foolish do you think I am? Cooking for one person is still cooking, whether for 1 or 3. If I were to accompany you, I would completely become a servant, and who knows what arduous tasks you might assign me later. You would enjoy your freedom while I would suffer alongside you. Chen Tiandao was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that this individual also enjoyed training in the wild. After all, given their background, one could easily find simpler methods for self-improvement, yet she chose the most challenging and laborious path. Meanwhile, Su Feng wore an awkward expression, initially intending to reprimand Zhang Na for inviting Chen Tiandao to join them, but upon hearing Zhang Na's discontent, she felt somewhat embarrassed. Although she had never cared much for the taste of rations, she realized that the situation was different for someone like Zhang Na, a precious young lady who had been accustomed to luxury, and it made her feel a pang of guilt. Now, she found herself at a loss for a refusal. This seems inappropriate, doesn't it? Look at you two beautiful women and me, a man, traveling together. It will certainly be quite inconvenient, Chen Tiandao awkwardly remarked, all the while wishing to reprimand Zhang Na for her flattering words, only to realize she intended for him to be her servant. There is nothing wrong with it. We two lovely ladies don't mind, so why should you, a man, care? If something were to happen between you and Sister Su, you would be the one who gains. What do you think? Zhang Na said bluntly, casting a glance at Su Feng. Su Feng shot Zhang Na a fierce glare. How could you sell me out so easily? Don't even think about it. I do mind. Both Chen Tiandao and Su Feng simultaneously voiced their objections, their gazes towards Zhang Na filled with disdain. This person is truly infuriating. Chen Tiandao even worried that if he spent too much time with her, he might find himself sold out as well. I ask you, how can you hesitate in the presence of such a stunning beauty? Just look at her figure and beauty. Such opportunities are rare. As Zhang Na spoke, she even pinched Su Feng's arm playfully, reveling in the moment, saying, the sensation is delightful. Would you like to try? Zhang Na teased. Are you crazy? Su Feng swatted Zhang Na's hand away, her face flushed. Though such antics were common among women, Being in front of a man made Su Feng feel utterly embarrassed. Wishing to find a hole to hide in, Chen Tiandao swallowed hard. As a normal man, he found it shocking that these two women were teasing him openly. One's patience can only be stretched so far. Who could tolerate such a temper? Chen Tiandao stated bluntly, without any mercy. You, what do you mean by that? Su Feng was instantly enraged, feeling that he was implying her temper was intolerable, that no one wanted to be around her. Enough. If you two wish to argue, take it outside. This is the elf center, and it must remain quiet. Zhang Na made a shushing gesture. Chapter 18. New skills, you dare to say that? After all these years as childhood friends, you showed no hesitation in selling me out. Su Feng glared at Zhang Na, anger radiating from her. Although she felt some guilt for the rations being unpalatable due to her own reasons, to sell her out for such a trivial matter felt like betrayal. I was only joking. I didn't mean it seriously. Please don't be so angry, all right? Zhang Na replied, her expression innocent as she looked at Su Feng. Chen Tiandao remained silent, amused by their banter. Humph. Su Feng turned away, refusing to engage further. Sister Su, I didn't mean to. Please forgive me. After noticing Su Feng's demeanor, Zhang Na turned back to Chen Tiandao, suggesting, since you haven't planned your adjustments, why not accompany us? Upon hearing Zhang Na's words, Chen Tiandao found himself tempted. Where one challenges themselves made little difference to him, but having two beautiful women accompany him, even if just for the view, would be quite pleasing. Despite one of them having a rather fiery temperament, it could still be a memorable experience for Chen Tiandao. I can't believe a grown man like you is hesitating over this. Can you be more decisive and give me a straightforward answer? Before Zhang Na could respond, Su Feng impatiently interjected. Chen Tiandao, slightly taken aback, finally nodded, agreeing to join them. He had not expected Su Feng to be so indulgent towards Zhang Na. Truly, that is wonderful, Zhang Na exclaimed joyfully. Let us exchange HOG'S numbers. I meant to do this last time, but you left in such a hurry that I forgot. Zhang Na continued. Chen Tiandao nodded in agreement. In this world, the HOG'S serves another function akin to a telephone. It holds significant importance. Without one, navigating this world would be exceedingly challenging. After exchanging their HOG'S numbers, they retrieved their healed Pokemon from the center. Following a simple meal, Chen Tiandao found himself dragged by the two beauties to stroll along Tianqing South Commercial Street for an entire afternoon, ostensibly to procure supplies. Chen Tiandao spent the afternoon accompanying them to clothing stores, and as for the so-called supplies, he merely assisted for half an hour. It was then that he truly realized how excruciating it could be to accompany two women shopping, yet thankfully, Su Feng was relatively restrained. Otherwise, he suspected they could have shopped all night. After a simple dinner, they prepared to leave again. Given their affluent backgrounds, they were staying in a 5-star hotel. While Chen Tiandao found himself in a modest inn, they agreed to meet the following morning at the train station. Chen Tiandao felt a bit puzzled. They were headed to Nanshan, and taking a plane would undoubtedly be much quicker, yet they insisted on traveling by train. Their reasoning was that the boys simply had to take a cruise on the South Sea. They wished to savor this journey, planning to enjoy a boat ride and experience the joy of sailing. Upon returning to the inn, Chen Tiandao opened the system and directly utilized his 3 lottery chances. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward, triple drop rate. The next lottery draw will yield 3 times the quantity of any prize obtained. Upon reading the system's explanation, Chen Tiandao was utterly astonished. This meant that although his 3 chances had been reduced to 2, the next draw would yield 3-fold rewards regardless of what he received. This implies that one's chances of winning the lottery have effectively quadrupled, allowing for the acquisition of 4 items. Chen Tiandao glanced at the system pointer, which indicated a drop rate ranging from 2 to 10. This suggests that, with a stroke of good fortune, the next item could even be multiplied by 10. Chen Tiandao felt increasingly gratified by this system, which consistently yielded valuable treasures. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a random skill multiplied by 3. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Tiandao expressed his profound satisfaction. 3 random skills were indeed remarkable assets, particularly advantageous in the early stages of his journey. Are these random skills encompassing all attributes and abilities? He inquired. Indeed, every skill is included, the system elucidated once more. This truly tested one's luck. Should fortune favor him, he might even obtain a divine skill. Chen Tiandao's excitement was palpable. Continuing, the host has obtained 1 training card. Upon hearing this announcement from the system, Chen Tiandao felt a pang of regret. Had the training card been multiplied by 3, he would have struck gold. He was well aware of the training card's value, having personally experienced its benefits. While it may not significantly boost experience, it could enhance all of his Pokemon's attributes comprehensively. 3 training cards would allow him to elevate 3 of his premium attributes substantially, even surpassing the combat power associated with their current levels. Chen Tiandao began to envision the scene when his management skills reached their zenith and all attributes attained their peak. It would be a sight to behold. Nonetheless, he was already content with his acquisition of 3 random skills, as obtaining a divine skill in the early stages would render his Pokemon nearly invincible. With this thought in mind, Chen Tiandao could hardly contain his eagerness to utilize his random skill card. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Thunderbolt, Protect, and Ice Beam. The system's voice resonated once more, illuminating Chen Tiandao's expression with excitement. Though these 3 skills were not divine, each was potent and practical. Coupled with the healing voice he had recently obtained, he now possessed 4 skills in an instant. Given the current trajectory, Chen Tiandao could envision his Pokemon wielding an abundance of skills. However, although he could acquire numerous skill cards, their applicability would still depend on the Pokemon's inherent attributes and compatibility. Chapter 19. Each in their own way, if a Water-type Pokemon were to learn a Fire-type skill, its effectiveness would be severely diminished. Thunderbolt could be taught to Heibai and also benefit from Healing Voice. The Disaster Pokemon could learn all 3 skills, while BB Bird appeared to be limited to only Protect. This was indeed frustrating. If only there were no attribute restrictions, how much easier it would be. Eagerly, Chen Tiandao summoned his Pokemon to begin learning their new skills. After imparting the skills into their beings, he returned them to their Pokeballs. Within the confines of the Pokeball, they existed in a realm of their own, akin to a secluded world where their thoughts remained unaffected, allowing them to contemplate how best to utilize their newly acquired skills. Chen Tiandao gradually succumbed to slumber. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the alarm clock he had set roused him from sleep. Stretching, Chen Tiandao felt a slight tingling in his eyes. His excitement from the previous night had caused him to retire rather late, yet the thought of his Pokemon gaining new skills invigorated him. After tidying up and enjoying a simple breakfast, he hurried to the train station, where he soon encountered 2 familiar figures waiting at the entrance. "You've arrived rather late," they expressed, annoyance evident on their faces. "It's not even 8 yet. We haven't reached our agreed-upon time." "I am not late," Chen Tiandao retorted without hesitation. The 2 women beside them chimed in. "We never expected you to be such a straightforward man. Can't you say something a bit more charming? Let us board the train to Wang City first, then we can take a boat from there to appreciate the scenery of the South Sea," Xianxia suggested. Sharing her travel plans with Chen Tiandao. "Are we not going directly to Jiangzhou? Why take such a long detour?" Chen Tiandao questioned, perplexed, as their itinerary seemed to waste time rather than optimize it. "The male demographic is renowned for being a tourist haven. We should take the opportunity to enjoy it for a few days. After all, we have ample time for challenges, so why rush?" "It's better to relax," Xianxia replied, emphasizing that she had accompanied her close friend for a leisurely adventure at the gym. Feeling increasingly bored, Chen Tiandao found himself in a state of dismay. He had initially intended to focus on self-improvement, yet if he followed their whims, he would likely squander significant time on trivial pursuits. Xianxia, equally frustrated, regarded Chen Tiandao with a knowing glance. She was now certain that he was indeed a straightforward man. With no recourse, Chen Tiandao acquiesced and joined them on this unconventional journey. Upon arriving in Wang City, they swiftly purchased tickets for the boat to Jiang City. Once aboard, the 2 women eagerly snapped photographs while gazing at the sea, while Chen Tiandao sat in boredom, unable to comprehend the allure of the ocean. After a while, he retreated to his cabin to sleep, as it was the only productive way to pass the time. The voyage was notably slow, and after nearly 10 hours, they finally reached Jiang City, arriving at 10 o'clock in the evening. The streets were vibrant with lights, bustling with activity. Yet the 2 women were utterly exhausted from their day spent on the boat. Chen Tiandao observed their fatigue with an internal sigh, reflecting on how much time could have been saved with a flight instead, which would have taken just an hour. "You chose to take a 10-hour boat ride followed by a train journey. This is a complete waste of time," he lamented internally. Fortunately, he had made substantial progress in his training during the boat ride and felt revitalized. After checking into their hotel, the 3 of them booked 2 rooms. The 2 women collapsed into bed, utterly drained. Meanwhile, Chen Tiandao found himself alone and bored, with little to occupy his time aside from resting. By midday the following day, they once again ventured to the seaside resort. Throughout the morning, Chen Tiandao was dragged along by the 2 women, visiting various attractions, his face a canvas of boredom. However, upon reaching the beach, his eyes widened in surprise, for it was summer, and women adorned in an array of swimsuits surrounded him. In an instant, Chen Tiandao's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a splendid place should have been visited by him long ago. "How long do you plan to stay here, under the sunshade?" Chen Tiandao casually remarked while observing the array of beautiful women clad in various swimsuits around him. At this exquisite seaside locale, we might indulge ourselves for about 5 or 6 days, Zhang Na pondered before speaking again. 5 or 6 days. Why not extend our stay to a week? To make it a nice round number? Chen Tiandao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as he finished speaking, even Su Feng, who was beside him, looked at him in surprise. For during this period, Chen Tiandao had appeared exceedingly bored, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. They soon realized from his gaze that he was not as serious as he seemed. Zhang Na squinted at him, as if to say, I must have misjudged you. What are you thinking? I merely wish to find a place for some serious training. You may enjoy yourselves while I focus on my training for the next 7 days, after which we can reconvene, Chen Tiandao stated before disregarding their astonished expressions and choosing to get up and leave. After watching him walk away, the two exchanged glances, surprised that Chen Tiandao truly did not favor such activities. In their view, such places were typically adored by any man. Could it be that Chen Tiandao was an exception? As Chen Tiandao wandered along the beach, he took some time to appreciate the scenery before noticing numerous water-type spirits due to the seaside setting. He found himself quite intrigued. Yet he was cautious about capturing them, for in this world, each individual could only possess a maximum of 6 spirits. If he did not encounter an exceptionally rare one, he had no intention of capturing any. Chapter 20. Rare Rewards. After searching for a considerable time, Chen Tiandao discovered that although the water-type spirits varied in appearance, their abilities were mostly either level 1 or level 2. Spirits with a level 3 aptitude were quite rare in this area. Moreover, most of the spirits here were ornamental and lacked combat prowess, leaving Chen Tiandao utterly disinterested. Eventually, he stumbled upon a secluded little beach, though not expansive. It sufficed for his training needs. Chen Tiandao released his spirits, and due to his possession of training cards, he resolved to elevate their attributes to a higher level. Time flew by as Chen Tiandao trained alongside his spirits for a full week. During this time, each spirit significantly enhanced its attributes. As the effects of the training cards were about to conclude, Chen Tiandao received a notification from the system. To his astonishment, such time had passed so swiftly, and the training cards had already expired. Shaking his head, he glanced at his spirits. This training session has come to an end. After saying this, he continued to assess the attributes he had cultivated. Black and White, level 43. BB Bird, level 28. Disaster Spirit, level 33. In addition, Chen Tiandao could sense that his spirits had improved markedly in speed and reflexes, among other attributes. Although these enhancements were not reflected in the system, the training cards had greatly bolstered their physical capabilities. Once all 3 spirits regained their stamina, Chen Tiandao recalled them into their pokeballs. It was time to depart. As he remarked this, he began walking towards the beach. Before long, he arrived at the shore, but upon reaching it, Chen Tiandao's lips twitched in dismay. The scene was far from what he had imagined, as the beach was densely packed with people. Feeling a sense of helplessness, he retrieved his Pokédex. Knowing that searching for 2 individuals among such a crowd was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. After consulting the device for a while, he soon spotted Zhang Na and Su Feng approaching him. Just as he was about to inquire when they intended to leave, he was unexpectedly seized by their hands as they pushed their way through the throng. What is happening? Chen Tiandao felt utterly perplexed, having no idea what these 2 women were up to. Before he could comprehend their intentions, he found himself being guided by them through the crowd until they reached the very center. Upon arriving there, Chen Tiandao noticed 4 makeshift platforms that had already been set up. Are we to engage in battle? He thought, somewhat astonished by the sight of these platforms. Indeed, this is a beach battle competition, Zhang Na confirmed with a nod. Are you suggesting that you wish to participate? Chen Tiandao looked at Zhang Na with confusion, as he had assumed he was not one to relish combat. Moreover, given Zhang Na's demeanor and her Pokemon, it seemed unlikely that she would favor such activities. Of course not. However, I heard that the champion receives a starfish Pokemon as a prize, so I intend to have Sister Sue assist me. That starfish Pokemon is exceptionally beautiful, adorned with gems. At the mention of beauty, Zhang Na's expression transformed into one of infatuation. Chen Tiandao, observing her, could only feel speechless. While he recognized that the starfish Pokemon was indeed dazzling and rare, treating it merely as an ornamental creature seemed a bit excessive. At that moment, a sharply dressed man approached one of the constructed platforms, microphone in hand. Hello everyone. Welcome to the beach battle competition. This time, the top 3 competitors will receive rewards, he announced, his voice clear and resonant, easily heard by all present. To participate in our battle competition, you must possess a gym badge. Any trainer with a gym badge is welcome to sign up for the contest. As for the prizes for the top 3, they are displayed over there. Following the man's guidance, the crowd turned to see two staff members pushing a cart. On the cart, 3 black cloths concealed a large object and 2 smaller ones. The man approached and removed one of the black cloths, revealing a transparent box containing a small starfish Pokemon. Indeed, this is our champion's prize, the starfish Pokemon, along with a reward of 50,000 Pokemon coins. Shen Tiandao was taken aback, realizing that the first-place prize was far more lavish than he had anticipated. The starfish Pokemon itself was quite valuable, and the addition of 50,000 coins was indeed enticing. The crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of obtaining such a rare Pokemon. Even if they did not particularly desire it, they could always sell it, making it a worthwhile endeavor regardless. Amidst this overwhelming temptation, many individuals began to stir with eagerness. The starfish Pokemon boasted a level 3 aptitude and was at level 1. Shen Tiandao gazed at the starfish Pokemon in astonishment, surprised to discover it was merely a newly hatched creature, yet possessed such a remarkable aptitude. It is essential to understand that talents possess the potential to evolve, albeit with a certain probability. In essence, this pertains to the starfish-type talent level, which may even reach level 4. Given the rarity of the starfish itself, one can only imagine the fervor with which it would be sought after if placed in an auction. Next, let us unveil the rewards for the second and third places, which are respectively 20,000 spirit coins and 10,000 spirit coins. As the man concluded his statement, he simultaneously dropped the remaining 2 pieces of black cloth. Instantly, 2 spirit eggs materialized before the crowd. These 2 spirit eggs represent the prizes for the second and third places, and we remain oblivious to the types of spirits that will hatch from them. The hostess' declaration only deepened the confusion among the onlookers, for they were entirely unaware of the contents of their prizes. Naturally, no one harbored any expectations for these 2 spirit eggs, as the method for accurately identifying the spirits within remains unknown in this world. Chapter 21. The challenge begins. While it is true that spirit eggs in this world may exhibit some unique characteristics, such as intricate patterns, the variety of these patterns is limitless. The plethora of spirit types in this realm is so vast that one cannot discern which 2 spirits have amalgamated to form a single egg. In other words, the potential outcome is entirely based on luck. The moment one breaks open the egg, the uncertainty becomes palpable for anyone in this world. The unknown is indeed the most daunting aspect. Though there exists a chance to acquire an extraordinary pet, the majority of the time, one ends up with spirits that are utterly commonplace. Even if fortune smiles upon you, granting you a remarkable spirit, if its attributes do not align with your desires, you are left lamenting your misfortune. Consequently, the general perception of spirit eggs is rather unfavorable. They are regarded as akin to a lottery. With a stroke of good luck, one might indeed hit the jackpot, yet most individuals lack such fortune. Furthermore, every person in this world is limited to a maximum of 6 spirits, and none are willing to sacrifice a slot for a gamble. If a spirit egg were truly to contain 2 exceptionally powerful beings, it would undoubtedly be well guarded, far from the gaze of ordinary folk. For Su Tiandao, however, the concerns of the average person are of no consequence. Thanks to the system, he possesses the ability to view the names displayed on the spirit list. Clumsy Fish, talent level 4, unhatched. Upon seeing this, Su Tiandao was momentarily dazed, for a talent level of 4 has long been perceived by him as a rare treasure. Moreover, the clumsy fish, even in its unhatched state, has already achieved a talent level of 4 and could potentially evolve to level 5. What are you thinking about? At that moment, Zhang Na's voice snapped Su Tiandao back to reality. Oh, I was just pondering some matters, Su Tiandao replied nonchalantly, the astonishment still evident in his eyes. You wouldn't be coveting this starfish, would you? I must tell you, the starfish is my favorite, but if you dare to snatch it from me, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Zhang Na glared at Su Tiandao with her fists clenched, resembling a fierce bandit. Su Tiandao could only manage a wry smile. After witnessing the clumsy fish, how could he possibly be interested in the starfish? I have no particular interest in the starfish. However, I am quite intrigued by those 2 eggs. He gestured toward the 2 indistinct spirit eggs, one of which was a jellyfish spirit with a mere talent level of 2. Although Su Tiandao was not particularly interested in the jellyfish, the clumsy fish with its talent level of 4 captivated him immensely. I wonder what goes on in that mind of yours. Surely, you do not think your luck is so extraordinary that you will receive divine favor and obtain a superlative spirit? Zhang Na urged him to register for the competition. If you can procure the starfish for me, I will reward you handsomely. She smiled enticingly. Su Tiandao sighed in resignation. Prior to encountering the clumsy fish, he might have fallen for her words. Now, however, his mind was solely occupied with the clumsy fish. He was determined to participate in the competition, not for the championship, but to secure that egg. Meanwhile, Su Feng looked on with exasperation, disinterested in the competition, yet unable to refuse her persistent entreaties. Congratulations, host, for entering the competition. A new side mission has been issued. Participate in the beach weight contest and secure a place among the top 3. Su Tiandao was heartened to see the system issue a task. It was unexpected that such a mundane competition would yield a mission. Though the rewards may not be of paramount importance to him, the opportunity to engage in these small competitions daily and receive system rewards is indeed an appealing prospect. Securing a top 3 finish would also grant him chances for a lottery draw, a crucial element for Su Tiandao. The venue was awash with people, and those possessing gym badges were in abundance. The registration process alone consumed half an hour. However, compared to the vast crowd, the number of participants was rather meager. A mere 70 individuals had registered. Despite the throngs of people, very few had actually obtained gym badges, and during national competitions, participation typically spanned only a few hundred, at most 1,000. Registration is now closed. We have a total of 70 outstanding trainers participating. Let us cheer for them. The host once again took to the stage, his voice imbued with a captivating charm that stirred excitement among the crowd. We will now begin the matches. Pairing contestants starting from number 1. The host continued. Su Tiandao glanced at his number, realizing he was number 33. What is your number? He inquired of Su Feng. 66. Su Feng replied casually. Their exchange was succinct, devoid of any unnecessary dialogue, as if uttering an extra word would waste both time and life itself. Meanwhile, the production team prepared for the event, and soon the broadcast began anew. Our competition is officially underway. The rules dictate a one-on-one format, with each match determined by a single spirit. Once we identify the 4 strongest contestants, they will advance to utilize 3 spirits, ultimately determining the top 4. Now, let contestant number 1 and contestant number 70 approach the arena. With the host's words, the audience grasped the game rules. Contestant number 1 would face the last contestant, which meant that Su Tiandao, being number 33, would not compete against Su Feng in the preliminary rounds, alleviating their concerns of being adversaries. As the referee's voice echoed, challenger after challenger stepped onto the makeshift arena. Chapter 22. Instant Defeat. Su Tiandao observed Su Feng slowly ascending to the stage, where both unleashed their Pokemon. However, the Pokemon Su Feng summoned were not the same ones he had used at the gym. It appeared this young lady possessed several impressive creatures, befitting her affluent background, each one extraordinarily powerful. In contrast, the boy facing her, regardless of his battle experience or the prowess of his Pokemon, could not possibly compare to Su Feng. Unsurprisingly, he was swiftly defeated. Su Tiandao could even see the boredom etched across Su Feng's face, reminiscent of a university student competing against an elementary schooler in a math contest. Su Tiandao felt a headache coming on. It seemed that at least half of the 70 participants were mere amateurs, given their combat capabilities. It was doubtful anyone could rival the young lady before him. Despite his poor impression of her and her fiery temperament, one could not deny her formidable skills. Her battle experience and the Pokemon in her possession were undoubtedly geared for combat. After several minutes, it was Su Tiandao's turn to take the stage. Upon his arrival, he found another young boy standing opposite him. A mere glance was enough for Su Tiandao to recognize him. He was remarkably young, appearing as if he had just graduated. Please summon your Pokemon, the host announced. Just as the words left his lips, Su Tiandao and the seemingly fresh graduate swiftly retrieved their Pokeballs. Su Tiandao noted that the boy summoned a level 30 Shelmet. Initially, Su Tiandao contemplated calling forth his strongest Pokemon, the black and white Pokemon. But upon seeing the boy's demeanor, he opted instead for his disaster Pokemon. He believed this would suffice to deal with the youth. From your appearance, you must have just graduated. I advise you to concede. My Shelmet's defense is unparalleled, and you will not break through. The boy boasted before Su Tiandao could utter a word. Su Tiandao was taken aback by the audacity displayed. He couldn't fathom the source of such arrogance. A saying flashed through his mind: youthful ignorance. Observing Su Tiandao's silence only served to amplify the boy's bravado. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll let you strike first, he taunted. Su Tiandao's lips twitched slightly. Are you certain? He inquired, genuinely perplexed by the boy's overwhelming confidence to allow him the first attack, knowing he could likely breach Shelmet's defense in a single blow. Of course. As your senior, I must show some consideration for my juniors, the young man declared with a smug grin, brimming with self-assurance. To him, someone like Su Tiandao didn't warrant his involvement. Merely relying on Shelmet's defense should be enough to instill despair and prompt surrender. If he were to attack, it would be tantamount to bullying. Seeing the boy's arrogance, Su Tiandao felt no need to hold back. Disaster Pokemon, use Thunderbolt. Su Tiandao's voice was soft yet crystal clear to the young man. The boy's expression changed dramatically, but before he could react, a brilliant flash of electricity surged forth, causing Shelmet's formidable defense to crackle and spark before collapsing in an instant. The young man's face turned pale as he gazed at Su Tiandao, acutely aware that his Shelmet, renowned for its unmatched defense, had succumbed. However, due to its excessively high defense, which rendered it composed entirely of iron, encountering electricity was akin to signing its own death warrant. It was evident that the thunderbolt coursed through Shelmet's body without restraint, much like a fish in water. Su Tiandao shook his head, while the referee glanced over, witnessing the instant defeat of Shelmet, whose mouth twitched in disbelief. The young man was indeed unfortunate. Having just issued a bold challenge, he discovered that Su Tiandao's disaster Pokemon was not a melee combatant, but an expert in electric attacks. As time passed, Su Tiandao continued his victorious streak, swiftly dispatching opponents with his disaster Pokemon. Its potent abilities, combined with his passive luck enhancement, significantly amplified its damage output. Although many skilled trainers among the spectators were present, they showed little interest in the starry-eyed Pokemon. Furthermore, some trainers lacked gym badges and thus were ineligible to compete, left only to watch the matches unfold. Despite their yearning to participate, the rules rendered them powerless without badges. Some proficient trainers understood that the starry-eyed Pokemon was a rare entity, yet raising it from infancy would be an impractical investment of time. Fortunately, the pace of individual battles was remarkably swift, and soon the competition reached the semifinals, transforming the beach into a vibrant spectacle. Many attendees were eagerly engrossed in the unfolding drama. Yet, where there existed joy, there also lay frustration. Those eliminated gazed enviously at the enticing prizes, their expressions marred by regret. Next, we have one of the top 4 competitors, Su Tiandao. Notably, he is a rookie trainer who just graduated this year. Yet he has reached the semifinals, showcasing his remarkable talent and strength. The host announced, as the crowd responded with thunderous applause. "I have observed your battles. That disaster Pokemon must be your strongest," remarked the opposing contestant, grinning at Su Tiandao. Understanding oneself and one's opponent is key to victory, and reaching the semifinals indicated he possessed considerable skill and tactical acumen. Su Tiandao had only ever fought in Nanjing, where he found the competition to be extraordinarily fierce, making it reasonable to regard his Pokemon as exceptional for a newcomer. Su Tiandao smiled faintly, considering his disaster Pokemon merely the 3rd strongest in his arsenal. The opponent, continuing his banter, summoned his Pokemon, a level 32 Monferno, indicating his intent to leverage type advantage. Chapter 23, Let Us Battle. Since you have summoned your Pokemon first, and hold me in such high regard, I shall not hold back. Go, Pidgeot, Su Tiandao declared. As his words echoed, a magnificent and imposing Pidgeot materialized in the arena, hovering gracefully in the air. Upon witnessing Su Tiandao's Pokemon, the boy's expression soured. For his Monferno was a ground-type creature. Confronted by an airborne opponent, his combat effectiveness would undoubtedly diminish, while his Pokemon had some long-range battle techniques. Facing an aerial Pokemon would drastically lower not only the damage output, but also the probability of hitting. At the moment Su Tiandao summoned his BB Bird, the man realized that his chances of victory had diminished significantly. However, the competition did not permit the replacement of Pokemon, leaving him with no choice but to press on. The fiery monkey seized the opportunity to launch an attack. The man resolutely stated that he must restrain the opponent before BB Bird took to the skies, otherwise he would be left helpless. "Guard," Su Tiandao casually commanded. Just as he finished speaking, a radiant glow emanated from BB Bird, instantly forming a protective barrier around it. At that moment, the fiery monkey charged forward, throwing a powerful punch at BB Bird, but under the shield's protection, it sustained no damage whatsoever. "Windblade," Su Tiandao called out once more. With the protective skill in place, BB Bird was free to strike without hesitation. If the opponent attempted to forcefully breach the shield, he would be defeated before he even had a chance. With a swift whoosh, the fiery monkey was sent flying by the Windblade without any resistance. Damn. The man felt a surge of frustration. He had initially thought that Su Tiandao's strongest Pokemon would be a disaster Pokemon, but he had not anticipated that his opponent had additional tricks up his sleeve. Su Tiandao was, indeed, playing the role of a cunning underdog. It was infuriating. Could it be that this newcomer had concealed even more powerful Pokemon? Was he truly a novice? He possessed 2 such formidable creatures, while he himself had only one when he first graduated, and its combat prowess was incomparable. Onlookers observed Su Tiandao in silence, fully aware of the experience radiating from the Pokemon in his possession. It was evident that they were not only seasoned but also significantly stronger than their counterparts of the same level in terms of attributes. Their reflexes and physical capabilities surpassed those of ordinary Pokemon, leaving them in awe of Su Tiandao's extraordinary fortune in possessing two such exceptional creatures. Although the opponent appeared grim, the current match allowed for 3 Pokemon to be deployed. He could only hope for an opportunity to turn the tide. White Sea Lion. Level 35. The man was taken aback upon seeing the creature, as Su Tiandao's system revealed that it possessed both water and ice attributes. If it were merely a water type, Su Tiandao would not have been concerned, but the ice attribute could indeed counter the Wind Blade's assault. So he intends to play with type advantages. How intriguing. Su Tiandao smirked slightly. Use Hurricane. Su Tiandao commanded slowly. Although the ice type could withstand his Wind Blade, it would be utterly helpless against a hurricane. As soon as he uttered the command, the man's newly summoned Pokemon had no time to react before being swept off the battlefield by a powerful gust of wind. The man waved his hand, recalling his Pokemon into its Pokeball, his expression darkening as he regarded Su Tiandao. He could never have imagined that his 2 Pokemon would be dispatched with such ease by Su Tiandao. This was no novice trainer. His battle experience and tactics were remarkably sophisticated. Shroomish, level 30. Su Tiandao felt a headache coming on. It was evident that the opponent was intentionally targeting his disaster Pokemon. Did he truly believe that his disaster Pokemon was the strongest? Even under level constraints. While the opponent's Pokemon were indeed impressive, Su Tiandao easily overwhelmed them. He dispatched all 3 of the man's Pokemon with just BB Bird, not even allowing the second Pokemon to enter the fray. BB Bird leveled up, now at level 30. The disaster Pokemon also leveled up, reaching level 35. Su Tiandao was exhilarated, for the experience gained from battling a fellow trainer was several times more rewarding than training against wild Pokemon. Although he had previously fought wild creatures, the experience he amassed was scarce. However, battling against a human opponent yielded a much more substantial reward. Thus, in the final showdown, only Su Tiandao and Su Feng remained to contest the first and second positions, while the other 2 competitors vied for 3rd place. At that moment, Su Tiandao and Su Feng stood together. How wonderful! That stereo is mine, Zhang Na exclaimed excitedly, confident that regardless of who claimed 1st place, the prize would still be hers. I'll concede right away. You can have the stereo, and I'll take the Pokemon egg, Su Tiandao replied nonchalantly. He had no desire for conflict, as they were all friends, and he had no intention of claiming 1st place. Su Feng narrowed her eyes at Su Tiandao before finally speaking. After this, you and I will have a match. Zhang Na looked at her friend in surprise. Have you lost your mind? Don't you want that stereo? You can just take the prize. She shook her head, unwilling to compete with Su Feng, given her fiery temper. If she were to lose, life would become a living hell for him. It would be wiser to concede. He had yet to enjoy his good fortune and did not wish to be dragged into turmoil. Unleash your full strength and battle me. I have my strongest Pokemon. And I believe you would want to see my true power, Su Feng insisted, adopting a challenging stance. You haven't used your strongest Pokemon yet. Isn't your strongest one the fiery beast? Su Tiandao asked, puzzled. That is merely my starter Pokemon, but not my first Pokemon. Su Feng's words left Su Tiandao even more confused. Isn't a starter Pokemon the first one you receive? Not quite. For ordinary trainers, a starter Pokemon is usually adopted, whereas my first Pokemon was with me even before I adopted it. Su Tiandao furrowed his brow, bewildered. What was going on? Was this the so-called unspoken rule? Everyone else adopted their starter Pokemon. Why had she obtained hers ahead of time? The privileged life of the wealthy clearly diverged from that of ordinary people. However, considering her attire and her ability to casually produce luxurious Pokeballs, Su Tiandao felt no surprise. In this world, if one had wealth, they could enjoy certain advantages, and such unspoken rules seemed to be the privilege of the affluent. Now, let us invite our 2 strongest competitors to the arena. With the announcer's words, Su Tiandao and Su Feng made their way to the stage. Su Tiandao was filled with trepidation. Though he had no desire to battle, it seemed that his opponent was fervently eager to engage him in combat. Please send forth your Pokemon. The host prompted once more. Unleash your full strength and fight me, Su Feng exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gazed intently at Su Tiandao. At this moment, Su Tiandao was overwhelmed with a sense of foreboding. As if he had stumbled upon a hidden flaw, it appeared that if he were to remain unsatisfied, his days would not be pleasant either. The present moment was exceedingly distressing. Regardless of the choice he made, it seemed destined to end in failure. Winning would likely not bring him any respite, while losing would certainly render him the object of disdain. It felt as though his adversary was intent on bringing him down. Ever since their first encounter, Su Feng's gaze had been imbued with hostility towards him. Su Tiandao harbored a fervent desire to press Su Feng firmly to the ground. administering a sound reprimand while demanding to know the cause of her animosity. "Come forth, black and white," Su Tiandao uttered weakly, his expression one of resignation. Upon witnessing the emergence of black and white, Xue Feng nodded in satisfaction. Su Feng was acutely aware of the prowess of black and white, which represented Su Tiandao's strongest combat capability. With a swift motion, Su Feng summoned a luxurious sphere, and in a flash of white light, a serpentine spirit, over 4 meters in length, materialized before him. Hakurong, talent level 5, level 50. Su Tiandao could only stare in disbelief at Su Feng. What manner of creature was this? Both its talent level and spirit level seemed preposterous. Moreover, it was a dragon, a race universally recognized as one of the mightiest in any realm. In that instant, Su Tiandao came to realize that this seemingly mad girl was, in fact, extraordinarily wealthy. A dragon spirit was a treasure that many longed for but could not acquire, regardless of their wealth. The price of such a spirit was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. While his own black and white possessed a semblance of form and lineage, they were merely a subdragon. In stark contrast, the Hakurong before him was of pure dragon blood. In terms of lineage and talent, they were not even in the same league. Though the Hakurong currently bore a serpentine shape, its every movement exuded an air of nobility, accentuating its extraordinary status. Particularly evident was the disdain in its gaze when it regarded black and white, as if looking upon a lesser being. The appearance of the Hakurong rendered the previously lively atmosphere profoundly silent. Had he not been mistaken, was it truly possible to behold such a high-caliber spirit? What immense wealth must this young lady's family possess? Surely, this single spirit could purchase a villa. It was unfathomable to comprehend the extent of affluence required to command such an exorbitant spirit. All Su Tiandao could think of was whether she was single and if he had a chance. In an instant, the gazes of those around Su Feng transformed completely. This woman not only possessed flawless beauty, but also hailed from an exceptional family background. She was the embodiment of their ideal partner. "Let us begin," Su Feng declared earnestly. Her demeanor serious despite summoning her strongest spirit, she remained vigilant. The once languid gaze of black and white also shifted to one of seriousness, as it sensed the formidable presence of its opponent, recognizing it as one of the most challenging adversaries it had ever faced. "Hakurong Dragon Dance," Su Feng commanded, and as soon as the words left her lips, the Hakurong began to float gracefully in the air. "Thunderbolt," Su Tiandao shouted, and a crackling bolt of electricity surged from black and white. "Divine Guardian," Su Feng responded without hesitation. Although the bolt of lightning was swift, the Hakurong's speed matched it. Just as the electricity was about to strike, a mysterious aura enveloped the Hakurong, creating an impenetrable barrier. The lightning struck the barrier and was immediately deflected, as if an invisible shield had been erected. "Divine Guardian," Su Tiandao furrowed his brow slightly. Although he possessed a protective skill of his own, the one wielded by his opponent was distinctively superior. This was a skill unique to high-level spirits, offering extraordinary defensive capabilities. Su Tiandao understood that unless he could breach this protection, his attacks would yield no effect. He had no choice but to engage in a direct confrontation. "Rapid Strike," Su Feng commanded, and in an instant, the Hakurong vanished from sight. When it reappeared, black and white was sent hurtling backwards. Su Tiandao's expression shifted as he realized how swift the Hakurong was. Even he struggled to perceive its speed. In less than the blink of an eye, his black and white had been sent flying. The disparity in their levels was evident. Both the Hakurong's innate abilities and the synergy between the two combatants were on an entirely different plane. Su Tiandao's face paled. Indeed, wealth equated to invincibility. Such a powerful spirit could only be described as a crushing force. "Rapid Strike," Su Feng called out once more. "Defend," Su Tiandao instinctively commanded. His focus sharpened as he realized the formidable strength of Su Feng. Chapter 25. The Final Stand. Black and White. Thunderbolt, Su Tiandao commanded. Just as he perceived the Hakurong closing in, "Dragon Charge," Su Feng ordered without hesitation. The Hakurong, enveloped in an ethereal shield, lunged forward to confront the Thunderbolt attack head-on. "Protect," Su Tiandao responded, furrowing his brow. While the Thunderbolt was indeed powerful, the Hakurong's defenses were insurmountable, compounded by the dragon race's innate magical resistance. The effectiveness of his attack was virtually negligible. "Use Binding," Su Tiandao instructed, realizing that he must first restrict his opponent's mobility. If he could turn them into a target, the outcome would be the same, irrespective of their defenses. However, Su Feng seemed to anticipate his every move. "You think you can control my Hakurong with its speed? That's a laugh," she retorted. Su Tiandao felt as though he were being utterly overwhelmed. It was as if all his skills were simply bouncing off cotton. "Gem of Power," Su Tiandao proclaimed, as black and white radiated a dazzling light akin to precious gemstones, concentrating its energy towards the moving Hakurong. Rapid strike, Su Feng declared, and suddenly, the Hakurong moved with blinding speed, vanishing just as the beam of light was about to make contact, leaving Su Tiandao astonished. Charge, Su Feng commanded again, and the Hakurong surged towards black and white. Su Tiandao frowned as he realized he was relegated to a purely defensive strategy, for his attacks seemed ineffectual. Su Feng's combat experience, combined with her spirit's superior level and physical prowess, left Su Tiandao feeling as though no matter how he struck, he was destined to miss. It can be said that not even the slightest harm could be inflicted. However, the onslaught from the opponent could only be met with staunch defense, though he might withstand the assault once, twice, or thrice. Su Tiandao was acutely aware that his black and white level was fundamentally inferior to that of the opposing Hakulong. Even if they were to engage in a war of attrition, it was evident that, under the pressure of levels, he would ultimately be the one to succumb. Su Feng was akin to a cat toying with a mouse, and Su Tiandao understood that Hakulong possessed even more formidable skills, yet the opponent refrained from deploying them. Su Feng intended to wear him down, maintaining a steady suppression. In light of this, Su Tiandao realized that he must conclude the battle swiftly before the depletion reached its zenith. Thus, he had no choice but to confront the opponent head-on. Black and White seized the opportunity to unleash Thunderbolt, just as he perceived the figure of Black and White. It suddenly lunged to embrace Hakulong's neck at the moment of proximity, lifting him skyward and hurling him down. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Su Feng hastily issued commands. He too had encountered similar circumstances, yet he admired Su Tiandao's decisiveness and strategy. Black and White clung on fiercely, resolutely not letting go. Simultaneously, Su Tiandao was issuing his own orders. On the other side, Hakulong, in mid-air, was desperately attempting to shake off Black and White, yet it clung to him as if it were a part of him, showing no signs of being dislodged. In that moment, Hakulong was frantically attacking, but no matter how he struck, he could not reach the Black and White that had climbed onto his back. In such conditions, his speed and skills were severely limited. Although Black and White could not yet inflict harm, it was clear that if he did not devise a solution, the outcome would be inevitable. Su Feng understood this as well, and his expression shifted. Dragon's Fury. Su Feng spoke again, as he seized the moment with Hakulong. The emotional release of Dragon's Fury would amplify the damage. Just as Su Feng's words left his lips, the previously anxious Hakulong was suddenly enveloped by a terrifying force emanating from the gem on his body, forming a vortex centered around him. Hakulong remained unharmed at the eye of the storm, but Black and White on his back was evidently in agony, suffering immense damage. At that moment, Su Tiandao's eyes brightened. Thunderbolt. Following his command, an overwhelming surge of electricity coursed through Black and White. In the next instant, an incredibly radiant white light erupted from Black and White, striking not only Hakulong beneath but also intertwining within the terrifying whirlwind, rapidly transforming into a tempest of lightning. Su Feng's countenance changed upon witnessing this scene, as he could no longer discern the true nature of the chaos within the storm. The terrifying tempest and the lightning were in constant interplay, and at the heart of the storm, two spirits were continuously emitting cries of torment, each evidently enduring great suffering. At this juncture, Su Feng was at a loss, for it was clear that if he were to prematurely cancel Dragon's Fury, his spirits would face an unending barrage of Thunderbolt. All he could do was pray for Hakulong's endurance. Could it be that they were witnessing such a scene? Who would ultimately prevail? It seemed likely that Hakulong would triumph. After all, the inherent attributes and levels of the spirit inherently favored him. Indeed, it was widely believed that Hakulong held the advantage, and it was anticipated that he would endure to the end. Meanwhile, the onlookers were astounded. They had not expected that a mere beach competition could culminate in such a thrilling display. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this scene could easily rank among the top 30 battles at a national tournament. Su Tiandao, however, felt no concern. Under normal circumstances, as they had suggested, it would indeed be Black and White that faltered first. Yet, with the system's enhancement, Black and White's physical capabilities were beyond comparison with spirits of the same level. Chapter 26, A Draw. Hold on. Su Tiandao brimmed with confidence in his Black and White. Su Tiandao Sujia. Meanwhile, Zhang Na in the audience was utterly captivated by the unfolding drama. The formidable combat prowess displayed by the two combatants left her in disbelief. She had never realized that those around her could possess such strength, marking them as beings from an entirely different realm. In that instant, she felt a profound sense of abandonment, as if she were merely an outsider among them, and this sentiment plunged her into a deep melancholy. Boom! The storm, laden with lightning, persisted for an indeterminate duration before finally collapsing under its own weight, vanishing without a trace. The two spirits, once at the center of the chaos, rapidly re-emerged before the crowd, crashing down to the ground simultaneously. Boom! The heavy impact sent dust swirling into the air, black and white. Hackalong. Both Su Tiandao and Su Feng were filled with concern. Although the victor remained uncertain, it was evident that this battle had been perilously thrilling. Even if victory was secured, it was likely that their spirits would bear numerous injuries, and as their masters, their hearts ached with worry. As the dust settled, a deep crater appeared at the center of the arena, where Black and White lay battered and unconscious. Hackalong, though also in a state of distress, struggled to lift his heavy eyelids and cast a glance at the unconscious Black and White, seemingly confirming that he had endured longer. A smile crept across Hackalong's face before he too collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Black and White and Hackalong both lost their combat abilities, a draw. The two contestants would now switch their spirits. The host, after a brief observation, began to speak slowly. Although he recognized that Hackalong had endured longer, this was a 3v3 battle, and at this moment, every second of endurance held no significance. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, exhilarated by the electrifying battle they had witnessed. Many who had not participated in the duel exhibited expressions of excitement, eager to join in the fray themselves. Simultaneously, Su Tiandao and Su Feng recalled their spirits. The battle concluded, and Black and White leveled up to 44. BB Bird also leveled up to 32, while the Disaster Spirit reached level 36. Su Tiandao was taken aback, for Black and White had fainted. Could this still be considered a victory? Could experience still be gained? As long as there was battle, whether in victory or defeat, experience could be accrued. Just then, the system's voice echoed. This battle was deemed a draw, thus experience points would be awarded. Su Tiandao nodded slightly, realizing that as long as there was combat, experience could be gained. If that were indeed the case, there would be countless ways to acquire experience. He glanced at Su Feng, who, after regaining his composure, looked somewhat embarrassed at Su Tiandao. They had previously agreed to a single match, yet unexpectedly, it ended in a draw. In Su Feng's mind, he had believed it would be easy to influence Su Tiandao. However, this time he had exerted all his strength, marking the first occasion he had taken such a serious approach. To his astonishment, despite his earnest efforts, he still lost this round, which left him quite taken aback. Su Feng had over a year of training and experience, while Su Tiandao had just graduated. Given the same amount of time, Su Feng felt that Su Tiandao could surpass him. This realization deeply unsettled Su Feng's strong sense of pride. Noticing the predatory glint in Su Feng's eyes, Su Tiandao shivered involuntarily and quickly raised his hand, conceding, "I admit defeat." He then looked at Su Feng in the distance, saying, "We agreed on just one match, and this is a draw. All I desire is that Pokemon egg." Although Su Feng was displeased, he found it hard to refuse after Su Tiandao's declaration. The referee was also somewhat surprised. Initially expecting a thrilling battle, he was taken aback when Su Tiandao conceded after just one round. However, the referee felt there was little more to say, as Su Tiandao had already surrendered, so he had no choice but to follow his wishes. The audience below was equally discontent, having anticipated two more exciting matches, only to have their hopes dashed, leaving them in a state of dissatisfaction. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining a method for crafting energy cubes, along with 2 lottery draws. Just after the referee announced the victory, Su Tiandao's mind echoed with the system's voice, and soon after, knowledge regarding the crafting of blue energy cubes appeared in the mind of the male protagonist, Jia. In this world, energy cubes did not replenish a Pokemon's strength like restorative potions. Instead, they enhanced the creature's appearance, making them more visually appealing. While such aesthetics held no practical use in battle, in reality, many individuals, like Zhang Na, were wholly devoted to appearances. For those enamored with aesthetics, these energy cubes were akin to priceless treasures, as everyone desired their Pokemon to look more attractive. Naturally, energy cubes served more than one purpose, with frequent use. They could also bolster a Pokemon's physical condition, being considered a highly nutritious item in their diet. Furthermore, energy cubes were graded, with higher-level cubes yielding better effects and consequently commanding greater value. Although Su Tiandao had only acquired the crafting method for blue energy cubes in this world, he could rely on them to secure a sufficient livelihood, as even wealthy heirs could not consume them regularly. The materials required for crafting energy cubes were not inexpensive, and their market value was even higher after production. While consuming energy cubes for every meal could significantly enhance a Pokemon's strength and physical condition to an extraordinary degree, it would also lead to an insatiable drain on one's finances. Chapter 27. Breakthrough. Meanwhile, Su Tiandao, Su Feng, and another staff member made their way to the prize podium. Su Tiandao's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the Pokemon egg. Congratulations, Miss Su, here's your prize, the host said while handing over a Pokeball along with 50,000 Pokemon coins. Then it was Su Tiandao's turn. Mr. Chen, you may freely choose a Pokemon egg, along with an additional 20,000 Pokemon coins. Without hesitation, Su Tiandao selected the egg of the silly fish Pokemon. After the three had made their selections, Su Feng gifted the starfish Pokemon to Zhang Na. Although she appeared less than thrilled, her demeanor somewhat dejected. On the other hand, the three hurried towards the city center of Jinling, as that recent battle had severely injured their Pokemon. After treatment, upon returning to the hotel, Su Feng inquired of Zhang Na, "What seems to be the matter? You appear to be unhappy since the match ended. Did you not receive your favorite starfish Pokemon?" Su Feng asked, puzzled. "I just feel my strength is far too lacking. If I were stronger, I could have fought myself," Zhang Na replied, her mood somber. Upon hearing her words, Su Feng was momentarily taken aback before realizing something. "You are merely a newly graduated trainer. I faced many hardships and setbacks when I graduated. But with me by your side, you will grow faster. Soon, you will become an even more outstanding and formidable presence than I," Su Feng said cheerfully. "You must be joking. Su Tiandao graduated with me, yet don't compare yourself to him. He is not a normal person. He is a freak," Su Feng interjected, cutting off Zhang Na before she could finish. "What do you mean by that? Why are you insulting me out of the blue?" Su Tiandao, who had been admiring his newly acquired Pokemon egg, turned around with a frown. "You two can chat all you want, but why bring me into it and insult me? I've already endured enough in accompanying you both, serving as your errand boy. Now I must also bear your jabs. Indeed, he is not someone to be compared to. He is simply a freak." Zhang Na suddenly laughed, her previously downcast expression brightening with renewed cheerfulness. Su Tiandao, however, felt a wave of frustration, wishing to distance himself from the antics of these two eccentric women. "Thank you for today," Su Feng said suddenly to Su Tiandao as they approached the hotel. Su Tiandao was taken aback, as it was quite rare for the usually aloof Su Feng to express gratitude. "It was nothing. I merely wanted the Pokemon egg. You need not dwell on it." "I mean, thank you for being willing to give your all in our match." Su Feng shook his head, indicating that Su Tiandao had misunderstood his intent. "What do you mean?" Su Tiandao inquired, his expression filled with confusion. "Haklong is a Pokemon I have invested considerable time in training. However, for some time now, no matter how I train him, there seems to be no effect. I feel that his power is not normal at all, so I sought a worthy opponent in Jinling, hoping for a good match that might lead to a breakthrough," Su Feng explained slowly. Su Tiandao nodded, understanding that the higher the level, the more challenging it became to level up. It seemed that Haklong had reached a critical point where he required an opportunity for breakthrough, which had yet to present itself. However, considering your circumstances, your family background must be rather impressive as well. You might as well find a skilled Pokemon for training. That would be quite simple. Su Tiandao shook his head. After all, those professional Pokemon trainers possess a level of expertise far beyond one's own, not only in terms of their formidable abilities, but also in their capacity to guide both trainers and Pokemon with their wealth of experience. It's different for us. In my family, the strong are overwhelmingly powerful, making me no match for them, while the weak ones are so feeble that I wouldn't even engage. Su Feng also shook her head. In a prominent family, there are naturally both strong and weak individuals, and the disparity is quite significant. There's no need for thanks. I hope you can temper your fiery temperament in the future. That explosive anger of yours is quite problematic, Su Tiandao remarked once more. Do you not know how to speak? Su Feng glared at Su Tiandao, her eyes ablaze with indignation. She was well aware of her own temper. Yet there was no need for such bluntness. After dinner, the three of them arrived at the train station, intending to depart in the afternoon. However, their participation in the competition had delayed them somewhat. Nevertheless, no one felt that this minor inconvenience was of any consequence. Zhang Na had acquired the starfish-shaped Pokemon she desired, and Su Tiandao had obtained his Pokemon egg. Upon boarding the train, which would take them to a hotel, Su Tiandao gradually relaxed, indulging in some shopping before preparing for bed. Su Tiandao planned to challenge the gym that very day and complete his second trial. As he stepped out of his room, he coincidentally encountered two women emerging from the adjacent room, who greeted him with cheerful smiles. The three of them then ventured out together for breakfast. I never expected you to have such a plethora of Pokemon, Su Tiandao exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Su Feng's collection in the backyard. For others, possessing 2 or 3 Pokemon would already be quite an achievement, yet Su Feng had 5. Each one was not merely ordinary, but a remarkable specimen. Truly, the privilege of wealth allows for the acquisition of unexpected Pokemon. igniting a sense of envy and admiration within Su Tiandao. The disparity between individuals is indeed vast. How wonderful it would be if he could acquire such rare creatures. Hakuryu. Level 50, Su Tiandao remarked, astonished. If memory served, Hakuryu had been at level 49 just yesterday. To witness its sudden breakthrough to level 50 was quite unexpected. Su Tiandao also noted an elusive aura emanating from Hakuryu, a presence that had not been apparent before. Chapter 28. Is it fair to treat newbies this way? Congratulations on your Hakuryu's advancement, Su Tiandao casually commented. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Feng cast a surprised glance his way, then scrutinized her Pokemon closely. It didn't take long for her to realize that her Pokemon indeed appeared somewhat different than before. That's fantastic. Su Jia, I truly must congratulate you. Zhang Na chimed in excitedly. Meanwhile, Heibai rushed over to Su Tiandao's side. Woo-woo, what on earth is happening? Could these two possibly be your partners? You must be cautious. This could end disastrously for you. Not at all, Su Tiandao replied, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, completely baffled by Heibai's line of thought. Even if he harbored such notions, mutual consent was essential. What's the matter? Zhang Na inquired, her expression one of curiosity as she regarded Su Tiandao. Nothing, just conversing with my Pokemon. Su Tiandao smiled faintly, relieved that Zhang Na was oblivious to the absurdity of his Pokemon's comments. If the two women had overheard, he would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences. Before long, in front of the Jiangxing gym, Su Tiandao and Su Feng were registering to continue their challenges, while Zhang Na awaited them in the audience. Su Tiandao noticed that the staff member at the registration desk seemed to regard him with an unusual expression. You must be Su Tiandao and Su Feng, a gentle voice called from behind them just as they were completing their registration. Turning around, Su Tiandao was met by a beautiful lady dressed in a black and white patterned dress. He instantly recognized her as Zhang Qian, the gym leader of Jiangxing. Su Tiandao had familiarized himself with the information regarding the Jiangxing gym prior to his arrival, hence he was well acquainted with the esteemed gym leader. Do you know us, Gym Leader Zhang? Su Tiandao asked, perplexed. Surely, it was premature for her to recognize him merely based on their recent registration. Observing her expression, it appeared she bore a hint of curiosity and familiarity, as if she had already known his name and had some prior knowledge of him. Of course. How could I not know you? Zhang Qian replied with a smile. I witnessed your match on the beach yesterday. It was quite spectacular and has become immensely popular within the Pokemon community. Su Tiandao suddenly understood why the registration staff had gazed at him so peculiarly. It turned out that they had seen him arrive alongside his opponent for registration. However, he couldn't fathom why the video of his battle from the previous day had gained such notoriety. Su Feng, on the other hand, maintained a calm demeanor. Although he had not anticipated becoming famous due to such a minor incident, he regarded it as quite normal, having participated in a national tournament that was broadcasted nationwide. So, are you two planning to challenge today? Zhang Qian inquired, her excitement palpable, causing an unsettling chill to run down Su Tiandao's spine. He felt as though he were being scrutinized by a predator, as if he might be devoured by this captivating woman at any moment. We're here to challenge. So please commence without delay, Su Feng said impatiently. Zhang Qian looked at her with surprise, seemingly astonished that this woman had responded. And the tone conveyed an air of superiority. If you're in such a hurry, let's begin right away. Follow me, Zhang Qian stated, leading them towards the challenge area. Why are you staring? Hurry up and follow, Su Feng urged, glancing back at Su Tiandao, who appeared momentarily dazed. They quickly followed Zhang Qian into the challenge area. Su Tiandao shook his head, then closely followed the two striking women. Before long, they arrived at an expansive arena featuring a sizable water pool, complete with numerous platforms and steps, clearly designed for their upcoming battle. A significant audience had gathered, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the match. Now, let us officially begin the match between the challenger, Su Tiandao, and the gym trainer, the host announced. Come forth, my Kappa. As soon as the man across from Su Tiandao uttered those words, a cheerful Kappa appeared before him. The cheerful Kappa, level 34. Upon seeing his opponent's level, Su Tiandao felt overwhelmed. Was this level intended for novice challengers? This was clearly a form of bullying. If every gym were to deploy such high-level Pokemon, then the number of individuals able to obtain gym badges across the nation would undoubtedly plummet by 90%. After all, you two are a badge holder. So the difficulty will naturally escalate, Zhang Qian remarked, seemingly reading Su Tiandao's thoughts. In this world, every gym adjusts its difficulty based on the number of badges you possess. Su Tiandao decided against further complaints. It was evident that his opponent was being deliberately antagonistic, seeking excuses. Come forth, Pidgey. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Tiandao summoned his Pokemon, Pidgey. The challenge commenced with the challenger initiating the attack. Xianxia spoke softly, air slash. Su Tiandao, however, showed no signs of courtesy. Surprise attack. In the next moment, Pidgey's move was abruptly interrupted. Thunderbolt, dodge quickly. Although Xianxia's commands were issued with remarkable speed, Pidgey's swiftness surpassed them. A flash of lightning illuminated the arena, and before the opposing Pokémon could react, it was struck directly. Impressive, despite merely being a Pidgey. Its speed exceeded that of ordinary Pokémon. Observing this scene, Xianxia expressed her astonishment, sensing something uniquely remarkable about Pidgey. This Pokémon likely possessed an extraordinary innate physical prowess. The gym trainer also appeared taken aback, as he assumed such an attack should have been easily dodged. Chapter 29, Level 40. Air Slash. Just then, several blades of wind materialized in the air, striking the already downed Air Jiang once more, inflicting significant damage. At that moment, Air Jiang had yet to rise and was knocked to the ground again, its body marred with wounds. Bubble Beam, the gym trainer commanded again. Thunderbolt, Su Tiandao replied coolly, his tone brimming with confidence, indicating that he found this level of battle exceedingly effortless. The Kappa released a torrent of bubbles, which floated towards Pidgey. Unfazed, Pidgey transformed the bubbles into a white light, and lightning surged through the air, colliding with the cheerful Kappa. You truly are formidable. I initially thought you would summon a black and white Pokémon, Xianxia remarked, surprised as she glanced at Su Tiandao. I believe any Pokémon would suffice. After all, they all must take the stage, don't they? Su Tiandao smiled slightly. If that's the case, then Psyduck, come forth. As Xianxia finished her sentence, a blue duck suddenly appeared before everyone. No way, Su Tiandao furrowed his brow at the sight of Psyduck, level 35. Su Tiandao felt utterly resigned. Was it now fashionable to bully others? This was hardly a challenge suitable for novice trainers. Water Pulse. As soon as Xianxia's words fell, Psyduck conjured a series of bubbles that coalesced into a water sphere, hurtling towards Pidgey. Air Slash. As soon as she spoke, the water sphere collided with the air slash, resulting in an explosive sound before vanishing into the ether. Thunderbolt. Su Tiandao's command was almost immediate, and Pidgey transformed into a streak of lightning. I anticipated you would employ this move. Use confusion. In the next moment, Pidgey and Psyduck clashed. Water Pulse, Xianxia commanded swiftly. Despite Su Tiandao preparing a defensive maneuver, this time the Protect did not shield against Psyduck's attack, as the distance was simply too short. The Protect technique had yet to fully form before it was shattered by the opposing skill. Air Slash. Su Tiandao aimed to retaliate quickly. However, as his words left his lips, Pidgey exhibited no response, instead flitting about erratically as if intoxicated. Damn it, what luck. Did it actually hit with confusion? Su Tiandao frowned, surprised that such a negative effect had materialized. The probability of such effects occurring is quite low. Typically, a slight resistance would prevent a hit. Return, Pidgey. Without a moment's thought, Su Tiandao recalled Pidgey, recognizing that the moment it fell to confusion, he had already lost the match. Continuing the battle would only expose him to further damage. Thus, conceding was the wisest choice. Come forth, disaster Pokémon. I didn't expect you to be so clever. A very wise decision, Xianxia remarked. Use Water Pulse. As her words concluded, another water sphere flew toward the disaster Pokémon. Shatter it, Su Tiandao commanded resolutely. The disaster Pokémon, being a close combat fighter, possessed superior physical capabilities compared to ordinary Pokémon. In a swift movement, the disaster Pokémon's hand transformed into a scythe, cleaving through the water sphere and splitting it cleanly in two. Thunderbolt. Before Su Tiandao could issue another command, Xianxia stood frozen in shock upon hearing the skill's name. Before she could react, the Thunderbolt struck the disaster Pokémon, illuminating the arena with flashes of electricity, causing Psyduck to grimace in pain. Disable. As Xianxia spoke, the Thunderbolt from the disaster Pokémon was interrupted. What a nuisance, Su Tiandao muttered, his brow furrowing slightly. His opponent's experience was evidently vast, allowing them to react even under such circumstances. Phantom Sword Dance. As Su Tiandao's command echoed, the disaster Pokémon vanished from view, transforming into a shadow of a blade. In the next moment, a series of strikes emerged, swiftly surrounding Psyduck and trapping it within an intricate web. Self-suggestion. Su Tiandao frowned. He had initially intended to engage head-on, given that his disaster Pokémon was a fighter. Yet, his opponent wielded a variety of status effects, effortlessly enhancing their own attacks with a single move. Charge in and clash. Su Tiandao decided against prolonging the battle. If he allowed his opponent to accumulate further advantages, it would only spell greater misfortune for him. Water Pillar Tail. Yet, how could Xianxia allow Su Tiandao to charge recklessly, even if he managed to close the distance to Psyduck? he would have to endure several attacks. Predict. Su Tiandao's words had scarcely left his lips when the disaster Pokemon appeared to anticipate Psyduck's every move. Foreseeing each skill's trajectory, effortlessly evading all of Golduck's abilities, he suddenly appeared before the creature, executing a surprise attack. As Su Tiandao finished speaking, the Calamity sprite that had been standing in front of Golduck vanished in an instant, only to reappear behind it moments later. With a swift motion, the sprite transformed its hand into a blade and struck down towards Golduck's neck. A sharp crack echoed as Golduck let out a piercing scream and was sent flying backward. At that moment, Zhang Qian's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Even Su Tiandao, standing beside her, appeared taken aback, for not only had the attack successfully penetrated Golduck's defenses, but the damage had also multiplied several times over. Watching Golduck lie unconscious on the ground, Zhang Qian couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief at how easily it had been defeated. The level of BB Bird rose to 33. The system's voice echoed in Su Tiandao's mind. Come forth, water sprite. As Zhang Qian completed her sentence, a level 40 water sprite materialized before Su Tiandao. This is rather excessive, Su Tiandao remarked, unable to contain his surprise. Are you truly treating a novice by summoning a level 40 sprite? Chapter 30. Next stop, Su Tiandao felt a headache approaching. He hadn't anticipated that his opponent would conjure such a high-level sprite. A level 40 water sprite. This was verging on bullying. Just as Su Tiandao lamented internally, the opponent launched the first strike. This is outrageous, to use such a high-level sprite and initiate an attack. As the opponent advanced, the Calamity sprite's eyes began to droop, teetering on the brink of collapse. The Calamity sprite executed a sneak attack. Su Tiandao, feeling helpless, realized he had already fallen victim to the opponent's strategy. Since he was unable to escape, he resolved to inflict at least some damage before succumbing to slumber. In that moment, the sprite flickered like a shadow, swiftly appearing behind the water sprite, its palm drawn back like a blade, striking against the water sprite's back. Just as the Calamity sprite completed its ambush, it collapsed with a thud, succumbing to unconsciousness. Su Tiandao promptly recalled the Calamity sprite. Regardless, you performed admirably out there. At least we managed to deliver a heavy blow before falling asleep. Come forth, black and white. No sooner had Su Tiandao spoken than black and white appeared on the battlefield, just as the water sprite began to regain consciousness. Yawned. The gym leader promptly initiated the next move. Electric terrain. Su Tiandao quickly issued commands, realizing that if he were caught off guard again, he would certainly lose. As Su Tiandao's words echoed, the battlefield was suddenly enveloped in a brilliant white light, interspersed with flashes of electricity. The gym leader was taken aback. He never expected black and white to possess such a skill. His own abilities were abruptly interrupted by this electric atmosphere, causing him to frown in concern. Thunderbolt. Su Tiandao commanded once more. The gym leader snapped back to reality. Jump into the water. With his words, the water sprite leaped into the nearby pool with a splash. Su Tiandao was astonished by this unexpected maneuver. Was the opponent attempting to sabotage themselves? In this era, everyone knew that water conducted electricity. Why choose to hide in the water? What purpose did that serve? Murky stream. Just as Su Tiandao pondered this, the gym leader's voice rang out again. And suddenly a column of murky water surged forth, aimed directly at black and white. Protect, and then charge. Su Tiandao quickly commanded, although the opponent sought refuge underwater. Utilizing the water's properties to evade some of the electrical damage from Thunderbolt, black and white was an expert in electricity. Even if they submerged, it would hold little significance. The murky water struck against black and white's protective barrier, causing no harm whatsoever. Observing this, Su Tiandao smiled slightly. Such feeble attacks were insufficient to threaten his sprite. Discharge. With a satisfied grin, he prepared to unleash the accumulated energy from the prolonged charging. Regardless of the depth of the pool, Su Tiandao was confident that he could electrify the entire expanse. As Su Tiandao finished his command, a cacophony of sounds erupted, transforming the area, including the pool, into a blinding white haze. Witnessing this spectacle, the gym leader's concern deepened as he gazed at the now white waters. After all, his water sprite faced a significant disadvantage against black and white, which naturally possessed an elemental advantage. This battle was proving to be exceedingly frustrating for him. As the white light continued to flicker, steam billowed from the water, and the pool's depth diminished steadily. Moments later, black and white ceased its actions, while the water sprite floated on the surface, shrouded in darkness. Black and white wins. The ultimate victor is the challenger, Su Tiandao. The referee proclaimed the final outcome. You truly are remarkable. I have never encountered a newcomer so powerful right after graduation. Here, take our gym badge. The gym leader approached Su Tiandao, presenting a droplet-shaped badge. Main quest completed. Random skill machine obtained. 3 lottery chances. The moment Su Tiandao received the badge, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Similarly, the gym leader produced 3 skill capsules, inviting Su Tiandao to select one at random. After a moment of contemplation, Su Tiandao chose Rain Dance for his black and white. Although an expert in electricity, mastering Rain Dance would elevate his electric prowess to new heights. Most spectators were left feeling helpless, although they could have summoned higher-level sprites. They were at a loss regarding how to counter such a formidable novice. Ultimately, they merely wished to gauge Su Tiandao's strength, and deploying the highest-level sprite would undoubtedly undermine the opponent's confidence. Moreover, even if they desired to do so, it would breach regulations, and any such action might jeopardize the gym leader's position. The 3 protagonists from Hainan returned to the Pokemon Center to restore their sprites before heading back to their hotel. After tidying up, they made their way to the hotel restaurant. Where shall we go next? Su Tiandao inquired once more. Anywhere is fine with me. Xianxia, you decide, Su Feng replied, shaking his head. For him, the priority was merely to collect badges and participate in the national tournament. As for where to gather those badges, it truly made no difference to him. Perhaps we should venture to Guangdong. It's the closest and a splendid city. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia spoke again. Not only did he want to find a remarkable tourist destination, but he also desired the presence of a dojo. A sprawling metropolis like Guangdong not only serves as an excellent travel spot, but also houses dojos, thereby fulfilling both his travel aspirations and the challenges posed by Su Tiandao and Su Feng. Su Tiandao nodded in agreement. For him, the location of the challenge held little significance, as his primary goal was merely to collect badges. So when shall we depart? Chapter 31. Enhancing the elegance of Pokemon. Having just concluded a challenge, Xianxia suggested lingering for a couple more days. Su Feng, who was nearby, was the first to speak up. After all, her Haxorus had only just achieved a breakthrough and was still in the training phase. She did not wish to rush their journey. In the coming days, I will also need to train outdoors with my Haxorus, which may involve camping. I hope you can manage the food for us, Su Feng said, her gaze at Su Tiandao clearly indicating an agreement to assume a caretaker role. All right, I understand. I will make the necessary preparations, Su Tiandao replied, feeling a slight headache coming on. After a simple lunch, the two returned to their rooms for a nap, and Su Tiandao retreated to his own quarters. Upon checking, Su Tiandao discovered that he had accumulated 5 chances for a lottery draw, and he resolved to utilize them all. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Sharp Claw. The system's notification echoed in Su Tiandao's mind, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. This special equipment could be utilized by any fighting-type Pokemon, and fortuitously, his disaster Pokemon belonged to this category as well. The Sharp Claw would undoubtedly elevate the attack power of his disaster Pokemon. Congratulations, host, you have received a doubled drop rate. Initially thrilled by the prospect of an increased drop rate, Su Tiandao's expression soured when he realized that the base drop rate was merely 2. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a training card, X2, a tracking card, X1, and a recipe for a yellow energy block, 1. Su Tiandao's joy surged upon seeing the items he had drawn, particularly the recipe for the yellow energy block, which was invaluable in this world, as energy blocks are exclusively used for Pokemon and yield remarkable effects. Utilizing the random skill machine. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the surf skill. The system's announcement brought even more delight to Su Tiandao's face. He had once again gained 2 learning skills from the dojo, further empowering his Pokemon. As Su Tiandao reveled in his fortune, a faint glow emanated from the Pokemon egg beside him. The sight of this glimmer intensified his elation, for he understood precisely what it signified. The glow indicated that a Pokemon was about to emerge from the egg. In that moment, Su Tiandao sensed a surge of life emanating from the egg, a connection so profound that it felt as though their very essences were intertwined, akin to a visceral bond of blood. He comprehended that this Pokemon, though already possessing awareness, would not express itself verbally in the immediate future. However, it could now perceive his words. Similar to a fetus in its mother's womb, it had developed its own consciousness and was currently in a communicative stage, fostering trust and emotional connection. Meanwhile, after awakening, the 2 lovely ladies decided to go shopping, and Su Tiandao followed suit. With the prospect of outdoor training ahead, he needed to prepare as a cook. The 2 girls were somewhat surprised, for they had not expected someone as seemingly indifferent as Su Tiandao to accompany them on a shopping trip. Yet, his motives were not purely altruistic. He sought to purchase ingredients, as he had acquired the recipe for energy blocks and needed to gather materials. Additionally, with the imminent birth of the Pokemon from the egg, Su Tiandao intended to prepare some energy blocks to ensure the newly hatched Pokemon had a favorable start in life. Despite the high cost of the required items, Su Tiandao's savings were still sufficient. However, after purchasing some basic materials, his funds dwindled significantly, causing him considerable distress. If only he were a wealthy heir, he mused. Life would be so much simpler, devoid of such complications and the need for meticulous crafting. Why are you buying so many materials? Zhang Na inquired, observing Su Tiandao's eclectic assortment of supplies with a puzzled expression. To her, his behavior seemed rather peculiar. Surely, if he truly needed something, it would be more efficient to purchase a finished product. I intend to create some energy blocks, Su Tiandao replied with a slight smile. While he also wished to buy ready-made energy blocks, crafting them himself was a more economical choice. Given his financial constraints compared to the two beautiful women, every little saving counted. What? Are you joking with me? Su Feng exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. After all, the creation of energy blocks was notoriously complex. Although many energy blocks existed in the world, those capable of producing them were truly rare elites. To think you can craft energy blocks. Now I understand why your Pokemon's levels rise so rapidly, Zhang Na interjected, having previously noted the swift advancement of Su Tiandao's Pokemon. Learning of his ability to create energy blocks, her surprise diminished significantly. Su Tiandao refrained from clarifying that his Pokemon's rapid leveling was not solely due to energy blocks, but also aided by external factors. Would you sell me some of your creations? I promise to pay you fairly, Su Feng proposed suddenly. Upon hearing her words, Su Tiandao's mind raced with the realization of an opportunity. Although he lacked funds, he had a wealthy friend who could purchase materials for him, thus allowing him to profit from the sale of energy blocks and offset his losses. Of course, but I currently lack the money to buy materials. If you wish, you can cover the costs, and I will sell you the crafted blocks at a reasonable price, Su Tiandao suggested, considering his situation. He likely couldn't afford much in the way of materials and needed to retain some funds for other purposes. Sounds good, Su Feng replied nonchalantly. I want you to craft energy blocks for me. I wish to enhance the beauty of my Pokemon. Zhang Na chimed in eagerly. Chapter 32. Conditions of evolution. On the other side, Su Tiandao began his shopping spree alongside the others, with two affluent young women showing no hesitation at all. The materials Su Tiandao required were plentiful, and they even purchased numerous tools. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Tiandao took these materials back to his own room and commenced the creation of energy cubes. His crafting methodology could be described as a unique secret formula bestowed by the system, ensuring that no one else in this world could replicate his exact technique. Despite the abundance of energy cubes of the same level, it was certain that those produced by Su Tiandao would far exceed the efficacy of others, potentially even surpassing them by a level. Initially, as he began crafting, Su Tiandao was not particularly skilled and, naturally, encountered several failures. However, with each attempt, he grew increasingly adept, quickening his movements and enhancing his success rate. After laboring for nearly 2 to 3 hours, he finally succeeded in creating several yellow energy cubes. During dinner, Su Tiandao presented his crafted yellow cubes, discovering that his sprites were exceedingly fond of them, as just a few were sufficient to satiate their hunger. He did not remain idle, spending the entire night productively and yielding a substantial harvest of energy cubes. Most of the cubes he produced were yellow, with the few blue ones being exceedingly rare, which he directly allocated to his sprite, Bumpfish. The following morning, upon waking, Su Tiandao ventured into the hotel's backyard. He generously distributed the energy cubes he had crafted to the two individuals nearby, all of which were yellow, reserving the scarce blue ones for Bumpfish. How effective are these? Su Feng inquired, casting a curious glance at Su Tiandao. The crafting of energy cubes was inherently complex, and given Su Tiandao's age, she felt a twinge of uncertainty. Rest assured, the results are undeniably superior, vastly outperforming those available on the market. You will understand the effects after just one trial, Su Tiandao confidently assured, patting his chest. Su Feng, observing his unwavering confidence, felt a flicker of doubt, yet through their time together, she recognized that Su Tiandao was neither a liar nor arrogant. Thus, she chose to trust him once more and accepted the energy cube he offered. After her sprites consumed a mere 2 or 3 cubes and ceased further eating, Su Feng expressed her astonishment. The effects appear to be remarkably good. My sprites seem to thoroughly enjoy them. Well acquainted with her sprites, Su Feng could discern their preferences, clearly indicating the high quality of the energy cubes Su Tiandao had produced. Nearby, Zhang Na, witnessing this, let out a sigh of envy, subsequently taking the energy cube Su Tiandao had given her and distributing it to her sprites. As long as they are pleased, if you require more in the future, gather the materials yourselves, Su Tiandao remarked, simultaneously producing Bumpfish's egg and gently caressing it, mumbling to himself. Zhang Na and Su Feng observed Su Tiandao's peculiar behavior, bewildered by his apparent obsession with the sprite egg. Could it be that Su Tiandao has such a fondness for this sprite? Or perhaps he harbors an odd quirk? I am quite curious about what sort of sprite will emerge from that egg. Xianxia shifted the topic. As she found herself unable to question Su Tiandao's eccentric actions directly, feeling a sense of awkwardness. Who knows what kind of sprite will hatch? Su Feng shook her head, acknowledging the uncertainty surrounding the potential of the sprite egg. It could yield a powerful sprite or a feeble one. In this world, powerful sprites were exceedingly rare, and even if they possessed offspring in the form of eggs, they would not likely be visible to ordinary individuals. To them, Su Tiandao's choice of nurturing such an egg seemed foolish, as the contents were entirely unknown, with the potential and synthesis abilities being random. It will surely hatch a bumpfish. The most beautiful and exquisite sprite in the world, Su Tiandao proclaimed with unwavering confidence, as if he already possessed knowledge of the sprite within the egg. Surely, you jest. Do you possess a means of identifying the contents of the sprite egg? Xianxia exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. After all, it was common knowledge that sprite eggs could not reveal their hidden potential, and no one could ascertain their contents, even if one were to know it was a bumpfish. The difficulty of its evolution was well known, leaving one to wonder if Su Tiandao understood the conditions necessary for its transformation. Su Feng interjected, having familiarity with bumpfish. While it was indeed the most beautiful creature in this world, its evolution was notoriously challenging, and many were unaware of its specific requirements. However, everyone understood that the path to bumpfish's evolution was fraught with difficulty. Su Tiandao appeared taken aback. He had never contemplated this aspect before. Yet he felt he might know how to facilitate bumpfish's evolution. You truly do not know? Yet you dare to raise it? Su Feng gazed at Su Tiandao in astonishment. Initially, she assumed he was aware of the egg containing a bumpfish, and that his confidence stemmed from knowledge of its evolution conditions. However, Su Tiandao's expression suggested he was oblivious to the path of evolution. If Su Tiandao did not even comprehend the conditions required for bumpfish to evolve, it implied that even if the creature hatched, he would be incapable of guiding it through its evolution. Do you know? Su Tiandao turned to Su Feng, pondering whether someone from her prestigious family would possess insights into bumpfish's evolution requirements. Chapter 33. Task announcement. Really? You must be joking. Everyone knows that bumpfish's evolution into Milotic is contingent upon extraordinarily challenging conditions, often reliant on sheer luck. To this day, no one is aware of the specific criteria for bumpfish's evolution into Milotic. Not even trainers who currently own one. Su Feng shook her head, demonstrating her extensive knowledge of sprites in this world. However, she acknowledged that some sprites had exceedingly high evolution requirements, which were challenging to fulfill. While high evolution conditions were not uncommon, they often resulted in significant achievements. Yet, there were also sprites whose evolution conditions remained a mystery, making them far too risky for ordinary individuals to raise. Su Tiandao, puzzled, wondered what exactly was going on. As Su Tiandao inquired further, he eventually came to understand that initially, no one in this world was aware that the Feeba could evolve into Milotic. It was a stroke of luck for a trainer who managed to obtain an evolved Milotic, leading to the successful birth of a Pokemon egg, which contained a Feeba. From that moment on, it became common knowledge that Milotic was the evolved form of Feeba. Consequently, a frenzy ensued as everyone began to capture Feeba, to the extent that the entire population of Feeba across the world was nearly depleted. However, despite the abundance of trainers possessing Feeba, the number who successfully evolved them into Milotic was exceedingly rare. Moreover, those trainers who had managed to evolve Feeba were themselves unaware of the conditions required for such evolution. It could be said that it was purely a matter of luck. While many trainers owned Feeba, the actual number of those who could successfully evolve them into Milotic was extraordinarily scarce. In other words, its rarity had ascended to the highest echelons globally. Mydratini is already considered a rare Pokemon, yet Milotic's rarity surpasses that of Mydratini. Su Feng shook his head and remarked that he genuinely had no clue how Feeba should evolve. Su Tiandao, equally perplexed, wondered what the point was in raising a Feeba if its evolution conditions remained a mystery. Nurturing a Feeba that could never evolve would significantly diminish its combat potential. Furthermore, Feeba was not particularly visually appealing. Before evolution, Feeba was devoid of any merits, whether in terms of combat capability or appearance. However, once it evolved, both its looks and battle prowess would undergo a dramatic transformation. Are you truly unaware? Su Feng continued to gaze at Su Tiandao with suspicion. In Su Feng's view, Su Tiandao should possess knowledge yet choose not to disclose it. Of course, there existed another possibility. Su Tiandao genuinely did not know the method of Feeba's evolution, especially since no information had been publicly released about it. Su Tiandao was acutely aware of how evolution worked. Having watched the anime and understood the evolution methods of every Pokemon in this world, he also recognized that although the conditions for Milotic's evolution were stringent, once achieved, its allure would multiply exponentially, possessing an irresistible charm for any woman. Su Tiandao understood that some information was best kept under wraps. After all, with a population exceeding 1 billion in this world, the consequences of revealing Milotic's evolution conditions could be dire. I truly do not know, Su Tiandao finally admitted, shaking his head. Upon witnessing Su Tiandao's demeanor, Su Feng ceased his inquiries. Whether Su Tiandao was aware or not, he decided not to press further. I plan to train my own Pokemon today. Await my notification. Once I find a suitable location, I will inform you, Su Tiandao nodded, recognizing that he needed to commence training his Pokemon. In this world, the strength of a Pokemon allowed for greater possibilities, and Su Tiandao did not wish to squander his time, but rather devote all his energy to his Pokemon. After a simple breakfast, Su Tiandao intended to venture outside to find a location, with Zhang Na accompanying Su Feng. Su Tiandao returned to his hotel. As he had not rested well the previous night after a long day, he intended to take a proper nap to replenish his energy and spirit. Just as he laid down and closed his eyes, preparing to sleep, the system unexpectedly activated. Side quest issued. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Tiandao's eyes widened, wondering why the task had to be issued at that moment. Nevertheless, he opened the system to discern the nature of the task, recalling that the last side quest had been during the beach competition. This time, he had done nothing but seek a restful sleep, yet a task was triggered. Task 1. Arrive at Tianshan Bay before midnight. The specific location has been sent. Please check the system map. Upon completion, physical attributes will be enhanced by 1 level. Task 2 will be unlocked after completing Task 1. Once initiated, the task cannot be abandoned midway, or all previous rewards will be revoked. Reading the system's prompt, Su Tiandao felt utterly bewildered. How could this be a chain task? This implied that if he chose to ignore the task, he would forfeit any rewards. Yet accepting it meant that failing to complete any part would result in losing all prior rewards. Su Tiandao hesitated. After all, just for Task 1, the potential enhancement of his physical capabilities was already a substantial reward. As for what the subsequent rewards entailed, he was uncertain. Yet he knew they would likely be equally enticing. Similarly, he was unaware of the difficulty of the later tasks, but he was undeniably eager for the rewards. Su Tiandao pondered that without entering the tiger's den, how could one hope to capture a tiger? Despite the high difficulty, the rewards were undoubtedly substantial. If he could succeed, his combat prowess would surely multiply several times over. With this thought in mind, Su Tiandao resolved to undertake these tasks, even though the specifics of the subsequent tasks remained unclear. Chapter 34, The Divine Beast. With 12 hours remaining until the task, Su Tiandao decided to rest first, planning to accept the mission when the time was right. After a restful afternoon, he arrived at the designated location that evening, which was indeed Tianshan Bay, now deserted and devoid of any human presence. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Your physical attributes have been enhanced. Current level 4. Task 2 initiated. Just as the system's statement concluded, Su Tiandao felt a sudden surge of energy coursing through his body, a flow that seemed to wander within him, and as it settled, he sensed a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities. After a few breaths, Su Tiandao slowly opened his eyes, astonished to find his vision sharpened and his senses heightened. Even the gentle rustling of the wind was distinctly audible. Eliminate or repel the enemies emerging from the sea before midnight to complete the task. Telepathy level increased by 1. Lottery chances tripled. Task 3 unlocked. Su Tiandao was left bewildered, questioning who these enemies could be, humans or Pokemon. The surface of the sea appeared tranquil. How could there be enemies? Humans, the system's voice echoed once more. Hearing this, Su Tiandao was taken aback. The system was prompting him to engage in conflict with others. No wonder the rewards were so generous. Such tasks came at the cost of human lives. Su Tiandao glanced again at the system's task prompt, which merely instructed him to eliminate or repel. Either choice would suffice. Thus, it suffices to merely repel the adversary. Remaining composed is imperative. This time, the task must be accomplished. Should the mission fail, so be it, but I cannot afford to lose my life here. Su Tiandao took a deep breath, managing to calm himself. Although he had never contemplated taking a life, merely intending to fend off the opponent, he was uncertain of the enemy's intentions. He glanced at the time. It was 10 o'clock in the evening, with 2 hours remaining before the mission. During this interval, there were preparations to be made. Su Tiandao promptly opened his backpack to inspect the tools at his disposal, yet upon examination, he found nothing of significant utility. It contained only some ingredients he had purchased earlier: pepper, chili powder, salt, and MSG. Observing these items, Su Tiandao felt a headache coming on. They seemed utterly useless. Nonetheless, he decided to set up some traps, reasoning that perhaps they might serve a purpose after all. After some contemplation, he resolved to utilize these items and set to work. First, digging a few pits in the ground to ensnare an unsuspecting individual and scattering the powders within, subsequently covering them with branches. Certainly, if it were daytime, such traps would be easily discernible. However, in the solitude of the night along this deserted coastline, devoid of any light, it would be exceedingly difficult to notice them. Even Su Tiandao, who had just laid the traps, struggled to remember their precise locations, let alone the unsuspecting foes. After establishing a considerable number of traps, Su Tiandao contemplated whether there was anything else he could do. Suddenly, he felt a shiver run through him, as if he sensed a gaze fixed upon him. He swiftly turned around, only to see a figure in the distance, seemingly startled, vanish in an instant. Although the apparition was fleeting, Su Tiandao distinctly caught a glimpse of it. Kapu Chi. The moment he recognized the name, he was engulfed by a shudder. This was no mere sprite, but a divine beast. An existence of such caliber stood at the pinnacle of the world, not only possessing formidable strength, but also being exceedingly rare. It could be said that such divine beasts were mere legends before humanity. While everyone had heard tales of these creatures, very few had actually laid eyes upon one. At that moment, Su Tiandao trembled, recalling the mission assigned by the system and the divine beast he had just encountered, feeling as though he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Although he was unaware of the true identity of this adversary, it was evident that anyone associated with the divine beast possessed terrifying combat prowess. In that instant, Su Tiandao felt an overwhelming urge to retreat. He hesitated, for in this world, despite wielding a system, he could hardly be considered the protagonist. Should he sustain injuries or suffer defeat, the consequences could be dire. Moreover, given his current fighting capability, there were countless individuals in this world capable of ending his life. If the enemy had truly grown strong enough to render him defenseless, the outcome was all too apparent. If their aims were intertwined with the divine beast, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him to silence any potential leaks of information. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, Su Tiandao resolved to take a gamble. After all, fortune favors the bold. Summoning forth all the spirits at his disposal, he called upon them without hesitation. The three spirits, upon their sudden appearance, exchanged puzzled glances with Su Tiandao, as if questioning the purpose of their summons in the dead of night on this desolate shore. Be cautious. We may soon engage in a life-or-death struggle. Do not hold back. Unleash your most ruthless techniques. After imparting these instructions, Su Tiandao meticulously surveyed his surroundings. His senses heightened to their fullest extent. Approximately 20 minutes later, a faint glow appeared on the tranquil sea, and Su Tiandao recognized it as a light source. Stay alert. The enemy will soon make their appearance, he cautioned, retreating with his spirits behind a tree. Although situated on a beach, the environment still offered suitable concealment. Su Tiandao placed the spirit egg within his backpack. In such a precarious situation, carrying the egg could lead to disastrous consequences. Before long, the light drew nearer, and soon two small yachts came to a halt near the shore. Chapter 35. The arrival of the invaders. 6 individuals disembarked from the vessel, one of whom spoke to the others. Upon hearing their voices, Su Tiandao felt a wave of dismay wash over him. It turned out to be a group of intruders. Initially, he had pondered the morality of taking a life, but now he felt no qualms about eliminating such foes. He retrieved a translator from his backpack and affixed it to his ear, for the technology in this world was remarkably advanced, even surpassing that of his previous life. However, upon observing the 6 individuals before him, Su Tiandao furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that they would dispatch so many operatives. Although he had set a few traps, there were only 4 in total. He gestured to his companions, the black and white spirits, who nodded in understanding, as if sharing a silent accord. As soon as I make my move, attack immediately with a flash of lightning. For those who do not fall into the traps, remember, aim for their heads. The nearby BB bird also nodded in agreement. At that moment, the 6 intruders drew ever closer to Su Tiandao's position. Shantung, have you located him? One voice reached Su Tiandao through the translator. The tracker I placed on him is secure. He won't be able to escape it anytime soon. The navigation indicates he is nearby. Let us conduct a thorough search. Excellent. Let us find him. If we succeed, we will achieve a monumental victory for our empire. The others responded, their expressions brimming with excitement. Upon overhearing their conversation, Su Tiandao finally grasped their intentions. They were after Ka Pu Chi Chi. He felt a surge of alarm. Had they been domestic adversaries, he might have hesitated to take a life, but these foreign invaders posed a genuine threat. If they captured the divine beast, it would greatly enhance their nation's military capabilities. This was a scenario Su Tiandao could not allow to unfold. In their ignorance, the intruders failed to consider the traps laid before them, their singular focus on the divine beast. Without a moment's notice, they fell into the traps Su Tiandao had prepared. What is happening? Why are there traps here? What is this? Hidden in the shadows, Su Tiandao's gaze sharpened with determination. Eliminate them, he commanded. The remaining two individuals, still dazed, were abruptly jolted by Su Tiandao's fierce roar. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of lightning erupted, instantly fracturing into 6 arcs of electric energy, each aimed at its intended target. Nido King, intercept the attack. One of the unwitting individuals, realizing the peril he faced, swiftly retrieved a Pokeball and hurled it into the air. The last remaining person also regained his composure and promptly readied his own Pokeball. But just as he was about to launch it, darkness enveloped his vision. Unbeknownst to him, a heavy object struck the back of his head with a violent force, rendering him unconscious. The ensuing attack directly hit the 4 individuals who had fallen into the trap, eliciting their anguished cries from within. Meanwhile, a white figure darted across the beach, unleashing a myriad of skills, leaving the trapped individuals utterly overwhelmed and unable to retaliate. The last man, in desperation, summoned 2 more Pokemon and commanded them to execute a Thunderbolt Shadow Strike. Su Tiandao issued commands with remarkable speed in this battle of life and death. Seizing the initiative was paramount. He knew that this was a fight to the finish. Either he would perish or they would. If he showed any mercy now, it would surely be his demise. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? His opponent stammered in broken Mandarin, panic etched across his face. He had never anticipated that they would be ambushed, especially by someone who had evidently laid traps in advance, as if they were privy to their every move. This mission had been random. Even they had no idea where the mythical beast would appear, so how could their adversary have prepared traps beforehand? I simply find you little rascals insufferable. I will strike down anyone I see, Su Tiandao declared, delivering a decisive blow to the back of his opponent's head. The resounding thud echoed as the man collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Su Tiandao, wielding a hefty hammer, felt a surge of pride. He had not anticipated its efficacy. One strike was all it took. What now? Am I truly going to kill them? He pondered, gazing at the incapacitated individuals. While he had successfully subdued them, the thought of exterminating them entirely weighed heavily on his conscience. After all, he was uncertain how to dispose of their bodies. Moreover, he questioned whether he could bring himself to take lives. They were, after all, human beings. Perhaps it's best to freeze them into ice blocks and let the authorities handle the aftermath, he mused, retrieving a device resembling a navigation tool from their belongings before freezing them solid. Once he had tidied up the scene, Su Tiandao meticulously erased all traces of his presence. Fortunately, the beach provided a convenient cover for concealing his actions. After ensuring everything was in order, he cast a glance at the 3 Pokemon lying on the ground. Nido King, talent level 3, level 35, he noted casually, then without hesitation, he captured it in a Pokeball. Such a valuable asset was not something he would relinquish. Now that he had laid eyes on it, it was rightfully his. With this unexpected acquisition, Su Tiandao felt a swell of satisfaction. Once he had eradicated all evidence, he dialed a number on one of their phones, reporting the presence of criminals. After completing this, he meticulously wiped the device clean before tossing it into the sea. Even if the police arrived, they would find nothing, and even if they managed to recover the phone, no incriminating evidence would be available. Chapter 36. New allies. The police arrived rather promptly. Shortly after Su Tiandao had left the scene, he heard the distant wail of sirens. He was impressed by their swift response. Congratulations, task completed. Mind reading skill level increased to 3, earning 3 lottery draws. Task 3 activated. With the system notification, Su Tiandao realized he had successfully fulfilled his mission. Task 3. Locate the mythical beast, Capuchin, before dawn and pass its trial to receive rewards, earning 3 lottery draws. As he perused the system's task announcement, he was left pondering what rewards a mythical beast might bestow. However, the question loomed. Where would he begin his search? The thought plagued him. After all, if the mythical beast wished to evade capture and conceal itself, Su Tiandao doubted his ability to pursue it effectively. A tracking card. Suddenly recalling that he had a usable tracking card in his system inventory, excitement surged through him. With this tool at his disposal, he believed he could indeed complete the task. After all, with a tracking card, the beast could not escape the system's grasp. Without delay, Su Tiandao released his 3 Pokemon, then summoned the recently acquired Nidoking. You 3, keep an eye on him. I intend to persuade this fellow to join our ranks. He addressed his Pokemon, fully aware that convincing Nidoking would not be an easy feat, but with his trio by his side, he felt confident in handling the situation. With a flourish, Nidoking materialized before Su Tiandao, displaying numerous injuries from their earlier encounter. It regarded Su Tiandao warily, ready for battle. Yet, upon noticing the 3 Pokemon surrounding it, a look of panic washed over its features. You need not fear. I merely wish to have a discussion, Su Tiandao assured, offering a gentle smile. To his surprise, Nidoking felt a wave of relaxation wash over it at the sight of Su Tiandao's kind expression, though it remained vigilant. Your previous companions abandoned you to flee, so I decided to bring you along, Su Tiandao stated, his expression unwavering. Upon hearing this, the 3 Pokemon accompanying him exchanged skeptical glances. Su Tiandao had anticipated that Nidoking would be disheartened by this revelation, but to his astonishment, it displayed no sign of disappointment or sadness. Instead, its guard seemed to lower considerably. Do you not care? Your companions left you behind to escape, Su Tiandao inquired, puzzled by Nidoking's demeanor. I trust your words because I too did not wish to stay with him. He treated me poorly, Nidoking replied, revealing a sorrowful expression, reminiscent of a child abandoned. Su Tiandao's lips twitched in response. He had not expected such a backstory. It seemed that persuading Nidoking to join him would be a relatively simple task after all. How unfortunate for you. As Su Tiandao stepped forward to tend to Nidalino's injuries, the latter offered no resistance, allowing Su's actions to unfold freely. What about our companions? Su inquired once more. After his words had settled, Nidalino raised his head to gaze at Su, maintaining his stare for a full 3 seconds. Will you treat me well? Of course, Su assured him, from this day forward. You shall be my companion. I promise to treat you exceptionally well. As he spoke, Su produced a magnificent moonstone, which instantly captivated Nidalino the moment it appeared. His eyes glimmered with desire as he beheld the stone, and reflecting on his previous treatment, he felt certain that Su would treat him with greater kindness. I promise you. Then from today onward, you are my companion. I am Su Tiandao, he declared, subsequently introducing the other 3 Pokemon. Nidalino nodded at the 3, acknowledging them. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the moonstone in Su's hand, revealing his yearning for it. As my companion, this is our token of meeting, Su said with a gentle smile, tossing the stone towards Nidalino. In an instant, Nidalino caught the moonstone in his mouth, and a dazzling light erupted from him. Watching the Pokemon undergo its evolution, Su Tiandao promptly retrieved a Pokeball from his possession, tossing it at the feet of the Calamity Pokemon. Destroy it. He had no intention of reusing the items that the little demon had touched. Immediately, he observed as one of the individuals stepped forward, gently crushing the Pokeball underfoot. It seems I must replace my Pokeballs. The standard ones are far too fragile. Su mused, realizing that if a Pokeball were destroyed, it signified that the Pokemon had become a wild entity, ripe for capture by others. However, as long as his Pokeball remained intact, the Pokemon would belong to him, provided that the bond of trust was sufficiently strong. Following the consumption of the Moonstone, Nidalino evolved into Nidoking. Su then produced a Luxury Ball, placing it before Nidoking. The latter glanced at it, and lightly nudged the Luxury Ball with his eyes, a flash of white light enveloping him as he vanished from sight. Su felt a surge of joy, for such an effortless capture was entirely unexpected. Previously, he had anticipated that securing a Pokemon would require considerable effort, yet it turned out that Nidoking was already discontent with his former treatment. Su found this rather perplexing. After all, one would expect every Pokemon to be treated with care by their trainers. Such a scenario, he thought, was exceedingly rare. His fortune seemed exceptional. Encountering such a peculiar case. Congratulations on completing the task. You have earned 1 Luxury Ball. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in Su's mind. After completing these tasks, Su regained his focus, aware that it was time to embark on new challenges. Utilize the tracking card to locate Kabachiki. Tracking initiated, tracking complete. A map materialized in his mind, revealing that the target was less than a kilometer away. How could it be so close without my noticing? Su marveled, glancing at the map to discover that the target lay within a nearby forest. Gradually, he made his way into the woods, only to be met by a dense fog upon entry. Pidgey's hurricane, Su casually remarked. After unleashing the hurricane, the fog remained thick, illustrating its vast extent. Completing this maneuver, Su withdrew his Pokemon and relied solely on his flashlight to navigate closer to his goal. As he traversed the fog, time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Su suddenly noticed his vision blurring. Not only that, but he also felt a wave of lethargy wash over him, accompanied by a sudden onset of confusion and irritability. He even experienced a fleeting thought of wanting to end his life. In that moment, an enigmatic force surged within him, soothing all his tumultuous emotions. What is happening? Su mused, perplexed as he scanned his surroundings. Had the system not intervened to alleviate his negative state, he might have met an untimely demise right there. Su glanced at the map, astonished to discover that he had deviated from his original path. A sense of confusion enveloped him, for the map resided in his mind, and even with his eyes closed, he should have maintained the correct direction. Could this be a test from a divine beast? Su pondered, realizing that without the system, an ordinary person would likely never reach this point. He then recalled the legends surrounding Kabachiki. It was said that he could manipulate water resources, generate dense fog, and confuse his opponents to the point of self-destruction. Furthermore, he could create purifying waters, but only those who passed his test could obtain them. Many sought the essence of this water, some genuinely in need, while others aimed to capture Kabachiki for themselves. Due to the numerous villains he had encountered, Kabachiki had long vanished from human sight, hiding away. This, then, was the trial he had set before Su. Only by passing it could he gain Kabachiki's recognition, correct? In that moment, Su comprehended the gravity of the situation. Such fog would spell doom for any ordinary individual. Fortunately, the system provided support, allowing him to navigate the fog, which affected his mental state. Yet, with the map as his guide, he could march straight toward his objective without concern for the environment around him. As for the mental disturbances caused by the fog, the system could clear those as well. You could never have anticipated that I possessed such an advantage. Su smiled, grateful for the system's invaluable assistance. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, Su emerged into a clearing. As he stepped out of the forest, the fog dissipated entirely. At long last, someone has passed my test. At that moment, a voice resonated in Su's mind. Surprised, he looked up to see a Pokemon hovering before him, illuminated by moonlight. Task 3 complete. You have received 3 lottery chances and a reward from the Divine Beast. Congratulations on completing my trial. Here is your reward. The figure merely waved a hand, and in an instant, a flash of white light illuminated the surroundings. Kapachik observed everything that Su Tiandao had done prior, regardless of the circumstances. Su Tiandao had effectively resolved a troublesome situation for himself and had also passed his test. Kapachik's impression of Su Tiandao had significantly improved. After the white light faded, Su Tiandao found himself in a pale world, where warmth enveloped him and a profound sense of peace filled his heart. After undergoing the baptism of the former waters, his physical abilities had been enhanced, now reaching level 5. Time seemed to elapse unnoticed until the system's voice resounded within Su Tiandao's mind. He could feel his physical prowess strengthening, surpassing that of an ordinary person. When Su Tiandao opened his eyes, he discovered Kapachik cradling an egg. Upon seeing the egg, Su Tiandao was taken aback. Wasn't he that the egg of the clumsy fish from his backpack? How did it end up in Kapachik's possession? That belongs to me, Su Tiandao exclaimed. I am well aware, Kapachik replied, but as a reward, I have purified it for you. Your child is about to be born. With that, Kapachik released the egg, which floated gracefully towards Su Tiandao. He caught the clumsy fish's egg in his arms. Although Su Tiandao had felt a moment of concern earlier, the words of the divine beast filled him with gratitude. Thank you. I have yet to ask your name. Su Tiandao, came the reply. Perhaps fate will bring us together again, Su Tiandao. With those words, Kapachik glanced back at him before vanishing from sight. Su Tiandao regained his composure, deeply impressed by Kapachik's overwhelming presence, which was befitting of a divine beast. He understood that while he was not among the most powerful divine beasts, nor was he a combat-oriented one, the disparity in strength was palpable. He could hardly fathom the might of those divine beasts specializing in combat. If he were to ever face off against a divine beast, the thought of victory seemed utterly implausible. It was clear to Su Tiandao that he needed to grow stronger. Otherwise, the enemies he encountered would only become more formidable. He pondered the reality that one would inevitably face adversaries in this world, even without the desire to confront others. It did not preclude them from seeking trouble. Thus, bolstering one's strength was essential, not for the sake of conquest, but simply for self-preservation. Chapter 38. The Birth Lottery. Su Tiandao glanced at his lottery chances, noting he had a total of 6. He paid no mind to anything else, as this was a moment of great fortune. Congratulations. You have obtained a sharp beak, a dragon's tooth, a premium light stone, and 3 skill machines. These were indeed commendable items, yet some were of no use to him. The dragon's tooth, for instance, seemed to be usable solely by dragon-type spirits. Su Tiandao sighed in exasperation. Despite the abundance and quality of items provided, there were still some that he could not utilize. Selling them might yield some currency or allow for the exchange for more practical items. After contemplation, Su Tiandao decided it was wiser to trade them for something of greater utility and value. He promptly activated 3 random skill cards. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Dragon Pulse, Destructive Ray, and Cuteness. Upon reviewing the newly acquired skills, Su Tiandao was left speechless. Cuteness? What on earth is that? Given his experience with 4 male spirits, he found it hard to imagine what it would look like for 4 males to act cute before him. As he distributed the usable skills and equipment among his spirits, he contemplated the fate of the unutilizable dragon's tooth. Just then, he noticed the egg in his arms beginning to glow. It's about to hatch, Su Tiandao exclaimed with excitement, swiftly retrieving a large basin and pouring in several bottles of water. After all, the clumsy fish was a water-dwelling spirit, and a suitable environment was essential for its arrival. The egg began to transform, and after a sustained period of white light, it gradually took on the form of a fish. Once the radiance dissipated, a clumsy fish appeared in the basin before Su Tiandao. The fish was small, roughly the size of a palm. Once the light faded, the clumsy fish opened its eyes, gazing at Su Tiandao with an expression of pure joy, akin to that of a child meeting their parents. Seeing this, Su Tiandao was equally elated. He gently placed his hand on the clumsy fish's head, caressing it as one would a child. Chirp, chirp. The clumsy fish emitted a soft call. Su Tiandao, however, was bewildered, for the fish did not call him father but mother. But I am male. Why do you call me mother? He pondered. Meanwhile, the nearby black and white spirit was rolling on the ground in laughter. I am not your mother. I am a human, Su Tiandao gently explained to the clumsy fish. The clumsy fish looked at him in confusion, and after a few moments, as if coming to a realization, it called out again, Dad. Upon hearing this, Su Tiandao felt speechless. Just as he was about to respond, he was interrupted by the boisterous laughter of 3 individuals behind him, their mirth growing louder. Su Tiandao felt a wave of frustration. Did they not care for his dignity at all? Fine, call me whatever you like, he conceded, not wanting to argue further. After all, the clumsy fish had just hatched and was unfamiliar with this world. Turning to glance at the now trembling black and white spirit, Su Tiandao's gaze was filled with an intensity that conveyed his displeasure. Sensing the weight of Su Tiandao's stare, the black and white spirit froze, abruptly halting its laughter and turning away, a hint of embarrassment on its face. Su Tiandao then retrieved a blue spirit cube from his backpack. Here, have some good food. The clumsy fish eagerly devoured 2 pieces, displaying no hesitation or wariness towards Su Tiandao's offerings, and after consuming the treats, it wore an expression of contentment. Seeing this, Su Tiandao took out a luxury ball and effortlessly captured the clumsy fish. Congratulations, host, you have completed the capture task and received 1 luxury ball. As soon as the capture was finalized, the system's voice echoed in Su Tiandao's mind. He resolved to purchase another luxury ball the following day, aiming to upgrade all his spirit balls to luxurious ones. One could possess a maximum of 6 spirits, and now he had 5, only 1 slot remained. Su Tiandao was taken aback. He had not anticipated filling his roster so swiftly. After completing everything, he noticed the dawn beginning to break. After tidying up his belongings, Su Tiandao began to make his way towards the edge of the forest. Not long after he had set off, he heard 2 familiar voices filled with curiosity. Turning around, he was met with the puzzled expressions of Zhang Na and Su Feng, who were both astonished to see him. What are you doing here? They inquired, their eyes filled with intrigue. They had assumed Su Tiandao was still asleep, considering he had been working diligently on the energy cubes and deserved a good rest. So they had not intended to disturb him. I just came here to capture a spirit. But what brings you 2 here? Su Tiandao asked, curiously observing the 2 beautiful women before him. We're searching for a suitable training location. Last night, we found a rather nice spot just over there, Zhang Na replied, gesturing towards a nearby campsite. Su Tiandao followed her, and indeed, spotted a small, makeshift tent that, despite its simplicity, exuded an air of elegance. It seemed that his actions from the previous night, when he dealt with the little devils, were still unknown to them. We thought you were still resting. We had intended to let you sleep a bit longer, but we didn't expect to find you here. Had we known, we would have invited you along, Zhang Na remarked, her expression revealing her surprise at Su Tiandao's unexpected presence. Did you notice anything unusual here last night? Su Tiandao asked, probing gently. The events of the previous night, including his battle with the little devils, the wailing sirens, and the dense fog conjured by the divine beast, were indeed out of the ordinary. No. We were resting and just woke up, Su Feng replied, shaking her head. You mentioned you just caught a spirit, right? What kind of spirit did you get? Zhang Na swiftly changed the subject, her curiosity piqued. Despite her bewilderment at Su Tiandao's appearance, she accepted his explanation that he was merely there to capture a spirit. I just caught a Nidoking, Su Tiandao stated. A Nidoking? Is that all? Zhang Na's expression turned to one of disdain upon hearing his words. Su Tiandao felt a twinge of annoyance. It was evident that she was one who judged solely by appearances. Although Nidoking possessed decent strength, it was not particularly appealing in looks. Let us go together then. We actually wanted to call you along, so this saves us some effort, Su Feng said nonchalantly. To ordinary people, Nidoking was indeed a commendable spirit, and although Su Feng may not have held it in high regard, she refrained from voicing any further criticism. Sure, but my tent is damaged. I was thinking of buying a new one. Perhaps you could wait for me while I get it? Su Tiandao suggested after contemplating. No need. We have 2 tents, so we can share one with you. Su Jie and I can sleep together, Zhang Na replied, shaking her head. Fully aware that there was no need for Su Tiandao to spend extra money. After all, 2 tents were sufficient for 3 people. Su Tiandao nodded in agreement, not wishing to decline, as saving the cost of a tent was advantageous for him. The group then continued deeper into the forest, soon arriving back at the clearing from which Su Tiandao had just departed. He could not help but twitch his lips. He had only just left. Yet here he was again with these 2. However, Su Tiandao knew that they were oblivious to the events he had experienced the previous night. Meanwhile, Zhang Na's disdain for the Nidoking he had captured grew stronger, while Su Feng appeared to be lost in thought. By the way, do you need this? Su Tiandao suddenly remembered and decided to sell the useless dragon fang he had acquired, hoping to exchange it for money or something of value. It seemed Su Feng had a dragon spirit, so perhaps she could make use of it, which was better than selling it to someone unknown. After all, if it fell into the hands of an enemy, it would be a significant loss. I found it while capturing Nidoking last night, Su Tiandao added. As soon as he spoke, both women stared at him as if he were foolish. Do you expect us to believe that? Zhang Na retorted, skepticism evident in her tone. Su Tiandao felt at a loss for words and quickly shifted the topic. What will you offer for it? If not, I'll sell it to someone else. While I don't need it, someone in my family might. How much do you want for it? Su Feng replied indifferently, observing her affluent demeanor. Su Tiandao felt a pang of envy, wishing he could afford to buy whatever he desired with such ease. By the way, do you have a life pearl? I would like to trade for one, Su Tiandao suddenly interjected. I can check for you, if you're not in a hurry. I might be able to procure one. Su Feng responded. Although life pearls were relatively rare items, they were still obtainable, and compared to the dragon fang, it was a favorable trade. Do you have a luxury ball? Throw one my way, Su Tiandao added. Without hesitation, Su Feng tossed him a luxury ball, saying, consider it a gift, after all. We can't let you work for free. Su Tiandao accepted it gratefully, pleased to save some money by associating with these affluent companions. Their small expenses were clearly of no concern to them. Hey, is that really a bouncy fish in your egg? Zhang Na exclaimed, astonished as Su Tiandao summoned the creature. She had initially thought he was joking, but was taken aback to discover he was indeed serious. Su Feng, too, looked on in disbelief, as Su Tiandao's peculiarities seemed never-ending. What happened? How could Xiao Zhe and the others fail? In a certain room in Huaxiao, a group of individuals sat in a tense circle, their expressions grave. How could this be? It shouldn't have happened. They're unreachable. It's clear they have failed. This isn't the time for such discussions. If they leak our information, what will we do? Rest assured, I've sent someone to investigate. I heard they were caught by the police. What? Caught by the police? Are they useless? How could they let themselves be apprehended? Don't worry, I've made arrangements. They are likely dead now. Only the dead can keep our secrets safe. However, the people in Huaxia have noticed. They are starting to investigate the matter. Has the divine beast been captured? No, but the last place it appeared was near a beach. Accelerate the plan. We must leave before they uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Su Tiandao and his companions arrived once more at the airport. This time, they intended to head directly to their destination. In just a couple of days, Su Tiandao had adeptly acquired new skills, and his proficiency had significantly improved, along with the bond he shared with Nidoking. During this period, he also devoted his attention to caring for the newly born silly fish, which, during its week-long growth phase, remained as an immobile and obedient little creature. Regarding the life orbs you requested, I have news. When we reach Yuqing, we will arrange for an exchange. Excellent. Su Tiandao nodded, for obtaining what he desired was indeed the best outcome. He truly admired their operational efficiency, if it were left to him, even with ample funds. Acquiring the life orbs might prove elusive. The life orbs themselves were exceptionally rare items capable of enhancing a Pokémon's skills, with demand far exceeding supply. Even if they appeared in the market, they would likely be snatched up instantly, as such treasures, regardless of quantity, could certainly fetch a handsome price. Furthermore, he could also profit from this venture. No matter how one calculates, such invaluable items are definitely worth retaining. Shortly thereafter, the group vanished from the airport and boarded their flight. Chapter 40. Leave this matter to us. Meanwhile, at the police station in Jiangxing, two sharply dressed men entered. Who are you? A police officer inquired, eyeing the newcomers. The two men produced identification from their jackets and handed it over. We are search officers sent from above. You must have received the news by now. After scrutinizing the credentials, the officer responded respectfully. Ah, you are the search officers from above. We have been awaiting your arrival. This case is now under our full jurisdiction. Could you provide me with the details regarding the Japanese individuals involved? One of the men requested. We are unsure of the specifics. We received a call and rushed to the scene, only to find them already frozen. We do not know what transpired at the site. Although we discovered signs of a struggle, there were no traces or scents left by any other individuals. Even our tracking dog could not pick up any scent. Upon hearing the officer's report, the two exchanged glances before continuing their inquiries. What about nearby surveillance footage? Surely there must be some clues. Unfortunately, that area is quite remote. Being near the beach, and during that time, the nearby cameras were intentionally destroyed, leaving us without leads. We have investigated and confirmed that the surveillance was indeed sabotaged by these Japanese individuals. We are currently retrieving footage from other locations in hopes of uncovering useful information. As the officer spoke, he handed over a detailed report to the two men. If I am not mistaken, they likely intended to secretly capture some creature. But their plan was thwarted, one of the men deduced upon reviewing the documents. As for what creature they aimed to capture, why they resorted to destruction, and most critically, how these individuals met their demise, they were entirely in the dark. How did they die? What did the coroner report? The coroner indicated that they succumbed to poisoning, possibly from toxins already present in their bodies, akin to Deadpool. The officer shook his head. Although there was nothing particularly peculiar about this case, it was rife with uncertainties. There were far too many aspects they could not fathom. We have no choice. We will handle the remaining matters. You need not involve yourselves further. The two men understood that unraveling this mystery would be no simple task, but such was their duty. This incident is far from ordinary. There must be hidden motives at play. After exiting the police station, one of them frowned slightly, considering they were Deadpool operatives from Japan. Their modus operandi was anything but typical. Yet, they appeared to be lacking in some respects. The traces suggested their plan was meticulously crafted, yet they were obliterated upon arrival. One of them expressed his confusion. Logically, how could a group of 6, capable of devising such a flawless plan, be completely annihilated? They must have been caught unprepared, ambushed without any defenses, and from the evidence at the scene, it was evident that one Pokemon was quite formidable, likely eliminated without any forewarning or summons. I am aware of all that, yet I am more intrigued by the individual who struck. It seems as though they were deliberately targeted and had received prior intelligence. Especially the traps left at the scene, while simplistic, were indeed quite effective. You should report back, while I investigate the site further to uncover more significant clues. As for the subsequent events, Su Tiandao remained oblivious, fully aware that they would never trace him. Su Tiandao, meanwhile, had arrived at a hotel in the ancient city with 2 beautiful women. After a brief respite, the trio proceeded directly to the ancient city's dojo. The ancient city proved to be considerably larger than others, with a significantly higher footfall. Upon arrival at the dojo, Su Tiandao was surprised to find a queue. The audience in the stands had noticeably increased, and after waiting for over half an hour, Su Tiandao finally entered the battle arena. The dojo master summoned a level 25 Iron Ground Pokemon. Su Tiandao took a deep breath. This was the standard level expected for a normal challenge. Reflecting on his previous encounters, where he faced opponents at level 40, it was almost a jest. Without hesitation, Su Tiandao summoned his own Pokemon, Pidgey. Unsurprisingly, under such a level of challenge, Su Tiandao effortlessly triumphed in the first round. With Pidgey, he defeated the opponent's 3 challenge Pokemon with ease. Su Tiandao's spirit soared. He finally experienced a genuine challenge. If every encounter were to be set at the highest difficulty, it would be excessively stifling. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest. You have gained a random skill and 3 lottery chances. As the challenge concluded, Su Tiandao heard the system's voice resonate in his mind. Su Tiandao similarly received a fighting skill from the dojo master. Meanwhile, Su Feng easily secured his badge without any surprises. After finishing their battles, the trio exited the dojo once more. Next, we shall explore and enjoy ourselves. The ancient city is rich with historical landmarks. Zhang Na exclaimed with excitement as they left the dojo. He had little interest in the challenges, focusing instead on the tourist attractions. Hold on a moment. My people are arriving. I need to conduct a trade with Su Tiandao first. Once that's settled, we can thoroughly enjoy our sightseeing. Su Tiandao and Zhang Na nodded in acknowledgement before the group returned to the hotel from which they had just arrived, noticing a young man approaching them from a distance. Su Tiandao scrutinized the youth before him, a sense of disbelief washing over him. This was clearly a troublemaker, the quintessential embodiment of a non-mainstream family. Reminiscent of legends from the past. Chapter 41. I am here to take you back, Su Jia. It has been quite a while. The young man sported a shock of yellow hair styled in an eccentric manner, complemented by flashy earrings and an expensive suit, leaving Su Tiandao at a loss for words. Su Feng, on the other hand, ignored him entirely, as if merely glancing at him could shatter her worldview. This is Su Hao, my cousin, a year younger than me. Su Feng introduced, gesturing towards Su Tiandao. Su Hao then turned to face Su Tiandao, brazenly draping an arm around his neck, turning his back to his elder cousin. I must say, you're quite something. Su Jia's temper is notoriously foul within our family, yet here you are, accompanying her. I truly admire you. Su Tiandao twitched at the corners of his mouth, taken aback by the audacity of Su Hao's words, openly disparaging Su Jia in his presence. Smack. As if on cue, Su Hao received a sharp rap on the head. Su Hao, how many times have I told you? You may lose your head, bleed profusely, but your hair must remain tidy. Su Feng reprimanded him sternly, glaring at Su Hao, who appeared ready to retaliate. Su Feng raised her hand once more. A true gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Should you dare to mess with my hair again, I shall not let you off lightly. Startled, Su Hao took a step back, feigning fear. Su Tiandao watched this comical exchange with exasperation. Isn't that Zhang Na? It's been ages. You're even more beautiful than before. Come, let me give you a hug. Su Hao exclaimed. Get lost. Zhang Na retorted, her tone unapologetically dismissive. Su Tiandao observed Su Hao with incredulity. He had always known her to be gentle and charming. Never once had he seen her resort to such coarse language upon meeting someone. Here, bro, this is what you wanted, the life pearl. Take a look. Su Hao said nonchalantly, revealing a final crimson-hued orb in his palm. And this is the dragon's tooth. Upon receiving the item, Su Tiandao handed over the dragon's tooth in return. May I inquire what exactly you did to earn such disdain from them? Su Tiandao asked curiously, pondering what heinous act could provoke such animosity from two women. Nothing much. We've known each other since childhood. Back then, we were all rather foolish. I would occasionally play pranks on them, like adding strange ingredients to their snacks or knocking on their doors in the middle of the night. Su Hao recounted with a proud smirk. Su Tiandao stared at Su Hao in disbelief. It's a miracle you're still alive. By the way, I came here for a trade, but there is something else. Grandfather wants you to return home as soon as possible. Su Hao turned serious, addressing Su Feng earnestly. Seeing the gravity in Su Hao's expression, Su Feng responded with skepticism. What could possibly be so urgent? You're not trying to deceive me again, are you? Why hasn't the family called me directly? What? Do you think so little of me? You guessed correctly. That is precisely who I am. Su Feng replied before Zhang Na interjected, recalling her own experiences of being duped by him in their youth. It's true. There is a matter that requires your presence. They are aware that if they called you directly, you wouldn't return, so they sent me instead with the dragon's tooth. To be honest, I couldn't care less. Su Hao clarified. At this, Su Feng's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. What matter could possibly warrant my return? She inquired, her expression clouded with confusion. I can't say for certain, but once you go back, you'll understand. Grandfather's orders are unequivocal. I must bring you home without fail. Don't make it difficult for me. You know how grandfather is. If he is displeased, you might escape unscathed, but I certainly will not. Su Hao shook his head, clearly apprehensive of their grandfather's wrath. Su Feng hesitated, genuinely reluctant to return to the family at this moment. Su Tiandao grasped the situation. Realizing that there must be some pressing family matter that required Su Feng's attention, and Su Hao's appearance was solely to escort her back. Su Jia, if there is a family matter, you should go and see. It won't take long, Zhang Na encouraged, reinforcing the notion that one cannot simply ignore familial obligations. Although Su Hao often engaged in mischief, he was serious when it came to important matters. What will you do if I leave? Su Feng queried. What's the big deal? We can all return together. I need to visit my grandfather anyway, Zhang Na replied, then turned to Su Tiandao. What about you? Would you like to join us? I think I'll pass. You both have important matters to attend to. Once you're finished, we can arrange to meet again. Su Tiandao shook his head, feeling it would be peculiar to intrude upon their family affairs. That is fine, they accepted without further thought. By the way, here are the energy blocks I created earlier. Su Tiandao said, retrieving a multitude of yellow energy blocks from his backpack. Thank you very much. We'll take our leave now. Once we're done, I'll show you around when you visit Nanchang, Su Hao declared, and the trio promptly departed. Su Tiandao watched their retreating figures, lost in contemplation. In his recollection, Su Feng had always been straightforward and fiery, yet in that fleeting moment, he had discerned a flicker of worry and hesitation in her eyes. What was going on? Su Tiandao pondered, struggling to make sense of it all, as the clues he had were scant. Never mind, I shall return and address this later. There are more pressing matters awaiting my attention. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it further. After all, his acquaintance with them was merely fleeting, and he had known them for a short time. Even if there were a genuine issue, it was unlikely they would seek his assistance. Nor was he certain he could provide it. Chapter 42. Come in and discuss. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Tiandao immediately utilized all 3 of his remaining lottery chances. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the premium Firestone, the Seed of Miracles, and Unknown Food. Su Tiandao gazed in disbelief at the items he had just acquired. A Seed of Miracles? This is exclusive to grass-type sprites, originating from another realm of fire, while it served as an evolution stone. It seemed he had no immediate use for it. As for the Unknown Food, it could potentially be useful during the evolution of the foolish fish. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the true Qi Bomb. Upon witnessing the skills he had acquired, Su Tiandao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly summoned his companions, the black and white creatures and Night Oaking, to learn alongside him. After resting for a night, Su Tiandao rose early, intending to visit the item shop to sell off items he no longer needed. After all, his finances were rather meager, as most of his materials had been devoted to crafting energy cubes, although he had 2 wealthy friends nearby to borrow from during leaner times. It was now imperative for Su Tiandao to devise a solution independently. After a light breakfast, he set off for the item shop. How could it be? How could there be no stock? The salesperson, with a hint of helplessness, explained to a young boy, I sincerely apologize, sir, but our last miracle seed was sold just a few days ago. As you know, such items are exceedingly rare. Perhaps I could contact other cities to inquire about their availability. Su Tiandao was taken aback. His luck seemed to be shining brightly as he had just planned to sell a miracle seed, and now someone was actively seeking one. He stepped forward. Are you in need of a miracle seed? I happen to have one. The previously irate young boy turned to Su Tiandao upon hearing his voice. Su Tiandao retrieved the miracle seed from his backpack, and the boy's eyes lit up with excitement upon seeing it. How does 500,000 sound? Su Tiandao could scarcely believe his ears. Had the boy truly offered 500,000? Normally, the price of a miracle seed ranged from 300 to 400,000. And even at that price, demand often exceeded supply. Yet, here the boy was, proposing an astonishing 500,000. No problem, Su Tiandao replied, naturally unwilling to decline such a generous offer. After the transaction was complete, Su Tiandao turned to leave. This friend of mine, my surname is Zhang. You can call me Xiao Zhang. I am also a newly graduated trainer. The boy quickly introduced himself as he approached Su Tiandao. I am Su Tiandao. Likewise a freshly graduated trainer. Really? You don't seem like a novice. How about a duel? Su Tiandao, feeling a headache coming on, gazed at the boy. They were hardly acquainted, and he had only just completed a transaction. Why was the boy so eager for a battle? Please, pack up the items I requested earlier. The boy ignored Su Tiandao and addressed the attendant behind him. Mr. Zhang Tao, your total expenditure amounts to 300,000. Here is your receipt. Su Tiandao was astonished, realizing that this boy was quite affluent for a newcomer, spending a staggering 800,000. Such an amount was beyond the means of an ordinary family. The boy then eagerly dragged Su Tiandao out of the battle arena. Su Tiandao looked at Zhang Tao with a resigned expression, though he was reluctant to engage in battle. He couldn't resist the boy's enthusiasm. Moreover, he was curious to see the disparity between an ordinary individual and a wealthy trainer. Miss Cooner, level 28. Su Tiandao frowned as he observed the adorable creature summoned by his opponent. He couldn't shake the feeling that the boy might pamper this Pokemon excessively. Without surprise, Su Tiandao swiftly eliminated the opponent with a mere gesture. The power he displayed left Zhang Tao in a state of disbelief. Just as Zhang Tao was about to speak, the Pidgey on the field suddenly transformed into a beam of white light. It's evolving. The creature's size rapidly increased, transforming into a majestic Pidgeot. Congratulations on evolving into Pidgeot. Su Tiandao smiled, pleasantly surprised that such a simple battle had allowed his Pokemon to gain levels. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Tiandao bid farewell to Zhang Tao and resumed his quest for necessary supplies. Upon returning to his hotel, he had just settled in when a knock echoed from the door. Puzzled, Su Tiandao wondered who could be knocking at this hour. Was it the attendant? Opening the door, he was met by 2 sharply dressed men, their demeanor serious. May I assist you? Su Tiandao inquired, eyeing the 2 men with curiosity. Hello, we are investigators. We need to speak with you about a few matters, they said, producing identification for Su Tiandao to view. Upon hearing their words, Su Tiandao's brow furrowed slightly. Investigators were seeking him for inquiries. Recalling his recent activities, he suspected they were referencing the incident at the beach, indicating they had likely uncovered a lead related to him. "Please, come in," Su Tiandao said, stepping aside to allow them entry. "How may I assist you, gentlemen?" He initiated, leading them into his room. Noting Su Tiandao's calm demeanor, the two men exchanged surprised glances. He clearly was not an ordinary individual. Most people would exhibit fear or curiosity in the presence of such officers, akin to encountering the police. Yet Su Tiandao appeared unfazed, as though he had anticipated this meeting. "We would like to ask you a few questions. Can you account for your whereabouts on the night of July 5th into the early hours of July 6th? Su Tiandao's eyes sharpened. Indeed, they had traced something back to him. He found it peculiar that, despite having disposed of all traceable evidence, he had still been identified. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He had overlooked the fact that areas near tourist attractions were under surveillance, a situation he could not easily evade. "That night, I was out training," Su Tiandao replied with an air of nonchalance. He felt no need to be defensive. They were merely seeking information, and he had committed no crimes. In fact, his previous encounters had even benefited them, so he had no reason to fear. "We have also investigated the surveillance footage near the beach and found that you were the only one in that vicinity. You claim you were training, but at that hour, it seems unlikely anyone would be doing so. I hope you will cooperate with our investigation." The man in the black suit's gaze turned cold, sharp as a blade, as if he intended to pierce Su Tiandao's very being. "What do you mean by this? Is this an interrogation? My presence there was my personal choice, and it should have no bearing on you, correct? Or is there something significant that occurred? Do you suspect I have committed a crime?" Su Tiandao retorted, his displeasure evident. He had indeed acted for a good cause, yet they treated him as if he were a criminal. Initially, Su Tiandao had intended to clarify the situation, but given their approach, he felt no obligation to explain himself, confident that he had nothing to fear. Upon hearing Su Tiandao's words, the two investigators were momentarily taken aback, seemingly caught off guard by the unexpected retort. In their perception, they had always been the ones interrogating others, and never had anyone dared to engage with them on equal footing. "You have indeed committed no wrongdoing. We are merely conducting a routine investigation. Is that so? Just a mere inquiry? Then what is the meaning of your interrogative demeanor and tone? Do you believe that even an ordinary citizen must comply with your demands?" In that instant, Su Tiandao realized that his interrogators had no leverage over him. Initially, he could have assisted them by providing the information they sought. However, given their condescending attitude, he felt no obligation to extend them any courtesy. Moreover, he was well aware that Su Feng and Zhang Na came from respectable families. Should there be an actual issue, he could readily seek their assistance, ensuring he would not encounter significant troubles. After all, the events of that fateful night were intertwined with Zhang Na and Su Feng, so he had no reason to fear their lack of support. It is the duty of citizens to assist the police in investigations or provide evidence, the two stated with righteous conviction. Su Tiandao replied, "I have already cooperated sufficiently, yet your attitude suggests that my cooperation is unwarranted. Furthermore, I have provided all the information you requested. If you have no further inquiries, may I request that you leave? I wish to rest." Su Tiandao issued an implicit dismissal. "My apologies, Mr. Su. My colleague may have spoken somewhat brusquely, but we truly mean no offense. I apologize on his behalf. We are merely here to inquire if you noticed anything unusual or any individuals in the vicinity that evening." Another investigator promptly interjected, adopting a formal tone. "I sincerely regret to inform you that I was merely training that night, and I did not encounter any individuals, particularly given the inky darkness and gusty winds. I was focused solely on training my Pokemon and did not perceive anything out of the ordinary." Upon hearing Su Tiandao's response, the two exchanged glances and gradually made their way toward the exit. Su Tiandao could not help but smile faintly. The duo was rather amusing, one playing the role of the villain while the other took on the part of the hero, as if they believed him to be utterly oblivious. After they departed, one of the men wore a furious expression. "It's obvious it was him. Based on my years of professional experience, I would wager he is responsible. We should simply take him in for questioning." The other man, his face etched with anger, appeared resolute. "You need to temper your anger. Think carefully. Even if he were guilty, does he truly deserve to be treated as a criminal? He has, after all, apprehended several infiltrators from Japan, which could be considered a service to us. If you wish to detain him, you must at least provide a justification." The other man shook his head in resignation. There are so few individuals like Su Tiandao who are willing to interact discreetly. "Do you truly wish to harm him?" The irate man paused, taken aback by his companion's words. "But we must continue our investigation. He is a person of interest. I can assure you. I have already dispatched someone to investigate his background. His identity is quite ordinary and easily verifiable, just an average individual. However, his parents' records from 15 years ago are completely blank. There is nothing to be found. Do you understand what this implies? The initially angry man was now taken aback by his companion's revelation. As investigators, they wielded considerable authority, yet it was no exaggeration to say that obtaining information about any ordinary citizen was a simple matter. The fact that they could not uncover even the details of a few ordinary individuals suggested that Su Tiandao's identity might be of a caliber that surpassed their own, so elevated that they were unqualified to investigate him. Moreover, I have heard that he shares a rather significant relationship with the young lady of the Su family, and they seemed to be quite close at the time. Do you think they would allow you to detain him? Would the Su family consent to that? The previously irate man now appeared as if doused with cold water, momentarily speechless and at a loss for words. What manner of person was he? Why was there no information available on him? Could it be that he possessed power that eclipsed even theirs? I am uncertain of their true identities, but I suspect they are not high-ranking officials. In this world, if they are not high-ranking, then there is only one other possibility. One of the men spoke slowly. You cannot mean to suggest they are kings. The other man's eyes widened in disbelief. It is crucial to understand that the title of king in this world represents a uniquely powerful status. It is not merely one's prowess in combat that grants one this title. It also signifies influence. Attaining the title of king requires recognition from the state, and it entails the ability to command national police forces and investigators. Thus, achieving such a title signifies one's extraordinary combat capabilities. Furthermore, the individual stands backed by the authority of the state, recognized as a formidable force. Their existence implies a history of engagement with foreign experts, for in this world, talent is paramount. Individuals who reach the level of king are exceptionally rare, and those who gain state acknowledgement are invariably powerful. To earn the title of king, one must possess at least 6 king-level Pokemon along with advanced strategic command and combat experience. In this nation, there are merely a handful of kings, all hailing from families of exceptional standing. In essence, they are born into privilege. Within such a context, those with advantageous conditions inherently possess the best resources. Ordinary individuals are already at a disadvantage even before the race begins, while those born into privilege soar ahead as if propelled by rockets, leaving others to rely solely on their own legs. Thus, before these individuals are acknowledged by the state as kings, they are already exceptional entities, whether in terms of their own strength or the stature of their backgrounds, both of which are impeccable. The Su family is precisely such a family, distinguished in terms of power and personal prowess, beyond reproach. This matter ends here. Continuing the investigation may entangle us with the Su family, which is beyond our jurisdiction. Back in the room, Su Tiandao clenched his fists tightly. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, realizing that this incident was linked to the Su family and Su Foam, which explained the investigator's unusually courteous demeanor. Otherwise, he might have been forcibly taken in for questioning. Su Tiandao was acutely aware of his current weakness, recognizing the necessity to continuously enhance his strength until he became formidable enough that no one would dare to defy his decisions. He understood that if he possessed a background as powerful as the Su family, the adversary would certainly not have the audacity to address him in such a tone. Conversely, if Su Tiandao were to attain the prowess of a king-level being, then the opponents before him would, without a doubt, exhibit the same docility as pets. It was at this moment that Su Tiandao finally comprehended why the system had assigned him such an ultimate task. In any world, the strong invariably dictate everything. This world is unyieldingly harsh. The greater one's strength, the more one can acquire, and the more one can influence decisions, compelling everyone to heed their whims. Initially, Su Tiandao believed that leading the life of an ordinary person in a new world, reveling in the pleasures of existence, was quite satisfactory. However, he now felt that his life was excessively comfortable, devoid of any threats or challenges. Su Tiandao knew better than anyone that one who has never faced adversity cannot possibly become a strong individual. Resolute in his decision to grow ever stronger, so powerful that no one could impede his progress, he resolved to capture his next spirit, aiming to gather a total of 6 spirits. With fists clenched, he had never envisioned aspiring to be the strongest in the world as he did now. While he recognized the absurdity of such an ambition, he was equally determined to relentlessly pursue his goals, gradually strengthening himself day by day. With the system at his disposal, he could become stronger than anyone else, and he possessed the means to contend with others. The system was his greatest strength and his ultimate trump card. Su Tiandao then departed for the northern mountains, opting not to venture into the city, as his objective lay in the rainforests of the north, where numerous wild spirits dwelled. The northern mountains not only provided an ideal training ground but, with a stroke of luck, he might encounter exceptional rare spirits. 3 days later, Su Tiandao re-emerged at the outskirts of the forest in the northern mountains, surrounded by his 5 spirits as they dined together. He offered a blue energy cube to his clumsy fish, who was lounging by the pond. Su Tiandao often nurtured his bond with the clumsy fish and occasionally trained it, albeit with a gentle approach, given its recent birth. After consuming the energy cube, the clumsy fish suddenly radiated a brilliant light on the verge of evolution. Su Tiandao's face lit up with joy, for he understood that the rapid evolution of the clumsy fish was due to its daily consumption of energy cubes, coupled with his knowledge of the proper training methods and evolutionary processes. As the luminous aura dissipated, a majestic Milotic appeared before Su Tiandao. "Milotic, you have grown. You are no longer the little baby you once were." He marveled at the 7-meter-long Milotic, resembling a mermaid in the pond, a smile gracing his face. Had others known that the clumsy fish had evolved into a Milotic in just 4 or 5 days, they would surely find it unbelievable. The Milotic gracefully approached Su Tiandao, nuzzling against his arm. "You've grown. You can no longer call me daddy, understand?" Su Tiandao affectionately patted Milotic's head, reminiscing about the clumsy fish's adorable infant form. At that time, he had prepared several skills and necessary items for the clumsy fish, which he now presented all at once. For the subsequent period, Su Tiandao dedicated himself to training deep within the forests of the northern mountains. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Su Tiandao relentlessly trained alongside his spirits, and thanks to the experience-sharing device, Milotic's growth was notably rapid. In this span, Milotic advanced swiftly, reaching level 27. As levels increased, the pace of evolution slowed, and the progress of his other spirits had begun to wane. Su Tiandao observed that his remaining spirits had achieved level 48. While his Pidgeot reached level 40, the Disaster Spirit also at level 40, and Nidoqueen at level 42. Beyond level 40, the pace of leveling became exceedingly arduous, leaving Su Tiandao feeling somewhat disheartened. In the past, he could easily level up 3 or 4 times in a day. But now achieving a single level in 3 or 4 days felt like a commendable feat, as the experience gained was steadily diminishing, primarily due to the lower levels of spirits within the forest. Su Tiandao recognized that his leveling speed was already quite rapid compared to others, especially since not everyone possessed a system or experience sharing. He understood that if it were anyone else, their rate of progress would likely pale in comparison to his. Nevertheless, Su Tiandao felt a sense of dissatisfaction, aware that he must persistently strive for self-improvement. Only through unwavering effort, both mentally and in reality, could he grow stronger, reaching heights that others could only aspire to. He concluded that it was time to adopt more challenging training methods. Otherwise, the experience gained from his current approach was simply too meager. After another day of training, Su Tiandao made his way back to his campsite. Meanwhile, he pulled out his Pokédex, perusing the information displayed, with messages from his parents and friends filling the screen. He offered brief replies, content in knowing they cared about his well-being. During this half-month period, Su Tiandao had spent much of his time alone with his spirits. Suddenly, he raised his gaze towards the moon, and memories of his time with Zhang Na flooded back to him. Despite their quirks, those moments spent together felt like the happiest days of his journey. Zhang Na was like a ray of sunshine, always managing to elicit laughter, while Su Feng often acted as a rival, constantly challenging him. "Perhaps I should find a girlfriend. Being alone is rather lonely," Su Tiandao murmured to himself. The thought of having someone to converse with seemed appealing, far preferable to solitary nights spent gazing at the moon. Behind him, his 5 spirits exchanged glances, their expressions suggesting they were discussing him like he was a fool. "What are you talking about? Are you bad-mouthing me again?" Su Tiandao turned abruptly. Annoyance etched on his face as he regarded his spirits. He realized that, unbeknownst to him, these 5 had taken to whispering about him from time to time. "Oh well, you are all I have for company. Feel free to gossip," he sighed, shaking his head, a sense of loneliness enveloping him. "After all, it seems that apart from them, I truly have no other companions worthy of trust or conversation." Upon hearing Su Tiandao's words, the 5 little spirits, who were previously whispering amongst themselves, immediately gathered around him, chattering excitedly, eager to do something to cheer him up. Su Tiandao then rose and returned to his tent, preparing to sleep. However, not long after he lay down, a cacophony erupted outside. What could this be? Su Tiandao thought, quickly getting up to investigate, for such sudden noises in the depths of the forest were certainly abnormal. Upon stepping outside, Su Tiandao discovered that there seemed to be considerable commotion in the forest. Even from a distance, the leaves rustled vigorously. And under the moonlight of the night, countless birds took flight from the trees, fleeing as if from a predator towards the moon. A side quest was triggered. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in. I knew there could be no good news. Hearing the system's alert, Su Tiandao immediately understood that something was amiss in the forest. The side quest, Smugglers, required him to repel or eradicate a group that was capturing spirits en masse. Upon completion, he would receive a qualification-enhancing potion, limited to talent level 3 and 3 lottery draws. Upon seeing the task assigned by the system, Su Tiandao instantly comprehended the situation unfolding in the forest. It was no surprise, as such groups were almost inevitable in the wild. However, he had not anticipated that the system would classify them as a quest. What intrigued Su Tiandao more was the qualification-enhancing potion. This meant he could elevate his spirit's talent from level 3 to level 4, correct? Su Tiandao was momentarily taken aback. After all, talent was innate and rarely changed unless one was exceedingly fortunate or encountered a stroke of luck. Otherwise, one's innate potential remained fixed. Though the system only provided a potion for enhancing talent to level 3, Su Tiandao understood that this implied the existence of potions for levels 4 and 5 as well. Did this not suggest that, regardless of the type of spirit, Su Tiandao could elevate them to possess godlike talents through the system? The mere thought left Su Tiandao astonished. It was well known that divine beasts possessed superior, innate comprehension abilities compared to other spirits. However, if everyone had talents akin to divine beasts, they would surely be ubiquitous. Though the potion only enhanced talent to level 3, it was precisely what I needed. I must undertake this quest. Even if I initially hesitated to confront the group capturing spirits, as such teams existed in every corner of the world. However, for the sake of obtaining the enhancement potion, Su Tiandao now felt compelled to take action against them. Don't blame me. Blame your misfortune for crossing paths with the system. Su Tiandao shook his head. At this moment, his gaze was fierce. This was a path to his own empowerment. Although it felt wrong to act against them, he was indifferent as long as he could enhance himself. Without further ado, Su Tiandao began to gather his belongings and retrieved his pokeball. There were individuals in the forest capturing spirits en masse. They would act together to drive them away without resorting to killing. Chapter 46. I am here to help you. Pidgeot, take me up to the sky to survey the situation. Su Tiandao quickly commanded the spirits around him, and the others nodded in preparation. Pidgeot bent down, allowing Su Tiandao to swiftly climb onto its back. Su Tiandao had no intention of annihilating these individuals. After all, there was no need for such measures against those with whom he bore no grudge. He only needed to find a suitable excuse to drive them away. What they did afterward in the forest was not his concern. At that moment, Su Tiandao soared high above the forest, urging Pidgeot to fly higher. Careful not to alert them. Hovering 100 meters above, he took out his binoculars to observe the scene below. Before long, he spotted several individuals. A single glance revealed the difficulty of the situation. It was not merely one person, but a group. From his cursory observation, there appeared to be at least a dozen individuals, with more potentially lurking in the shadows. Moreover, he noted that surrounding them were 4 cages, each containing grass-type spirits, all of whom struggled against their confinement. Yet, each time they resisted, mercenaries wielding various weapons inflicted torment upon them. With every action from the mercenaries, a spirit would collapse, trembling on the ground, their eyes filled with a mix of fear and anger. Su Tiandao meticulously counted and found a total of 16 individuals, with several spirits trapped within the cages. The number was substantial, and judging by their gear, they appeared to be seasoned professionals, indicating that such activities were not new to them. Su Tiandao observed the strongest spirit among them, a duo boasting a talent level of 3 and a level of 43. The others were predominantly spirits with talent levels around 2 and levels of about 30. It became evident that their objective was clear. They sought to capture spirits of the same type. However, the numbers posed a challenge. Taking on so many alone was daunting. Su Tiandao furrowed his brow slightly. Had there only been a few, he might have devised a plan, but with 16, he doubted his ability to subdue them all at once. Furthermore, as a cohesive unit, their synergy was undoubtedly strong, and should he disturb them, the inevitable outcome would be a fierce onslaught against him. As he continued to observe the surroundings for resources, Su Tiandao suddenly noticed a gathering of spirits in the distance. A quick glance revealed at least 100 spirits congregating, seemingly engaged in discussion. Su Tiandao immediately understood they too wished to preserve their freedom. Only by uniting could they hope to avoid capture. With this realization, an idea sparked within him. If he could ally with them, the difficulty of his task would significantly diminish. However, Su Tiandao hesitated. Having spent several days in the forest, some of these spirits might even harbor resentment towards him, possibly viewing him as a threat upon his arrival. Nevertheless, he resolved to be proactive. After all, his ability to succeed in this mission depended on them. He then gradually descended, positioning himself not far from the group of spirits. The appearance of Su Tiandao immediately startled a group of fairies, who regarded him with the utmost vigilance, as if they were facing a formidable adversary. Their expressions were filled with wariness, as though any unusual movement from Su Tiandao would prompt them to act without hesitation. I merely wish to convey that I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I have come solely to engage in a cordial conversation. If your goal is to confront that group of individuals, then I believe we could become allies. Su Tiandao raised his hands high, demonstrating his sincerity. Observing his demeanor, some among the crowd began to relax their guard, sensing a certain warmth emanating from him. However, there were still some fairies who cautiously scrutinized Su Tiandao, unwilling to trust the words of this man, either due to their extensive experience or because they had previously suffered at his hands. Particularly, those who had been wronged by him cast glances of resentment in his direction. I acknowledge my past missteps and ask for your understanding. My only intention was to train my fairies, and I have not harmed any of you, Su Tiandao explained awkwardly, noticing their hostile glares. After hearing his words, some fairies, while still harboring resentment, found it to have diminished considerably. They recognized that, compared to those who were currently capturing their companions, this man, despite his flaws, was a far better option. As compensation, I offer my assistance in rescuing your comrades, Su Tiandao declared with a smile, extending his hand with genuine intent. One fairy regarded Su Tiandao for 3 seconds, seemingly attempting to discern the truth behind his words. No matter how one looked at him, he appeared earnest, and having an additional ally could indeed prove advantageous, as some fairies were already aware of Su Tiandao's capabilities. Subsequently, one fairy stepped forward, extending its hand to shake with the protagonist. Su Tiandao could discern that, at that moment, the other fairies tacitly accepted this choice. I surmise many of your companions have been captured. I am here to assist you, and I hope you will trust me to join forces against them. Su Tiandao sought to express his determination to the others, although he held a semblance of status and identity. He understood that merely uttering a few words would not suffice to win their trust. That would be a fool's errand. As soon as Su Tiandao finished speaking, the fairy who had just shaken hands with him turned to address the others. He began to assist Su Tiandao in persuading the remaining fairies, and witnessing this development brought great joy to Su Tiandao, who had not anticipated such smooth progress. Su Tiandao then joined them in strategizing how to confront their adversaries. The team was remarkably professional, exhibiting a profound familiarity with the forest. Each member donned gas masks, rendering them immune to any toxic substances. In truth, if a confrontation were to ensue, they would hold the numerical advantage. However, given that the opposing side possessed hostages, the absence of fairy threats could lead to a significant decline in their combat effectiveness. Thus, Su Tiandao resolved that the priority was to divert their attention and rescue the fairies first. Once liberated, the fairies could unite, and despite the adversaries' numbers, they would be rendered powerless. While Su Tiandao and the fairies were engaged in discussion, he suddenly sensed something atop the trees. He quickly glanced upward and spotted a smaller fairy observing them from a branch. The little creature locked eyes with Su Tiandao, and upon recognizing him, it leapt down, landing on his shoulder, and began to sweep its tail across his face. Su Tiandao, perplexed, wondered why it was behaving this way. Did it harbor a grudge against him? Chirp. Chirp. There is something unclean on your face. Allow me to assist in clearing it. The little fairy exclaimed. Thank you, Su Tiandao replied awkwardly. After all, having a squirrel's tail brushing against one's face could make anyone feel uncomfortable. He chose to ignore the creature and continued his dialogue with the fairies. Meanwhile, due to the late hour, the hunting group had gathered around a campfire, with some individuals already retreating into tents for rest. Su Tiandao, from a considerable distance, concealed himself behind a tree, discreetly observing through binoculars. He noted how vigilant the group remained, even at this hour. They had yet to remove their masks and rested in shifts, indicative of a well-organized and disciplined unit. Additionally, a few shadowy ducks perched in the trees were keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings, remaining ever alert. After observing for a while, Su Tiandao instructed the nearby fairy. Go inform the others that the operation is commencing. The little fairy nodded and promptly leapt from Su Tiandao's shoulder, vanishing into the dense foliage. Su Tiandao then turned to the distant disaster fairy and a cluster of insect companions, quietly outlining his plan. He remained intensely focused on the unfolding events, striving to gather as much useful information as possible. Suddenly, a dark crow perched in a tree squawked loudly. Not yet. We must wait a moment longer, Su Tiandao murmured anxiously. At that moment, the crow's cry prompted the group to spring into action, immediately adopting a defensive posture and releasing their fairies. In that instant, dozens of fairies appeared, and one, seemingly the leader, issued a few commands before several members dashed towards Su Tiandao's direction to reinforce their position, while others, accompanied by their fairies, moved in another direction. After a few minutes passed, Su Tiandao began waving his hand behind him. His plan was straightforward, a diversionary tactic. Given the overwhelming number of guards present, he knew he could not rescue the fairies while remaining in place, although a few guards still remained. Su Tiandao felt a sense of relief. He decided to send his black and white fairy leading a contingent of fairies to launch a frontal assault. As long as the majority of the elite fairies could hold the guards at bay, he would have the opportunity to free the fairies under scrutiny. Let us proceed swiftly. The disaster fairy nodded before sprinting towards the target. Shortly thereafter, the 4 guards engaged in combat with the advancing fairy battalion. Meanwhile, Su Tiandao, accompanied by a group of stealthy fairies, began to approach silently. Fortunately, due to the small number of guards left behind, they found themselves somewhat constrained amidst the encirclement of fairies. On the other side, Su Tiandao swiftly retaliated, and immediately, countless silken threads shot forth from the spider behind him, forming an intricate net that enveloped the few individuals trapped within. To their astonishment, an ambush had been laid. Just as they contemplated their next move, they found themselves ensnared by the very threads meant to entrap them. Soon, more than 20 vine-like tendrils appeared, and in that moment, they had no chance for escape. Being bound almost instantaneously, mental blades struck at their throats, and with a series of muffled thuds, the individuals before him collapsed, their spirits dissipating into the void. It was evident from a mere glance that they had ceased to breathe, and Su Tiandao showed no inclination to spare them this time. Having learned from his previous encounter, he understood that sometimes the most prudent course of action was to eliminate trouble outright. Allowing them to live could potentially lead to dire consequences if they discovered that he was the one responsible. Su Tiandao was acutely aware that the outcomes of kindness and compassion often resulted in greater calamities for oneself. Only by embracing his ferocity, instilling fear in others, could he truly claim the title of a formidable warrior, one so powerful that no one would dare provoke him. Despite having taken lives, Su Tiandao felt no trepidation. Rather, a flicker of exhilaration coursed through him. He recognized a peculiar aspect of his psyche. Despite this being his inaugural experience of such a nature, he was devoid of the typical fear that would afflict an ordinary person. Meanwhile, the spirits confined within the cage were rendered speechless, bewildered by the unfolding events. Chapter 48. Not a single one left behind. I have come to rescue you. Su Tiandao reassured the terrified spirits within the cage. After speaking, he turned to the disaster spirit behind him, commanding, "Kick open the cage." As soon as Su Tiandao's words left his lips, the disaster spirit darted forward, and with a resounding crash, the iron cage was deformed by its formidable strength, yet it was merely contorted, not broken. So resilient? Su Tiandao furrowed his brow, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. It was important to note that the disaster spirit was inherently a combat type, and thanks to systematic enhancements, its physical capabilities surpassing those of ordinary disaster spirits. Yet, it struggled to breach the cage. Continue the assault, Su Tiandao urged, undeterred. Though the cage had not been shattered immediately, as long as progress was being made, he was satisfied. Ultimately, the only objective was to liberate the spirits. The air was soon filled with a series of resounding bangs, and the once orderly cage was transformed, allowing the spirits to escape through the widening gaps. Each spirit's face radiated excitement, their gazes towards Su Tiandao filled with gratitude, devoid of any lingering suspicion. Let us hasten to assist our comrades. They are fighting ahead, and we must aid them, Su Tiandao declared with a smile. Their previous anxiety regarding the possibility of the capture team using the spirits as leverage to hinder their actions was now obsolete. Su Tiandao's sole focus was to unite the spirits. Once they stood together, even if the opposing force outnumbered them, a cohesive spirit team could withstand any threat. It was common knowledge that if 100 or so entities banded together, any confrontation would yield catastrophic losses for the adversaries. As long as they were not foolish, they would know how to act. Upon hearing Su Tiandao's words, the spirits' faces were painted with rage. They had all endured torment at the hands of the capture team. Memories of their suffering ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within them. This was their opportunity to exact retribution, and they vowed not to let the capture team escape unscathed. Meanwhile, the bulk of the spirit forces readied themselves for a direct confrontation with their captors. With a clear numerical advantage, the spirit team held the upper hand. Boss, this cannot continue. If we keep fighting like this, we will simply exhaust ourselves against the enemy. One of them spoke urgently, perplexed by the unexpected unity displayed by the spirits they encountered. Their synchronized efforts and formation suggested the guidance of a hidden strategist. The leader furrowed his brow. aware of the formidable combat prowess of the spirits, yet recognizing that forest-dwelling spirits would typically lack the coordination for such teamwork. However, their actions now seemed deliberate, as if orchestrated by an unseen conductor. The opposing force numbered at least 100, while they only had a few dozen. Despite their tactical superiority, they found even basic defense increasingly challenging. In the brief skirmish, they had already lost 4 members. "What do we do now, boss?" one of them asked hastily. "And what about that electric dragon? Its strength is extraordinary, and there shouldn't be such a spirit in this forest." Its level was alarmingly high, and its combat abilities were terrifying. The sudden loss of 4 members was undeniably linked to the presence of this electric dragon. It was overpowering. Several of their elite members had been swiftly dispatched. Among the multitude of spirits, it shone most brilliantly. "Damn it, if this continues, we might face total annihilation." The leader frowned deeply. Although he was accustomed to making decisions on his own, the only viable choice in this situation was to retreat. Yet, he remained baffled by the abrupt escalation in difficulty. This was not his first venture into this forest, so why had the odds shifted so drastically? They had failed to capture a single spirit and sustained significant losses. Initially, the appearance of a minus had sparked hope among the team members. For a single minus could rival the value of all their previous captures, considering its rarity in this world. However, before they could act, an electric dragon emerged, followed by a night-oaking. "Now, unleash Ice Beam." Before the leader could finish his command, a foreign voice echoed from behind. A flash of light streaked past, and one of his subordinates was instantly frozen solid. The leader spun around, startled. "Who are you?" The leader sensed the gravity of the situation in such dire circumstances. It was alarming to encounter another presence. Their team, already faltering, now descended into panic. It dawned on him that if he was not mistaken, the powerful spirits were under the command of this very youth before him. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that none of you shall escape today," Su Tiandao declared with conviction. The leader gazed at Su Tiandao with confusion, his eyes aflame with anger. What was happening? Why had Su Tiandao suddenly turned against him? Despite having no prior enmity? "Leader, what should we do? We are completely surrounded." The remaining few hastily gathered around their boss, their faces etched with panic and fear, their voices trembling. Yet, the leader paid no heed to his subordinates. Instead, he glared menacingly at Su Tiandao. "You brat. Do you seek to forge a mortal enemy with our spider adventure group?" The leader's gaze was fierce. "Forge a mortal enemy? Hasn't that already been established? Do you believe there is room for negotiation?" Su Tiandao scoffed coldly. Although he had no desire to act in such a manner, he was determined to obtain the system's talent-enhancing potion, even if it meant risking everything. Chapter 49. A grand distribution of items. This matter ends here. Release us, and I assure you I will not hold today's events against you. Additionally, I will offer you a handsome reward. What do you say? At this moment, the leader sought to placate Su Tiandao. Given the circumstances, it was clear that a head-on confrontation would lead to their utter annihilation. If they could win Su Tiandao over, at least they might preserve their lives. As long as they lived, there would be countless ways to investigate Su Tiandao's true identity and deal with him. Not holding today as events against me? Do you believe it is I who will overlook this, or you? Su Tiandao replied mockingly. I previously stated that none of you would leave today. He looked at the group before him with derision. In the past, Su Tiandao might have softened and spared them, allowing them a chance at life. However, he now understood that he must be ruthless. Any sign of weakness could lead to unforeseen troubles. Moreover, he was certain that individuals like them, given a chance to survive, would undoubtedly resort to any means to protect themselves. He was no fool. How could he allow them to escape alive? Since you desire mutual destruction, do not blame me. I shall show you the might of our spider adventure group. It was laughable that they thought they could achieve such an end. Su Tiandao sneered once more. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed the opposing leader drawing a pokeball. Fritos, explosion. The leader growled fiercely. Upon hearing this command, Su Tiandao's heart raced, and he quickly ordered, Pidgeot, hurricane. In an instant, Pidgeot unfurled its wings, summoning a fierce gale that transformed the dark night. Fritos was caught in the tempest, rendered unconscious and turned into a beam of white light, returning to its pokeball. Su Tiandao let out a sigh of relief. The damage from Fritos's explosion could rival that of a small bomb and would have resulted in countless casualties. He had not anticipated that the enemy possessed such a formidable Pokemon, truly terrifying. Subsequently, Su Tiandao issued further commands, and the Pokemon around him simultaneously launched their attacks, colorful skills illuminating the air. Moments later, all the Pokemon ceased their movements, and the members of the Spider Adventure Group collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Seeing this, Su Tiandao approached cautiously to examine them, only to discover that they had all lost their breaths. Faced with the wrath of over 100 furious Pokemon, Their fate was all too predictable. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. You have received a talent-enhancing potion and 3 lottery chances. With the system's notification, Su Tiandao knew that he had accomplished his task. He and his Pokemon erupted in cheers, unaware that not far away, atop a hill, a blue wolf-like Pokemon observed the unfolding scene. After casting a lingering glance at Su Tiandao, it vanished into the night. Meanwhile, Su Tiandao hastily dug a large pit, burying all the members of the group within the earth. It was evident that in such a forest, finding their remains would be nearly impossible. Even if discovered, no one would suspect foul play, as the attack had been executed by Pokemon, wild creatures of the forest. Additionally, given their identity as an adventure group, should they meet an unfortunate demise at the hands of the Pokemon, no one would trace it back to Su Tiandao. Su Tiandao was confident that no one would believe he commanded all the Pokemon within the forest to confront an adventure group. After completing this task, Su Tiandao received the gratitude of all his Pokemon, though he paid it little mind. Initially, he had intended to train further within the forest, but after this cooperation, continuing to train against them would prove challenging. After bidding farewell to the Pokemon, Su Tiandao returned to his previous campsite. He took out the talent-enhancing potion gifted by the system. Is this the talent-enhancing potion? How is it used? He gazed at the blue syringe-like object in his hand, his expression one of confusion. It resembled the syringes he had received as a child, seemingly ordinary, yet he knew the system would not deceive him. Just inject it. The system's voice echoed in Su Tiandao's mind. Pidgeot, come here. Su Tiandao gestured for Pidgeot, intending to administer the talent-enhancing potion to it. He inserted the blue syringe into Pidgeot. Pidgeot looked at Su Tiandao with confusion, but as soon as the potion was fully administered, it suddenly felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over it. Its mind clouded, as though it had not slept for days. Its eyelids felt unbearably heavy, and with a thud, it collapsed on the ground, fast asleep. What is happening? Su Tiandao questioned. Pidgeot's talent enhancement will take approximately 6 hours. The system informed him. I see. So changing talent levels requires time, Su Tiandao acknowledged, taking out a Pokeball to capture the slumbering Pidgeot within. Lottery. Su Tiandao, without hesitation, utilized his 3 lottery chances. Congratulations, you have obtained the Certificate of Kingship, a metal membrane, and a double drop rate. The protagonist felt a headache coming on upon witnessing the item distribution, and Su Tiandao displayed a look of helplessness. Truth be told, he desired items that could enhance his own attributes, such as talent-enhancing potions. Though such weapons could elevate a Pokemon's combat prowess, they were readily available for purchase. The talent-enhancing potions provided by the system, however, were one of a kind, even if offered for sale worldwide. Fortunately, there was still a drop rate enhancer, ensuring that the quantity of valuable items obtained next time would be doubled. After a brief moment, Su Tiandao took off his clothes, preparing for a bath, and with a splash, he leaped into the lake. Chapter 50. The passive recovery. While Su Tiandao was still in the midst of his bath, he suddenly sensed a gaze fixated upon him. Swiftly, he glanced around and soon spotted a gray silhouette darting away from a nearby tree trunk, reminiscent of a thief caught in the act and fleeing in haste. Su Tiandao felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had clearly seen a bubble squirrel. He had not anticipated that there would be such a secret signal, nor that someone would hide in the shadows to watch him bathe. What on earth was happening? He was hardly a stunning beauty, so what was the point? Or perhaps the bubble squirrel was a female, resembling a tough woman sneaking a snack. Returning to the shore, dressed in his clothes. The scene replayed vividly in Su Tiandao's mind. He could hardly believe that there would come a day when someone would sneak a peek at him bathing. If you wanted to watch, why not just say so? I would not only allow you to watch openly, but I could also bathe with you, of course, provided you were a beautiful woman. Once more, Su Tiandao surveyed the area, though he found no trace of the bubble squirrel. However, he was certain it was still nearby. After donning his clothes, he picked up his backpack and slowly brought a fruit to his lips. Alas! With an exclamation, the fruit slipped from his grasp and rolled onto the ground. How frustrating! Having just finished bathing, his hands were a bit slippery. Such a fine fruit should not have been wasted. Muttering to himself, he bent down to retrieve the fruit, inhaling its delightful aroma. Ah, how fragrant! Just the scent alone lifted his spirits. As he prepared to take a bite, a small figure suddenly dashed out, leaping onto Su Tiandao's shoulder. The fruit, too, found its way into the tiny creature's paws, and the bubble squirrel began to diligently brush off the dirt with its little tail. Here, after thoroughly cleaning the fruit, the bubble squirrel presented it to Su Tiandao, transforming it from a somewhat dirty state to one that was pristine, akin to a freshly washed fruit. Su Tiandao smiled faintly. Indeed, the bubble squirrel was like a cleanliness-obsessed individual, unable to tolerate even a speck of dust. This method of cleaning was remarkably effective. Thank you so much, Su Tiandao said, gently patting the squirrel's head. Its fur was soft and pleasant to the touch, evoking a desire to hold on forever. Truly. The cleanliness-obsessed squirrel was smooth and comforting to the touch, suggesting it must frequently groom its coat to appear not only clean and adorable, but also remarkably soft. Su Tiandao then retrieved an evolution stone from his backpack and offered it to the squirrel. The squirrel, puzzled, gazed at the stone with a hint of confusion, having never encountered such an object before. Just as it was about to speak, a flash of white light enveloped the area, and the evolution stone vanished, transforming into a luminous glow that surrounded the squirrel. Within moments, the white light dissipated, revealing a more beautiful and adorable Chino squirrel before Su Tiandao. Its size remained largely unchanged, yet its appearance had become even more charming. The Chino squirrel wore a look of bewilderment, unaware of the transformation that had just occurred. However, it could distinctly feel the changes within its body, filled with both confusion and joy at its newfound enhancement. Realizing that its evolution was due to the stone Su Tiandao had just given it, the Chino squirrel expressed its gratitude before suddenly vanishing, leaping into Su Tiandao's backpack. Half of its body disappearing inside as it rummaged around, eager to find another of those strange stones. Unbeknownst to Su Tiandao, the squirrel retrieved a luxury pokeball from his backpack. Observing the luxury pokeball, the Chino squirrel was filled with curiosity, wondering what this peculiar object could be. Its inquisitiveness prompted it to inspect the ball from various angles, which startled Su Tiandao, causing him to shiver. Please, don't press that button. Upon hearing Su Tiandao's warning, the squirrel gently pressed the very button he had cautioned against. In an instant, a flash of white light engulfed the area, and the squirrel vanished before Su Tiandao's eyes, leaving the luxury pokeball to thud to the ground. Su Tiandao stood petrified, staring at the still luxury pokeball at his feet, his mind swirling with confusion. He had witnessed countless methods of capturing Pokemon, yet he never imagined a Pokemon would voluntarily offer itself. Congratulations, host, for completing the initial task. You have received 1 luxury ball. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest of capturing 6 Pokemon. You have received 1 moonstone and 6 lottery draws. The operational tasks have been completed, and the system lottery has been upgraded. For the next 8 hours, the lottery system will be offline. As the system's voice faded, a moonstone suddenly appeared in Su Tiandao's hand, and he gazed at it in astonishment. The moonstone was quite valuable, even if offered for sale. It would be a rare commodity. What shocked Su Tiandao even more was the system's announcement of an upgrade, with the lottery system undergoing a comprehensive update. Could it mean that more exquisite items would become available? Su Tiandao had been thoroughly satisfied with the previous offerings, but the prospect of further enhancements filled him with excitement. What did the system update entail? There had been no mention of such a feature before. Su Tiandao pondered aloud. If the lottery system could be upgraded, might other aspects of the system also see improvements? Previously, the system had only provided low-tier rewards during its novice phase. With this upgrade, he could potentially receive even more powerful items. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed again in Su Tiandao's mind. Chapter 51, System Update. So, the previous rewards were merely low-tier? Su Tiandao was taken aback by the system's revelation. Even what it termed low-tier items were extraordinary in his eyes. If he could obtain even higher-tier items, would there truly be no limit to his future achievements? With this thought, a sense of optimism enveloped Su Tiandao. Given enough time, he could effortlessly become the strongest trainer in this world. He could easily evolve all 16 of his Pokemon to legendary status, dominating his peers in every conceivable aspect. Though the system update would take some time, it posed little concern for Su Tiandao. Su Tiandao also picked up the luxurious Pokeball that lay on the ground. Regardless of the circumstances, he had successfully captured it, and even if he wished to retract his decision now, it would serve no purpose. Although Su Tiandao had not intended to capture the Chino squirrel, the fact that it chose to accompany him was indeed a pleasant surprise. The Chino squirrel possessed a talent level of 3, at level 37. Following this, Su Tiandao examined the array of skills that the Chino squirrel exhibited. Observing its diverse abilities, he was filled with admiration, having previously thought of the Chino squirrel as merely a creature lacking combat prowess, a mere aesthetic being. Yet, to his astonishment, its capabilities were quite impressive, and Su Tiandao felt as though he had stumbled upon treasure. Moreover, he discovered that the Chino squirrel was equipped with skills such as temptation and high note, which were indeed cunning tactics. Subsequently, Su Tiandao opened the luxurious Pokeball once more, releasing the Chino squirrel. From this day forth, we shall be partners, he declared gently. Reaching out to stroke the squirrel's head, the Chino squirrel squatted on the ground, relishing the affection, as if Su Tiandao's touch were the greatest reward it could receive. Su Tiandao then presented several of his skills to the Chino squirrel, bestowing them all upon it. It was time to rest, as the night had grown late. Glancing at the moon hanging in the sky, Su Tiandao decided to take a brief respite. He retrieved the luxurious Pokeball once more, preparing to return the Chino squirrel within. However, the squirrel swiftly darted into his embrace, nuzzling against him as if to say, "I don't want to go back inside." Su Tiandao felt a twinge of helplessness. He had never encountered such a clingy creature before. Yet, he found himself enjoying the sensation, and since the squirrel was unwilling, he had no intention of forcing it. Holding the squirrel in one arm, he entered the tent, where the Chino squirrel lay contentedly against his chest, moving gently with his breaths, imparting a sense of security to Su Tiandao. When he next awoke, it was already noon on the second day. The sunlight streamed through the forest, and the air felt warm and slightly oppressive. Su Tiandao slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself enveloped in darkness. Could it be that dawn had not yet arrived? As he spoke, he realized that a tail was brushing against his face. He reached up and grasped the small creature, lifting it into the air. "Are you going to let me sleep in peace?" Su Tiandao glared at the little squirrel he held. To his surprise, the squirrel had been resting on his face, its tail sweeping across him. Upon hearing Su Tiandao's words, a hint of shyness appeared on the squirrel's face, as if it felt a twinge of embarrassment for its actions. Su Tiandao couldn't help but twitch in disbelief. How could this squirrel act so childishly, resting on his face for so long and now appearing bashful, as if caught in a moment of innocence? Eventually, Su Tiandao retrieved his Pokeballs, releasing all of his Pokemon. He turned his gaze to his Pidgeot, injecting it with a talent enhancement potion. Su Tiandao could sense a distinct change in Pidgeot compared to before. Although its exterior remained largely unchanged, he perceived an enhanced aura and majesty emanating from it. "Let's have lunch," Su Tiandao said, glancing up at the sun in the sky, then pulling out the energy cubes he had prepared in advance. "By the way, this is our new partner, the Chino squirrel," he introduced to the nearby creature. As soon as Su Tiandao finished speaking, his other Pokemon swiftly surrounded the Chino squirrel, eager to establish rapport. Among Su Tiandao's 6 Pokemon, the Chino squirrel was the only female, while the rest were male. Naturally, upon seeing the lone female, the eyes of all the males sparkled with interest. This was a prime opportunity for reproduction, and they would not let it slip by. Su Tiandao couldn't help but twitch his lips, finally understanding the meaning of forgetting friends for the sake of love. His Pokemon seemed to completely overlook him. Previously, they would at least greet him, but now they acted as if he were the superfluous one. Shaking his head, Su Tiandao turned his attention to the system. The lottery system had just been upgraded, revealing a plethora of new rewards. Upon spotting various evolution stones, his eyes widened in excitement, gleaming with anticipation. He also noted that the talent enhancement potions could now be drawn from the system, albeit only those for talent level 3. Su Tiandao understood that to obtain higher level enhancement potions, he would need to upgrade the system further. "Use all available attempts," he declared without reservation, believing that holding on to such opportunities served no purpose. The sooner he could draw rewards and enhance his abilities, the more advantageous it would be. As his words concluded, the new lottery wheel began to spin, and Su Tiandao watched intently, hoping to secure the newly available rewards from the system upgrade. After all, in his eyes, every item here possessed extraordinary attributes. Chapter 52. Special Cards. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 ability activation cards, 1 ability change card, 1 Thunder Beast Evolution Stone, 1 Power Grass, and 2 Technical Machines. Su Tiandao's brow furrowed slightly. While he was uncertain about the specifics of the ability cards, he was confident they were valuable items. The Thunder Beast Evolution Stone, while indeed a good find, was regrettably unusable for him. Although his Pokemon had electric attributes, they were not purely electric. Yet he suddenly remembered that his father had a Thunder Beast, which he could reserve for his father's use. What purpose do these ability cards serve? Su Tiandao inquired of the system. As the system explained, he learned that the ability activation card allowed a Pokemon to activate its second ability, which was immensely powerful. Most Pokemon typically possessed only 1 ability, but with this card, they could wield 2 abilities simultaneously, albeit with limitations, as the selection had to be from abilities within the same species. The remaining ability change card functioned as its name implied, allowing a Pokemon to change its ability, also limited to options within the same species. Of course, if a Pokemon only possessed a single ability, this card would have no effect. However, should they encounter a Pokemon with multiple abilities, Su Tiandao could potentially activate all of its inherent abilities through the system, elevating it to the status of a divine beast. Indeed, the system was a remarkable creation. These are indeed remarkable treasures. If I were to elevate all my spirits to the divine beast's gifted level and activate all their racial traits, would I not become invincible? Su Tiandao expressed his excitement. For even some divine beasts could not guarantee the activation of all their traits. However, with the system at his disposal, he was certain that he could unleash the full potential of any creature. Consider the comparison. Two identical creatures, one endowed with all its traits, while the other possesses only a fraction. The superiority is evident. He utilized the trait activation card without hesitation, directing it towards the curious squirrel nestled at his feet. The activation was successful, unlocking the skill of a master technician. Su Tiandao was aware that the squirrel possessed combat skills. Despite its small stature, it boasted remarkable speed, particularly with its 3 consecutive moves. Alone, these strikes inflicted minimal damage, yet when unleashed in rapid succession, they became dreadfully formidable. Now, with the activation of the squirrel's traits, its combat prowess would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced, transforming it from merely an appealing appearance to a veritable combat fanatic. In the next moment, the previously shy squirrel trembled, as if struck by an epiphany, plunging into a state of creative inspiration, a flurry of thoughts flooding its mind. Even the squirrel itself was unaware of what it had just learned, yet it sensed a change within. Su Tiandao observed the squirrel with a smile, appreciating its moment of enlightenment. He activated another trait activation card, this time aimed at Milotic. Activate the competitive trait, he uttered calmly. As soon as the words left his lips, Milotic, resting by the lakeside, closed its eyes and entered a state of enlightenment. Su Tiandao recognized that while competitiveness was not necessarily a commendable trait, it could indeed foster relentless improvement in certain situations, as it embodied the desire to surpass others in every regard. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill Rapid Reversal Flame Burst. Delighted with the 2 newly gained skills, Su Tiandao smiled, appreciating their practicality. Throughout the afternoon, he soared above the forest on his majestic Pidgeot, noticing that its speed had increased and its flight had grown steadier. The squirrel nestled in his arms appeared to revel in the experience, ecstatic to be flying for the first time. That evening, Su Tiandao departed the forest and arrived at a hotel in the royal city. After freshening up, he lay on the bed, while the squirrel playfully jumped into the covers, settling on Su Tiandao's chest as if it were home. Su Tiandao, now accustomed to this, gently stroked the soft fur of the squirrel. The following morning, Su Tiandao awoke early, only to find himself enveloped in darkness once more. He glared at the squirrel, reminding it of the time. Upon seeing Su Tiandao's fierce expression, the squirrel lowered its head, feeling a twinge of shame. Su Tiandao's lips twitched slightly, pondering how despairing it would be if each morning began in such a manner. He could even feel the remnants of soft fur at the corner of his mouth. Determined to investigate the gym in the royal city, he approached the establishment, which was known for its expertise in toxic techniques. As he stepped inside, a receptionist greeted him with a professional smile, but her expression brightened upon noticing the squirrel perched on his shoulder. Su Tiandao's lips twitched again. It seemed that yet another member of the Appearance Association had crossed his path. Did these women only care for looks? Moreover, here I stand, a handsome gentleman. Yet you seem utterly captivated by my little squirrel. Is that not somewhat disheartening? Your demeanor towards myself and the creature perched upon my shoulder reveals a stark contrast in attitudes. Su Tian, who considers himself not unappealing and a rather dashing figure in this world, finds that the charming young lady before him regards him with the same indifference as one would a mere stranger, devoid of any spark of affection. How profoundly discouraging this is. You should return to the Pokeball, Su Tian said helplessly to the little squirrel perched on his shoulder. I refuse. I do not want to go in there. It is dark and lonely, the little squirrel protested, shaking its head vigorously. Chapter 53. A world judged by appearances. Su Tian felt equally exasperated. Regardless of the circumstances, the little squirrel was his companion, and he could not compel it to engage in something it despised. However, if left unchecked, the little squirrel's irresistibly charming appearance could lead to significant trouble. Observing the infatuated receptionist before him, Su Tian was struck by the undeniable truth that this world indeed placed great emphasis on appearances. The receptionist seemed to have forgotten her duties, utterly captivated by the little squirrel on his shoulder, and it appeared she even wished to claim it for herself. Hello. I am here to challenge, Su Tian announced once more. Upon hearing his voice, the receptionist snapped back to reality, her face flushing with embarrassment as she glanced at Su Tian. She was mortified to realize she had been completely enchanted by such an adorable little squirrel. I apologize. I will complete your registration right away, she said, stealing a glance at Su Tian, her expression shifting to one of subtle disdain. Though she acknowledged that her physique surpassed her looks, she felt it was rather brazen for him to gaze at her in such a manner. Su Tian felt a twinge of awkwardness, as if he had been caught in a misdeed. He found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, after a lengthy 20 minutes spent on registration, far longer than any other gym he had encountered, which typically required less than 3 minutes, he finally stepped into the arena. "My dear lady, we have numerous questions to address," she inquired, even asking what the little squirrel's name was. Su Tian, resigned, allowed the receptionist to hold his little squirrel for a moment. As she cradled it, the little squirrel appeared to find a cozy spot, playfully stepping on her chest. Clearly enraptured by the attention, Su Tian couldn't help but wished to experience such treatment himself. After the tedious registration process, Su Tian finally entered the gym. "You are today's challenger," a voice resonated as he stepped into the competition area. Su Tian nodded in acknowledgement and made his way to the center of the arena. At that moment, the delightful little squirrel on his shoulder instantly drew the gaze of many spectators surrounding them. Upon sensing a gaze directed at him, Su Tiandao turned his head to look. He noticed a sparse gathering of a few spectators on the arena, among whom were several young women. Encountering such a terrifying stare, Su Tiandao couldn't help but twitch his lips. Fortunately, the dojo master was a man. Otherwise, he couldn't fathom whether a woman would pounce upon him to snatch away his little squirrel. Meanwhile, the referee was skillfully explaining the rules. As the battle commenced, Su Tiandao experienced the peculiar sensation of time stretching endlessly. His impatience had long since set in. As soon as the referee's voice faded, the dojo master waved his hand, summoning a Nidoking onto the battlefield. Seeing the Pokemon Su Tiandao released, he felt an impulse to showcase his own Nidoking. However, after some contemplation, he opted to refrain from doing so. Such an action would be akin to slapping someone in the face. If it angered the dojo master, it could lead to complications. Moreover, the opponent had dispatched a Pokemon of relatively low level, making it seem inconsequential who he eliminated. After some thought, Su Tiandao produced a luxury Pokeball, and soon, a Milotic materialized on the field. The moment it appeared, a collective gasp echoed through the dojo. Milotic had truly graced their presence. Even the dojo master gazed at Su Tiandao with astonishment, captivated by the elegant figure before him. Su Tiandao suddenly sensed an invigorated confidence emanating from the onlookers. Their gazes had entirely transformed. Su Tiandao was taken aback, realizing that his little squirrel had now become this striking Milotic. The allure of these two Pokemon was undeniable, captivating ordinary individuals effortlessly. Furthermore, Milotic was not just a pretty face, it possessed formidable combat prowess as well. Su Tiandao surmised that even if he triumphed in battle, departing would not be a simple task. Judging by the glances of the women around him, he anticipated a potential onslaught from them. "Let us begin," the dojo master stated. Regaining his composure, Su Tiandao nodded, and his Milotic swiftly triumphed in battle. Following 2 consecutive victories, Su Tiandao found the process exceedingly effortless. Milotic's level increased to 29. At that moment, the system's alert echoed in Su Tiandao's mind, announcing the rising cheers around him, fueled predominantly by the infatuation of the women for Milotic. After the dojo master recalled his second defeated Pokemon, he pondered for a few moments before sending out a new one, a Nidoking at level 35. Su Tiandao couldn't help but twitch his lips at the sight of the summoned Pokemon. Why was his challenge always so arduous? For other challengers, the dojo master would likely not summon Pokemon exceeding level 30. Yet, it seemed as though every time it was his turn, the difficulty was deliberately heightened. Observing Milotic, who had already fought twice, Su Tiandao acknowledged that facing a level 35 Nidoking at his Pokemon's current level posed a challenge. Not wanting to waste time, he swiftly recalled Milotic. The instant he did, a chorus of disappointment arose from the spectators, as if they had lost something precious. Su Tiandao couldn't help but feel bemused. Some individuals in this world were indeed quite superficial. With a wave of his hand, another Pokemon emerged onto the battlefield. Nidoking's imposing figure elicited astonishment from the crowd. As soon as Nidoking appeared, it was clear that it was prepared for battle. However, upon seeing the opposing Nidoking, it momentarily froze. Chapter 54, An Unexpected Call. Nidoking, despite its brief moment of distraction, quickly assumed a battle stance, exuding an aura of ferocity. Su Tiandao couldn't help but twitch his lips at Nidoking's demeanor. After all, they belonged to the same species. Could it not exhibit a bit more gentleness? If it continued down this path, it might find it difficult to secure a mate. Of course, there was another possibility. A man disinterested in women might indicate that the woman in question did not meet his standards of beauty. Although Su Tiandao had no knowledge of the appearance of the opposing Nidoking, its demeanor suggested it was unlikely to be a great beauty. Otherwise, even a man would be utterly captivated. The ensuing events unfolded effortlessly. Nidoking dispatched its opponent with just a couple of moves, leaving Su Tiandao to witness the last fleeting seconds of Nidoking's gaze, which bore a hint of sorrow. That expression was laden with grievance, reminiscent of a scorned woman. The battle concluded with Su Tiandao declared the victor. The referee announced the result, stating, "The challenger emerges victorious. You certainly don't appear to be a novice." The dojo master remarked, approaching Su Tiandao with a badge in hand, his expression one of surprise. As the dojo master, he had encountered numerous freshly graduated trainers over the years. While some possessed battle experience and formidable Pokemon, none had matched Su Tiandao's prowess, rich combat experience, impeccable command, and high-level Pokemon. Such a combination was rare in his lifetime. Ding! Congratulations on completing the main quest. You have received a technical machine and 3 lottery draws. The system notification chimed in Su Tiandao's mind. I truly am just a recent graduate, Su Tiandao humbly replied, sincerity etched on his face. I suppose my progress has merely been swifter than others. Choose one from the 3 skills, Toxic, Poison Jab, or Venoshock, the dojo master prompted once more. Then I shall select Toxic, Su Tiandao responded after some contemplation. Among these skills, only Toxic was universally learnable by all Pokemon, with commendable effects. Su Tiandao understood that his Pokemon would undoubtedly be well-equipped with skills in the future, thus, opting for a versatile skill seemed prudent. As for advanced techniques, he believed the system would automatically provide them. For now, practicality took precedence, and Toxic would serve well for both attrition and stealth. After the battle concluded, the little squirrel that had been perched at the edge of the battlefield leaped onto Su Tiandao's shoulder. After exchanging a brief greeting, Su Tiandao dashed towards the dojo's exit, sprinting with such speed that it was as if he were flying. What is going on? The dojo master watched Su Tiandao's hasty retreat with bewilderment, pondering why he would run so fervently in his own territory, where there was no threat to his safety. However, why does Su Tiandao's running resemble that of a man pursued by countless ferocious monsters? Stop right there. Just as the dojo was engulfed in confusion, a deafening sound erupted, and several beautiful women in the audience leaped to their feet, gazing adoringly at the little squirrel perched on Su Tiandao's shoulder. Upon witnessing this scene, the dojo master finally comprehended the reason behind Su Tiandao's remarkable speed. Boss, should we chase after him? Capturing a Kinasquirrel and a Minass would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Are you foolish? Did you not see his formidable strength? If we were to pursue him, we would only invite a beating. The boss exclaimed, clearly agitated. Although he too harbored a strong desire to snatch Su Tiandao's Pokemon and sell it, he recognized that neither he nor his companions possessed the requisite strength. He could not fathom which affluent family had produced such a powerful trainer. If they were to provoke him, the consequences could be dire. Boss, you are truly wise. Following you guarantees a feast. The others chimed in, and the boss assumed a sagacious demeanor. Meanwhile, as soon as Su Tiandao dashed out of the dojo, he summoned his Pidgeot and leaped onto its back, ascending into the sky. Moments later, a throng of infatuated women burst through the dojo's doors, scanning their surroundings in disbelief. Where did he go? How can he have vanished? They scattered, desperately searching the vicinity. He must be hiding nearby. In the sky, Su Tiandao took a deep breath, relieved to have evaded a perilous situation. He was grateful for his speed. Had he been ensnared by these women, he would likely have been overwhelmed. Su Tiandao understood all too well that attempting to reason with women in such a state was utterly futile. If it were possible to engage in rational discourse with women, the world would have long been at peace. Upon returning to his hotel, Su Tiandao unceremoniously tossed the squirrel onto the bed. The squirrel looked up at him with a distressed expression, as if to say, "Do you no longer care for me? You are like a black hole. Trouble follows you wherever you go. If I hadn't been quick enough, I would have been overwhelmed by your admirers." Su Tiandao grumbled. "Chirp, how is this my fault? It is not my doing. You are simply too infatuated." The squirrel replied, gazing at Su Tiandao with an expression of exasperation. Seeing the squirrel's cheeky demeanor, Su Tiandao felt an urge to slap it. He attempted to return the squirrel to its Pokeball, but no matter how he coaxed it, the squirrel stubbornly refused to comply. Thus, Su Tiandao resigned himself to wandering the streets with the squirrel, hoping that the next time he encountered those young ladies, they would exhibit a modicum of restraint. Shaking his head, Su Tiandao decided to dismiss these bothersome thoughts. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a mud bomb," the system informed him. And he promptly instructed Nidoking to learn the new skill, also distributing the toxic substance among his other Pokemon. Su Tiandao was eager to continue his lottery draws. But at that moment, his Pokédex began to ring incessantly. Glancing at the screen, he realized it was a call from home and quickly answered. "Hey Dad, what is the matter?" Su Tiandao placed the call on mute and an image appeared, revealing his father's face on the screen. Su Tiandao felt a tinge of confusion. While they often communicated, it was usually his mother checking in on him. "Where are you now?" His father's tone was as straightforward as ever. "I'm in the royal city, having just completed a gym challenge," Su Tiandao replied honestly. "Is that so? How many badges have you obtained?" Hearing his father's inquiry, Su Tiandao felt puzzled. His father typically showed little interest in his affairs. Yet today, he seemed particularly engaged in Su Tiandao's training journey, asking about his experiences. Su Tiandao recalled that his father had previously opposed his decision to become a trainer, consistently trying to dissuade him from leaving home. "I just acquired 4 badges. Which isn't too bad." His father nodded in approval, but Su Tiandao couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. As a novice adventurer, earning 4 badges in a month should have been a commendable feat, yet to his father, it merely seemed satisfactory. How high were his father's expectations? Did he expect Su Tiandao to accumulate 8 badges within just over a month? "Which gym do you plan to challenge next?" His father inquired again through the video call. "Having just completed one, I intend to rest for a couple of days and train my Pokemon. I haven't decided yet," Su Tiandao responded, sensing something unusual in his father's demeanor. Typically, his father was not one to engage in such lengthy conversations. He would usually deliver his messages directly. "Well, it would be best for you to head to the Chuanyu region and challenge the battle gym tomorrow," his father stated firmly, with an undeniable air of authority. Su Tiandao felt increasingly perplexed. His father had always made decisions only during critical moments and refrained from interfering at other times. Although Su Tiandao did not grasp his father's motives, he could not help but acknowledge the respect he held for him. "Understood, Dad." Su Tiandao nodded. After all, it mattered little which gym he challenged. Since his father had made a decision, it was best to comply. "Is that your Squirrel? It looks well cared for and quite beautiful." Suddenly, his father turned his gaze to the squirrel on Su Tiandao's shoulder, nodding in approval. Su Tiandao was taken aback. He had always perceived his father as a man of few words. At that moment, the Squirrel had climbed onto Su Tiandao's shoulder and was curiously observing the screen. "This is the one I just captured," Su Tiandao explained, gently stroking the squirrel's head. "This is my father. Say hello." As soon as Su Tiandao finished speaking, the squirrel scurried to hide behind his neck, clinging tightly as if shy. Su Tiandao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "What is this? I merely asked you to greet my father, not to meet your future father-in-law. What are you so afraid of? Your Squirrel is quite special. It clearly trusts you," his father remarked, unfazed by the situation. "It may have a peculiar personality, but its strength is impressive," Su Tiandao admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had intended for the squirrel to make a good impression, but it had devolved into this awkwardness. It was just a simple greeting. A polite greeting is not a challenging endeavor. Yet, you managed to turn the situation into something awkward, leaving even me feeling embarrassed. "Well, the purpose of my call was merely to inform you to visit the Xianxia dojo. I have no other matters to discuss, so you may carry on with your affairs." After my father concluded his statement, he abruptly hung up the phone. The moment the call ended, Su Tiandao's expression morphed into one of increased bewilderment. He pondered deeply, unable to fathom why his father would suddenly instruct him to visit a specific dojo. It struck him as rather peculiar. Was there something extraordinary about the Xianxia dojo? Regardless, it mattered little to him, as every dojo was fundamentally the same. All that mattered was obtaining a badge. Su Tiandao shook his head, dismissing the thoughts, reasoning that he would discover the truth once he arrived at the dojo. After hanging up, Su Tiandao grasped the little squirrel around his neck. "What do you mean by this? Wasn't it just a simple greeting from my father? Why are you acting shy?" Su Tiandao glared at the small creature in his palm, who wore an utterly pitiful expression. The squirrel, sensing his frustration, swiftly leaped into Su Tiandao's embrace, nuzzling against him as if to apologize. "Never mind, let us gather our things and prepare to depart." Su Tiandao quickly packed his toiletries into a backpack and then purchased some supplies before heading to the airport. By the time Su Tiandao arrived in the Chuanyu region, it was already late at night, prompting him to find a hotel to rest. While reminiscing about the information he had gathered regarding the Xianxia dojo at the airport, he recalled that the world boasted a dozen or so champions, one of whom hailed from the Xianxia dojo. Moreover, this champion shared the same surname as him, Chun. He felt an overwhelming curiosity to meet this champion, wondering what it would be like to reach such a prestigious level. Surely, the champion must possess an air of authority. Su Tiandao couldn't help but speculate whether his father's insistence on visiting the Xianxia dojo was a means to expose him to this champion. After all, learning even a single technique from a champion could yield immeasurable benefits. Furthermore, the region was renowned as one of the largest production hubs for aerial vehicles in the country, making it a leader in the industry. Su Tiandao contemplated which of his Pokemon to send into battle tomorrow. It seemed any choice would suffice. Chapter 56, Observing from the Shadows for Su Tiandao. The choice of which Pokemon to deploy was not of great consequence. As long as the opponent adhered to the standard rules, victory was virtually assured under the circumstances of level disparity. Additionally, each of Su Tiandao's Pokemon had mastered skills effective against flying types. Sending out his Pidgeotto would guarantee an effortless victory. As Su Tiandao mulled over his options, a considerable distance away from the Xiantian dojo, a grand villa stood in a suburban area. Within, a distinguished middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion sat in a study, seemingly lost in thought, as if his mind had wandered far beyond the confines of the room. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a forceful knock at the door. Come in, the man replied, snapping back to reality, his tone calm yet authoritative. The door swung open, revealing a young man clad in a butler's uniform. Sir, as per your instructions, the young man you asked me to investigate has just checked into the Xiantian hotel, the young man reported respectfully. Excellent. Now, summon Qin for me, the middle-aged man instructed, nodding. The butler bowed and promptly exited the room. His name is Su Tiandao, is it? The middle-aged man mused, his gaze reflecting a hint of nostalgia, as if the memory held significant weight for him. The following morning, Su Tiandao was awakened by the familiar antics of the squirrel, who playfully brushed its tail against his face. Before fully opening his eyes, Su Tiandao instinctively grasped the little creature and tossed it aside. He had grown accustomed to this morning ritual. The first task upon waking was always to remove the squirrel from his face. He paid little mind to the squirrel's pitiful expression, for every time he attempted to reason with it, the little creature would adopt a woeful demeanor that thwarted any attempts at logic. After rising and freshening up, Su Tiandao reflected on the previous night, which had been spent in contemplation and resulted in a lack of sleep. Regardless, he resolved to follow his father's directive, secure a badge, and depart. However, matters were not as straightforward as Su Tiandao had anticipated. Just as he stepped out of the hotel, elsewhere in the villa, a middle-aged man and a 16-year-old girl sat closely in the hall. Sir, the young man you mentioned has set off for the Xiantian dojo, a butler announced upon entering. Is that so? In that case, let us depart as well, the middle-aged man replied, rising from his seat alongside the girl, whose expression was marred by displeasure. As Su Tiandao approached the Xiantian dojo, just as he crossed the threshold, a system notification suddenly chimed. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest. What on earth? Another side quest? Su Tiandao exclaimed, bewildered. He realized that triggering a side quest was akin to uncovering a hidden mission. But what concealed tasks awaited him at the Xiantian dojo? And how had his father known to summon him here? Su Tiandao shook off these thoughts and proceeded to examine the task. Side quest, victory. Defeat the trainers at the Xiantian dojo and receive their rewards. Successful completion grants the host a level 3 upgrade and 3 chances to draw from the talent enhancement potion. Upon reading the task, Su Tiandao was left utterly astounded. What is the meaning of this? How does this differ from the main quest? Is it not simply obtaining a badge from the dojo? Why the additional rewards? He pondered whether the system was generously bestowing favors upon him. Yet, as realization dawned, he sensed something amiss. It was evident that the system would not be so benevolent as to offer free benefits. Could it be that this dojo concealed formidable trainers? Perhaps they would not adhere to the conventional rules, much like the previous gym leader. If that were the case, the difficulty of his challenge would indeed escalate. With this thought, a wave of foreboding washed over Su Tiandao, prompting him to shake his head and cast aside any negative notions. Regardless of the circumstances, I had already stepped into the dojo, undeterred by any potential obstacles that lay ahead. Shortly thereafter, Su Tiandao also entered the dojo, and after completing the necessary paperwork, he arrived at a most peculiar battleground. This arena was open air, unlike other dojos that boasted roofs. Here, there was not a single overhang, and even the spectator stands were mere patches of grass. To Su Tiandao, this was not a combat stage, but rather resembled a football field. At that moment, the stands were filled to capacity, with a significant portion of the audience even standing. It seemed this dojo was not an ordinary one, given the multitude of challengers. Su Tiandao was somewhat taken aback. While other dojos attracted challengers as well, none had drawn such a crowd. He then made his way toward the center of the arena. The little squirrel was incredibly adorable. I yearned to possess that charming creature. I wonder if it would be willing to part with it. Your thoughts are rather fanciful. There's no need to ponder, as that squirrel is undoubtedly mine. I would spare no expense to acquire it. Some things in this world cannot be purchased with money. Such a delightful squirrel is unlikely to be sold, so I have resolved to offer myself in exchange. You are quite calculating, aren't you? At that moment, Su Tiandao was filled with exasperation, well aware that their voices were devoid of any discretion. Glancing at the squirrel perched upon his shoulder, his desire intensified, causing him to furrow his brow. Although he recognized that his squirrel possessed considerable allure, it seemed improbable that it could elicit such excitement from so many onlookers. Unbeknownst to him, among the audience were three particularly notable individuals: a middle-aged man, a girl with a ponytail, and a young butler. They were all intently observing Su Tiandao, who stood at the center of the battlefield. Chapter 57. That is your cousin. What do you mean by this, father? You call me over just to see him? The girl, having struck Su Tiandao, was visibly displeased. She simply could not fathom her father's intentions. Though she acknowledged the squirrel's undeniable cuteness, even she felt a stir of affection. However, was it appropriate for a boy to be accompanied by such an adorable creature? Do you know who he is? The middle-aged man replied coolly. What does it matter who he is? I have no desire to know him. You wouldn't want me to marry him, would you? Father, don't interfere with my marriage. The girl scowled at her father, her expression brimming with indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? He is your cousin. The middle-aged man turned to her, a look of reprimand on his face. Oh, it's my cousin? But why have I never met him? The girl lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and then scrutinized Su Tiandao once more. If he were indeed a relative, it was strange that she had never encountered him. This person seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, far too suddenly. The middle-aged man sighed at his daughter's demeanor, recognizing that she had been spoiled. Though her abilities were commendable compared to her peers, her temperament was quite difficult to manage. You are Su Tiandao, correct? I am Zhang Fei, the trainer of this dojo. The young man approached Su Tiandao, extending a hand in a courteous introduction. Su Tiandao's lips twitched, with Zhang Fei present. Did that imply that Guan Yu and Liu Bei would also appear? Hello, I am Su Tiandao. I am here for the challenge, he replied, scrutinizing Zhang Fei with newfound seriousness. Could it be that he was to face him in battle? As he recalled the task set forth by the system, Su Tiandao understood that this challenge would be far from simple. Let us begin, Zhang Fei stated succinctly, and both combatants took their positions at opposite ends of the battlefield, eliciting enthusiastic applause from the audience. Su Qing, seated among the spectators, wore a displeased expression, utterly baffled by her father's insistence on attending Su Tiandao's match. If he truly wished to observe the battle, why not simply record it and send the footage back? Was it necessary to come in person? Come forth, Spiro. As soon as Zhang Fei uttered these words, a Pokemon materialized before Su Tiandao. Upon seeing it, Su Tiandao's countenance darkened. He was tempted to brandish his formidable weapon and demand clarification. Was there a mistake? This was a Spiro with a talent level of 3, reaching level 40. Deploying such a Pokemon, it was likely that 99% of trainers would fail to pass the test. What was the true nature of this dojo? Did they intentionally wish to withhold badges? And this was merely the first Pokemon. Wait, hold on a moment. Level 40 seems a bit excessive, don't you think? Su Tiandao raised his hand to question the trainer, Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei smiled slightly, relishing Su Tiandao's reaction. You cannot blame me. I am merely acting on someone else's instructions. Su Tiandao's expression shifted. Who could it be? Surely it wasn't the previous trainer. How could they be so petty? Today, Su Tiandao had come to this dojo at his father's behest. Was this a test orchestrated by his father? However, he could not comprehend how his father could exert such influence, allowing a dojo trainer to flout the rules. It was well understood that Su Tiandao's family were merely breeders. While they lived comfortably, they were hardly of a status to associate with such a dojo. The disparity in their social standings was like that between heaven and earth. Father, is this your doing? Su Qing cast a glance at her father. He had gone to such lengths. And Su Qing was momentarily at a loss regarding her father's true intentions. I merely wish to assess his abilities. You should observe him as well. There is an upcoming gathering next month, and you may find yourselves in attendance together, the middle-aged man replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. You cannot be serious. He is merely a recent graduate. How could he possibly compete against Zhang Fei? Su Qing shook her head dismissively in response to her father's remarks. Furthermore, the thought of attending a gathering with such a man only deepened her displeasure. Have I not warned you? Never underestimate anyone. Every individual possesses their own unique abilities, and it is entirely possible that they will surprise you when you least expect it, the middle-aged man said gravely. On the battlefield, Zhang Fei observed Su Tiandao, who was lost in thought, and refrained from making a move, instead allowing a hint of amusement to cross his face. Of course, if you are afraid, you are welcome to forfeit. I would not mind in the slightest, Zhang Fei said, smiling at Su Tiandao. Listening to Zhang Fei's mocking tone, Su Tiandao finally regained his composure. Gazing upon Zhang Fei's infuriating expression, Su Tiandao felt an overwhelming urge to charge forward and deliver a sound thrashing. Since it had come to this, he resolved to showcase his prowess. Although Su Tiandao was aware that this could very well be a tactic to provoke him, he had grown indifferent to it. After all, if he were to fail in this dojo challenge, he could simply move on to the next one without any detriment to his self-esteem. "Come forth, Pidgeot," he commanded, and in an instant, a Pidgeot materialized on the battlefield, emitting a resounding cry the moment it appeared. After much contemplation, Su Tiandao decided to let Pidgeot take the field. His reasoning for selecting Pidgeot was its natural rivalry with the opponent's Spearow. Furthermore, due to the system he possessed, every Pokémon under his command boasted maximum attributes. In a match of equivalent levels, it was inconceivable for any other Pidgeot to rival the one Su Tiandao commanded. This signified that as long as Su Tiandao did not make a catastrophic error in directing his Pokémon, victory was assured. Chapter 58. Entrusted to Others, Roar. At the sight of Pidgeot's emergence, Spearow's demeanor shifted dramatically. Its previously nonchalant attitude was replaced by a fierce intensity. As its innate combat prowess was instantaneously awakened, an instinctive response rooted in its bloodline. In that moment, sparks flew as the atmosphere thickened with the scent of impending battle. Even before the clash commenced, it was clear that an exhilarating spectacle was about to unfold. Today's venture was proving to be exceedingly worthwhile, as this captivating scene surpassed all expectations. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder if the opponent was being overly oppressive, deploying a level 40 Pokémon as if to ensure their challenger's defeat. It seemed likely that this young man had crossed someone, leading to such treatment. However, it was also evident that the challenger had summoned a Pokémon of his own, which could be deemed uneven in terms of strength. Clearly, they possessed considerable knowledge regarding this challenger, as the audience buzzed with lively discussions, many of whom were oblivious to the unfolding situation. To them, the prospect of a thrilling showdown was all that mattered. This Pidgeot is extraordinary. Upon witnessing the Pokémon Su Tiandao had summoned, a man in the crowd's expression shifted. Frankly, even with his discerning eye, he was taken aback by Su Tiandao's selection, sensing that Su Tiandao's Pokémon might even surpass Zhang Fei's. Even Su Qing, who had previously regarded Su Tiandao with disdain, now looked on with astonishment at the goldfish he had summoned. As the match commenced, the challenger initiated the attack, and the referee's voice rang out over the battlefield. Air slash! Su Tiandao wasted no time launching his assault. Pidgeot flapped its wings vigorously, unleashing a flurry of air blades aimed at Spearow. "Evade with quick attack," commanded Zhang Fei, and Spearow darted away just in time, dodging the onslaught as the wind blades struck the ground, creating fissures beneath. "Follow up with quick attack," Su Tiandao declared confidently. As the two avian combatants soared through the sky, they transformed into streaks of white light, colliding fiercely with one another, each impact causing them to momentarily falter. Notably, neither Su Tiandao nor Zhang Fei had issued any further commands, yet the intensity in the eyes of the two birds conveyed a fierce rivalry, as if they were locked in a battle to the death. This electrifying sight ignited excitement among the spectators. "Father, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Su Qing found herself unable to form a judgment. Initially, she had believed Su Tiandao had no chance, but now she hesitated to voice such an opinion. The two Pokémon appeared evenly matched in strength, yet Pidgeot seemed to possess a slight edge in speed. It was evident that Pidgeot's physical attributes were marginally superior, suggesting that this round would likely go in its favor. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Su Qing was taken aback, realizing that he was expressing certainty in Pidgeot's impending triumph. Could it be that her father held such faith in Su Tiandao? Who exactly was this young man? Although her father had referred to him as her cousin, Su Qing had no recollection of anyone by that name. Before long, the middle-aged man's predictions seemed prescient as Pidgeot's advantage grew more pronounced. With a resounding thud, Spearow was sent crashing to the ground after a fierce collision. "Wow, what an impressive Pidgeot!" The crowd erupted in applause. Spearow is no slouch either. "This is an exhilarating duel with minimal disparity in skill. How I wish I had a Pokémon like that." The audience cheered fervently. "Light of Ruin," Su Tiandao called out, seizing the moment of triumph. He would not grant his opponent a chance to recover. "Evade with quick attack," Zhang Fei barked another command. Upon hearing the order, Spearow remained motionless, its expression contorting into a fierce grimace, anger and ferocity evident in its gaze. Suddenly, a brilliant light enveloped Spearow, and it charged once more towards Pidgeot. Simultaneously, Pidgeot unleashed its Light of Ruin. With a deafening explosion, the light wave struck true, engulfing the battlefield in a cloud of smoke. Bang! Spearow tumbled to the ground, emitting a heavy thud, its form shrouded in smoke. The referee announced the victor of this round, Pidgeot. Pidgeot leveled up, now standing at level 41. Su Tiandao's mind echoed with the system's notification. This was incredible. Pidgeot was extraordinary, far surpassing its counterparts of similar level. Well done, Pidgeot. Su Tiandao praised with pride. In that moment, Pidgeot's eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. Though it was panting heavily in the air, Su Tiandao noted the signs of fatigue in his Pokemon, recognizing that it had endured considerable strain during the relentless clashes. He contemplated whether it was time to switch out his Pokemon, as Pidgeot had exerted itself greatly. Su Qing's perception of Su Tiandao had undergone a complete transformation. Her previous disdain had vanished entirely. She never expected to witness a day when she misjudged someone so profoundly. He was proving to be even more formidable than she had imagined. Yet, at the end of the day, it was merely Spearow's disobedience that led to this outcome. If the big-mouthed Sparrow obediently followed Zhang Fei's commands, perhaps there would still be a chance of turning the tide, Su Qing asserted, displaying her indomitable spirit. The middle-aged man remained silent, continuing his assault, while Su Tiandao observed, curious to see if Su Tiandao could bring forth any further surprises. Come forth, the Owl Nighthawk, Zhang Fei declared. As soon as he finished speaking, a level 41 Owl Nighthawk materialized on the battlefield. Chapter 59. Simply adorable. Su Tiandao's lips twitched slightly. Realizing this was nothing short of a trap, it is no exaggeration to say that with these two level 40 Pokemon Zhang Fei had summoned, he could easily overwhelm 99% of novice trainers. Is the Pidgeot still able to fight? Su Tiandao inquired, aware that this battle was exceptionally challenging. Any additional effort from the Pidgeot would make the upcoming confrontation considerably easier. No problem, I can still battle, the Pidgeot responded. Not planning to switch Pokemon, are you? Zhang Fei remarked, nodding his head. Use hypnosis. As soon as Zhang Fei commanded, a radiant glow enveloped the Owl Nighthawk, casting its light over the Pidgeot. Protect. Su Tiandao quickly interjected, and a protective barrier appeared around the Pidgeot, shielding it from the encroaching light. In a flash, the Owl Nighthawk retaliated with a reflective wall. The Pidgeot, with a sudden surge, crashed into the Owl Nighthawk, but it seemed to be protected by an invisible barrier, although it was pushed back. It incurred no harm. Clear the mist, Su Tiandao commanded once more. What? You can use that move? Zhang Fei exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Before Zhang Fei could react further, the Pidgeot flapped its wings vigorously, shattering the reflective wall surrounding the Owl Nighthawk. Simultaneously, the Owl Nighthawk's eyes glowed with an eerie light, and the Pidgeot appeared to be struck by an unseen force, crashing swiftly to the ground. Pidgeot, Su Tiandao murmured, feeling a pang of sympathy. Hearing Su Tiandao's concern, the Pidgeot gradually rose from the ground, albeit unsteadily, as if it might collapse at any moment. It's your turn now. Su Tiandao gestured to the small squirrel at the sidelines. In an instant, the Pidgeot transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from the battlefield. Concurrently, the small squirrel flickered into action, not directly entering the fray but first leaping onto Su Tiandao's shoulder, playfully nuzzling him before bounding into the arena. Su Tiandao, initially flustered by the antics of the small squirrel, found it rather embarrassing, as this was a serious battle. This is not the time for such play. It shows a lack of respect, he thought, yet couldn't help but find the creature's adorableness disarming. How utterly charming. I simply must have this little squirrel, exclaimed one female voice from the crowd. Dear brother, name your price for this squirrel. I want it. Another chimed in, while yet another suggested, why not give it to your sister? I promise to grant you any favor in return. At the moment the squirrel made its entrance, the surrounding women erupted into a chorus of excited gasps. Just as the main forces were preparing to issue an attack order, the Chino squirrel darted to the side of the Owl Nighthawk. Unbeknownst to Su Tiandao and the Owl Nighthawk, the squirrel circled around the latter, using its tail to sweep away any lingering dust, leaving it spotless. This unexpected display of cleanliness astonished onlookers, leaving them wide-eyed at the peculiar antics of the small squirrel. You are quite the neat freak, aren't you? Even the Owl Nighthawk seemed perplexed, staring quizzically at its new companion. The squirrel's behavior only intensified the frenzy among the women in the audience, who were captivated by its adorableness. Su Qing, too, was taken aback, her excitement palpable. Have you had enough? Come back here at once. Su Tiandao shouted in exasperation, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Though he was aware of the squirrel's fastidious nature, he wished it would recognize the seriousness of the battle at hand. After a moment of contemplation, the squirrel returned to Su Tiandao, casting a final glance at the remnants of dust on the Owl Nighthawk. Your little Pokemon is truly delightful, Zhang Fei teased Su Tiandao, nearly bursting with laughter but managing to restrain himself. After all, they were in the midst of a battle, with numerous spectators watching. A loud laugh would be quite unbecoming. Su Tiandao could only offer a sheepish smile, unsure of how to respond. It appears we should resume our battle, Zhang Fei declared. Squirrel, use charm. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Tiandao steeled himself, preparing to engage in combat once more. The squirrel assumed a captivating pose. Its adorable smile aimed at the distant owl night hawk, casting flirtatious glances in its direction. In response to the squirrel's allure, the owl night hawk tilted its head in confusion, then glanced back at Zhang Fei as if questioning the situation. Su Tiandao felt a wave of frustration. The squirrel's charm had failed, and he realized the only explanation was that the owl night hawk was female. Although the charm had no effect on the owl night hawk. The audience erupted into cheers, captivated by the squirrel's cuteness. I can't take it anymore. It's too adorable. I must bring it home, even if by force. One woman exclaimed. Indeed, it's my sister. Whatever the cost, I will claim it. Echoed another, as many women in the audience fell into a frenzy over the squirrel. Su Tiandao found himself bemused, unsure whether his true opponent was Zhang Fei or the women in the audience. Zhang Fei commanded urgently. With a slight movement of its wings, the owl night hawk unleashed several blades of air that swiftly hurtled toward the squirrel. High pitch. Su Tiandao shouted. And the squirrel inhaled deeply, then opened its mouth wide, releasing a resonant, high-decibel cry. The air blades sent forth by the owl night hawk disintegrated in an instant. As Su Tiandao made his move, the crowd's perception of the squirrel shifted dramatically. They had initially viewed it as merely a decorative Pokémon. Chapter 60. The violent squirrel use air/again. Zhang Fei's voice rang out. Dodge. This time, Su Tiandao refrained from launching an attack. The squirrel's form flickered as its speed surged, effortlessly evading each oncoming air blade with its petite frame. The owl night hawk's speed could not keep pace with the nimble little creature. Rock blast. In the next moment, the squirrel's fur shimmered with a radiant glow. Suddenly, it flung several hard rocks, which were launched one after another, ricocheting off the walls. Moments later, a series of loud thuds echoed through the air. Although the owl deployed a shield at a critical moment, it was still struck quite hard by the stones. What was happening? Why was the damage so significant? Zhang Fei gazed in astonishment at the petite squirrel. In his perception, this adorable creature should merely be a decorative sprite. Yet, its terrifying combat prowess evoked a sense of fear within him. The protagonist of the narrative chuckled inwardly, realizing that the system had exponentially enhanced the squirrel's fighting capabilities. Anyone who underestimated it as a mere ornamental animal would undoubtedly face dire consequences. As Su Tiandao finished speaking, a strange yet melodious song emanated from the squirrel's mouth. Although the lyrics were incomprehensible, the enchanting melody made the owl feel increasingly drowsy. In the next moment, it collapsed to the ground, succumbing to sleep. Now, unleash the rock explosion. Su Tiandao commanded without hesitation. The owl's actual combat strength needed to be replaced with a sprite. A notification in Su Tiandao's mind congratulated the squirrel on its level up to 38. This squirrel was remarkably powerful. Not only was it adorable, but its combat strength was also formidable. I must acquire this squirrel, he thought, resolving to purchase it at all costs. The audience erupted into waves of enthusiastic applause, accompanied by various exclamations. This squirrel was enigmatic. Despite appearing to be at the elite stage, why did its abilities carry such tremendous power? I recall that one of the squirrel's innate talents is technical proficiency. The skill it just executed was merely a rock explosion. But the sheer quantity of rocks raised questions about whether this was mere coincidence or luck. A middle-aged man pondered over every aspect of the squirrel's recent combat performance. Surprised by its cuteness, Su Qing also offered a rare compliment, suggesting that its combat strength might even surpass that of Zhang Fei. The middle-aged man beside him suddenly interjected, stating that it would only be after they faced off that the truth would be revealed. Upon hearing his father's words, the woman's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Come back, owl, Zhang Fei commanded, recalling his sprite with a serious demeanor. Earlier, he had been relaxed, but after 2 battles, he realized that Su Tiandao was not to be trifled with. Having lost 2 sprites, he was left with only one, while Su Tiandao still had 2 well-preserved fighters. The upcoming battle loomed as a daunting challenge, and Zhang Fei understood why his uncle had advised him to use a more formidable sprite to gauge Su Tiandao's strength. While speaking, Zhang Fei produced another Pokeball, but upon seeing it, Su Tiandao's expression hardened. This was no ordinary Pokeball, it was a luxurious one. Goodness, you're taking this so seriously, Su Tiandao thought, nearly in tears. Who was he up against? Who harbored such a deep-seated grudge against him? Zhang Fei's demeanor grew increasingly serious as he called forth, "Come forth, Azure Bird." In an instant, a beautiful azure bird materialized before Su Tiandao. Boasting a talent level of 4 and a combat level of 49. Su Tiandao felt overwhelmed. Not only was it exceedingly high in level, but it was also a sprite of notable talent. The audience buzzed with excitement as another figure appeared, Manager Qi. So, Are we finally getting serious? The middle-aged man remarked with a faint smile, displaying genuine interest. I suspected this was your arrangement. Isn't this a bit excessive? This is merely a gym challenge. Su Qing noted, slightly furrowing his brow. He acknowledged Su Tiandao's strength, but felt that testing his abilities could be done without resorting to such extremes, especially since the challenge was merely for a badge. This is excessive. According to my information, he has even more powerful sprites yet to be revealed, the middle-aged man said, shaking his head as if he knew all too well. Su Qing sighed, realizing that his daughter was unfortunately caught in the middle of this. Su Tiandao took a deep breath, determined to continue the fight. If he sent out his black and white sprite, there was still a chance of victory. He gestured to the squirrel, intending to switch, but the squirrel shook its head fiercely, displaying a fierce countenance. Su Tiandao twitched again, understanding that the squirrel was displeased. Feeling that the opponent was more aesthetically pleasing, it was evident that for the squirrel, competition over looks was a serious matter. However, the disparity between the squirrel and the azure bird was stark. In terms of both talent and combat level, it was clear that the squirrel would be utterly outmatched. If you wish to test your mettle, so be it, Su Tiandao conceded, hoping the squirrel would not suffer too greatly. Aren't you going to switch sprites? Zhang Fei asked, puzzled. Did he intend to let the squirrel wear down the azure bird's stamina? While this could be considered a strategy, the gap between the azure bird and the squirrel was far too great for such a tactic to hold water. For now, there's no need to switch. We'll proceed with him, Su Tiandao replied, explaining that it was not a matter of reluctance to change, but rather the squirrel's defiance. Sing, he commanded once more, prompting the squirrel to attack. Meteor shower, Zhang Fei exclaimed, and Su Tiandao felt an impending headache. Chapter 61. The mysterious prediction. A flash of light appeared, and suddenly, a meteor streaked across the sky, hurtling directly toward the squirrel. Protect! Su Tiandao shouted urgently. One after another, small meteors rained down upon the ground where the squirrel had been. The ensuing explosions were relentless, leaving large craters in their wake. Moments later, as the dust settled, the area where the squirrel had previously stood was marked by numerous pits. Where's the squirrel? It hasn't been sent back to its pokeball, has it? The crowd murmured, puzzled by the absence of the once visible creature. Regardless, they longed for another glimpse of the adorable little squirrel. Soon, they spotted a small mound on the ground, trembling slightly amidst the craters. Then, the squirrel emerged, covered in dirt but evidently unharmed, showcasing its resilience despite the messy appearance. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Tiandao let out a sigh of relief, having successfully defended against his opponent's strike. Almost immediately, the squirrel began to chirp incessantly, capturing the attention of everyone present. The crowd could discern the squirrel's voice, which was laced with a sense of grievance. Shortly thereafter, the squirrel spun around and dashed to Su Tiandao's side, rubbing off the dust from its body as if to say it had been sullied. Su Tiandao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. How adorably charming. Come, little one, into my embrace, allow me to comfort you properly. From now on, with an elder sister to protect you, you shall never endure any bullying. As the surrounding voices echoed, Su Tiandao felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment as he glanced at the Kino squirrel. I shall replace my Pokemon. After the previous exchange, the Kino squirrel realized it was no match for its opponent. Continuing the battle would only strip it of its final shred of dignity. Zhang Fei also refrained from intervening, nodding in agreement, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the Kino squirrel. Su Tiandao then produced a luxurious Pokeball, his expression shifting to one of gravity. Is he finally revealing his trump card? The middle-aged man, observing Su Tiandao's demeanor, recognized that this might very well be his most formidable asset. Come forth, black and white, Su Tiandao declared. Upon his words, the luxurious Pokeball emitted a radiant glow, and a towering electric king materialized on the battlefield. Its electric dragon has developed splendidly. I can assure you, should a battle ensue, victory is beyond your reach. The middle-aged man spoke again. The young girl flinched at his words, for such statements would undoubtedly irk anyone. However, since her father had asserted this, it indicated Su Tiandao's combat prowess indeed surpassed her own. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, the battle on the field reignited. Charge, Dragon Dance, Thunderbolt, Dragon Pulse. The two combatants' commands rang out consecutively on the battlefield. The exchange between the two Pokemon enthralled the spectators, akin to watching a sci-fi blockbuster, with advanced techniques unfolding one after another, an occurrence utterly unheard of in typical gym challenges. One could surmise that had this been any other novice trainer, they would have been swiftly defeated numerous times by now. In mere moments, the battlefield was shrouded in smoke, the terrain around the two Pokemon marred with craters. Black and White, prepare to unleash Thunderbolt, Su Tiandao instructed, and without hesitation, Black and White obeyed. Their extensive training together fostered an absolute trust and synergy between them. Black and White would always place their faith in Su Tiandao. At that moment, Su Tiandao surveyed the smoke-filled arena, where a dense fog enveloped the two Pokemon, obscuring his view of the opponent's situation. Naturally, Zhang Fei lacked the ability to see through the haze as well, yet he could still hear Su Tiandao's voice. A flash of electricity zipped through the mist, striking the blue bird with precision. "How can this be?" Zhang Fei exclaimed, astonished. Despite the thick smoke obscuring his vision, Su Tiandao managed to land his attack with remarkable accuracy. The most terrifying aspect was that Black and White followed Su Tiandao's commands without question, even disregarding whether the attack would hit. However, Zhang Fei was more intrigued by how Su Tiandao discerned his position. "Bluebird, move. Don't remain stationary." After contemplating for a while, Zhang Fei still couldn't fathom how Su Tiandao located him. Yet, it mattered little, as long as his blue bird was in motion. Su Tiandao would be unable to strike. "Thunderbolt!" Su Tiandao's voice rang out once more. As he spoke, streaks of lightning erupted from the fog. The blue bird, frantically darting about without a clear path, was struck by bolt after bolt of electricity. Zhang Fei's jaw dropped in disbelief. He still couldn't wrap his mind around the situation. Knowing the trajectory of the blue bird's movements, he should have been unable to predict it through the haze. Yet, Su Tiandao seemed to have calculated everything in advance, hitting his target no matter where the blue bird fled. Could it be that he possesses X-ray vision? Zhang Fei pondered seriously, observing the other side of the fog. He began to appreciate the synergy between Su Tiandao and Jin Ling, along with Su Tiandao's strategic acumen and his peculiar abilities, all of which indicated that Su Tiandao was far from being a mere novice. Zhang Fei found it unfathomable that a trainer who had only graduated 2 months ago could corner him to such an extent. Had it been anyone else, they likely would have easily triumphed over him the moment he summoned the blue bird. Yet now, he felt the pressure even against just one Pokemon. How extraordinary! How was this accomplished? The method was not overly complex. After all, the battlefield was relatively small. However, it was evident that Su Tiandao was a seasoned combatant, consistently predicting his opponent's position with remarkable accuracy. Chapter 62. Confronting him, his combat experience was extensive. The middle-aged man watched Su Tiandao with satisfaction, a hint of admiration in his gaze. It was clear that, had any other trainer been in his place, they would not have performed as admirably as Su Tiandao. Even Su Qing, who was known for his competitive spirit, fell silent, for even he could find no fault in Su Tiandao's performance. Had he been in command on the battlefield, he likely would have found himself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, as time passed, the smoke gradually dissipated, allowing Zhang Fei to finally glimpse his opponent's silhouette. Dragon God Dive. Zhang Fei swiftly issued his command. As a trainer with considerable battle experience, Zhang Fei understood better than anyone that the best defense is a robust defense. If he continued to let Su Tiandao dictate the flow of the battle, even with his blue bird's formidable defense and combat strength, it would be gradually depleted. Moreover, after such a prolonged engagement, the blue bird had already exhausted considerable energy, rendering it incapable of employing some of its more powerful techniques. Protect. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's command, Su Tiandao responded without hesitation. He wished to engage in a direct confrontation. Yet under the constraints of talent and level, such an approach would undoubtedly place him at a disadvantage. On the other hand, Su Tiandao recognized the utility of the Protect skill, which could effectively mitigate a majority of damage. Most crucially, its energy consumption was remarkably low, making it an exceptionally practical and almost overpowered ability. Su Tiandao had battled for a considerable duration, whether confronting wild whales or competing against trainers. He observed that no one seemed to employ the move guard. In Su Tiandao's perspective, guard was a rather commonplace skill, not particularly rare. Moreover, it appeared to be a universal technique, accessible to a majority of Pokemon across various attributes. This led him to wonder why so many refrained from utilizing such a practical skill. At that moment, however, Su Tiandao could not fathom the reasoning behind this phenomenon. Suddenly, the blue bird transformed into a violet streak of light, hurtling towards the position of the black and white Pokemon. In the next instant, the violet light collided with an invisible barrier with tremendous force. Zhang Fei, without reservation, remarked that since Su Tiandao intended to adopt a defensive strategy, he was eager to see how long Su Tiandao could withstand the onslaught. Previously, due to the thick smoke, Zhang Fei had been relentlessly pursued by Su Tiandao. And now it was his turn to strike. Cotton defense, he commanded. In an instant, an abundance of cotton-like substance erupted from the black and white Pokemon, enveloping it entirely in a large, round sphere. Upon impact, the blue bird found itself colliding with a soft, yielding object, causing its force to dissipate entirely without inflicting any damage. The blue bird attempted to retreat quickly, only to discover that the cotton-like substance possessed a terrifying stickiness, rendering it unable to escape. Dragon Pulse. Su Tiandao commanded once more. The black and white Pokemon swiftly grasped the ensnared blue bird, accumulating a formidable energy within itself. In the next moment, this terrifying power was unleashed from the black and white Pokemon's mouth, aimed directly at the blue bird's head. Zhang Fei trembled at this sight, utterly astonished by the peculiarity of his opponent's technique. Su Tiandao's reaction speed and combat style even made Zhang Fei feel inferior in his own command. Before Zhang Fei could respond, the blue bird was struck directly by the Dragon Pulse, crashing to the ground with a thud, its body scorched as if engulfed in flames, covered in wounds. The blue bird was rendered incapable of continuing the battle, marking the end of the third round with Su Tiandao emerging as the victor. The referee, snapping back to reality, promptly announced the result. The spectators were equally astonished by the unfolding scene. In their minds, the blue bird was supposed to be stronger than the black and white Pokemon. It seemed only logical for the blue bird to claim victory, yet to their surprise, it was the black and white Pokemon that triumphed. Did this not imply that Su Tiandao's command ability surpassed even that of the gym leader? Congratulations to the host for completing the victory task. You have earned a level 3 talent enhancement potion and 3 lottery draws. The system's prompt echoed in Su Tiandao's mind. Upon hearing this notification, Su Tiandao's face lit up with joy, having acquired another talent enhancement potion. This meant he could elevate one of his Pokemon's talent levels once more. Well done, black and white, Su Tiandao exclaimed with excitement. The black and white Pokemon, feeling proud, gave a dismissive toss of its head, as if to say it was merely a trivial matter. The audience, now regaining their composure, erupted into enthusiastic applause. They had indeed witnessed a remarkably thrilling match. Su Tiandao's extraordinary command capabilities left everyone in awe, especially his blind attack through the smoke, achieving a perfect mental focus of 100%, an astonishing feat that elicited admiration from all. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of such an individual? Someone murmured. I watch the national tournament every year, yet I have never seen him. With his prowess, he would surely secure a commendable rank in the national competition. It's impossible for me not to remember him. The surrounding crowd was filled with confusion. Ah, but you do not understand. He has not participated in the national tournament because he has only just graduated. He is merely a novice trainer, someone clarified. You cannot be serious. A freshly graduated trainer at such a level? I have trained outside for 2 years and am barely half as skilled. What kind of training has he undergone? Has he endured some hellish regimen? A middle-aged man, who had been observing from the shadows, nodded in approval, acknowledging Su Tiandao's remarkable potential. He is indeed extraordinary. It seems he possesses even more abilities yet to be revealed. The man was now assured of Su Tiandao's capabilities. Let us go meet him. As Zhang Fei approached Su Tiandao after regaining his composure, he remarked, "You have truly surprised me." He presented Su Tiandao with a badge. Congratulations on completing the task. You have earned a skill machine and 3 lottery draws. Hearing the system's voice, Su Tiandao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although the task had been somewhat daunting, he had managed to fulfill it successfully. I may not have been a gym leader for long, but I have encountered many formidable opponents. Frankly speaking, of all those I have met, you are the most extraordinary. Zhang Fei conversed with Su Tiandao as if they were old friends. Su Tiandao, curious about Zhang Fei's demeanor, sensed that the latter seemed well informed about him. Are you particularly curious about me? More so about who has tasked me with treating you in this manner? Zhang Fei smiled slightly. I almost forgot. You all have gone too far. I am merely a novice trainer, and yet you bring forth such high-level Pokemon? Su Tiandao's irritation flared as Zhang Fei spoke. Do not be so agitated. In the end, you emerge victorious, Zhang Fei replied with a gentle smile. Let us hurry. The person you seek is currently in our gym's lounge. Is he here? Su Tiandao inquired, a hint of confusion on his face. Then let us proceed. I wish to see who this figure is that has orchestrated all of this. After concluding the match, he returned the black and white Pokemon to its Pokeball. And soon, a squirrel leaped onto Su Tiandao's shoulder. Following Zhang Fei, Su Tiandao made his way toward the back of the gym. Who exactly is this person? You say he is my cousin, but from where does he come? Did he emerge from a crevice in a rock? Su Qing expressed her curiosity about the middle-aged man before her. Her initial disdain had transformed into intrigue. Su Tiandao's impressive display had exceeded her expectations and understanding. She felt as though she had never encountered someone so exceptional before. You will learn the information you seek shortly, the middle-aged man replied calmly. showing no sign of being affected by his daughter's persistent inquiries. His demeanor only fueled her anger. Is it really necessary to keep me in suspense? In truth, last night at Deji, he had felt quite displeased about meeting someone today. Initially, Su Qing believed that her father intended to introduce her to a potential suitor. However, upon discovering today that Su Tiandao is her cousin, Su Qian was left utterly astonished. Could it be that Su Tiandao is indeed the illegitimate child of her father, whom he refuses to acknowledge? Fortunately, her father clarified that Su Tiandao shares no blood relation with him. Yet, if that were truly the case, what could it mean for her family ties? Otherwise, how could her father have referred to Su Tiandao as her cousin? Although her father has a few relatives, Su Qing was confident she had met them all. How could a father be so oblivious to his own daughter's existence? Observing her daughter lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, the middle-aged man's eyes reflected both helplessness and affection. They are here. You can go in by yourself. I won't accompany you, Zhang Fei gently informed Su Tiandao. After all, the matters at hand were not for an outsider like him to discuss. Sometimes, knowing less is more prudent, the more one knows, the quicker one meets their end. Subsequently, Su Tiandao approached the door and knocked a few times, taking a deep breath before stepping inside. As he entered the room, he noticed a man seated on a sofa in the hall, his back turned to Su Tiandao. Opposite the man sat a seemingly young girl, accompanied by a youth who resembled a butler. Upon seeing Su Tiandao enter, Su Qing scrutinized him once more. It seemed she had previously overlooked the fact that Su Tiandao possessed quite an appealing appearance. Her eyes suddenly sparkled as she had been preoccupied with the squirrel perched on Su Tiandao's shoulder, neglecting to appreciate his looks. You are my cousin? Su Tiandao was about to reply when he was abruptly frozen by the girl's words. What was happening? Had she just referred to him as her brother? Was she jesting? He certainly did not feel any familial connection with her. Su Tiandao was further bewildered, staring incredulously at the girl, as if silently asking if she was serious. Glancing back at the man with his back turned, he began to wonder if his father had been involved in some scandal that this man had discovered, hence the apparent animosity directed at him. Su Tiandao's mind spiraled with possibilities, as such a scenario was not entirely implausible. At that moment, the man slowly turned his head. The moment Su Tiandao saw him, it felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Since yesterday, he had been investigating information about the Zhan Tiandao Pavilion. And this man was none other than the one known as Su Tianwang, a prominent figure within that establishment. You must be Su Tiandao. Come, let us have a proper conversation. Su Tianwang's voice broke through Su Tiandao's confusion. Still in a daze, Su Tiandao walked over and sat beside him, his mind swirling with questions. What was the meaning of all this? He had come here on his father's instructions, which suggested that this entire encounter might have been orchestrated by his father. Moreover, Su Tiandao pondered on the shared surname between himself and his father, wondering if there was more to this than met the eye. Yet, why had he never been privy to such information? His mind raced with thoughts. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Ji, your second uncle, and your father's younger brother. This is my daughter, Su Qing, your cousin, the middle-aged man began, noticing Su Tiandao's silence. Upon hearing this, Su Tiandao felt even more bewildered. It seemed as though he were trapped in a surreal dream. This esteemed Su Tianwang was indeed his second uncle, suggesting he possessed a formidable lineage. If word of this were to spread, who would dare to cross him? You jest, do you not? Su Tiandao, regaining his composure, regarded the two individuals before him with caution. Yet, regardless of how he contemplated the situation, he found it difficult to believe that they would deceive him, especially given that the man seated before him was one of the 12 kings. Given his stature, there was no need for such deception, and the implications of his words, should they be made public, would bear no detriment to Su Tiandao. Haha, Su Qing laughed heartily. Do you truly believe we have any reason to deceive you? The person seated here is one of the 12 kings. What could we possibly gain by misleading someone like you? Su Tiandao felt a flush of embarrassment at her mockery, realizing that he had no significant merit that would warrant deception from such influential figures. However, he still could not comprehend the situation. His father rarely ventured out, spending most of his time tending to their ranch. He had never anticipated having such an impressive relative who had personally sought him out. Finally, Su Tiandao understood why his father had insisted he visit the Zhan Tiandao Pavilion. It turned out that Su Tianwang, the very individual he was to challenge, was his second uncle. Could it be that his father merely wished for him to familiarize himself with the family, hoping to secure future assistance? After a prolonged period of contemplation, Su Tiandao pondered the true intentions behind his father's summons. The two adults remained silent, patiently observing Su Tiandao as he gathered his thoughts before continuing their conversation. I assume you have summoned me for a specific purpose? After some deliberation, Su Tiandao directly inquired about their intentions. Quite simply, you are a member of the Su family, and it is imperative for you to return and acknowledge your roots. Su Tianwang stated earnestly. Su Tiandao felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Was his father's purpose for summoning him truly this trivial? He was curious to understand the relationship between his father and the esteemed Tianwang before him. Please, have a seat. We can discuss this at length, Su Tianwang suggested, slowly beginning to recount his memories with Su Tiandao's father. As Su Tiandao listened intently, he became engrossed in the narrative, unaware that nearly 3 hours had passed. Occasionally, he interjected with questions, eager for gossip and insights. Gradually, he learned that his father, Su Tianlei, was the eldest son of the Su family. Among his father's generation, the Su family had 3 sons: Su Tianlei, who was Su Tiandao's father; Su Wenkai, who had tragically passed away during a mission; and Su Ji, the current Tianwang seated before him. Initially, it was expected that the eldest son, Su Tianlei, would inherit the headship of the Su family. At that time, his father was engaged to the eldest daughter of another prominent family, a union that would have strengthened both clans. However, his father unexpectedly fell in love with another woman, who turned out to be Su Tiandao's mother. Such matters are undoubtedly met with opposition from a prominent family, and the mother is merely an ordinary person, lacking any illustrious background or formidable prowess. The family's disapproval stems from the fact that women like her are abundant in such esteemed circles. How could Su Tianlei possibly accept such a fate? He is determined to escape the confines of his lineage. Ultimately, during a mission alongside Su Ji, he found himself ambushed amidst chaos due to insufficient intelligence, and Su Tianlei vanished without a trace. In that moment, Su Ji felt that the entirety of this misfortune was his fault for failing to protect Su Tianlei. Unsurprisingly, Su Ji faced repercussions from the family for this incident. However, as the last remaining heir, he bore the weight of the family's responsibilities alone. The reason he did not receive severe punishment was that everyone in the family was aware of his close relationship with his father, Su Tianlei. Moreover, Su Ji had no aspirations to vie for the family position. Everyone believed that Su Tianlei had perished in that unfortunate event. Yet, unexpectedly, Su Ji received news about his father not long ago. In that moment, the Su family realized that Su Tianlei had fabricated an enormous deception to escape, fooling everyone in the family. Although Su Ji had come to this realization, he was helpless. Even if Su Tianlei returned to assume leadership of the family now, it would be too late. It was not that Su Ji was unwilling to relinquish his position. Rather, having been estranged from the family for so long, Su Tianlei would likely be unfamiliar with the family's affairs. Su Tianlei finally grasped the essence of the situation. Upon hearing this for the first time, Su Qing's gaze towards Su Tianlei transformed completely, astonished to discover that his father was such a deeply loyal individual. Surely, your intentions in seeking me are not merely to claim your heritage. There must be more to it. Su Tianlei, after sharing his thoughts, remarked again. He was acutely aware that in such grand families, every action is driven by self-interest. If they sought him out, it could not be for emotional reasons. Furthermore, if Su Ji pretended not to recognize him, it would spare him considerable trouble. Yet, Su Tianlei could not fathom what aspect of himself could be of utility to them, with only his father being relevant. Could it be that Su Ji intended to leverage him to facilitate his father's return to the family? A few days prior, my elder brother, Su Tianlei, had reached out to me, initially requesting me to look after you. Naturally, as he is my elder brother, I complied with his wishes. However, after witnessing your strength and potential today, I resolved to nurture your abilities. After all, you are part of the Su family and my elder brother's child. With your talents, if you received focused training, your progress would undoubtedly accelerate. Chapter 65. Are you certain you wish to know? Upon hearing Su Ji's words, Su Tianlei began to understand. No wonder today's challenge was so formidable. It was a test of his capabilities. If he could not earn their recognition, they would not place such importance on him. Nevertheless, Su Tianlei remained perplexed, for despite possessing some skill and potential, such esteemed families must surely have numerous prodigies. He could not comprehend why they suddenly wished to prioritize his development. Of course, he knew you harbored some doubts. You see, in families like ours, we convene annually to discuss matters regarding the present and future directions. Young members of the family would gain exposure, yet at some point, these youths began to compete in friendly matches to showcase their respective branches' prowess. In previous years, we would simply send someone with moderate ability. Yet there was a rule stipulating that participants must be no older than 18. Originally, I had intended for my daughter, Su Qing, to participate, but last year, another family, displeased with us, proposed a change. Instead of one-on-one matches, we would have two-on-two, requiring each family to field an additional participant. Suji's expression turned helpless as he explained this. Had it been a one-on-one situation, he would have confidence in his daughter. However, with a two-on-two format, finding another worthy young disciple from the family seemed daunting. Most families agreed to this system as it was merely a procedural formality, especially since it was directed at the Su family. Our original 3 branches suffered greatly, with my elder brother vanishing and my second brother long deceased in an accident, leaving me unable to field anyone. Although some other branches existed, they consisted of individuals who squandered their time in indulgence, their abilities even inferior to those of servants. The opposing family recognized this weakness, knowing we could not muster capable participants, and thus sought to mock us. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, your father reached out to me, and I became aware of your existence. After much deliberation, Su Tianlei finally understood. These illustrious families were engaged in covert rivalry, gathering annually for a meeting that essentially served as mutual probing. Beyond mere camaraderie, they discussed potential collaborations and developmental strategies, forming an alliance among families that monopolized a significant portion of the nation's industries and resources related to spirits. These so-called tests also represented each family's reputation. After all, if one were to excel in profit distribution yet falter in competition, it would not reflect well on them. Aside from Su Qing, the other young members of the Su family were somewhat inconsequential. Su Ji felt deeply frustrated. Even if training commenced now, it would yield limited results due to the inherent weaknesses and lack of diligence among the younger generation. The yearly gathering was just around the corner, and this year, it was our turn to host, necessitating meticulous planning. With the event approaching at the end of September, I had hoped to provide you with several months of training to enhance your skills. However, after witnessing your current abilities, we believe that with some rigorous training, you could significantly improve. Su Tianlei now comprehended why Su Ji had sought him out. Ultimately, it was for the benefit and prestige of the family. Nonetheless, he also recognized that his father's intent in bringing him here was to protect him from potential bullying outside, seeking to leverage the Su family's influence to gain greater security. Su Tiandao shook his head with a hint of helplessness. Although the Su family provided a protective umbrella, deterring some unscrupulous sellers from causing trouble, he was not immune to the targeting of other prominent families. While he could evade minor inconveniences, he found himself entangled in far greater troubles. Which family harbors a grudge against our Su clan? Su Tiandao inquired, curiosity piqued. If 2 great families were to openly clash, it would undoubtedly result in casualties. Other prominent families would likely refrain from intervening, opting instead to observe the fallout. As they stood to gain from the dissolution of either side, the Tianshan Su family. Su Tiandao froze at Su Ji's words. They shared the same surname, and he was quite familiar with this family. The Tianshan Su family? Su Tiandao's expression shifted. Indeed, it's the Tianshan Su family. Do you know them? Su Ji asked, his face reflecting confusion. Does our clan have a member named Su Feng? Su Tiandao pressed on. Yes, there is indeed a younger generation member by that name, and she is quite formidable. Last year, she reached the top 32 in the national tournament, boasting not only strength but also commendable looks. Su Ji nodded after a moment of contemplation, recalling Su Feng as a talented young woman. Su Tiandao was at a loss for words. What a coincidence. He had previously learned that Su Feng returned to her family due to some issues, but he never imagined it was connected to this. If things escalated poorly, he might find himself at odds with Su Feng. May I inquire about the depth of this enmity? After all, we share the same surname, Su. What could have caused such animosity? Su Tiandao expressed his helplessness. On one side lay his father's family, and on the other, his friend. If possible, he wished to avoid such a confrontation. Do you genuinely wish to know? This concerns family secrets. If you are keen to understand, it means you will forever be a part of the Su family, standing by our side. Su Ji replied with a serious demeanor. He would not disclose such secrets to anyone else, but Su Tiandao, being the son of his elder brother, was deemed worthy of this knowledge. Chapter 66. To meet grandfather. So, if I learn this secret, it implies that I must adhere to the Su family's directives henceforth? Su Tiandao's brow furrowed slightly. He understood that while being connected to such a prominent family came with numerous advantages, it also imposed greater restrictions. That's approximately the notion. Of course, our family does not intend to coerce you into anything. However, when the time comes, you must contribute to the Su family, Su Ji elucidated. After a moment's contemplation, Su Tiandao spoke again. What exactly transpired? It's quite simple. The family your father was engaged to back then is none other than the Tianshan Su family. It was initially a promising alliance, but due to your father's actions, they suffered considerable humiliation. Since then, they have targeted our Su family. Although your father managed to feign death and escape, The Tianshan Su family has always believed this was a scheme orchestrated by us. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Tiandao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It turned out that the root of all these issues stemmed from his father. Su Tiandao had contemplated finding an excuse to decline involvement, but after learning the truth, he found it increasingly difficult to refuse, especially given that his father had fled after creating such turmoil. Could he truly follow in his father's footsteps? The burden of guilt weighed heavily on him. It was his father's misdeeds that had led to this predicament, yet he was left to bear the consequences. Su Tiandao felt an overwhelming urge to board a flight home and confront his father. At that moment, he was beset by a headache. He had become friends with Su Feng, and he dreaded the possibility that, if she learned of her family's past grievances stemming from his father, all resentment might be redirected towards him. Su Tiandao was suddenly struck by the realization that this world was indeed daunting. While wealth might provide comfort, his father's actions left him feeling utterly betrayed. Su Ji observed the changing expressions on Su Tiandao's face, as if he could discern his thoughts, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Meanwhile, Su Qing had also surmised her father's intentions. By revealing this secret, Su Ji had effectively tethered Su Tiandao to the Su family. Even if he wished to flee, he would likely have to face the repercussions from the Tianshan Su family. In the absence of options, Su Tiandao felt compelled to align himself with the Su family. However, Su Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she beheld the squirrel perched on Su Tiandao's shoulder. Initially, she had regarded the creature as merely a charming pet, but after witnessing its formidable prowess, she had grown fond of it. You mentioned there is still over a month until the end of September. Have you come to conduct rigorous training? Su Tiandao remarked slowly, bemused by their haste. It's not solely for that purpose. We need to prepare for the gathering, and I must introduce you to another individual, Su Ji replied, shaking his head. Who else do we need to meet? Su Tiandao mused, puzzled, considering that the Su family only had 3 sons, and only his father and the current individual remained. Of course, you must meet your grandfather. It is imperative that you make his acquaintance. All right, you were correct. I indeed need to meet him, Su Tiandao conceded. Feeling slightly awkward, as he realized he had never met his grandfather. Not visiting would seem quite improper. However, I should call my father first, he added. Feeling a surge of emotions he wished to express to his father. This situation had truly ensnared him. Su Tiandao could envision a future where his life would be shackled by these falsehoods, leaving him devoid of freedom. All right, you can make your call here. We will wait for you outside, Su Ji stated, rising to lead the other 2 outside. Once the room was empty, Su Tiandao took out his Pokédex and dialed his father's number. How did the discussion go? Have you concluded? As soon as the call connected, his father's calm visage appeared on the screen, as if everything had unfolded according to his expectations. I am aware of what transpired, Su Tiandao admitted, momentarily at a loss for words. What are your thoughts? Will you choose to distance yourself from the family or integrate into it? Su Tianlei probed further. Once a member of a prominent family, he was acutely aware of its intricacies. Su Tianlei had aspired to lead a normal life, finding the constraints of familial obligations burdensome. However, he recognized that aligning with the Su family could yield significant benefits, albeit at the cost of his freedom. I find myself without choice, Su Tiandao replied ruefully. Are they coercing you? Upon hearing this, Su Tianlei's expression darkened with anger. No, but I have heard about the events from the past, including the engagement with the Su family of Tianshan, Su Tiandao said helplessly. His father had abandoned him with a mountain of debt and fled, leaving him to resolve the issues. Su Tianlei, on the verge of fury, felt an awkwardness wash over him. He couldn't help but wish to give his brother a thorough beating. After all, these were old matters, and bringing them up now was utterly humiliating. Observing his father's discomfort, Su Tiandao was somewhat astonished, as it was the first time he had witnessed any expression from his father throughout his life. By the way, I have another question. I am curious to know who pursued whom back then. It wouldn't be that you were the one chasing after my mother, would it? Su Tiandao inquired, his curiosity piqued. For in his memory, his father had always been a man of few words, devoid of any expression. He found it hard to comprehend how such a man could possibly have a woman pursuing him. Get lost. Su Tianlei roared in fury upon hearing this. It seemed that Su Tiandao's words had dredged up many unpleasant memories for him. Su Tiandao, fully aware of his father's character, understood that he likely had no idea how to interact with others, especially women. If he were to make an educated guess, it was probable that many intriguing incidents had transpired. To be honest, Su Tiandao was genuinely curious about how his parents had interacted back in the day. By the way, Dad, they are preparing to take me to meet Grandpa. Su Tiandao quickly redirected the conversation. Go ahead. After all, he is your grandfather. Please extend my regards. Su Tianlei responded, suddenly appearing somewhat despondent. Regardless of the past, he was still his biological father, who had opposed him back in the day. However, Su Tianlei was well aware of his father's capabilities and knew he must have been aware of his feigned death and escape. Su Tianlei also understood that the reason for his relatively stable life over the years was likely due to his father's behind-the-scenes efforts. After all, who knows a son better than his father? How could he possibly conceal his thoughts from his own flesh and blood? Also, your second uncle has been a great help to me. Our bond back then was as close as that of brothers, so please show him some respect, Su Tianlei added. Knowing full well what his brother Su Ji was thinking, he also understood what kind of person Su Ji was. Having managed the family affairs for many years, Su Tianlei suspected that Su Ji harbored a fair amount of resentment towards him. Su Tianlei recognized that Su Ji was someone who shied away from responsibility, yet he had thrust the weight of the family onto him. It was easy to imagine how much Su Ji must have fretted over this. Understood, father, Su Tiandao nodded. Before he could pose any further questions, Su Tianlei abruptly hung up the phone. Su Tiandao was left speechless, knowing his father was likely evading him. Fearing that he might ask even more awkward questions, which explained his hasty departure. Su Tiandao shook his head. At least he now understood his father's stance. Exiting the lounge, he spotted his second uncle, Su Ji, waiting at the door. Uncle, shall we depart? From now on, I will heed your guidance, Su Tiandao said respectfully. Regardless of the past, his father had once put his second uncle in a difficult position, and yet his uncle bore no resentment. It was evident that Su Ji was indeed a good man. With him, Su Tiandao felt assured that he would not be subjected to any harm. Soon, they left the dojo. Before long, they arrived at the foot of a mountain, where a vast estate awaited them. At the center of the courtyard stood an extraordinarily luxurious villa, surrounded by an exquisitely elegant environment, reminiscent of a paradise that was visually pleasing and uplifting to the spirit. Truly, it was the hallmark of a prestigious family. The mere sight of this villa would be unattainable for an ordinary person even after a lifetime of hard work. Accompanying his uncle into the villa, Su Tiandao suddenly heard a loud bang. Turning towards the sound, he spotted an electric beast, which had just set down its training equipment and waved at him. The electric beast had a talent level of 4, at level 74. The next moment, information about the electric beast flashed before Su Tiandao's eyes, and he was taken aback. It was indeed a king-level sprite, and it was evident that this creature belonged to his uncle. Subsequently, his uncle exchanged a few words with his sprite before leading Su Tiandao inside the villa. Rest here for a while and have some lunch. This afternoon, I will take you to meet my father, your grandfather. Su Ji calmly informed him as they entered the villa. This is Guan Hong, the steward of this villa. After lunch, he will familiarize you with the estate and arrange a room for you. After a simple lunch and a discussion about family matters, Su Tiandao followed the steward, Guan Hong, to gain a general understanding of the villa's environment, eventually arriving at a room. After escorting Su Tiandao to the door, the steward took his leave. Su Tiandao opened the door and gazed at the spacious room, feeling an overwhelming sense of awe. This room is enormous. It could easily accommodate several hotel rooms. Su Tiandao marveled, taking in the vastness of the space, estimating it to be over 100 square meters, more than enough for an ordinary household. Yet here it was merely one room. Eventually, Su Tiandao released all 6 of his sprites, and even in this grand room, they appeared rather sparse. He then took out an energy cube to feed them and reclined on the soft bed. Time for a draw, he thought, eyeing the 6 chances he had. He felt certain that this time, he would obtain something valuable. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a skill machine. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a skill machine. Congratulations, host. You have received a triple drop rate. After 3 draws, Su Tiandao was left speechless. Aside from the triple drop rate, the other 2 items were utterly useless. However, he consoled himself that the triple drop rate was a special reward, and if he could draw something good next time, it would be worthwhile. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 training cards, 1 exceptional thunderstone, and 1 skill machine. Su Tiandao was once again left speechless. Aside from the exceptional thunderstone, he found the other items to be of little use. Even the training cards, while beneficial, were becoming less effective for him, as he was no longer a novice. Although they could enhance training effects, the impact was diminishing. Extract skill. Congratulations to the host for acquiring high-speed movement, electromagnetic cannon, divine bird strike, and yen return. Su Tiandao's eyes sparkled with delight. Although he was not entirely satisfied with the items obtained from the lottery, the skills brought him immense joy. Ultimately, Su Tiandao retrieved the skills he had acquired previously at the dojo, along with those won from the lottery, and generously bestowed them upon his Pokemon, allowing them to learn at their own pace. After completing this, Su Tiandao reclined on the soft, plush bed to rest. and one could not help but admire the luxurious ambience of this esteemed family residence. Lying on the bed, Su Tiandao felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, and it wasn't long before he drifted into a gentle slumber. Meanwhile, the Pokemon in the room, after consuming energy bars, sought out their own spots to rest. In the afternoon, the butler awakened Su Tiandao. "Young Master Su, it is time for us to depart," he respectfully announced, tapping on the door. Once Su Tiandao recalled all his Pokemon into their Pokeballs, he followed the squirrel outside. His uncle, Su Ji, was already waiting in the living room, having evidently been there for some time. Su Tiandao greeted him respectfully before accompanying his uncle toward the back mountain. "Come along, your grandfather, Su Linda, is usually found in the back mountain, as he enjoys solitude," Su Ji remarked as they walked, sharing insights about his father. In his youth, Su Linda was a man of resolute decisions, overseeing every matter within the family, great and small. However, as the years have passed, his heart has softened. He often reflects on the strictness he once showed his son with a tinge of remorse. "Your grandfather misses your father immensely, but being of his stature, he is reluctant to reach out unless your father decides to return." As they traversed the path to the back mountain, Su Tiandao listened attentively to his uncle's musings. Su Tiandao nodded in agreement, fully aware that in this world, everyone harbors a sense of pride. Moreover, his grandfather, being the patriarch, would never allow a junior to presume to advise him, regardless of any mistakes made. Su Tiandao understood that his father also yearned for his grandfather. Yet he only conveyed greetings through Su Tiandao. He pondered his father's thoughts. Was it truly impossible for him to return, even for a brief meeting? Before long, they arrived at a tranquil little cottage nestled at the foot of the back mountain. Su Ji approached the doorbell, and shortly after, an elderly gentleman opened the door, revealing himself to the two visitors. "Uncle Ming, this is my elder brother's son, Su Tiandao," Su Ji introduced. "This is our former butler, Guan Guoming, who has remained by the old master's side, and is also Guan Hong's grandfather." "Is this the eldest young master's son?" Guan Yuan exclaimed with joy, fully aware of the elder master's affairs as the close confidant of the family. "Come in. The old master will be exceedingly pleased to see you," Guan Guoming beckoned, leading them inside. Not long after, they traversed through the house and entered a small grove. "The old master is resting inside. I shall not intrude," Guan Guoming remarked, nodding as Su Ji led Su Tiandao and Guan Hong further in. Before long, they arrived at a clearing adorned with a table and several stone stools. At that moment, an elderly man was diligently wiping down an electric dragon with a towel. With a mere glance, Su Tiandao recognized the elder before him as his grandfather, Su Tianda. The electric dragon, possessing a talent level of 5 and a level of 82, immediately registered in Su Tiandao's mind. A shiver of excitement coursed through him upon witnessing the impressive level of the electric dragon. Given the constraints of talent levels, this represented peak combat prowess. Though not on par with divine beasts, it was nonetheless among the highest tier of strength. "Dad!" Su Ji's voice broke the moment of awe, bringing both the elder and Su Tiandao back to reality. The old man turned his head slowly, his expression inscrutable, before glancing at Su Tiandao. "Who is this child?" A hint of confusion flickered across the elder's face as he cherished his tranquility, questioning the purpose of Su Ji's bringing a stranger to his sanctuary. "This is my elder brother's son, Su Tiandao," Su Ji reiterated, observing his son's demeanor. "Greetings, grandfather," Su Tiandao awkwardly addressed, his face tinged with bashfulness. "Is that so? Come, have a seat," the elder replied after a brief pause, his expression remaining remarkably calm. Yet, Su Tiandao could discern a flicker of surprise and joy in his grandfather's eyes. Su Tiandao felt a twinge of sympathy. It appeared he had inherited the same emotional restraint as his father, adept at concealing their true feelings. Had it not been for the time spent with his father, Su Tiandao might not have sensed this subtlety. Su Tiandao obediently took a seat beside the elder, while Su Ji settled nearby. Meanwhile, Guan Guoming excused himself to prepare tea. "Indeed, you resemble Tianlei quite closely," the elder remarked, taking a moment to scrutinize Su Tiandao, his eyes glimmering with nostalgia and joy. As one ages, the inclination to reminisce becomes more pronounced, recalling fond memories of childhood and the days spent with Su Tianmei, as well as his own son trailing behind him like a shadow. A sense of melancholy washed over Su Tianda. It had been years since he last saw his son, and he wondered if there remained any resentment in his heart. "Regarding the gathering I mentioned earlier, I intend for both Su Tiandao and my daughter, Qingqing, to attend." Su Ji spoke once more. "Is that so? I wonder how strong Su Tiandao's abilities are," Su Tianda responded, turning his gaze towards Su Tiandao. "I suppose my strength is rather average," Su Tiandao replied shyly, aware that in the context of this esteemed family, his modest skills might hardly be noteworthy. Dad, his strength is quite formidable, even surpassing that of my daughter, Su Ji interjected. That is promising, Su Tianda nodded in approval, turning his attention to the squirrel perched on Su Tiandao's shoulder. At that moment, the squirrel stiffened, feeling as though it were being scrutinized deeply. These little squirrels are quite commendable, but I presume they are not your strongest Pokemon. Please, let me see your most powerful one, Su Tianda said nonchalantly, giving Su Tiandao the impression that he could see right through him. Aware of the squirrel's nervousness, Su Tiandao comforted it before retrieving a luxurious Pokeball. With a flash of light, a majestic figure appeared. At the moment when the black and white figure appeared, Su Tiandao's gaze first fell upon Su Tianda. Just as he was about to inquire about its significance, he suddenly sensed something. His body spun sharply, fixating intently on the electric dragon beside Su Tianda. In Chapter 69, Personal Training, the capacitor next to Su Tianda also emitted a faint, protective aura, ultimately closing its eyes leisurely under the sun. So it was indeed an electric dragon. Quite impressive, with a keen sense and commendable talent. It seemed evident that Su Tianda had trained it well. A hint of surprise graced Su Tianda's face. Yet through the actions of the black and white figure, he had already assessed Su Tiandao's capabilities and potential. Indeed, with just over a month until their gathering, he intended to dedicate time to assist Su Tiandao's training. If there were opportunities for further improvement, that would be splendid, Su Ji remarked nonchalantly. However, for Su Ji, enhancing Su Tiandao's prowess was a straightforward endeavor. As a member of a prominent family, it was merely a matter of investing resources relentlessly. It would be difficult for Su Tiandao not to advance. Let us keep him with me for this period. I have not had the chance to engage in training for quite some time, so it's perfect for me to occupy myself, Su Tianda spoke slowly. Unfortunately, this left Su Ji feeling awkward, fully aware that Su Tianda's true intention was to spend more time with his grandson, using training as an excuse. Nevertheless, Su Ji dared not voice his thoughts. I shall defer to father. Back in the day, your father possessed the greatest talent in the Su family, even surpassing your second uncle. It seems your potential may be even greater than his, Su Tianda remarked, casting another glance at Su Tiandao. Su Tianda was acutely aware that Su Tiandao had reached such heights without any resources, a testament to his remarkable abilities. Su Tiandao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his father had once been more capable than his second uncle, who was now a formidable figure. At that moment, Su Tiandao began to comprehend why his black and white companion was so extraordinary. Indeed, the father of Black and White, the Thunder Beast, was also a powerful entity. He now realized that his own father was equally formidable, albeit living in seclusion. By the way, let us invite Su Qing over as well. Since both are undergoing training, it would be beneficial for them to train together, Su Tianda suddenly remembered, speaking once more. Upon hearing his father's words, Su Ji felt a pang of reluctance. Recalling his own training under his father, he now felt trepidation. It was not merely a hellish ordeal, but an experience shrouded in darkness. Back then, he had been utterly powerless under his father's rigorous training regime. Here, hellish training was the simplest of challenges. This thought made Su Ji's heart ache for his daughter, who had also faced her grandfather's training. However, after just one session, she had developed an overwhelming fear of him, trembling at the mere thought of their meetings. Though Su Ji wished to speak on behalf of his daughter, he understood that daring to plead for her would lead to dire consequences for himself. After a brief period of idle chatter, the four of them continued their conversation, with Su Ji primarily observing. Meanwhile, Su Tiandao silently criticized Su Tianda, recognizing that he was simply eager for his son to go slightly mad. The questions posed, ostensibly concerned for him, were subtly probing for information regarding Su Tiandao's father. Su Tiandao, feigning ignorance, knew that if his father sought to uncover details about his son, he would have to oblige. Subsequently, Su Tiandao settled in, and before departing, Su Ji promised to send his daughter over. As evening approached, Su Tiandao presented a talent-enhancing potion to the disaster spirit. The following morning, upon waking, he ventured into the courtyard and found Su Qing standing rigidly as if in punishment, her face etched with despair, embodying a look of utter disillusionment. To an observer, it might have seemed as if the sky were falling. Within moments, Su Tianda arrived without saying much, leading both Su Tiandao and Su Qing toward the back mountain. Su Tiandao promptly utilized a training card, confident that with Su Tianda's guidance, their training would yield far better results than if he were to train alone. Before long, a month of training had elapsed. Have you not eaten? Is this all the strength you possess? Su Qing's voice rang out beside Su Tiandao. Electromagnetic cannon. Thunder Spirit. Thunder Strike. She commanded, as stones in the distance were obliterated instantaneously. At that moment, a pair of young trainers directed their Pokemon in an assault against a Rampardos, while several Pokemon lay quivering at their feet, filled with dread at the sight of the Rampardos. Dragon God Dive. In the next instant, a layer of purple energy enveloped the Rampardos, showing no concern for the skills of Su Tiandao and Su Qing. It then charged forward, producing a thunderous sound that shook the ground. With just a single blow, both Pokemon fell to the ground. Despite enduring the assault from Su Tiandao and Su Qing, the Rampardos remained unscathed. Training ends here. It's time for us to eat, Su Tianda declared, glancing at the Rampardos beside him. My old friend, take a breather. We will return after our meal. Su Tiandao felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. For the Rampardos before him boasted a talent level of 5 and a rank of 85, while his and Su Qing's Pokemon appeared as mere children in comparison. No matter how powerful their attacks, they barely registered as a tickle against the Rampardos. The nonchalant demeanor of the Rampardos, disregarding their efforts entirely, only added to Su Tiandao's frustration. Nevertheless, under the intense training regimen, the advancement of Su Tiandao and Su Qing's Pokemon accelerated remarkably. Su Tiandao turned to observe the Pokemon beside Su Qing. The Thunder Spirit had a talent level of 4 and a rank of 45. The Dragon had a talent level of 4 and a rank of 46. The King Serpent possessed a talent level of 3 and a rank of 42. It was evident that, coming from a distinguished family, each of Su Qing's Pokemon was of rare caliber. Moreover, due to the resources available to them as part of a prominent family, they received ample nourishment daily. In Chapter 70, Methods of Evolution, it was clear that in the near future, the family would likely provide Su Qing with even more exceptional experiences, elevating all her Pokemon to a talent level of 4. Undoubtedly, being part of such a family would mold Su Qing into a formidable expert, a stark contrast to ordinary individuals who, in their entire lifetime, might only acquire a single Pokemon with a talent level of 4. However, within the vast family, Su Qing can effortlessly acquire 6 Pokemon of talent level 4. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that Su Qing is merely 15 years old and has yet to reach adulthood. Yet she possesses 6 formidable Pokemon. Observing her training and tactics, it is evident that she has undergone extensive training. Typically, individuals are not permitted to engage with Pokemon until they reach 18, which places those who begin from birth at a significant disadvantage. In other words, unless one possesses an extraordinarily terrifying talent, surpassing others is nothing more than a fanciful dream. After finishing breakfast, both trainers sent their Pokemon for healing. Today's training session concluded here. I believe both of you have performed admirably during this period. It is time to relax, as we will officially head to Tianshan in a couple of days. Initially, Su Tianda intended to conduct further training, but he decided that allowing them to rest for 2 days would be more beneficial for a balanced approach. Upon hearing Su Tianda's words, Su Qing visibly relaxed, her expression reflecting a sense of liberation. Su Tiandao nodded in agreement. Although the training had indeed been exhausting, the results were commendable. With significant enhancements in both his Pokemon's battle experience and his own command abilities. Observing this, Su Tiandao noted that despite Su Tianda's age, his reflexes were even swifter than those of his own augmented physique. Su Tiandao could not help but marvel, acknowledging that the disparity between the elite family and ordinary individuals was indeed vast. Su Tianda's commanding prowess was evidently remarkable. He seemed to be a formidable figure of considerable experience. Su Tiandao understood that in any prominent family, there exists an elder of exceptional skill, who rarely makes appearances unless the family encounters significant troubles. After all, families often prefer to let younger generations train and grow, as constant interference from such elders would hinder the development of the younger members. That afternoon, Su Tiandao sat leisurely by an artificial lake, enjoying tea, as the training for the day had concluded, allowing him to unwind. Meanwhile, a squirrel lounged on Su Tiandao's lap, nibbling on gourmet pet biscuits provided by the family. In the lake, a Milotic frolicked, while other Pokemon dispersed to enjoy their own leisure activities. Brother, come quickly. My father gave me something wonderful. Su Qing's voice resonated from a distance. Upon hearing her, Su Tiandao turned to see Su Qing approaching, her hands clutching a luxurious Pokeball, her face alight with excitement. What Pokemon did you receive? Su Tiandao inquired, curious about what could have elicited such enthusiasm from Su Qing. See for yourself, she exclaimed, tossing her arm. And a radiant glow emerged, revealing a Feebas at the edge of the lake. Su Tiandao's eyes brightened at the sight of the Feebas, noting its talent level of 4. It was remarkable, considering that his own Feebas had only a level 3 talent upon birth. Look, I have a Feebas too. When the time comes, you'll help me evolve it into a Milotic, Su Qing said, her excitement palpable as she gazed at Su Tiandao. Having spent considerable time together, Su Qing was aware that Su Tiandao's Milotic had evolved under his guidance. Naturally, Su Tiandao was inclined to assist her, as they belonged to the same family. And more importantly, his father and her father were genuine brothers. If it were anyone else, Su Tiandao would have kept this secret to himself. But he also remembered that his father had once outsmarted Su Qing's father. Thus, Su Tiandao confided in Su Qing about the system's secrets, ensuring no one else would learn of them. Su Tiandao promised that if Su Qing acquired a Fiba, he would assist her in evolving it into a Milotic. He had not anticipated her to capture a Fiba so swiftly, and with a talent level of 4, no less. Don't worry, just wait here for a moment. Su Tiandao instructed before returning to his room to gather some blue energy blocks. Over the past month, the Su family had become aware of his ability to create energy blocks, which left them astonished. In their eagerness to facilitate Su Tiandao's production, they procured numerous materials. Su Jia even advised Su Tiandao to keep such valuable items for personal use and not to share them with others. Following this, they collected a significant quantity of yellow blocks from him, aware that his were of far superior quality compared to those available on the market. Before long, Su Tiandao returned to the lakeside with a substantial number of blue blocks. Upon his arrival, he noticed his Milotic communicating with the Fiba. After all, they belonged to the same lineage, with his Milotic having evolved from a small fish. Su Qing, meanwhile, gazed at the Milotic with admiration, her infatuation evident. Su Tiandao shook his head, acknowledging that the world indeed favored appearances. The beauty and allure of Milotic were simply overwhelming. Here, take these, Su Tiandao said, tossing the blue energy blocks to Su Qing. What are these for? She asked, puzzled. To feed it, of course. A couple of weeks should suffice, Su Tiandao replied, bemused by her ignorance. Is it really that simple? I thought only the yellow blocks could evolve it. Why the sudden switch to blue? Su Qing questioned, her confusion apparent. The requirement for Fiba to evolve into Milotic is to consume energy blocks, and the minimum level must be blue, Su Tiandao clarified. So it's that straightforward? Su Qing exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. No wonder the evolution conditions for Fiba remained a mystery to many. Not everyone could afford energy blocks to nourish their Fiba. Even affluent families likely never considered that energy blocks were the key to Fiba's evolution into Milotic. Subsequently, Su Tiandao dedicated 2 days to training with his Pokemon, allowing his previously taut nerves to fully relax. With the sun shining brightly, Su Tiandao set out alongside Su Ji and Su Qing, accompanied by a contingent of family bodyguards. Their destination was Tianshan, while Su Ji had no intention of taking along any of the other younger members of the Su family for exposure. Su Tiandao observed the entourage of bodyguards surrounding Su Ji, internally scoffing. It was clear that Su Ji, with his remarkable strength, required no protection. In this world, even if he faced a formidable adversary, there was no one who could truly withstand him. Clearly, the bodyguards were merely for show. On the other side, aboard the aircraft, the cabin was desolate, with only Su Tiandao and his companions present. Su Tiandao gazed out the window, lost in contemplation. It was evident that during their visit to the Su family in Tianshan, he would inevitably encounter Su Feng, leaving him uncertain about how to explain the situation to Su Tiandao. If Su Feng were to discover that his rival was none other than a close friend, and not just any foe, it would surely leave anyone in a state of bewilderment. In the Yuelong city of Tianshan, Su Tiandao and his party returned to their respective luxurious suites within a premier hotel. Shaking his head in resignation, Su Tiandao mused over the privileges of a wealthy family, who could indulge in their desires without a thought for financial constraints. Reflecting on his own past experiences, where he had to meticulously manage every expense, he felt a pang of frustration. After unpacking his belongings, Su Tiandao reclined on his bed, pondering the possibility of challenging a dojo in Yuelong City. He could also earn an additional badge, which the security detail had deemed a commendable option. Just as he was deep in thought, a knock resounded at the door. He approached to open it. Brother, let us go have lunch together, Su Qing said, her tone somewhat spoiled. Su Tiandao felt a twinge of awkwardness as he regarded Su Qing, remembering their earlier encounter, where she had presented herself as a haughty young lady. He now saw her transformed into a docile kitten. Very well, let us go, Su Tiandao replied, waving to the squirrel perched on his bed. The squirrel effortlessly leaped onto his shoulder, displaying remarkable agility. He then closed the door, and together with his cousin Su Qing, they made their way to the dining area. Where is Uncle? Su Tiandao inquired upon entering the restaurant, a hint of confusion in his voice. My father said he had to meet a friend, and that we should entertain ourselves this afternoon. As long as we arrive on time at Tianshan tomorrow, it will be fine, Su Qing explained, while reaching out to stroke the squirrel nestled in Su Tiandao's arms. Despite having become acquainted with Su Qing over time, the squirrel flicked its tail, evading her touch. It had grown weary of her incessant petting, almost to the point of disdain. "So adorable," Su Qing exclaimed, undeterred, continuing to extend her hand. Thus began a playful duel, with her persistently attempting to pet the squirrel while it repeatedly swatted her away with its tail. Before long, the waiter arrived with their meals, and as they dined, the squirrel leapt onto the table. Su Tiandao ordered its favorite pet treats, just as they were enjoying their meal. An overly flirtatious voice interrupted them. "What a cute squirrel." Turning to investigate, Su Tiandao noticed two individuals approaching. One was a flamboyantly dressed woman with strikingly made-up features, and the other, a man in a tailored suit, whose gaze exuded a palpable desire. "Darling, that squirrel is so adorable." "I want one too," the woman cooed, directing her attention to the man beside her. Su Tiandao felt a shiver of discomfort. Such women were often trouble. "Isn't it simple? Just wait a moment," the man said, swaggering confidently towards Su Tiandao. "My friend, your squirrel is quite charming. Would you consider selling it? Name your price." The man's demeanor resembled that of a nouveau riche, addressing Su Tiandao. "Apologies, but this is my companion, and I have no intention of selling," Su Tiandao replied, shaking his head and choosing to ignore the man further. Surely, this individual was foolish to think he could openly purchase his companion, although he appeared wealthy. The notion of acquiring Su Tiandao's squirrel was utterly preposterous. His squirrel had undergone enhancements, making it far from an ordinary creature. "Come now, let us just be friends. It's merely a sprite, after all. I can offer you money, and you can buy another," the man persisted, his expression darkening slightly at the rejection. "Get lost," Su Qing interjected before Su Tiandao could respond. "Did you just speak to me?" The man turned, ready to unleash a torrent of insults, but upon seeing Su Qing, his expression shifted to one of surprise. He had never encountered such a delicate and charming young woman. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Hai, a member of the Su family from Tianshan. May I ask your name, miss?" Upon revealing his identity, a smug satisfaction washed over his face. Confident that no one in Tianshan was unaware of their family's prominence, Su Qing regarded Su Hai with a look of astonishment. Noting her reaction, Su Hai's pride swelled, clearly pleased that she recognized his lineage. He was convinced that securing her favor would be effortless. "The Tianshan Su family boasts such an insufferable individual?" Su Qing remarked to Su Tiandao, prompting a change in Su Hai's expression. "Isn't it normal? With such a large family, there are bound to be a few miscreants," Su Tiandao responded nonchalantly. Su Hai's countenance darkened as he glared at them. "You two must be seeking death, daring to insult my family. Do you have any idea of the status my family holds?" His voice drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant, who turned to observe the unfolding drama. "Do you truly believe a fool like you could represent the Su family? Spare me your bravado and get lost," Su Tiandao retorted disdainfully. "Everyone, please, let us keep the peace." A portly man in a suit rushed over, perspiring profusely. He had witnessed the commotion and wore a look of concern. This man was the manager of the establishment, well acquainted with Su Hai, who frequently brought various women to the hotel. He understood that although Su Hai was merely a side branch of the Su family, he was not someone to be trifled with. Su Tiandao, on the other hand, was no ordinary individual, accompanied by a group staying in the luxury suites. It was evident that this situation could escalate into chaos, and if a conflict erupted in their establishment, it would be akin to celestial beings clashing, with innocent bystanders suffering the consequences. "Stay out of this. You're not welcome here," Su Hai said, shoving the manager aside as he positioned himself defiantly before Su Tiandao. "Are you attempting to assert your importance in front of me?" Su Hai declared, brandishing an extravagant pokeball. Understanding the man's intentions, Su Tiandao felt a mix of surprise and irritation at the audacity of initiating a confrontation in a dining setting. The manager nearby was momentarily paralyzed with shock upon witnessing the scene. This was his territory, and should a fight break out, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. At that moment, the manager realized he was powerless to intervene, as both individuals involved were not ones he could afford to offend. Antagonizing either party would lead to dire consequences for him. Teach that little brat a lesson, he thought. With a flash from the pokeball, a dark creature materialized before Su Tiandao. It was a level 34 Houndoom. It was no surprise that someone from a distinguished family would possess such a formidable Pokemon. Even their casual selections far surpassed those of an ordinary trainer. "Attack continuously," Su Tiandao commanded, his tone dripping with disdain as he directed his words to the squirrel perched on his shoulder. In the next instant, the squirrel transformed into a blur, appearing before Houndoom and unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the creature. Before Houndoom could even retaliate, It let out a pained yelp and collapsed onto the ground. Su Hai, witnessing this spectacle, felt his complexion shift. Initially, he had merely assumed that the squirrel resting on Su Tiandao's shoulder was a mere decorative creature. He never anticipated its extraordinary strength, especially when even his strongest Pokemon stood no chance against it. After dispatching Su Hai's Pokemon with ease, the squirrel scampered back into Su Tiandao's embrace, looking for praise. Su Tiandao, with a resigned gesture, flicked the squirrel gently on its forehead, saying, "Do you still seek commendation? You must know that this trouble was of your own making." The squirrel responded with a pitiful expression, clutching its head in apparent grievance. "Nevertheless, you have accomplished quite a feat today. I shall reward you with some special cookies shortly," Su Tiandao remarked, feeling a twinge of sympathy at the squirrel's forlorn visage. Upon hearing his words, the squirrel's demeanor brightened immediately, nuzzling against him affectionately. Su Qing, seated nearby, couldn't help but feel envious. She was hesitant to even touch the squirrel. Yet here it was, nestled in Su Tiandao's arms, acting like a spoiled child. The onlookers were taken aback, unable to reconcile the adorably cute squirrel with its ferocious prowess. The rotund manager swallowed hard, his gaze darting nervously between the two figures before him. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he was shocked by the speed at which it unfolded. It was clear that Su Tiandao was no ordinary individual. "Young man, you have crossed paths with the Su family, and you shall soon face our retribution," Su Hai thought grimly, fully aware that he was no match for Su Tiandao. With a final, spiteful remark, he trudged away, his face an ashen mask of anger. Su Tiandao regarded Su Hai's retreat with disdain, knowing the latter would attempt to summon reinforcements. "Wait for me, darling," called a flamboyantly dressed woman, glancing back at Su Tiandao before hastening towards Su Hai. Initially, she had hoped to leave a favorable impression on Su Tiandao, recognizing that he was not a trivial figure. Gaining his approval might yield significant benefits. However, after witnessing his demeanor, she quickly understood that winning his favor was futile, prompting her to obediently follow Su Hai. Though Su Hai was ineffectual, he was still a scion of a prominent family. Such inept individuals were not uncommon in any clan. Su Qing shook her head, reflecting on the situation. Previously, she had felt disgruntled about the pests within her own family. But seeing that other families also had their share of inadequacies brought her some comfort. It is precisely the presence of such incompetence that serves to highlight your own excellence, Su Tiandao remarked with a smile. "I am not excellent. Do not jest with me," Su Qing replied, shaking her head. She had once believed herself quite remarkable. But in comparison to Su Tiandao, she recognized the considerable gap in their abilities. At that moment, the trembling manager approached them, his demeanor anxious. "Is there something else?" Su Tiandao inquired, turning with a questioning expression. "My esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize for the incident that occurred in our establishment," the manager stammered, bowing deeply. "This matter is, of course, unrelated to you." Su Tiandao nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing Su Tiandao's words, the manager felt a wave of relief wash over him. "I suspect that the other party will not let this matter rest. Nonetheless, you need not concern yourselves with it. Individuals of that caliber are beneath our notice," Su Tiandao replied dismissively. The manager could only smile awkwardly, realizing that the true misfortune lay with him, as he was the one who would bear the consequences of the chaos. He quietly retreated, not daring to voice his concerns further. After finishing their lunch, the male protagonist planned to take a stroll. As they rose to leave, the charming squirrel remained perched on Su Tiandao's shoulder. Those inside the hotel, having witnessed the squirrel's ferocity, now regarded it with newfound admiration. Just as they reached the entrance of the hotel, a familiar voice called out to them. "Su Ge. It was that brat who insulted our Su family and even dared to lay a hand on me." Without needing to turn around, Su Tiandao recognized the voice. He was surprised to find that the individual had indeed rallied support. Turning to face Zhang Ge, he felt a wave of exasperation. This was none other than Su Tianxing, Su Feng's cousin, whom Su Tiandao had encountered previously. Well, it's you," Su Tianxing said, taken aback at the sight of Su Tiandao. "It has been a while," Su Tiandao replied, nodding in greeting. "Su Ge, what is going on here?" Su Hai inquired, sensing a foreboding shift in the atmosphere. Smack! A sharp sound echoed as a resounding slap landed. "You incompetent fool, do not tarnish our Su family's reputation any further," Su Tianxing admonished before turning away. "Brother, while we may know each other, I find it excessive that he dared to insult our Su family," Yu Tianxing interjected, refraining from immediate action. Aware that Su Tiandao was a friend of his cousin Su Feng, and thus likely would not commit such an affront. "I did not insult the Su family. I merely insulted him," Su Tiandao replied coolly. Understanding dawned on Su Tianxing as he began to piece together the situation. "Now, tell me precisely what transpired," he demanded, his expression darkening. If indeed others have bullied members of the Su family, Su Tianxing would certainly not let it go unpunished. However, after some contemplation, Su Tiandao realized that, regardless of the circumstances, he was friends with his cousin. Thus, he found himself at a loss as to how to intervene. One could easily deduce that if it were indeed individuals from his side who instigated the conflict, it would lead to a situation where Su Feng, his cousin, would not let Su Hai escape unscathed. Su Hai stood awkwardly, initially believing that, being members of the same family, Su Tianxing would surely come to his aid. Yet, he was perplexed by the presence of this man who seemed to have Su Tianxing's support. Reflecting on his recent actions, Su Hai recognized that he was the one at fault. It was merely a case of someone coveting his possessions and then disrespecting his sister, which compelled him to teach the offender a lesson. Su Tiandao stated this matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Su Tianxing immediately believed Su Tiandao's words. He cast a fierce glance at Su Hai, poised to speak further when he suddenly realized something was amiss. After all, he had inquired about Su Tiandao, and, according to Zhang Na, he was an only child. How could he possibly have a sister? Turning his gaze to the young woman beside him, he found her strikingly familiar. The more he looked, the more astonished he became, eventually staring incredulously at Su Tiandao. Do you know who he is? Su Tianxing's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Tiandao was well aware that, given Su Qing's prowess, she likely had already gathered ample information about him. As soon as Su Tiandao uttered his surname, Su Tianxing's expression shifted to one of utter shock. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed as Su Hai was left bewildered, sporting 2 clear marks on his face. Su, brother Su. Su Hai was dazed, reeling from the unexpected strikes. Apologize at once, Su Tianxing commanded, now wary of saying anything further. Initially, he intended to discipline his cousin quietly. But the situation had escalated beyond their personal grievances and had now entangled their 2 families. Yu Tianxing was acutely aware that allowing such a weakling to become an enemy of the male lead was simply unwise. Su Hai, feeling utterly wronged, nonetheless complied with Su Tianxing's fierce glare and offered an apology. Su Tiandao nodded. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Su Tianxing said little more, turning to lead Su Hai away. By the way, my cousin. Su Tianxing hesitated, glancing back at Su Tiandao and Su Qing, unsure of how to proceed. What happened to Su Feng? Su Tiandao asked, equally puzzled. Never mind, it's nothing. Since you're at Tianshan, I will find you again when I have time, Su Tianxing replied, turning to leave with Su Hai. Su Tiandao, filled with curiosity, wondered if something had transpired with Su Feng. As Su Tianxing recognized his own identity, he found himself at a loss for words. What exactly is going on? Su Qing's icy voice suddenly interrupted Su Tiandao's thoughts. The chilling tone sent a shiver down his spine, as if he had plunged into the depths of despair. How do you know the people from the Su family in Tianshan? Su Qing's voice pierced through the air again, as though the male lead was doomed if he could not provide a satisfactory explanation. What is your relationship with them? Su Qing's voice remained cold, her gaze fixated on Su Tiandao as if he were a stranger. We have only met once and exchanged pleasantries, Su Tiandao replied awkwardly. He felt as though he were being interrogated, akin to a captive under scrutiny. And about Su Feng? Su Qing's tone remained frigid. As a rival, she certainly knew well who Su Feng was. It was impossible for Su Tiandao to feign ignorance regarding the nature of the woman. We have merely crossed paths a few times and are only acquaintances, Su Tiandao asserted, his gaze evasive. He could hardly confess that he had been friends with Su Feng and trained together. Su Qing's piercing gaze intensified, making her seem even more like an impenetrable glacier. Su Tiandao felt a tremor of fear, as if he were being cast into an abyss of despair, chilled to the bone. Surely, she is not your girlfriend? Su Qing inquired suddenly, breaking the silence. Impossible, Su Tiandao replied hastily, envisioning the fiery temperament of his wife and concluding that anyone who married her would likely face daily turmoil. A sensible person, if not driven to madness, would surely hesitate to wed such a woman. It appeared to be true. Observing Su Tiandao's demeanor, Su Qing's icy expression dissipated, revealing a gleam of understanding. She could tell that Su Tiandao's words bore sincerity. He was certainly not in a romantic relationship with Su Feng, and there seemed to be a hint of trepidation in his regard for her. However, it was somewhat regrettable. She found herself wishing they were indeed a couple. If you and Su Feng became an item, perhaps the grievances between our families could be resolved, Su Qing mused, her expression shifting to one of intrigue. The prospect of their 2 families reconciling, perhaps even becoming in-laws, thrilled her. Su Tiandao, taken aback, regarded Su Qing with surprise, sensing a mischievous glint in her eyes. What are you suggesting? It is due to our forebears that we find ourselves in this predicament. Yet if you were to reconcile with Su Feng, would that not erase all animosities? Su Qing's excitement grew, while Su Tiandao felt an overwhelming headache. The thought of becoming romantically involved with Su Feng was daunting, and he had no idea how he would explain such a relationship to her when they next met. Eventually, the pair drifted toward the commercial district, with Su Qing in high spirits as she led Su Tiandao through the bustling streets. Su Tiandao? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, and he felt a pang of confusion. What on earth was happening today, with so many familiar faces appearing in succession? It seemed he had little acquaintance with anyone. Was fate determined to reunite him with all his acquaintances today? Following the direction of the voice, Su Tiandao spotted a boy of similar age approaching with enthusiasm. As the boy drew nearer, Su Tiandao recalled their brief previous encounter. It was none other than Sun Haitao, the boy he had only met once before. What a delightful surprise to encounter you here. Truly, it must be fate, Sun Haitao exclaimed, exuding the familiarity of an old friend. Felt a twinge of awkwardness, as the two of them were merely acquainted, seemingly not as familiar as he had hoped. Since fate had brought them together today, would he be interested in engaging in another match? The last time he had intended to challenge him, unforeseen circumstances had intervened. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Haitao spoke up. S lips twitched slightly. Befriending someone like him would be akin to having a relentless combat enthusiast by one's side, constantly seeking opportunities for sparring. I apologize, but I have some matters to attend to today. Perhaps we could arrange another time? Articulated delicately. Hoping his intentions would be understood, he had no desire to partake in such activities. Upon hearing his words, Sun Haitao paused momentarily, glancing at beside him, before a look of realization washed over his face. Oh, I see. It is indeed my fault for being too hasty and intruding upon your leisure, Su brother, Sun Haitao remarked, adopting an expression of reproach, followed by a knowing glance. At that moment, the male protagonist yearned to deliver a swift kick to the man before him. He was all too aware of the thoughts that occupied Sun Haitao's mind, and felt an overwhelming urge to pry open his head to ascertain what nonsense was swirling within. Was it filled with water? Allow me to introduce my sister, Su Qing, stated, directing his attention to. This is Sun Haitao. We have crossed paths previously. Expressed, somewhat resigned, uncertain whether to consider Sun Haitao a friend. Sun Haitao? What is your relationship with Sun Haiying and Sun Haifeng? Inquired earnestly, her gaze fixed on the young man before her. You know my brother and sister's names? Sun Haitao was taken aback, his surprise evident. Upon hearing this, experienced an epiphany. It dawned on him that this young man was likely a scion of wealth, and indeed, a super affluent one at that. From the Su family in Sichuan, the Sun family in the north, and Sun Haitao echoed in unison. It appeared that a considerable number of individuals from prominent families had gathered for this event. Wait, you just mentioned you are his brother. Could it be that you are? Sun Haitao's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at, disbelief etched across his features. Sun Haitao vividly recalled the first time he encountered, who was then selling miraculous seeds. When he had brandished 50,000 yuan, he remembered the glimmer in S eyes, mistakenly believing him to be an ordinary person. After all, if truly belonged to the Su family, he would not be so easily excited over such a trifling sum. Just as you surmised. I am indeed a member of the Su family, affirmed, nodding in agreement. Regardless, when the time for our gathering comes, we will all meet. There is no need for concealment in matters such as this. Unbelievable. Given your background, you actually asked me for 50,000? What do you mean by what I wanted? I merely wished to sell miraculous seeds. You were the one who initiated the bid, retorted, exuding an air of innocence. Moreover, at that time, as circumstances were indeed limited. 50,000 was a significant amount for him. Beside him, Sun Haitao wore a bemused expression, reflecting on the situation. Now that I think about it, that does seem accurate. By the way, are you here to purchase something? Sun Haitao asked, attempting to shift the conversation away from the previous topic. We simply had no specific plans, so we decided to take a stroll, especially since it is our first time visiting Tianshan, replied, acknowledging the topic change. It's your first time in Tianshan? Sun Haitao's excitement was palpable. The dynamic between the two before him, merely siblings, had become increasingly open. It is my first time, but my sister seems to have been here before. However, judging by your demeanor, you must also be a first-time visitor, correct? Queried, perplexed. After all, his own inaugural visit was due to just returning to the family. Yet, Sun Haitao had grown up within a prominent family and should not be a novice. Indeed, my older siblings have always handled such affairs in the past. Recently, I have become a formal trainer, and they brought me along to broaden my horizons. Moreover, I have heard that there will be competitions among the various esteemed families, allowing me to gauge my own capabilities against theirs. I believe I am quite formidable. Am I not? Sun Haitao continued, brimming with confidence. Having engaged in numerous sparring matches, he felt assured of his prowess. However, could only twitch his lips in bemusement. Bemused by Sun Haitao's navet competing against mere mortals while being born into privilege. With such abundant resources at his disposal, if he could not surpass ordinary individuals, he might as well find a piece of tofu to end it all. However, when compared to those from illustrious families who possessed both talent and diligence, he would indeed fall short. Tell me, are you here for leisure or to observe the competitions? Sun Haitao turned his attention back to. We merely came to participate in a competition for some practice and to gain insights, replied somewhat sheepishly. What? You're here to compete? Sun Haitao asked, astonished. It was worth noting that Sun Haitao had merely come to observe and did not even possess the qualifications to enter the competition. Upon hearing statement, Sun Haitao felt an undeniable chasm between their worlds. The male protagonist never anticipated that such a casual remark could strike a blow to Sun Haitao's spirits, leaving momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, despite Sun Haitao's brief despondency, it dissipated within a minute, replaced by a nonchalant demeanor. Oh well. There will always be differences among individuals. One must look ahead. After all, I am still stronger than most. Witnessing Sun Haitao's optimistic outlook left momentarily speechless. He understood better than anyone that if miracles truly existed in this world, they were simply the fruits of relentless effort disguised by another name. When one's effort reached a certain threshold, it bore a striking resemblance to miracles. However, those who could attain such levels of perseverance were exceedingly rare. For ordinary people, facing failure once or twice could shatter their confidence, while so-called geniuses often possessed a fearless attitude towards failure. Such a mindset was indeed a rare commodity, as many were paralyzed by fear, leading to indecision. Eventually, the trio continued to chat while wandering, and after some time, they decided to part ways, agreeing to meet the following day at the Su family in Tianshan. In the end, and return to their respective hotel rooms. Meanwhile, Sun Haitao, upon arriving at his hotel, was greeted by a voice before he could enter. Where have you been all afternoon? The voice held a hint of sternness, yet also a touch of warmth. Upon hearing this voice, Sun Haitao trembled slightly, turning to see a girl with hair cascading down to her waist. Sistering, I just ventured out for a stroll. After all, it is my first visit here, and I wish to admire the breathtaking scenery of Tianshan, stammered Sun Haitao. As the younger brother of Sun Haiying, he was acutely aware of his sister's temperament. Although she appeared charming and lovely, when provoked, she could unleash a fury akin to that of a demon. When you have time, could you not just laze around? You should engage in some proper training instead, Sun Haiying retorted without hesitation. Isn't it a fortunate coincidence that I ran into an old friend? We ended up chatting for the entire afternoon, Sun Haitao replied. His head bowed like a child caught in wrongdoing, feeling no inclination to conceal anything before her. You encountered a friend? Sun Haiying's brow furrowed in surprise, not expecting her younger brother to have any acquaintances. It wouldn't happen to be a bunch of scoundrels, would it? Indeed, I met them during my travels. And they are also here for the family gathering. I heard they will participate in the competition as well. Upon hearing this, Sun Haiying's frown eased, for it was evident that those participating from such prominent families were undoubtedly elite offspring. Which family do they belong to? The Su family from Sichuan. The Su family from Sichuan? I am curious to know which friend you are referring to. Sun Haiying pondered, still frowning. Could it be that her foolish brother had been deceived? They are a pair of siblings, one of whom is named Su Tiandao. He is my friend. Sun Haitao stated candidly, revealing the information without hesitation. Su Tiandao? I have never heard of him. What is his prowess? Sun Haiying queried, perplexed, racking her brain but unable to recall any mention of him. I am not entirely sure. I did wish to challenge him, but that endeavor did not go particularly well. However, I know he is a recent graduate like myself, and I have seen one of his spirits, which is indeed formidable. He defeated me with a single strike. Sun Haitao admitted, a hint of resignation and grievance evident on his face, as if the memory of that defeat was a burden he carried. Is it that you have never seen pork before? Being defeated so easily seems rather unremarkable. Do you have any other information? Sun Haiying inquired after a moment's reflection. After all, she was fully aware of her brother's abilities, which were far from impressive, placing him among the least skilled in their family. Upon hearing her words, a torrent of frustration surged within Sun Haitao. His eagerness to spar with others stemmed from a desire to prove himself, yet he had not anticipated his sister's unyielding demeanor. Although he felt deeply stifled, he dared not voice his sentiments. Since his brother was also a recent graduate, she presumed that his sister would not be overly formidable either. Little did she know, the Su family had sent nothing but newcomers this time. Observing Sun Haitao's silence, Sun Haiying assumed he had no further information to share. However, she began to take an interest in the pair of siblings he mentioned. Sensing her attention, Sun Haitao felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Undoubtedly, his sister's focus on Su Tiandao would spell trouble for him. Su Tiandao, do not hold it against me. I am powerless in this matter. A friend's demise does not concern a wandering monk. Meanwhile, at the hotel, Su Tiandao was resting when he suddenly sneezed, startling the squirrel beside him. Who is thinking of me? He mused, scratching his head, convinced that none of the people he knew would be recalling him. Unbeknownst to Su Tiandao, he was already being watched. As he contemplated the impending visit to Tianshan and how he would explain himself upon meeting Su Feng, the next day arrived. In Su Tiandao's room, he was roused by the squirrel swishing its tail across his face. Skillfully, he tossed the squirrel aside and proceeded with his morning routine, eventually enjoying breakfast. By noon, their group had gathered at the hotel entrance. Let us depart, Su Ji announced, leading the way into a sleek black car. Su Tiandao and Su Qing hurriedly followed, and soon a luxurious convoy made its way from the hotel towards the outskirts. Before long, they arrived at a lavish villa located in the suburbs, parking in front of the grand entrance. As the vehicle came to a halt, several attendants promptly approached to open the doors. Su Tiandao stepped out, taking in the surroundings. Indeed, it was a paradise, befitting a prominent family, with everything meticulously arranged, exuding an air of grandeur. Ah, it is you, Su Laosan, a hearty voice boomed as Su Tiandao admired the scenery. A robust man approached them. Wang Lar. You are the last person I wish to see, Su Ji greeted with a smile. Really, it was just one mishap from years ago. I cannot believe you still hold a grudge. The burly man seemed entirely unperturbed, returning the greeting with mirth. Once he approached, he turned to Su Tiandao and Su Qing. These two must be your nephew and niece? As descendants of a prestigious family, they were naturally well informed. Indeed, this is my brother Su Tiandao and my sister Su Qing. Su Ji introduced them succinctly, then turned to Su Tiandao and Su Qing, saying, This is Wang Haijun from the Wang family in Shandong. You may address him as Uncle Wang. Hello, Uncle Wang. Su Tiandao and Su Qing promptly greeted, recognizing the close ties between their families. Not bad at all. The young man is handsome, and the young lady is beautiful. I had no idea the Su family had such outstanding heirs, Wang Haijun remarked with a smile. Not at all. Everyone knows your Wang family's pair of twins are the true paragons, Su Ji responded as he and Wang Haijun began to exchange compliments. Naturally, everyone relished flattery, and the two spent the evening in jovial banter. I will have them enter first. Come, let us go inside as well, they said. Walking side by side towards the villa, continuing their light-hearted conversation. Observing from the side, Su Tiandao discerned the depth of their relationship, clearly indicating that they often interacted. Upon entering the grand villa, it resembled a bustling gala, with numerous guests present in the main hall. The aforementioned pair of twins soon approached, the boy named Wang Rue and the girl named Wang Xian. Wang Rue, much like his father, had an exuberant personality, immediately greeting Su Tiandao as brother. Meanwhile, Wang Xian was far more reserved, particularly captivated by the squirrel perched on Su Tiandao's shoulder, her eyes sparkling with desire to pet it, yet hesitating to do so. As Su Tiandao engaged in conversation with the affable Wang Rue, he suddenly sensed an intense gaze fixed upon him. Turning around, he beheld a beautiful young woman curiously scrutinizing him, accompanied by a slightly trembling youth, none other than Sun Haitao. Upon meeting Su Tiandao's eyes, Sun Haitao offered a wry smile, shedding his earlier demeanor of bravado and appearing as innocent as a child, obediently standing beside the young woman. Su Tiandao, puzzled, cast a glance at this enigmatic female figure, wondering about her identity and what power she possessed to render Sun Haitao motionless. At that moment, the young woman flashed a playful smile and playfully winked at Su Tiandao. Observing this, he felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. This girl was rather audacious, casting flirtatious glances on their very first encounter. Nevertheless, the sight of her stirred something within him. It must be said that the young woman was a paragon of beauty and grace, especially in her pristine white dress. She appeared as though she had descended from the heavens. Humph. At that moment, a cold snort emanated from beside him, accompanied by a chilling aura. Su Tiandao immediately felt a shiver coursing through his entire being, and then turned to gaze at Su Qing, whose expression was one of disdain. Quite beautiful, isn't it? Have you never seen a pig before? Su Qing, somewhat indignant, remarked, You are overthinking it. I am merely curious. Su Tiandao shook his head. Although he felt a fleeting stir of emotions moments ago, his predominant sentiment was curiosity. Do not be deceived by Zhang Haiying's appearance. While she may seem exceedingly charming at first glance, those who know her well are aware that she is, in fact, a veritable she-devil. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Su Tiandao looked incredulously at Zhang Haiying. Had it not been for Su Qing's warning, he would never have perceived any connection between this individual and a she-devil. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance, prompting Su Tiandao to turn his gaze once more. A group emerged from within the villa. It was evident that the only individuals capable of exiting the villa were members of the Tianshan Su family. As the group appeared, Su Tiandao immediately recognized a familiar figure. Su Feng was no longer clad in her previous attire. Instead, she donned an elegant black evening gown, accentuating her exquisite features, embodying the very essence of high society. For a brief moment, Su Tiandao found it hard to reconcile this refined image with the somewhat tempestuous Su Feng he had known. Yet, he could discern a hint of sorrow etched upon her face. Simultaneously, the members of the Tianshan Su family were engaged in cordial exchanges with several distinguished individuals, undoubtedly members of other prominent families. Su Tiandao, perplexed, noticed a young man lingering beside Su Feng, attempting to strike up a conversation with her, reminiscent of flirtation. A surge of anger welled within him, inexplicably compelling him to confront the young man. However, upon observing a look of impatience in Su Feng's eyes, his ire began to dissipate. Su Tiandao, regaining his composure, regarded the scene before him with confusion, questioning the source of his sudden agitation. After all, he and Su Feng were merely friends. Why should her interaction with another man evoke such discontent within him? How absurdly pretentious he must appear. Wang Haijun promptly voiced his disdain, albeit in a hushed tone, ensuring that his words did not reach the ears of the Su family patriarch. Given Wang Haijun's close association with Su Ji, tensions with the Tianshan Su family were inevitable. Such was the reality. It was their territory, and if they chose to act superior, they had no choice but to endure it. The dialogue between Su Ji and Wang Haijun snapped Su Tiandao back to reality, prompting him to turn away silently, unable to bear the sight of Su Feng in the company of another man. He pondered the inexplicable nature of his feelings. Could it be that he had genuinely developed feelings for Su Feng? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Su Feng, weary from socializing, caught sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. The moment she recognized Su Tiandao, her expression shifted to one of perplexity, as he stood with his back to her, evoking a sense of familiarity that was both unsettling and intriguing. What is going on? Is something amiss? Observing the look of confusion on Su Fengna's face, the young man beside her suddenly spoke up. It's nothing, brother. We should hasten our departure. After West Feng's words, he promptly followed in his father's footsteps. Subsequently, several individuals exchanged greetings with those present before finally heading towards Su Tiandao. It has truly been a long time since we last met, Su family head, Wang family head. As they exchanged pleasantries, a middle-aged man from the Tianshan Su family approached with a warm demeanor. It has indeed been a while, Su family head. Su Ji responded in a flat tone, his expression devoid of any emotion. I must say, Su Conan, you truly lack consideration. You greet everyone before finally coming to us, Wang Haijun remarked without restraint. It is unavoidable. I cannot be blamed for this. I must greet each person in turn. If you had not stood so far back, I would have certainly greeted you first, Su Kuan replied apologetically, though his eyes betrayed a sense of indifference. Meanwhile, Su Tiandao listened to their conversation, gradually finding his composure. After emerging from his reverie, he turned around. Just as he did so, he was confronted with a cold visage before him. At that moment, Su Tiandao felt a wave of exasperation. Indeed, the head of a family must be a true master of deception, presenting one facade while concealing another. Su Feng, who had been observing Su Tiandao, widened her eyes in disbelief as she witnessed his turn. The young man beside her, having noticed Su Feng's reaction, also glanced towards Su Tiandao. Su Tiandao, catching sight of Su Feng's expression, offered a slight smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, after several exchanges, Su Kuan introduced a few individuals standing behind Su Ji. This must be your daughter, Su Qing, he stated, directing his gaze towards her. Hello, Uncle Su. Su Qing replied sweetly. Greetings, Su Kuan nodded, recognizing the importance of politeness. He then glanced at Su Tiandao, aware that, despite being adversaries, one must possess a thorough understanding of the Sichuan Su family. Yet, when it came to the individual before him, Su Kuan struggled to recall any details, as if this person had never existed within the Su lineage. May I inquire who this is? Afterwards, Su Ji glanced at Su Tiandao but chose not to prompt him to introduce himself. Noticing this, Su Tiandao felt somewhat troubled, yet he stepped forward nonetheless. He had previously met the head of the Su family. Su Tiandao spoke with a tone that was neither subservient nor arrogant. Hello, Su Kuan responded politely, while his mind pondered the identity of this individual. Despite racking his brain, he could not recall the name. However, he greatly admired the aura emanating from Su Tiandao. Among the younger generation, his presence was indeed commendable. He has just become a formal trainer, and I thought it would be beneficial for him to gain some experience. Suji interjected once more. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Tiandao's trump card was not something he intended to reveal. In the end, Su Kun introduced Su Tiandao to Su Feng and the young man standing beside her, who happened to be her brother, Su Gang. Upon hearing the introduction, Su Tiandao politely greeted Su Gang with a handshake, then turned his attention to Su Feng. At that moment, Su Feng returned to her senses. When Su Tiandao had introduced himself, she felt a tumult of emotions, utterly astonished that her friend was at odds with her family. Nevertheless, she also felt a sense of joy as Su Tiandao, being a scion of a prominent family, shared a similar status with her. However, despite their comparable family backgrounds, there was an underlying helplessness. As members of prestigious families, many of their actions were not solely their own to dictate. Often, they were mere pawns to the family's decisions. Long time no see, Su Feng said in a neutral tone. Long time no see, Su Tiandao replied calmly. Su Kun, upon hearing this, was somewhat surprised and cast a glance at the two. Do you know each other? Even Su Ji looked at Su Tiandao with curiosity. We have met once before and even had a match. I have some impression of him. Su Feng interjected before Su Tiandao could speak. Su Tiandao cast a puzzled glance at Su Feng, who suddenly realized she did not want them to know about their relationship. I see, you have sparred together, huh? It seems you are quite familiar with each other. But who emerged victorious in that encounter? Su Kun confidently inquired. After all, he was aware that Su Feng had been training externally and had encountered various opponents, which was entirely normal. He also recognized that Su Feng's prowess ranked her among the elite of her generation. It was evident to him that the victor must be his daughter. He only intended to provoke Su Ji. Su Ji, curious, looked at Su Tiandao. For he knew that Su Tiandao's strength was not something the average person could rival. It was merely a draw, Su Feng stated nonchalantly. The moment her words fell, both Su Kun and Su Ji were taken aback. They were fully aware that Su Feng had graduated over a year ago and had faced countless challenges in her training. However, Su Tiandao had only just graduated this year and could be considered a complete novice. Yet, this newcomer had managed to draw with a prodigy like Su Feng. Just how formidable was Su Tiandao? After a brief moment of shock, Su Ji regained his composure and deemed Su Tiandao's astonishing talent to be entirely reasonable. He then glanced at the astonished expression on Su Kun's face, realizing that his earlier attempts to conceal Su Tiandao's abilities had failed. Yet, the fact that Su Kun was taken aback brought him a sense of satisfaction. Of course, we only used one Pokemon to determine the outcome. If it were a serious match, I doubt I would stand a chance against Miss Su Feng, Su Tiandao humbly remarked. Although Su Tiandao's words were modest, Su Kun and Su Gang began to regard him with renewed seriousness. They exchanged glances, attempting to discern the nature of the relationship between Su Feng and Su Tiandao. There was an unshakable feeling that their connection was anything but simple. However, everyone understood that if the two were reluctant to speak, no amount of inquiry would yield any revelations. After some idle chatter, Su Kun excused himself, stating he needed to prepare for upcoming matters. He then departed with his entourage, and as Su Feng exited, she cast a glance at Su Tiandao. Su Gang, ever observant of Su Feng's demeanor, furrowed his brow slightly. Which Pokemon did you use during your match? He inquired with curiosity. Knowing which Pokemon Su Feng had utilized would provide him with insight into Su Tiandao's capabilities. I used a Haxorus, Su Feng replied nonchalantly. Su Gang's eyes widened in shock. Haxorus was indeed the strongest Pokemon in Su Feng's possession. He also knew that under typical circumstances, she would not deploy Haxorus. Reflecting on the past month, he recalled how his sister often appeared lost in thought, previously believing she was contemplating something serious. Now, it dawned on him that her thoughts were not of matters, but rather of a person, most likely Su Tiandao. Meanwhile, Su Gang also recalled the recent, persistent advances of the Zhang family's young master towards his sister, and suddenly, this situation became much more intriguing. A rivalry between two wealthy heirs would certainly be quite the spectacle. Before long, the Shui family organized a small performance, enlivening the atmosphere. Mr. Jin Su Kun took to the stage to express his gratitude. Following this, the banquet commenced, with members of various prominent families mingling and exchanging pleasantries. Su Tiandao recognized that this was merely a prelude, as the real drama lay ahead. After all, everyone was aware that such a gathering of prestigious families signified more significant matters to discuss. At this moment, Su Tiandao found himself in a corner, unnoticed by others. Meanwhile, Su Qing had brought Wang Xin to the girls' circle, where they were engrossed in gossip. Is it just you? A voice suddenly interrupted. Su Tiandao turned to see Sun Haitao approaching with 2 glasses of wine, accompanied by a girl known as the female demon. Su Tiandao felt a twinge of apprehension as he glanced at the so-called female demon, although he was unaware of why she earned such a title. It was evident that she was not an ordinary individual. Nothing much, just feeling somewhat out of place at gatherings like this, Su Tiandao replied calmly. Indeed. He spoke the truth. Compared to the superficial exchanges among the crowd, he preferred the solitude of observing their performances from a distance. Beside him, Sun Haiying also gazed curiously at Su Tiandao, sensing that there was indeed something distinctive about him compared to the others present. In Chapter 79, titled All Are Film Emperors, he remarked, I am truly not adept at this. Just observe how amiable this group appears. One might mistakenly believe they are the best of friends. Yet, those gathered are acutely aware that each merely covets a piece of the other's lucrative endeavors, engaging in a game of deceit that I find myself ill-equipped to navigate. Su Tiandao, while explaining, could not help but admire these individuals. It was no exaggeration to declare that in his eyes, each one present was akin to a master actor. Upon hearing this, Sun Haiying surveyed her surroundings, fully cognizant of the dynamics within such prominent families. Growing up in such an environment, she realized that this was indeed the norm, though she had previously paid little attention to it. You are undeniably different from those here. While we all understand the unspoken truths, no one dares to voice them. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sun Haiying, the sister of that fool. After stating this, she extended her hand with a proactive gesture. I am Su Tiandao, he replied simply, knowing she was undoubtedly well informed about him. He extended his hand in return, and at the moment of contact, he felt a delicate softness that sent a shiver down his spine. As he prepared to withdraw his hand, he was taken aback when she unexpectedly tightened her grip, drawing him forward without any forewarning. Soon, as Sun Haiying stepped closer, her enchanting visage appeared beside Su Tiandao's ear, and he could even catch a whiff of her unique fragrance. I find you quite intriguing. Fortuitously, I am single. Would you be interested in being my boyfriend? Her words danced in his ear, accompanied by the warmth of her breath, causing Su Tiandao to tremble even more severely. Meanwhile, Sun Haitao, standing nearby, could only shake his head in sympathy as he observed Su Tiandao's predicament. Such encounters were not new to Sun Haitao, who could easily imagine that should Su Tiandao acquiesce, Sun Haiying would undoubtedly proclaim his behavior as inappropriate. Conversely, if Su Tiandao were to blush, she would only escalate her teasing. Ultimately, if he were to agree, the outcome would still be a playful accusation of impropriety. Throughout, Sun Haiying merely sought to amuse herself at Su Tiandao's expense. Reflecting on the years of playful torment and schemes inflicted upon Su Tiandao, Sun Haitao felt a pang of pity for his friend. For Sun Haiying, anyone who piqued her interest was fair game for her mischievous antics. Coming back to reality, Su Tiandao was astonished. He had not anticipated being toyed with in such a manner, leaving him momentarily dazed. Initially quite shy regarding such matters, a fleeting image suddenly flashed through his mind, startling him even further. To his surprise, that fleeting figure bore a striking resemblance to Su Feng, which helped him regain his composure. My apologies, Miss Sun. But I have someone I admire, he stated, taking a step back and speaking softly. Upon hearing this, Sun Haiying's expression shifted to one of surprise. Having encountered countless individuals, she had never before met someone seemingly unaffected by her charm. The most bewildering aspect was that she had clearly noticed Su Tiandao's initial reaction to her advances. Yet for some reason, he had abruptly regained his composure. Did he truly have someone he cherished? Sun Haiying took 2 steps back, her curiosity about Su Tiandao only intensifying. I must say, you are indeed unlike other men. You have captured my interest even more. Su Tiandao furrowed his brow, pondering whether this woman might possess a few screws loose. He felt an unsettling chill, perceiving Sun Haiying, though strikingly beautiful, as a kind of female demon in terms of her demeanor. Sun Haitao, witnessing the scene, let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the situation had not spiraled into the worst-case scenario. Observing his sister's demeanor, he surmised that she likely would not escalate her actions further for the time being. Soon, he engaged Su Tiandao in casual conversation, discussing trivial topics while Su Tiandao politely responded, his mind preoccupied with other thoughts. Eventually, Su Tiandao noticed Su Feng re-entering the venue, scanning the room. Shortly thereafter, a man appeared beside Su Feng, animatedly speaking, while Su Feng exhibited visible impatience. Witnessing this interaction reignited Su Tiandao's earlier frustration. With little interest in Sun Haitao's conversation, Su Tiandao set his drink down and, after exchanging brief pleasantries, made his way towards Su Feng. Meanwhile, a squirrel, previously relishing pastries at the table, swiftly darted after Su Tiandao. Sun Haitao and Sun Haiying observed Su Tiandao's direction with keen interest. Indeed, it appeared he had someone he fancied, which only added to the intrigue. A playful smile crept across Sun Haiying's face, while Sun Haitao trembled at the sight of his sister's expression. It was well known that she had earned the moniker female demon for very good reasons, as many in their circle had suffered at her hands. Upon reaching the center of the venue, Su Tiandao cast his gaze towards Su Feng, who had also noticed him and approached with a brightened expression. "I've been searching for you for quite some time," Su Feng exclaimed, initiating the conversation. "I happen to have matters to discuss with you as well," Su Tiandao replied with a smile and a nod. The man beside Su Feng frowned slightly, clearly displeased by Su Tiandao's presence. "My apologies, Mr. Zhang, but I must excuse myself for a moment," the young man beside Su Feng said, following Su Tiandao as they walked away together. Su Tiandao cast a casual glance at the man referred to as Mr. Zhang before turning to leave, leaving the youth behind with a furious countenance, his eyes ablaze with anger. Chapter 80. His strength is impressive. Investigate who that young man is. The youth's voice was laced with rage. Had his glare possessed lethal power, Su Tiandao might have perished 1,000 times over. "That fellow seems to be from the Su family of Sichuan," someone remarked. "Of course, I could deduce that without your input. What I require is his comprehensive background," the youth retorted, casting a menacing glare at the burly man beside him. It was evident that those present were signs of other prominent families, and the youth was eager to uncover Su Tiandao's standing within the Su clan. "I sincerely apologize, young master. There is no record of this individual in our information. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere, akin to a ghost from the Su family, leaving behind a blank slate." The burly man spoke with trepidation. "So, what you mean is, aside from knowing he belongs to the Su family, you possess no other information about him?" The youth glared angrily at the man beside him, realizing that this implied he was utterly uninformed about his rival. The burly man lowered his head, at a loss for words upon hearing this. "Then why are you still here? Hurry up and investigate," the youth snapped in frustration. Meanwhile, Su Feng had taken Su Tiandao to a secluded balcony. They exchanged glances, both filled with unspoken words, yet at a loss as to where to begin. "Please, explain the situation. You are actually from the Sichuan Su family?" After a long pause, Su Feng finally spoke. This revelation astonished Su Feng. Had she known earlier that Su Tiandao hailed from the Sichuan Su family, perhaps their bond would not have grown so close. However, Su Tiandao remained silent, his wide eyes filled with disbelief as he gazed at Su Feng, captivated by the softness in her voice and the warmth in her gaze. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. Observing Su Tiandao's dazed expression, Su Feng felt a surge of irritation. "What are you daydreaming about? Did you not hear what I said?" Su Feng's demeanor transformed back to her usual fiery self. Seeing this familiar side of her, Su Tiandao regained his composure. This was indeed the Su Feng he recognized. "You can't blame me. I only discovered this last month and was forcibly brought back to the family," Su Tiandao explained, his expression innocent as he sought to clarify that he had not intentionally concealed his identity. "You only learned of your true identity last month? Are you suggesting you are an illegitimate child of the Su family?" Su Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Su Tiandao. For such occurrences were not uncommon in prominent families. Su Tiandao grimaced. He hardly considered himself an illegitimate child. Not exactly an illegitimate child, to put it differently. "I am indeed a member of the Su family. However, my father left home, and I have now been returned to the family by him." Su Tiandao continued his explanation. Su Feng nodded, grasping the situation, but suddenly her expression shifted. "Your father wouldn't happen to be Su Tianlei, would he?" Su Feng stared at Su Tiandao, her eyes wide with incredulity. Su Tiandao nodded, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features. "It seems his father's reputation was indeed well known. So it is you. The very person who has caused my aunt great discomfort. I knew it. The moment I laid eyes on you, I found you particularly irksome. Truly, like father, like son." Su Feng regarded Su Tiandao with a look of resentment. Su Tiandao's embarrassment deepened. This matter seemed to have little to do with him. "Don't just inquire about my affairs. I wish to know how you have fared over the past month." Su Tiandao quickly shifted the topic. Upon hearing Su Tiandao's words, Su Feng's mood began to calm, though her face still bore a trace of hesitation, uncertain how to articulate her thoughts. "I've been managing well enough," Su Tiandao observed Su Feng's despondent demeanor, fully aware that something must have transpired in her life recently. "We are friends, and if you trust me, could you share the truth with me?" Su Tiandao looked earnestly at Su Feng. Hearing his words, Su Feng lifted her gaze to meet his, her expression complex. She opened her mouth, hesitating as if struggling to find the right words. "Do you not trust me? Or are there matters you prefer to keep to yourself?" Su Tiandao pressed further. Yet, as Su Feng regarded his earnestness, she felt an overwhelming urge to unburden her heart. There's nothing I cannot share. It's just that the Zhang family has approached my father with the idea of a marriage alliance, she admitted, a hint of agitation coloring her voice. The mere thought of this infuriated Su Feng, considering she had only met that young master of the Zhang family once. Yet, recently, he had been persistently pursuing her, and she was on the verge of losing her patience. Upon hearing this, Su Tiandao felt an inexplicable surge of anger rise within him. Did your father consent to this? However, observing Su Feng's expression, his tension eased considerably. At least she had not agreed, which brought him some solace. Of course not. How could such a thing be readily accepted? My father insisted on assessing the other party's true capabilities at this afternoon's friendly match. Nevertheless, he advised me to engage with that Zhang Lifeng fellow for now. Su Feng replied, her face clouded with displeasure. You mean that Zhang Lifeng who has been hovering around you? Su Tiandao felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Indeed, he has been persistently following me like a bothersome fly. I am almost at my wit's end. Su Feng expressed her disdain. Su Tiandao fell silent for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. You mentioned your father wants to evaluate his performance during the friendly match, correct? This implies that if your father deems him to be incompetent, he would never agree to your marriage. Su Feng turned her head in response. Naturally, if he is a useless individual, then how could my father possibly consent? After all, in such families, strength is paramount. You do not intend to defeat him in the friendly match, do you? His abilities are quite formidable. Are you certain you can manage that? Su Feng expressed her concern as she looked at Su Tiandao. Is his strength truly impressive? Su Tiandao was oblivious to Zhang Lifeng's prowess, but with Su Feng providing insights, he had gathered substantial information about him. He is of my age, which means he has been a fully fledged trainer for 2 years. His skills should not be underestimated, Su Feng said with worry etched on her face. If Su Tiandao were of the same age and possessed over a year's experience, Su Feng would have felt less anxious. Yet, she knew Su Tiandao was merely a fresh graduate trainer. That is quite simple. If I can defeat him, just imagine how it would reflect on him. An individual who has been training for 2 years being bested by a novice. What would people think? Su Tiandao smiled slightly, his confidence swelling. If you truly can achieve that, then everyone will view him as nothing more than an empty vessel. Su Feng's eyes brightened at his words. This strategy indeed seemed viable. While these affluent heirs were undeniably proud, as long as I can triumph over him, everything else will pale in comparison. Su Tiandao declared with confidence, a slight smile curving his lips. Previously, Su Tiandao harbored considerable resentment towards Zhang Lifeng, and now he found the perfect opportunity to vent his frustrations. Additionally, Su Tiandao was acutely aware that he held deep feelings for Su Feng, treating her as his own partner. Witnessing other men vying for the affection of the woman he cherished was enough to provoke anger in anyone, regardless of who they were. At this moment, Su Tiandao resolved to crush his rival utterly, ensuring that he would never rise again. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this course of action? Let us first set aside the question of whether you can defeat him. Even if you were to triumph over him, it would inevitably offend the Zhang family, which would not be ideal, would it? Su Feng expressed her concerns, observing Su Tiandao. It was evident that the Su family from Sichuan and the Su family from Tianshan had a long-standing rivalry. What does it matter? Consider this. Our Sichuan Su family and your Tianshan Su family are already sworn enemies. If you successfully forge a union with Zhang Jia, they will still remain our adversaries. Ultimately, they are foes, so what difference does it make? Su Tiandao responded, unperturbed. Since they are destined to be enemies, it is wiser to strike first. This principle was clear to Su Tiandao. A commendable thought indeed. While the two were engaged in discussion, a voice suddenly emerged from behind Su Tiandao, startling both individuals. They turned to find Su Feng's brother, Su Gang, smiling at them. Su Gang had long suspected that his sister was involved with this man, but he never expected that she had given her heart to him. If Su Tiandao's plan were to succeed, even Su Gang would regard him with newfound respect. Brother. Su Feng rushed to Su Gang, tugging at his arm, her demeanor shy, as if she had been caught in a wrongdoing. Her face was suffused with a rosy embarrassment. Su Tiandao remained silent, contemplating Su Gang's thoughts. What truly unnerved Su Tiandao was the realization that, despite his own heightened senses, he had not detected Su Gang's approach, suggesting that he had been there for quite some time. Was he simply too engrossed in their conversation to notice his surroundings, or was Su Gang genuinely a formidable opponent? Rest assured, Su Feng is my sister, and I will always stand by her side. Moreover, as a scion of a prominent family, if you truly surpass Zhang Lifeng, I will wholeheartedly support whatever my sister desires, Su Gang assured Su Tiandao, before turning his gaze to Su Feng. Father is looking for you. Su Tiandao regarded Su Gang earnestly, recognizing that he was no ordinary individual. The enmity between the Tianshan Su family and the Sichuan Su family was well known. Yet Su Gang exhibited no sign of animosity. In that instant, Su Tiandao felt as though there were no grievances between their families. However, he mistakenly interpreted Su Gang's indifference. Su Gang was unperturbed by such matters, understanding that feuds are easier to resolve than to initiate. If his sister truly harbored feelings for Su Tiandao, it could only benefit both families. As for their intent to undermine the Zhang family, he was quite amenable to it, finding their arrogance and dealings quite intolerable. I shall take my leave, Su Feng said, nodding at Su Tiandao before preparing to depart. Yet, she suddenly turned back, glancing at the squirrel perched on Su Tiandao's shoulder. I didn't expect you to tame such an adorable creature. If Zhang Na sees it, she will surely be enamored, perhaps even attempt to take it from you. With that, Su Feng turned and left. Su Tiandao felt a touch of helplessness upon hearing her words. Given Zhang Na's personality, such a scenario was entirely plausible. You need not worry. When the time comes for the competition, I will ensure that you face Zhang Lifeng directly. If you emerge victorious, I will speak favorably of you before our father. Su Gang spoke slowly. Su Tiandao was taken aback, surprised by Su Gang's unexpectedly neutral stance. It was clear that he respected strength above all. If Su Tiandao could not prevail, it was unlikely that Su Gang would assist him. Nevertheless, Su Tiandao understood that Su Gang's willingness to help was sufficient. The crucial factor lay in his own efforts. With diligence, he would surely command the respect of all. Su Tiandao was aware that prior to the competition, there would be a drawing of lots. The earlier the number drawn, the greater the freedom to challenge members from different families. Once a challenge was declared, it could not be altered, nor could the opponent refuse. Chapter 82. It is our turn to appear. This competition, devoid of any prizes, would nonetheless witness each family exerting their utmost effort in representation. As it pertained to their honor, no one would hold back. You should be making your entrance now, Su Tiandao called out to the empty balcony. To think you could detect my presence. Zhang Haiyan's head popped up, her tongue playfully sticking out. Su Tiandao felt a tinge of embarrassment as he observed the girl eavesdropping on his conversation, her demeanor entirely unashamed. You heard everything, didn't you? Su Tiandao tentatively remarked. I cannot be blamed. The two of you were exceedingly loud, making it nearly impossible not to overhear. Zhang Haiyan chuckled in response. Su Tiandao, feeling rather embarrassed, finally comprehended why everyone referred to the woman before him as the little devil. It was as though she had committed a transgression, yet felt no remorse whatsoever. You two are quite amusing. Would you like me to assist you as well? Sun Haiyan suddenly interjected. Su Tiandao was taken aback and, with a hint of confusion, inquired. Do you also harbor a dislike for that person named Zhang Lifeng? Indeed. It is quite understandable that someone with such peculiar eyes atop their head would not be particularly pleasing to the gaze of others, especially considering he has also offended me. Sun Haiyan spoke candidly, as she had already heard so much information and felt compelled to express her own stance. If you are genuinely willing, I would not mind. However, I am rather curious about the extent of the assistance you can provide me. Su Tiandao, filled with curiosity, spoke. Having an additional ally would pose no detriment to him. I can cheer for you, shouting 666. Sun Haiyan gazed at Su Tiandao with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Su Tiandao felt an overwhelming impulse to silence the woman before him. I was merely jesting. Do not regard me with such a gaze, he retorted. Sun Haiyan feigned timidity, adopting a look that suggested he should not frighten her. I happen to possess some information. I know precisely what kind of spirit he has, Zhang Haiyan chimed in, also smiling. Surely, this is common knowledge for everyone, is it not? Su Tiandao expressed his confusion, noting that Zhang Lifeng had already graduated as a trainer 2 years ago, and thus his Pokemon should be widely recognized. However, it was not the case. After all, in the past few years, only one representative from each family participated in competitions, and Zhang had not taken part in any contests for the last 2 years, leading to a lack of awareness regarding his abilities and Pokemon. Sun Haiyan shook her head in response. If not many people know about him, how do you? Su Tiandao asked, perplexed as he regarded Sun Haiyan. Of course, he disclosed it himself. I merely employed a few subtle tactics, and he revealed all his information. Sun Haiyan replied, her expression one of satisfaction, as if such trivial matters were easily accomplished with a mere flick of her finger. Su Tiandao regarded Sun Haiyan with a sense of caution, realizing that he must be wary of her in the future, lest he fall into her traps. Soon, Sun Haiyan divulged all her gathered intelligence. Ultimately, she declared, I will rally the audience to support you, Su Tiandao, as long as you emerge victorious. I assure you that Zhang Lifeng will lose all face. Su Tiandao, puzzled, looked at Sun Haiyan, suspicious of her motives behind offering such assistance. It's simple. I have a vendetta against him. All you need to do is win. Besides, I find such endeavors particularly entertaining, Sun Haiyan replied nonchalantly. Su Tiandao, left speechless, acknowledged that this woman was indeed formidable. Those who crossed her rarely fared well, and she seized every opportunity to undermine them. Truly, she was a formidable adversary. Su Tiandao resolved to exercise greater caution in dealing with her in the future. After conversing for a while, the two returned to the hotel, where Su Ji glanced at Su Tiandao. How are you feeling? Do you have confidence? I suppose it's manageable, Su Tiandao replied calmly, as his sole focus remained on Zhang Lifeng. Are the draws for the matches about to begin? If you draw a favorable number, whom do you plan to challenge? Su Ji inquired curiously. I intend to challenge Zhang Lifeng, Su Tiandao stated. Su Ji was taken aback by this revelation. Why challenge him? Su Ji pondered for a long time, unable to comprehend, as there seemed to be no animosity between their families. And it was Su Tiandao's first time attending such an event. They should not be acquainted. It's merely a personal grievance. Su Ji's confusion deepened upon hearing Su Tiandao's words, as he truly could not fathom the source of their private enmity. Had something unpleasant occurred during their brief interaction? By the way, Su Shu, if I win and Su Ji's face is thoroughly smacked, you had better be prepared, Su Tiandao remarked nonchalantly. If you go too hard, it may lead to a feud between the families. Shortly thereafter, the friendly competition commenced, with all participants heading towards the rear of the villa, where a designated arena awaited. You will stand at the far right of the line, Su Gang whispered as he passed by Su Tiandao. Su Tiandao nodded slightly, aware that Su Gang had already made all the necessary arrangements. He understood that everything was in place. All he needed to do was showcase his strength and prove himself superior to Zhang Lifeng, thereby sealing his fate. Within a few minutes, the group arrived at the villa's backyard, where a standard arena was set up, surrounded by a circle of spectator seating, with members from various families awaiting the proceedings. Once all the contestants were prepared, Su Kuan stepped onto the stage and took the microphone. Now, I request all family representatives to gather at the center of the arena, forming a horizontal line. As soon as Su Kuan finished speaking, all the competitors sprang into action. Let us go. It's our turn to make an entrance, Su Tiandao said to Su Qing, feeling a surge of excitement as he cast a glance at Zhang Lifeng amidst the crowd. During their approach, Su Tiandao observed that there were 16 participants. He found it curious, as there were 12 prominent families, yet only 8 were competing. He soon realized that some families likely lacked suitable candidates under the age of 18. Now, the draw for the matches officially began. As Su Kuan announced this, a man carrying a wooden box approached Su Tiandao, who was the first on the far left. Su Tiandao reached into the box and grasped the ball on the left side. As he did so, he caught the faint murmur of the man's voice. Had it not been for the heightened sensitivity of his senses, enhanced by the system, he might not have heard it at all. Su Tiandao glanced around, realizing that the others were oblivious to the man's words, and proceeded to follow his instructions. Indeed, he discovered a ball stuck to the left side of the box, and with a slight exertion, he retrieved it. Seeing the number 1 tag on it, a smile formed on his lips. The man guided all participants through the process of drawing lots. Now, please have contestant number 1 step onto the stage, Su Kuan announced. Hearing this, Su Tiandao took a step forward towards the platform. Upon seeing Su Tiandao, the gathered families regarded him with curiosity. While they recognized him as a member of the Su family, they were largely unfamiliar with him. What luck! He drew number 1. Zhang Lifeng glared at Su Tiandao. Feeling a surge of anger, he had initially felt secure with his number 4 draw, believing he could teach Su Tiandao a harsh lesson. However, it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Before the challenge begins, please introduce yourself, stating your family name and age, Su Kuan instructed, glancing at Su Tiandao. Su family. Su Tiandao, 15 years old, Su Tiandao proclaimed in a voice that resonated clearly, ensuring every individual present could hear him. The audience reacted with astonishment. At 15, he had only just graduated. To them, he appeared to be a novice, and their perceptions of the Su family shifted, realizing that alongside Su Tiandao, another recent graduate, Su Qing, was also representing the family. They had not anticipated that the Su family would field 2 newcomers, which would significantly disadvantage them in terms of experience and combat knowledge. However, Su Ji remained unconcerned, holding unwavering confidence in both his daughter and Su Tiandao. Other families' younger members also regarded Su Tiandao with intrigue. After all, even they had not dared to step onto the stage immediately following graduation. Those present were all heirs from prestigious families. each having trained their Pokemon meticulously. And the disparity was stark between a freshly graduated trainer and one honed by a year of family training. In their eyes, it was evident that Su Jia's two newcomers would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat this time. The next moment, Su Tiandao was asked to choose his opponent. Su Kuan's voice resonated once more, Zhang Jiashu Zhang Lifeng. Su Tiandao's tone was unwavering, echoing throughout the hall. Instantly, apart from the four who were already aware, the rest of the audience gazed at Su Tiandao with astonishment. Even Su Kuan, who had just spoken, looked at Su Tiandao in surprise. It was well known that the Su family of Tianshan harbored animosity towards the Su family of Sichuan. If Su Tiandao had chosen someone from their family, Su Kuan could have understood. Yet, he found it incomprehensible as to why Su Tiandao would opt for a member of the Zhang family. Meanwhile, in the audience, Zhang Jiashu Zhang Haitian turned to Su Ji, saying, "Old Su, perhaps you should explain what this means. Is it that a newcomer challenging my son believes our Zhang family is easy to bully?" Zhang Ji replied nonchalantly, "This is not my decision. He chose this himself. I brought them here primarily to broaden their horizons, so whether they win or lose is of little concern to me." Zhang Haitian's icy retort followed, "Is that so? In that case, do not blame me if your Su family's young one is humiliated. It would be his own doing." Zhang Haitian was filled with confidence in his son, who was a prodigy, having graduated over 2 years ago. If he could not handle a newcomer, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Unbeknownst to Zhang Haitian, this entire situation was a conspiracy aimed at their family. Even Zhang Yufeng, part of the team, stared at Su Tiandao in astonishment before a grin spread across his face. Initially, he thought he would have no opportunity to teach Su Tiandao a lesson, yet here he was, practically delivering himself to them. It was as if he was inviting disaster upon himself. Aside from Su Tiandao and Zhang Lifeng, the others gradually exited the competition arena. Following Su Kuan's words, the remaining individuals began to leave. Zhang Lifeng slowly approached the center of the arena, with Su Tiandao and Zhang Yufeng taking their positions on opposite ends of the command platform. A side quest was issued: defeat Zhang Lifeng to obtain an evolution stone, along with 3 chances for a lottery draw. Su Tiandao was taken aback by the system's announcement. He had not expected a task to be assigned at such a moment, along with the potential reward of an evolution stone. His excitement surged as he contemplated whether the evolution stone was as he imagined. The evolution stone allowed for any designated Pokemon to evolve directly. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Tiandao's joy intensified, for if he could triumph in this battle, he could facilitate the evolution of any Pokemon under his command to a higher level. It was known that as Pokemon evolved, the process became increasingly challenging. Yet with this evolution stone, Su Tiandao could effortlessly help any Pokemon break through to their final stage. He was aware that many Pokemon in this world lacked the ability to reach their ultimate form. Despite just graduating not long ago, Su Tiandao had already acquired the capacity to evolve his Pokemon into their final forms. "You actually chose me?" Zhang Lifeng's words brought Su Tiandao back to reality. Su Tiandao's gaze towards Zhang Lifeng was now laced with hostility. The system had provided him with a compelling reason to win. Thus, he was determined to secure a victory, and to do so resoundingly. Chapter 84. Because you are the strongest, you know I am a newcomer, and my primary aim in coming here is to gain experience. I chose you because I heard you are the strongest among the participants, and I wish to witness your prowess, Su Tiandao said calmly. His words served to elevate Zhang Lifeng's status. The saying goes, the higher you climb, the harder you fall, and Su Tiandao intended for him to experience a devastating defeat. Zhang Lifeng was somewhat taken aback, pondering if Su Tiandao truly held such sentiments. Although Zhang Lifeng was immensely confident in his abilities, believing himself to be the strongest among all present, the praise from Su Tiandao made him regard this young man with newfound admiration. His previous resentment began to dissipate. "At least you are perceptive, but since you wish to challenge me, I shall demonstrate my true strength. Fear not, I will not make it too painful for you," remarked Zhang Lifeng, his demeanor one of arrogance. Su Tiandao regarded Zhang Lifeng with an expression akin to that of observing a fool. This individual was not only simple-minded but also excessively conceited. The surrounding onlookers, hearing Zhang Lifeng's implicit acknowledgement of his superiority, were expressions of displeasure. It was crucial to understand that all present were scions of prominent families, each proud and unwilling to submit to one another. Now, with someone boldly declaring himself the strongest before them, it was impossible for them to accept it. Instantly, the younger generation cast disapproving glances at Zhang Lifeng. Meanwhile, Zhang Lifeng remained self-satisfied, but in the audience, Zhang Haitian wore a look of embarrassment, casting a fierce glare at Su Ji. Su Ji feigned indifference, watching the unfolding drama. As both were shrewd individuals well aware of Su Tiandao's intentions, Zhang Haitian had immense faith in his son, despite recognizing Su Tiandao's attempts at sowing discord. He believed that if his son possessed true capability, they would have no choice but to concede. Next was a one-on-one match, with each side permitted to use 6 Pokemon, which could not be replaced during the battle. Once one side's 6 Pokemon were defeated, the match would conclude. The referee announced the rules, which were consistent with the usual protocols. Do the two challengers have any questions? The referee inquired. None. Su Tiandao and Zhang Lifeng replied in unison. Their thoughts aligned surprisingly well. They were eager to engage in battle swiftly, each intent on showcasing their strength, both harboring a simmering resentment. As they contemplated their strategy, they understood that despite being allowed to use 6 Pokemon, only one could be deployed at a time. Thus, selecting the right Pokemon to counter their opponent could significantly ease the battle. Both were engaged in a psychological duel. With the match now officially underway, the referee called for both challengers to send forth their first Pokemon. Su Tiandao and Zhang Lifeng exchanged a glance, and Zhang Lifeng confidently produced a luxurious Pokeball. Su Tiandao mirrored this action, reaching into his backpack to retrieve a luxurious Pokeball as well. After a moment of consideration, Su Tiandao decided to deploy Milotic first. As it was a water-type Pokemon, Su Tiandao was aware of certain information regarding Zhang Lifeng. He understood that regardless of the beauty he showcased or the type of Pokemon he summoned, he would remain unfazed. After all, this was the inaugural battle, and Su Tiandao needed to consider future arrangements. Moreover, Zhang Lifeng was a notably proud individual, and in their first encounter, it was unlikely he would summon an exceptionally powerful Pokemon. Su Tiandao surmised that Lifeng would present his most aesthetically pleasing Pokemon, the fiery Rapidash. This battle involved 6 Pokemon, and it was inevitable that the first to enter the fray would meet defeat. Thus, it would be more advantageous to select one with striking beauty, allowing others to appreciate the spectacle and set a positive tone. As anticipated, Zhang Lifeng indeed called forth the Rapidash. This majestic creature, at level 41, brought a sense of delight to Su Tiandao. The Rapidash, being a fire-type Pokemon, was countered perfectly by Su Tiandao's water-type Milotic. The moment the Rapidash appeared, the audience erupted with exclamations of awe. Its appearance was irresistibly captivating. However, as they were members of prestigious families, they maintained their composure and did not display any embarrassing reactions. Many spectators were also captivated by the Milotic, which was renowned for its allure and ranked highly among all Pokemon. At that moment, numerous eyes sparkled with admiration for Su Tiandao, who was fortunate enough to possess a successfully evolved Milotic, especially since no global method for obtaining Milotic had yet been discovered. To them, it seemed that Su Tiandao had stumbled upon a rare stroke of luck. Meanwhile, Zhang Lifeng observed Su Tiandao's Milotic with a tinge of envy. He had initially believed that his Rapidash would be a formidable contender, but upon encountering the Milotic, its superior charm overshadowed his expectations. In that instant, Zhang Lifeng felt a sense of inferiority, despite the fact that this was merely an aesthetic comparison, which left him quite displeased. The match officially commenced, and the referee, with an impassive demeanor, announced, Milotic, use Scald. Su Tiandao seized the initiative, asserting that the first strike often determines the victor. Furthermore, water-type moves had an advantage over fire types. He was confident that if he secured the opening blow, victory in this initial battle would be assured. Dodge. Zhang Lifeng retorted dismissively. Although there was a type disadvantage, he was confident in his Pokemon's speed advantage. With 2 years of experience as a trainer, he believed defeating Su Tiandao, a novice fresh out of graduation, would be a simple task. The Rapidash dashed forward with remarkable speed, swiftly vanishing from its original position, while a column of steaming water erupted from the ground. The water column's speed paled in comparison to that of the Rapidash. It appears you are winning effortlessly, Zhang Lifeng remarked, a smirk forming on his lips as he observed the unfolding scene. Continue the assault. Employ the sweep attack, Su Tiandao calmly instructed. Although the Rapidash was swift, Su Tiandao doubted it could soar into the sky. Suddenly, the water column executed a sweeping motion towards the direction of the Rapidash, which continued its relentless sprint, its speed exceeding that of the water column. Initially, Zhang Lifeng dismissed the situation. However, he soon sensed something amiss as the water column inexplicably accelerated, swiftly catching up to the Rapidash. The column struck the Rapidash with ease, sending it careening across the arena. Unexpectedly, it harbors hidden strength, Zhang Lifeng mused, his brow furrowing slightly. He had anticipated a flawless victory, but to his dismay, his Pokemon had been hit. Nevertheless, upon noticing that the Rapidash had not sustained significant damage, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Use flamethrower. Zhang Lifeng commanded without hesitation. As soon as the words left his lips, the Rapidash opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames that swiftly formed the character in midair, hurtling towards the Milotic with alarming speed. In the realm of the monkey novel network, Su Tiandao remained unfazed, observing the colossal characters formed entirely of flames inching closer to his Milotic. The Milotic stood still, awaiting Su Tiandao's command, utilizing the mirror reflection technique. Just as the flames were about to make contact, Su Tiandao issued his order. Suddenly, a radiant glow enveloped Milotic, and upon encountering this brilliance, the flames rebounded at an accelerated pace. Zhang Lifeng and his fire horse were taken aback as the flame struck the fire horse directly, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Zhang Lifeng furrowed his brow slightly, quickly issuing commands. He sensed something amiss. Having suffered losses twice in a row, it seemed this novice was stronger than he had anticipated. The fire horse, having endured 2 consecutive attacks, bore some injuries. Yet this minor damage did not hinder its velocity as it charged towards the stationary Milotic with incredible speed. With determination, Su Tiandao decided to confront the challenge head-on, intending to resolve the situation decisively with this maneuver. The fire ant charged at Milotic with remarkable speed, colliding forcefully, causing Milotic to be sent flying. In the next moment, a wave surged beneath the fire horse, propelling it towards the edge of the competition arena with great force. Bang! Once more, a thunderous sound erupted, followed by relentless waves that incessantly battered the fiery steed. After an indeterminate passage of time, the tumultuous waves finally subsided. And at that moment, the fiery steed lay in a deep, unyielding slumber. Victory belongs to Manus. We kindly request contestant Zhang Lifeng to substitute his Pokemon. The voice of the referee resonated once more. At this moment, Zhang Lifeng gazed at Su Tiandao in sheer astonishment, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before him. What on earth was happening? From the beginning to the end, only 3 rounds of battle had transpired, and he had managed to strike only once. Yet, his fiery steed had already been vanquished. Zhang Lifeng was even overcome by a surreal sensation, as if he were trapped in a dream. Was this some sort of jest directed at him? As a trainer with 2 years of combat experience, I found myself effortlessly defeated by Su Tiandao, a mere novice who has just graduated. Is this not somewhat different from what I had anticipated? Isn't it commonly said that Zhang Lifeng is quite formidable? Indeed. Even Zhang Lifeng himself acknowledges that he is the strongest among us. I previously held some disdain, yet now my contempt has only deepened. This is merely the first match. Although Manus possesses an inherent advantage, it is rather ludicrous to witness such an effortless defeat at the hands of a newcomer. With such meager prowess, he dares to proclaim himself a formidable competitor. Even the inept members of my family would likely endure 6 or 7 rounds before succumbing, rather than being vanquished instantaneously upon entering the arena. Many spectators in the audience cast disdainful glances at Zhang Lifeng on the podium. After all, this was the same Zhang Lifeng who had boasted of being the best. Yet, witnessing his moment of failure brought a wave of satisfaction to their hearts. Even the numerous family heads seated in the audience were astonished by the scene unfolding before them, for they were privy to more information and understood that Zhang Lifeng's strength was indeed formidable. However, he was easily crushed. Doubt began to creep in among these families. Was their information flawed? Or had Li Feng encountered an opponent too powerful? Naturally, given their status, certain thoughts could not be voiced in front of such a large crowd. After all, to speak up would mean to utterly disgrace the Zhang family's patriarch. Meanwhile, Zhang Haitian sat in the audience, his expression dark as a storm cloud. Zhang Lifeng's fiery steed had shown promise, but it seemed he had merely been playing around in this first match, not taking it seriously. Su Gang was seated beside his father, Su Kuan, making casual remarks. Su Kuan, however, remained silent, quietly observing the 2 challengers before him. At his level, mere words could not disturb his focus. He possessed the ability to grasp the broader picture. Zhang Lifeng, his face dark with frustration, withdrew his fiery steed and glared at Su Tiandao with a look of fierce animosity, as if he were staring at an adversary. I appreciate Brother Zhang's mercy. It appears you intentionally held back. Otherwise, with my strength, victory would not have come so easily. Su Tiandao merely smiled slightly and offered an escape route, for he intended to employ a strategy of building up his opponent only to bring them crashing down later. You are perceptive. I see you are a novice. So I'm merely engaged in a light-hearted contest, not wishing to make your defeat too humiliating. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lifeng took the bait without hesitation. Su Tiandao gazed at Zhang Lifeng with bemusement, realizing he was dealing with a rather simple-minded individual, and wondered how such a person could survive in a prominent family. Completely oblivious to the schemes around him, truly a fool. Su Tiandao felt that winning through intellect would be an effortless task. Chapter 86. The second battle in the next moment. Zhang Lifeng once again produced an exquisite Pokeball. Aware of Su Tiandao's Pokemon, the Milotic, and its abilities, Zhang Lifeng began to formulate a more targeted strategy. The Machamp stood at level 44. Su Tiandao observed the four-armed humanoid Pokemon before him. It was acceptable, although it was a fighting type. Milotic could at least wear down its stamina. Su Tiandao felt confident that victory in this battle would belong to him. He did not expect Milotic to win outright. As long as it could drain some of the opponent's energy, he could then bring out a more suitable Pokemon, cycling through this strategy until the outcome was inevitable. Of course, Su Tiandao would not allow himself to be complacent. He knew that underestimating an opponent could lead to unexpected defeat. Recover, Su Tiandao commanded, intending to have Milotic mend the damage it had previously sustained. Zhang Lifeng furrowed his brow slightly. His fiery steed had only inflicted minor injuries on Milotic. Yet in the blink of an eye, Milotic's wounds were healed, further aggravating Zhang Lifeng. Bulk up, he ordered immediately. Su Tiandao cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Lifeng, surprised that his opponent chose not to attack. Toxic, Su Tiandao declared. Milotic slowly opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of black venom towards the Machamp. Charge in with Thunder Punch. Zhang Lifeng's Pokemon surged forward, ignoring the oncoming black venom. The toxic substance struck the Machamp, yet its momentum only seemed to increase, with electric sparks dancing around its fists. Su Tiandao watched in surprise as the Machamp displayed impressive resistance to the poison, though he had not anticipated the toxic attack to inflict severe damage. Scald, Su Tiandao called out. Just as he finished speaking, the Machamp's Thunder Punch connected with Milotic, who was simultaneously struck by a column of hot water erupting from below. Revenge, Zhang Lifeng quickly commanded. Su Tiandao was taken aback. Protect, he shouted. Just as his command left his lips, a radiant beam struck Milotic. Su Tiandao breathed a sigh of relief, never expecting his opponent would employ such a retaliatory tactic. Had he been a moment slower, he could have faced defeat in that very instant. Aware that continuing to play defensively would yield no benefits, Su Tiandao recognized that he needed to adopt a more aggressive approach against a fighting-type Pokemon, which would have minimal stamina loss. Thunder Punch, Zhang Lifeng continued. Take it head-on, then use Water Tail to send it flying, Su Tiandao retorted. After enduring a Thunder Punch, he understood that such an attack would not be enough to incapacitate Milotic. Nonetheless, he needed to maintain distance from the Machamp. Keeping space between them would enhance his chances of victory. Engaging in close combat with a fighting type was a risky endeavor, one he would not entertain. The Machamp's fist landed squarely on Milotic, but it withstood the blow without revealing any signs of pain. Suddenly, a surge of water gathered at the tip of Milotic's tail, swiftly coalescing and delivering a powerful slap to the Machamp. The Machamp was sent hurtling backward, and Su Tiandao smiled slightly, as long as he could keep his distance. That would suffice. Use Hyper Beam. As the Machamp soared through the air, Su Tiandao issued another command. At that moment, Zhang Lifeng was thrown into a panic, for his Machamp was still airborne, unable to execute any skills. Endure. Zhang Lifeng gritted his teeth as he spoke. Milotic gathered a brilliant light in its mouth, and as it materialized, it shot forth with incredible speed. The Machamp, witnessing Milotic's Hyper Beam, had no other option but to brace itself. The attack struck with a resounding impact, sending the Machamp crashing to the ground. Continue the fight, Zhang Lifeng seethed, watching in disbelief as his once mighty Machamp had been injured by Su Tiandao in such a short span of time. He had anticipated that his Machamp would swiftly dispatch its opponents, but the lack of results was igniting a fire of frustration within him. The Machamp struggled to rise from the ground, clearly weakened by the devastating blow it had just endured. Impressive, Su Tiandao muttered under his breath. Su Tiandao initially believed that the destructive light would allow him to conclude the battle swiftly, never anticipating that his opponent could rise again. However, he dismissed the concern, observing that his adversary could not endure for much longer. With a few more strikes, he was confident that the opponent would succumb. He charged forward to employ Thunder Punch. Zhang Lifeng spoke again, but as soon as he articulated his intent, his brow furrowed in dismay. For his powerful Goliath was now ensnared by the side effects of the destructive light. The creature stood rigid, its body paralyzed, although it yearned to move. Its fists crackled with electricity, yet it remained immobile. Su Tiandao furrowed his brow as well, certain that his Milotic was not a fighting-type Pokemon. Another Thunder Punch would undoubtedly lead to its elimination. Milotic, hold on. He encouraged his Pokemon. Fortunately, despite its imposing demeanor, Goliath's strength had diminished significantly due to its paralysis. After enduring the attack, Milotic slid backward but ultimately remained standing. Su Tiandao exhaled in relief. He had refrained from counterattacking earlier because his Pokemon was in a state of fatigue after a series of assaults, rendering it unable to utilize other skills for a brief period. Nevertheless, witnessing Milotic still on its feet gave him hope for victory. Chapter 87. 1 against 2. Use Scald. After a moment's pause, Su Tiandao issued the command again. Upon hearing the order, Milotic sprang into action after a brief hesitation. Su Tiandao had contemplated numerous strategies, even considering instructing Milotic to use Recover. Yet, facing an elite fighter directly in front of him while attempting to heal would render his Pokemon a mere target. Regardless, this was merely Su Tiandao's first Pokemon. If he could inflict some damage on the Goliath, that would suffice. Thunder Punch. Zhang Lifeng reiterated, and in the next instant, both Pokemon unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Thunder Punch struck Milotic, while the column of scalding water summoned by Milotic hit Goliath directly, sending it crashing to the ground. Subsequently, Milotic fell, rendered unconscious. Zhang Lifeng felt a surge of triumph, believing he had finally vanquished his opponent. However, when he turned to check on his Goliath, his expression darkened instantly. As the creature lay on the ground, unresponsive, its face contorted in anguish. Zhang Lifeng's countenance shifted, realizing that despite his Goliath's formidable strength, it had not emerged unscathed. The effects of the poison took hold in light of its injuries. The Goliath and Milotic have simultaneously lost their fighting capabilities. Both sides may now switch Pokemon. The referee's monotone voice rang out once more. No way. I must be seeing things. Wasn't Zhang Lifeng said to be exceptionally strong? How could he be so weak? Murmured the onlookers. Who would have thought that a newcomer could challenge him and defeat 2 Pokemon with just 1? If this news spread, it would be utterly humiliating. Initially, I assumed Zhang Lifeng was merely underestimating Su Tiandao due to his inexperience, but this was clearly a case of incompetence on his part. As the spectators observed Zhang Lifeng's glum expression, many felt a sense of satisfaction, as if they themselves had triumphed. Did you not claim to be the strongest among us? And yet, you were bested by a newcomer wielding just 1 Pokemon. Even the patriarchs of various esteemed families in the audience stared in disbelief, unable to fathom what they were witnessing. Traditionally, battles among their descendants typically resulted in 1-for-1 exchanges. Scenarios of 1 against 2 were reserved for genuine prodigies or utter fools. As a result, the gazes directed at Zhang Lifeng brimmed with disdain. They had believed him to be a formidable contender from the Zhang family, but now they realized that their assessments had been gravely mistaken. Such a person hardly deserved the title of expert. Zhang Haitao's expression darkened further. He had never imagined his son would be so thoroughly humiliated. Su Tiandao retrieved the unconscious Milotic, a faint smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Zhang Lifeng's expression was one of fury. He now understood that Su Tiandao had been toying with him all along, playing the part of the weakling to lower his guard. What was worse, he had actually fallen for it. You've been playing me this entire time, haven't you? Zhang Lifeng glared at Su Tiandao, his eyes filled with murderous intent. When have I ever played you? I genuinely believed you were merely holding back. After all, everyone claims you are the strongest, and many seek to challenge you. I was simply fortunate to draw number 1 and wanted to face you directly, hoping to learn a thing or two from Brother Zhang, Su Tiandao replied coolly. Observing Su Tiandao's demeanor, Zhang Lifeng became utterly bewildered. Could it be that everything Su Tiandao said was true? He had initially thought Su Tiandao exceptionally powerful, but now it seemed his abilities were rather ordinary. After 2 years of training, he appeared no different from a novice. Just as Zhang Lifeng was lost in thought, Su Tiandao's words rang clearly in his ears, causing his expression to change drastically. Witnessing Su Tiandao's contemptuous demeanor, Zhang Lifeng felt an overwhelming urge to confront him physically. Su Tiandao merely smiled, realizing that since his strategy was now apparent to his opponent, he might as well switch tactics and provoke him further. Zhang Lifeng was indeed a hot-headed individual, easily irked. This turned out to be quite entertaining. Su Tiandao openly mocked Zhang Lifeng in front of so many people. The Su family had utterly alienated the Zhang family with this incident. The surrounding challengers watched with keen interest, their eyes sparkling with excitement. For they were all descendants of prominent families, relishing such spectacles. Regardless of how the 2 families clashed, they stood to gain from the chaos. The thrill of watching the unfolding drama was exhilarating. Su Lao-san, care to explain the meaning of your family's actions? Are you seeking to incite conflict with the Zhang family? Zhang Haitao glared furiously at Su Ji, his eyes betraying a hint of malice. Meanwhile, the leaders of the other prominent families in the audience regarded the scene with keen interest, hoping for a direct confrontation between the 2 families that would undoubtedly prove entertaining. How could that be? Our families have no grievances. I would never consider battling the Zhang family. Su Ji replied, utterly perplexed. Certainly. All of this is merely a facade he has constructed. After all, friction exists between every family, and I stand as the victor. Why should I concern myself with the thoughts of this weaker individual? Moreover, this matter pertains solely to the two juniors, and I am equally curious about the events that transpired between them. However, rest assured, should there be any misunderstandings between them, I shall be the first to reprimand that insolent brat. Suji stated fiercely, as if he himself were the aggrieved party. If the protagonist were present, he might even consider bestowing an Oscar for Best Actor upon Suji for such a remarkable performance. Chapter 88. Another instant kill. The other spectators observed Suji's theatrical display, stifling their laughter. They were all astute enough to recognize the ruse, pretending to be oblivious while he attempted to deceive them. Wang Haiten's expression oscillated between shades of green and red, clearly infuriated by Suji's charade, yet feeling powerless to retaliate. You are finished. I will show you just how vast our disparity truly is, Zhang Lifeng declared, snapping back to reality as he produced a pokeball and tossed it onto the field. Su Tiandao regarded Zhang Lifeng with disdain. This fellow was simply too simplistic, becoming irritable at the slightest provocation. Meanwhile, a flash of light heralded the arrival of a Steelix upon the battlefield, boasting a level of 49. Su Tiandao cast a surprised glance at Zhang Lifeng, realizing that this Steelix was his trump card. Unexpectedly, the fellow's temperament was quite volatile, though it seemed his ace was rather underwhelming. After a moment's contemplation, Su Tiandao retrieved a pokeball. Come forth, Nidoking. Earthquake. As soon as Su Tiandao summoned Nidoking, Zhang Lifeng issued an immediate command to attack. Protect. Su Tiandao hastily instructed, taken aback by Zhang Lifeng's aggressive strategy from the outset. The Steelix's tail slammed down onto the ground, producing a thunderous noise that reverberated throughout the arena, causing the very ground to tremble. A faint light enveloped Nidoking, who stood steadfast, seemingly unperturbed by the quake. Continue with the earthquake, Zhang Lifeng commanded. Su Tiandao gazed at him in disbelief, questioning the simplicity of his tactics. Endure and harness the power of the earth. Noticing the protective glow surrounding Nidoking dimming, Su Tiandao resolved to confront the challenge head-on. In the next moment, the light surrounding Nidoking vanished, and a pained expression crossed its face, indicating that the earthquake had taken its toll. Nidoking slowly lifted its leg and stomped down, creating a fissure that rapidly extended beneath the Steelix. Suddenly, an invisible force surged from below, directly impacting the Steelix and interrupting its earthquake maneuver. Su Tiandao knew that while Steelix had high defense, its health was relatively low. He initially believed that Nidoking would swiftly eliminate the Steelix, considering the treasures it bore. However, the Steelix remarkably endured the onslaught of earth power, proving it was no ordinary contender. Flamethrower. Su Tiandao commanded without hesitation. Dig. Zhang Lifeng gritted his teeth in response. In an instant, the Steelix began to spin rapidly, burrowing into the ground to create a tunnel just large enough for its passage. As the Steelix disappeared underground, it narrowly avoided the roaring flames that surged past, grazing it. Nidoking, run. Su Tiandao instructed, fully aware that he could not allow the Steelix to execute a surprise attack. Nidoking dashed across the battlefield with remarkable speed. Zhang Lifeng, grinding his teeth, watched Su Tiandao. Although his Steelix could tunnel underground, its speed would significantly diminish after such an action. Given Nidoking's sprinting capabilities, any attempt at a stealthy assault was futile. Moreover, depleting Nidoking's stamina was an impossible task, considering its nature as a fighting-type Pokemon, which inherently possessed exceptional endurance. Steelix attacked directly. With the stealth option abandoned, Zhang Lifeng opted for a straightforward assault, knowing that wherever Steelix emerged, Nidoking would be unaware, leaving a sliver of opportunity. Su Tiandao narrowed his eyes, carefully scrutinizing the battlefield, aware that he needed to make swift decisions based on the circumstances that would unfold. Consequently, he could not afford to overlook any detail, remaining vigilant to all possible developments. In the next moment, a fissure appeared less than a meter in front of Nidoking. It immediately leaped back, just as Su Tiandao finished his command. The Steelix erupted from the ground. Despite Nidoking's swift reflexes in retreating, it was still grazed by the Steelix, sending it flying. Fortunately, it managed to evade a devastating blow, sustaining only minor injuries. Flamethrower. Su Tiandao barked out, seizing the opportunity as Nidoking soared through the air, unleashing a torrent of flames that struck the Steelix squarely on the head. Zhang Lifeng was taken aback. Steelix had only just executed its attack when it was met with a counterstrike of astonishing speed. A wave of flames engulfed the Steelix's head, and as the flames dissipated, wisps of smoke rose from its charred form. The Steelix wobbled before crashing to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Steelix has lost its combat ability, Zhang Lifeng. Please select another Pokemon, the referee announced. Zhang Lifeng's face paled. Steelix had been his most formidable ace. He never anticipated that his strongest Pokemon would falter in a one-on-one confrontation. What on earth is happening? This battle is utterly one-sided, murmured the spectators. Isn't Zhang Lifeng supposed to be quite powerful? Yet, this performance hardly seems sufficient. Could it be that Su Tiandao's strength was overwhelming? However, it seemed implausible. While his tactics were commendable, Zhang Lifeng's command skills appeared to belong to a novice in comparison. Indeed, Su Tiandao was merely a youthful lad of 15, freshly graduated. While Zhang Lifeng boasted 2 years of experience as an adventurer, are you suggesting that Zhang Lifeng is nothing more than a figurehead, a pretender? If Su Tiandao were afforded 2 more years, wouldn't he easily vanquish Zhang Lifeng? The surrounding crowd exchanged disdainful glances. Having witnessed 3 battles that starkly illustrated the vast chasm in skill between the 2 competitors. Chapter 89. Commanding skills beyond measure indeed. Su Tiandao appeared to be nothing more than an inexperienced youth, while Zhang Lifeng was the scion of the Zhang family, ostensibly superior in resources and experience. Zhang Haiying was also present, guiding the rhythm of the situation. Consequently, the surrounding individuals increasingly believed that it was not Su Tiandao's exceptional prowess, but rather Zhang Lifeng's profound inadequacy that accounted for the outcome. All were adventurers, each possessing leadership capabilities. They were confident that, even if placed in Zhang Yufeng's position with the same Pokemon, their command skills would surpass those of Zhang Lifeng. In a fleeting moment, the majority acknowledged the undeniable truth that Zhang Lifeng was, in fact, utterly inept. Meanwhile, the heads of the prominent families in the audience exchanged astonished glances towards Su Tiandao. Their extensive experience allowed them to discern that the giant snake summoned by Zhang Yufeng was evidently superior to Nidoking in every attribute, given equal command abilities. It was clear that the winning Pokemon would undoubtedly be the giant snake. However, they were taken aback by how effortlessly the giant snake was vanquished, causing the spectators' perceptions of Zhang Lifeng to shift dramatically. He was revealed to be a novice incapable of effective command. At that moment, Zhang Lifeng stood rigidly on the command platform, his hands clenched so tightly that veins bulged. He was bewildered, unable to comprehend the reasons behind his defeat. He knew deep down that his giant snake was ostensibly stronger than Nidoking in every regard. Yet, he could not fathom why he had been so easily overwhelmed. Feeling utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance, unbeknownst to Zhang Lifeng, Su Tiandao possessed a hidden advantage, a system that maximized the potential of his Pokemon. And this latent power was imperceptible to the onlookers. They were only aware that the giant snake's innate abilities surpassed those of Nidoking, unaware that Nidoking, enhanced by the system, was not inferior to the giant snake. Please, Zhang Lifeng, choose a new Pokemon, the judge prompted after a moment of silence, noticing Zhang Lifeng still in a daze. The sound jolted Zhang Lifeng back to reality, and with a grim expression, he waved his hand to return the unconscious giant snake to its Pokeball. At that moment, Zhang Lifeng was thoroughly panicked. Even his most formidable trump card had proven no match in a one-on-one battle, leaving him grappling with how to secure a victory. Despite Su Tiandao having summoned only 2 Pokemon thus far, Zhang Lifeng had already lost 3. The most critical aspect was that he still had no knowledge of Su Tiandao's most powerful Pokemon. With Su Tiandao yet to reveal his trump card, Zhang Lifeng's strongest Pokemon had already been dispatched. In an instant, he was at a loss for how to turn the tide. The more he contemplated, the more his composure unraveled. Su Tiandao cast a glance at Zhang Lifeng, as if he could see through him entirely. To Su Tiandao, Zhang Lifeng resembled an elementary school student. His thoughts were laid bare. Do hurry up. The battle is already halfway through, and many others are waiting for their turn. Su Tiandao remarked disdainfully, exuding an air of confidence, as if he could easily defeat Zhang Lifeng at any moment. Zhang Lifeng, in a state of exasperation, found himself powerless against Su Tiandao's arrogant demeanor. Come forth, Noivern, he commanded, and a bat-like creature appeared on the battlefield. Su Tiandao was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that Zhang Lifeng possessed such a capable Pokemon, piquing his interest. Air Slash? As soon as the bat materialized, Zhang Lifeng seized the initiative. Ice Beam, Su Tiandao replied nonchalantly. Zhang Lifeng trembled at Su Tiandao's words, knowing that Ice-type moves were particularly devastating against his Noivern, ensuring a significant disadvantage. In the next moment, a beam of light shot forth, colliding with the air blades, shattering them effortlessly. The beam continued unabated, hurtling toward the bat on the battlefield. This cannot be happening. Zhang Lifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Was his Pokemon truly this weak? He felt as though his own attacks were pathetically insufficient. Unable to even hinder Su Tiandao's Pokemon, he finally grasped why his giant snake had succumbed so swiftly. This Nidoking was formidable beyond measure. Perhaps it possessed some extraordinary item that amplified its power. Zhang Lifeng was not a fool. He understood that many treasures could enhance a Pokemon's battle capabilities. Could it be that Su Tiandao had such a powerful enhancement artifact? Evade! Zhang Lifeng shouted urgently. As soon as he issued the command, Noivern deftly maneuvered, leaving a blur in the air as it narrowly avoided the incoming beam. Seeing his Noivern escape the attack, Zhang Lifeng sighed in relief. Had it been struck, he was certain his Pokemon would not withstand even 2 hits. Ice Beam! Su Tiandao called out again, and with just a single move, he had thrown Zhang Lifeng into disarray, leading Su Tiandao to believe that victory was within his grasp. At that moment, both the audience in the stands and the competitors near the arena began to grasp the situation. It was not that Su Tiandao was too powerful. Rather, Zhang Lifeng was exceedingly weak. Whirlwind! Zhang Lifeng shouted in desperation, determined not to allow Nidoking to remain on the field. If Su Tiandao truly possessed an item that enhanced his moves, it would be disastrous. If struck, his Noivern could potentially be knocked out instantly. The whirlwind attack proved effective, as a gust swept through the battlefield, propelling Nidoking out of the arena, ultimately transforming it into light and returning it to its Pokeball. Zhang Lifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Having dispatched Nidoking, his path to victory seemed clearer. However, in that moment, a squirrel unexpectedly appeared on the battlefield near Su Tiandao's feet. The squirrel appeared bewildered, gazing curiously at Noivern, as if pondering its own presence in the arena. This squirrel is so adorable and beautiful. I wish to make it my Pokemon. I wonder if Su Tiandao would sell it to me. Without a doubt, this squirrel was mine. None should dare to compete with me for it, or they would be opposing me. The female spectators in the audience were captivated by the sight of the squirrel, their eyes sparkling with delight. Zhang Lifeng exhaled in relief. To him, this squirrel was merely a pet, and he felt a renewed sense of hope for victory. Su Tiandao, meanwhile, was taken aback, realizing that the squirrel had entered the arena without any prompting from him. However, observing Zhang Lifeng's expression, he could not help but smile. He had severely underestimated his own Pokemon. He truly believed that this bat could defeat its own squirrel. As Su Tiandao finished speaking, the squirrel immediately stomped its foot, and in an instant, 5 rocks sprang up from the ground, transforming into projectiles that soared towards the bat in the sky. Dodge! Zhang Lifeng exclaimed. The bat was indeed remarkably swift, leaving behind an afterimage as it nimbly evaded the 5 stone bullets. Air slash! Zhang Lifeng called out again. Dodge! As Su Tiandao finished his sentence, the squirrel made a slight movement beneath its feet, remaining within the competition arena, effortlessly evading several air slashes with its incredible speed. In the subsequent rounds, both sides exchanged skills while dodging, and due to their rapid pace, they were essentially able to evade attacks with nearly perfect success. Zhang Lifeng furrowed his brow, surprised that this adorable squirrel possessed such formidable speed. Given the circumstances, the only aspect left to contest was stamina. Meanwhile, Su Tiandao contemplated which skill to employ, knowing that due to his system, his sprite possessed a far greater repertoire of skills than others. Use temptation. As Su Tiandao uttered this command, even the squirrel appeared momentarily astonished. However, after a second of surprise, it struck a more charming and adorable pose, casting flirtatious glances at the bat above. Wow, I never expected this squirrel could seduce. I can't resist anymore. I must have this squirrel at any cost. If he refuses to sell it to me, the Huang family will go to war with the Su family. Hearing the shrieks from the group of women in the competition arena, even Su Ji twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. Although he understood that the male protagonist found the squirrel undeniably cute, it hardly warranted a conflict between 2 prominent families over just one squirrel. Still in the arena, the bat, after witnessing the squirrel's antics, appeared taken aback for a moment before displaying a bashful expression. Su Tiandao smiled faintly. Indeed, temptation was nearly irresistible for male sprites. Of course, Su Tiandao's strategy carried an element of risk, as he had no way of knowing whether this bat was male or female. However, upon witnessing the success of his temptation, he understood that the next steps would be much easier. Continue to tempt. At that moment, Zhang Lifeng observed his sprite, his eyes filled with affection, but his brow furrowed slightly. Air slash! Dodge! After Su Tiandao used temptation 3 times in succession, it was evident that the bat's fighting spirit had significantly diminished. Rushing closer, as Su Tiandao commanded, the squirrel leaped energetically towards the bat soaring in the sky. Zhang Lifeng frowned as he watched the approaching squirrel. Although he was unsure of Su Tiandao's intentions, he sensed that something explosive was imminent. Air slash! As Zhang Lifeng called, the bat flapped its wings, unleashing a blade of air that shot towards the squirrel. But suddenly, Zhang Lifeng sensed something was amiss. The power of the air blade launched by his bat was pitifully weak, to the extent that even if it hit, it would inflict no damage. Zhang Lifeng's eyes widened as he stared at his bat, and he quickly realized that his bat seemed to be acting strangely, especially with its flushed cheeks. He instantly understood that it had entered a state of heat. Damn it, I was careless. Zhang Lifeng clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. Faced with his weakened sprite, he felt utterly helpless. Use Dragon Claw to attack. Since long-range skills were ineffective, he had no choice but to resort to close combat. The male protagonist smiled slightly. He knew that the squirrel excelled in melee, and Zhang Lifeng's invitation to engage was akin to inviting disaster. Upon hearing Zhang Lifeng's command, the bat's eyes glowed red as it fixed its gaze on the squirrel, akin to a predator eyeing a stunning beauty, darting toward the squirrel with increased speed, intent on devouring it. Guard. As Su Tiandao finished speaking, a faint protective barrier enveloped the squirrel. The bat collided with the invisible wall with a loud thud. Yet it persisted relentlessly in its assault. Su Tiandao felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, considering the bat's earlier speed. Its impact against the protective barrier must have been considerable. However, the bat seemed oblivious to any pain, continuing its fervent pursuit of the squirrel. How terrifying. Could it not restrain itself? It was as if a famished ghost had been reborn. Even Zhang Lifeng frowned at the scene before him. His sprite had utterly lost control. And if this continued, they would lose without even fighting. Meanwhile, many challengers watching from below the arena shook their heads. Zhang Lifeng's command skills were abysmal. It was evident to everyone that the sprite Zhang Lifeng summoned was even more formidable than Su Tiandao's. Yet, under Zhang Lifeng's foolish commands, his sprite had fallen into a dire situation. They now comprehended that Zhang Lifeng's prowess was not as remarkable as the rumors suggested. It was likely mere smoke and mirrors from the Zhang family. However, they were not fools. After witnessing one battle, they could easily discern who was stronger. Chapter 91. Battling you is too boring. Jump onto its back. As Su Tiandao commanded, the squirrel exerted itself slightly and leaped onto the bat's back. This time, the bat appeared to revel in the experience, offering no resistance as the squirrel settled upon it. Shake it off. Zhang Lifeng's expression darkened. Hold on tight and unleash continuous rock explosions. Su Tiandao stated unapologetically. Under these circumstances, the bat's speed was severely restricted. It was clear what the consequences would be if his attacks connected. Then an unusual scene unfolded. The squirrel clung tightly to the bat's neck while rocks began to erupt from the ground below. Though the bat struggled, its expression suggested it had no desire to dislodge the squirrel, almost as if it were enjoying the sensation of the squirrel dancing above. The rocks raining down upon the bat were met with indifference as they struck one after another. In a mere moment, countless stones battered the bat's body. In an instant, the bat plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground, unconscious yet wearing a blissful expression. The squirrel gracefully leaped off the bat's back, raising its chest in a pose of victory. The onlookers had grown tired of commenting on Zhang Lifeng's tactical abilities. To them, he resembled a novice trainer. Well done, Su Tiandao praised. Upon hearing this, the squirrel's expression of pride intensified. Please have contestant Zhang Lifeng switch his Pokemon. The referee continued after regaining his composure. The referee even felt that this battle was devoid of any suspense, as he could already foresee that Su Tiandao would emerge victorious. However, according to the rules, the referee still had to follow the necessary procedures. This squirrel was simply too adorable and remarkably strong. Regardless of the circumstances, I must acquire this squirrel. To be honest, while I find this squirrel exceedingly cute, its combat prowess is somewhat lacking, primarily due to Zhang Lifeng's inadequate command skills. At this moment, many spectators gazed at Zhang Lifeng with a look of disdain, their sentiments rooted in two reasons, one being the misguided influence of Sun Haiying, and the other being Zhang Lifeng's evident lack of commandability, which was glaringly apparent to them. Su's young man, however, displayed commendable skills in command. Indeed, Su Laosan, your family has produced yet another hero. The leaders of various clans in the audience complimented Suji. They were not blind. They recognized that Zhang Lifeng's command skills were decent, but faced with a formidable opponent like Su Tiandao, he was at a disadvantage. Having experienced similar situations themselves, they understood all too well that among the newcomers they had seen, none could rival Su Tiandao. Oh, not at all. That lad has merely just graduated. I am simply introducing him to the world, Suji said with a humble demeanor, though internally he was elated. Meanwhile, Wang Haitian glared at Su Ji with gritted teeth, contemplating giving him a couple of hard slaps. However, he was acutely aware that his son's shortcomings left him powerless to act, forcing him to endure the humiliation. On the other hand, he pondered the origins of this young man, as the families were well acquainted with one another's backgrounds. Even a family's underachiever was known to them. Yet Su Tiandao seemed to have emerged from nowhere, astonishing everyone upon his arrival. At this moment, Zhang Lifeng, standing on the command platform, was bewildered as he retrieved his next Pokeball. He was utterly flabbergasted, unable to comprehend how he had lost so decisively to a mere novice. Hurry up. Let us finish this quickly. Battling you is exceedingly dull. Su Tiandao expressed his impatience, further provoking Zhang Lifeng. Damn it, Zhang Lifeng seethed at Su Tiandao, nearly exploding with frustration. It was absurd that this fellow had audaciously declared victory before the game had even concluded. He knew he still had a chance to turn the tide. Come forth, Flame King. Upon uttering these words, a large, flame-imbued pig appeared in the arena. To Zhang Lifeng's surprise, he had finally revealed his true trump card. Su Tiandao was somewhat taken aback. He had previously believed that Zhang Lifeng's strongest Pokémon was the giant python. However, upon observing the level 50 Flame King before him, Su Tiandao realized that Zhang Lifeng still had more to unveil. Su Tiandao was astonished, initially thinking that Zhang Lifeng would reserve his strongest Pokémon for last. He had anticipated that he would be unable to contain himself so soon. Nevertheless, Su Tiandao regarded him with disdain. After all, with Zhang Lifeng's current skill level, he was scarcely any better than Su Feng from 2 months prior. Having trained over the past 2 months, Su Tiandao had significantly improved. And if he were to encounter the Su Feng of 2 months ago, he would easily secure victory. The Flame King charged forward. Zhang Lifeng swiftly commanded that with the current size of the Flame King, tackling a mere squirrel would result in considerable damage. Zhang Lifeng found it intolerable to accept such a devastating defeat. With this speed, Su Tiandao scoffed. Although the Flame King's massive form was indeed intimidating, its speed was akin to that of a sluggish turtle. Dodge, Su Tiandao said slowly. Upon witnessing the Flame King's speed, the black squirrel smirked, showcasing a hint of disdain. With a light jump, it effortlessly dodged the attack, appearing to do so with minimal effort. Stomp. Observing the squirrel's careless demeanor, Zhang Lifeng sighed. Recognizing that the opportunity had finally arrived, the Flame King raised its foot forcefully, preparing to stomp down upon the squirrel. Given its enormous size, even its trotters dwarfed the squirrel. One could easily envision the squirrel being flattened beneath its weight. Rapid retreat, Su Tiandao calmly instructed. Just as the Flame King's foot was about to descend upon the squirrel swiftly flicked its tail and, leveraging that momentum, leapt away. The Flame King's speed was too slow. It could only watch helplessly as the squirrel escaped, its stomp crashing down onto the ground. Although this attack did not directly hit the squirrel, the impact of the stomp created a significant crater in the ground, with cracks rapidly spreading outward from the point of contact. The squirrel, having just landed, quickly propelled itself towards the Flame King. However, upon colliding with the Flame King, it transformed into a flash of white light and vanished, returning to Su Tiandao's Pokeball. Su Tiandao was unperturbed by this outcome, after all. Pitting the squirrel against the Flame King, a creature with high defense and substantial health, was inherently disadvantageous. Come forth, Pidgeot. With Su Tiandao's command, a large Pidgeot materialized on the battlefield. Su Tiandao intended for all 5 of his Pokémon, aside from Black and White, to participate in the battle. The reason for excluding Black and White was obvious. Within this group of challengers, they were in a league of their own. Su Tiandao understood that if he deployed an excessively powerful Pokémon, it would lead others to believe he was merely strong by virtue of his Pokémon. Instead, he sought to utilize these relatively weaker Pokémon, relying on his exceptional command skills to effortlessly triumph over Zhang Lifeng. Su Tiandao was determined to leave no room for rebuttal. He aimed to demonstrate unequivocally that Zhang Lifeng was an utter failure in command. Besides Black and White, Su Tiandao's other 5 Pokémon were comparable to Zhang Lifeng's. Should Su Tiandao succeed in defeating all 6 of Zhang Lifeng's Pokémon with his 5, the audience would undoubtedly conclude that Zhang Lifeng was utterly inept in command, a failure entirely of his own making. At this moment, Zhang Lifeng glared at Su Tiandao with gritted teeth. Due to his earlier bold declaration, he now found himself completely at a disadvantage. With Su Tiandao able to summon creatures that countered his own at will, the most disheartening aspect was his utter lack of countermeasures. Enough, let's hasten this. I shall allow you to attack first, Su Tiandao remarked, casting a glance at the furious Zhang Lifeng, exuding an air of feigned benevolence. Observers around them shook their heads, acknowledging that Su Tiandao's arrogance had become excessive. However, upon introspection, they realized that if they were in Su Tiandao's position, they might act similarly, for in their eyes, Zhang Lifeng's tactical abilities were woefully inadequate. Consequently, all had firmly placed the mantle of ineptitude upon Zhang Lifeng. I believe the outcome of this battle is already apparent. There is no hope for Zhang Lifeng to triumph. Indeed, with his command skills, I feel confident that I could defeat his 6 Pokemon with merely 3 of my own. I cannot fathom why those affluent families proclaim Zhang Lifeng's prowess so loudly. Do they consider us fools? To my chagrin, I once thought highly of Zhang Lifeng, but should anyone dare to assert his strength now, I would not hesitate to retaliate. The surrounding onlookers echoed this sentiment, shaking their heads in agreement. Meanwhile, Zhang Haiying observed the unfolding scene with a subtle smile. While she too had a hand in orchestrating the tension, the credit truly belonged to Su Tiandao. Curiosity piqued, Zhang Haiying regarded Su Tiandao in her understanding. Even if Su Tiandao could best Zhang Lifeng, it would not be so effortlessly. Yet, the capabilities Su Tiandao displayed were nothing short of terrifying, overwhelming to the point where one might mistakenly believe Zhang Lifeng to be utterly weak. However, Zhang Haiying was acutely aware that Zhang Lifeng's skills were indeed formidable. It was merely that Su Tiandao was extraordinarily exceptional. Do you truly believe your victory is assured? Zhang Lifeng hissed through clenched teeth, his fists clenched tightly, yearning to strike Su Tiandao's smug face into oblivion. Rock barrier, he shouted, his voice dripping with frustration. In the next instant, the Fire King, with its sturdy hooves, stomped upon the ground, causing shards of rock to erupt and ascend towards the soaring Biao bird, darting through the air. Evade at high speed, Su Tiandao instructed calmly. Moments later, amidst the azure sky, the Biao bird flapped its wings, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Damn it, how can it be so swift? Zhang Lifeng seethed, his gaze fixed upon the airborne Biao bird. Despite his Fire King's robust physique, it had few options against an adversary gliding in the skies. Now, with the added terrifying speed of the Biao bird, should he fail to restrain it, he would surely become a mere punching bag. Zhang Lifeng could envision his resilient Fire King being mercilessly battered, utterly powerless to retaliate. Rock barrier, he commanded once more. For this was the only tactic he had to restrict the Biao bird's speed. Although his previous attempt had yielded no success, he believed that if he could succeed just once, it would suffice. Once again, the Fire King stomped, unleashing a flurry of stones that shot skyward towards the Biao bird. Airblade, Su Tiandao uttered nonchalantly. In an instant, the Biao bird unleashed a furious gust, summoning a barrage of air blades that effortlessly sliced through the incoming stones, reducing them to dust. All right, it's time for my counterattack, he declared. Featherblade. As Su Tiandao finished speaking, the Biao bird appeared directly above the Fire King. With a subtle tremor of its wings, it conjured a multitude of energy formations resembling feathers, akin to hidden weapons, raining down upon the Fire King in a dense array. Flame burst. Zhang Lifeng cried out once more. The Fire King raised its head, a torrent of flames erupting from its body, akin to a volcanic eruption, surging towards the Biao bird above. Evade at high speed. Su Tiandao's words had barely left his lips before the Biao bird, like a celestial garment, vanished from above the Fire King. Divine bird. As Su Tiandao's command resonated, the Biao bird radiated a sacred light, blindingly bright, causing all present to shield their eyes. The resplendent glow enveloped the Biao bird as it hurtled towards the Fire King with terrifying speed, like a flash of lightning. What? Zhang Lifeng exclaimed. Shock etched across his face. He attempted to call out to his Fire King to evade, but the Biao bird's velocity was simply too great. Before he could utter a word, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air. The Fire King was sent hurtling backwards, as if struck by a freight truck, crashing into the arena's wall with a resounding thud, leaving a web of cracks in its wake, appearing as though it had melded with the very structure itself. Fire King, Zhang Lifeng shouted, his heart racing with a flicker of hope. After all, his Fire King was renowned for its durability and thick hide. Surely it could withstand such an assault. Hearing its master's call, the Fire King slowly opened its eyes, pain etched upon its features, desperately attempting to extricate itself from the wall. Truly, the Fire King proved its resilience, still alive despite the devastating blow. Su Tiandao was somewhat astonished. Had it been any other Pokemon, that strike would have undoubtedly resulted in immediate defeat. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind, though the Fire King still drew breath. Its condition was grave, leaving it devoid of combat capability for the foreseeable future. Destruction Beam, Su Tiandao announced, intent on delivering the final blow to the Fire King. Fire King, flee! Zhang Lifeng screamed, his voice filled with desperation. In a remarkable display of willpower, the Fire King struggled against the wall, breaking free with a forceful push, albeit at a considerably diminished speed. At that moment, the Biao bird opened its mouth, unleashing a destruction beam aimed directly at the Fire King, which had only just regained its footing. Run! Zhang Lifeng cried again, anxiety flooding his eyes. The Fire King staggered to its feet, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet it hurriedly attempted to dart away. As the destruction beam narrowly missed the Fire King, Zhang Lifeng exhaled a sigh of relief. It had escaped by the slimmest of margins. Shooting sweep, Su Tiandao's voice rang out once more. The words sent a chill down Zhang Lifeng's spine. Are you jesting? The destruction beam can be utilized in such a manner? As he watched, the destruction beam swept towards the direction in which the Fire King was fleeing. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Lifeng felt on the verge of collapse. He hurriedly fled. As Zhang Lifeng's words fell, the Flame King, dragging its somewhat weakened body, desperately ran. However, the already slow-moving Flame King, now severely injured, moved at such a sluggish pace that it appeared as if it were merely awaiting its demise. In the blink of an eye, the destructive beam of light swept toward it, effortlessly catching up with the Flame King. This bird of prey was no simple opponent. Its skillful execution was indeed formidable. However, one could not help but think the Flame King was excessively weak, having failed to land a single hit throughout the confrontation. To assert that this was the fault of the Flame King would be misguided. The inadequacy lay in the commander. This perspective held merit. For irrespective of the prowess of any spirit, the crux of success lies in the strategist's capability. While the onlookers engaged in discussion, a sudden explosive sound reverberated through the air. The Flame King, once in motion, was struck directly by the beam of destruction, enveloping the battlefield in a haze of black smoke. At that moment, the Flame King found itself amidst the fog, and the spectators could no longer see it escape. Many had already begun to speculate on the outcome. After a few moments, as the smoke dissipated, they beheld the Flame King lying motionless on the ground. Its eyes tightly shut. Please, contestant Zhang Lifeng, switch your spirit. As the referee's words echoed, a stir arose in the audience. It became evident to me that it was not that Su Tiandao was particularly powerful, nor that his spirit was overwhelmingly strong. It was merely a disparity in command capabilities. Although Su Tiandao's tactical acumen was commendable, in comparison, Zhang Lifeng's strategy was woefully inadequate. At 10 years old, I felt I could outmaneuver him. Those spirits, following such a bumbling commander, were undoubtedly suffering. In that moment, the consensus emerged that Zhang Lifeng was indeed a novice. However, I found myself intrigued by this new trainer, whose commanding skills seemed remarkably impressive. The voice that spoke was not loud, yet it resonated with most present. It belonged to none other than Wang Lu, son of the Wang family, closely associated with the Su family of Sichuan. Their strong ties naturally inclined them to support Su Tiandao in this moment of glory. What you say holds truth. This commander Su Tiandao's abilities are indeed extraordinary. He is a remarkably gifted newcomer, and with a few years of experience, he will undoubtedly shine even brighter. The surrounding individuals nodded in agreement, acknowledging Wang Li's sentiments. Meanwhile, Zhang Lifeng, feeling utterly defeated, lethargically produced another pokeball. Appearing dazed and lost. At this juncture, he perceived no possibility of a comeback. Su Tiandao sighed, recognizing his opponent's resignation. Thus, he resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. Level 44, Gem Star. At that moment, all present noticed that Zhang Lifeng had completely abandoned his former demeanor, standing in a stupor, evidently ensnared in the throes of defeat. Although this outcome had been anticipated, they were taken aback by the extent of Zhang Lifeng's shattered spirit. Chapter 94. Is he his son? As the Gem Star entered the arena, Zhang Lifeng stood there, devoid of any commands, seemingly lost in contemplation of why he had lost. Was it truly because he was inept? After all, he hailed from a prominent family and had encountered many skilled individuals, never before experiencing such a disheartening defeat. Zhang Lifeng was fully aware that the spirits summoned by Su Tiandao were not inherently superior in attributes. In fact, they were slightly weaker. Yet, it was precisely this realization that dealt him a more profound blow. Losing the match despite possessing the advantage was a crushing blow to his pride. It appeared he had entirely surrendered. Su Tiandao sighed in exasperation. This was exceedingly tedious. He had expected Zhang Lifeng to endure until the end of the match. Yet here he was, having crumbled halfway through. Divine Bird. With Zhang Lifeng having relinquished his fight, Su Tiandao decided to end the contest promptly. At that moment, the bird radiated a brilliant light, and in the next instant, it struck the Gem Star with terrifying speed. The Gem Star, bewildered, had not anticipated that its commander would issue no command since its emergence. With a resounding crash, the Gem Star was propelled into the wall, rendered unconscious. Su Tiandao wins. The referee cast a cursory glance at the final result. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, earning 1 evolution stone and 3 lottery chances. Just then, the system's prompt echoed. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Although they had foreseen this outcome, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over them. After all, Zhang Lifeng's arrogance had been almost unbearable. Witnessing such a haughty individual being decisively defeated was immensely satisfying. Moving forward, should he dare display such arrogance before them again, they could wield this event as a reminder of his fallibility. After the match concluded, Su Tiandao withdrew his spirit and glanced at the dazed Zhang Lifeng, who appeared utterly crushed. Su Tiandao had no inclination to mock him. Instead, he turned and walked towards the command platform. Observing Su Tiandao's effortless victory over Zhang Lifeng, the crowd regarded him with admiration. He was undoubtedly a person of great promise, and in the audience, Su Ji's smile could hardly contain itself. Meanwhile, Wang Haitian cast a dark gaze at his son, fully aware of his son's mental collapse. While losing one's reputation is a trivial matter, after all, who among us has not faced embarrassment in life? If such a minor setback could lead to a complete emotional breakdown, it would inflict the gravest harm. One could only wonder if Zhang Lifeng would ever regain his confidence. If he could not, he would be forever relegated to the status of a failure. In this world, a person devoid of self-assurance is truly a wasted potential. At that moment, Su Kuan, head of the Su family, squinted as he observed Su Tiandao, contemplating the recent events. During this time, he had taken the initiative to investigate Su Tiandao's background. It was clear that in the past 15 years, the Su family had no record of such an individual. No branch had ever mentioned him. And even the spies he had placed within the Su family had not reported on this enigmatic figure. Suddenly, he recalled something that caused a deeper expression of shock and anger to spread across his face, even tinged with a hint of excitement. Turning to face everyone, he exclaimed loudly, "Su Ji, clarify this for me. Is Su Tiandao the son of Su Tianlei?" At this moment, Su Kuan gritted his teeth as he spoke, recalling the infamous reputation that the Su Tianlei family had endured over the years. The news surrounding Su Tianlei's life and death was known to all families. Yet due to the absence of a body, there had been speculation that Su Tianlei might have quietly withdrawn from the Su family. After all, many were aware that Su Tianlei had no desire to become the head of the Su family, a notion that had crossed everyone's mind. However, over the years, no one had managed to uncover any information regarding Su Tianlei, nor had he ever returned to the Su family. This thought had been forgotten by all. But the sudden appearance of Su Tiandao made Su Kuan realize that the situation was far more complicated than it seemed. Su Kuan's words immediately silenced the previously lively crowd in the audience, as memories of that formidable figure surfaced in their minds. It was common knowledge that Su Tianlei had been immensely terrifying, a single individual who had suffocated everyone with his presence. Could it be that Su Tiandao was indeed Su Tianlei's son? The very thought left everyone staring at Su Tiandao in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Su Ji was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Su Kuan to be so astute as to see through the situation so quickly. "What is going on? Tell me," Su Kuan urged loudly. It was known that Su Kuan had once been nearly a rival to Su Tianlei, as they both enjoyed competing against one another. Though they were adversaries, they shared an unspoken camaraderie. For many years, with Su Tianlei's disappearance, Su Kuan had felt invincible, as if no one could challenge him. Even when the family considered marrying his sister to Su Tianlei, Su Kuan had not opposed it. Rather, he had wholeheartedly supported the idea. After all, having his longtime rival become his sister's fiancé would allow him to dominate Su Tianlei in his role as the protective older brother. Just the thought of it thrilled Su Kuan. However, he had never anticipated that an unexpected incident would lead to Su Tianlei's sudden disappearance, with the Su family later declaring that he had perished during a mission. In that moment, the Tianshan Su family had dispatched numerous individuals in search of Su Tianlei, yet they found not a single trace, as if he had vanished into thin air. Nevertheless, Su Tiandao's appearance reignited a glimmer of hope for Su Kuan. If only he could confirm that Su Tiandao was indeed that reckless son, Su Tianlei would have no choice but to return. Even Su Gang, standing nearby, gazed at Su Tiandao in astonishment before looking at Su Ji, eager to ascertain the truth of his father's claims. Although he had not witnessed the events of that time, he had heard stories and was well aware of the past. Meanwhile, the heads of other prominent families looked at Su Ji with expressions of incredulity, as they were all too familiar with the old tales. The other heirs, however, appeared bewildered, having no idea who Su Tianlei was or why his name stirred such emotions in others. Su Ji furrowed his brow, feeling an overwhelming urge to find a place to hide. How could he explain this? At that moment, Su Tiandao was blissfully unaware of the commotion unfolding in the audience, as he had hurried outside for treatment of his Pokemon. The treatment area was quite spacious, and once he entered an empty lounge and confirmed that no one was around, he retrieved an evolution stone from his system. "Is this the evolution stone?" Su Tiandao marveled at the round stone before him, which bore a pattern reminiscent of the yin-yang symbol, black and white intertwined. His face lit up with curiosity and excitement. This was the stone that could enable any Pokemon to evolve without conditions. I shall reserve this evolution stone for black and white, he contemplated. After all, they had been his companions the longest and shared the highest level of trust. Regardless of the circumstances, they deserved to be prioritized. However, Su Tiandao refrained from using it immediately, aware that if the evolution took too long, he would be at a disadvantage in the upcoming battle, unable to use one of his Pokemon. Yet, if black and white could successfully evolve, he was confident that he could contend with any Pokemon below the elite level. Before long, Su Tiandao's Pokemon had completed their treatment. As he re-entered the audience, he instantly captured everyone's attention. He smiled slightly at the crowd, believing that his earlier performance had rightfully earned their recognition. What he did not realize was that during his brief absence, the audience had nearly erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, Zhang Lifeng had long since disappeared, and two unfamiliar youths were currently dueling on the stage, their skills rather mediocre. "Brother, come over here." Upon seeing Su Tiandao, Su Qing quickly waved him over. Hearing her voice, Su Tiandao turned his gaze in her direction and walked over. He noticed that Su Qing was accompanied by the siblings Wang Lei and Wang Xian. "Su brother, you were incredible. You should have seen how Zhang Lifeng looked when he left. It was hilarious," Wang Lei exclaimed, gently punching Su Tiandao on the shoulder. Excitement radiating from him. Witnessing his rival's downfall was truly a delightful experience. Indeed, you should have seen his dejected expression, as if the world had collapsed around him. It was utterly amusing. "I can't fathom how someone with such a mindset could have come this far," Su Qing laughed heartily. Given their status, they had all faced their share of adversities and defeats. In their eyes, Zhang Lifeng's complete loss of motivation and confidence after a single failure made him seem like a child, unworthy of being their opponent. Meanwhile, Wang Xian, though silent, regarded Su Tiandao with a smile, his eyes sparkling with admiration, as if he were just getting to know him and was pleasantly surprised by what Su Tiandao had to offer. "Well, to be honest, his Pokemon is slightly stronger than mine, but his command skills are rather lacking, and his reaction time during the battle was too slow, which gave me ample opportunities to counterattack," Su Tiandao humbly remarked. "Come on, we're not foolish. We can clearly see who is stronger. The gap is far too significant, so there is no need for you to be so modest." Wang Lei spoke without hesitation, as they were all on amicable terms and there was no need for excessive formality. Su Tiandao smiled subtly and chose not to elaborate further. Soon, they gathered together, engaging in conversation while watching the match unfold. Before long, Su Qing and Wang Xian took to the stage. Although they were adversaries, it appeared as if they had previously conspired together. The entire process flowed seamlessly, and most importantly, their performance was exceptionally graceful. Naturally, everyone in the audience could discern that they were staging an exhibition match, and they tactfully refrained from exposing this fact. Ultimately, Wang Xian emerged victorious. Despite Su Qing being the defeated party, she and Wang Xian exited the arena like close friends. As the subsequent matches progressed, Su Tiandao attentively observed those few individuals worthy of his attention. When Su Feng made her entrance, she displayed her true prowess, dominating her opponent throughout the bout. Utilizing merely two Qingyun, she effortlessly triumphed, completely overwhelming her adversary. Su Tiandao was taken aback by Su Feng's stark shift in demeanor, as she had transformed into an unexpectedly fierce competitor. After the match concluded, Su Kuan delivered a speech and cast a meaningful glance at Su Tiandao. That gaze made Su Tiandao's heart race, as if someone had seen right through him. Meanwhile, Su Tiandao and his companions awaited their exit. As the younger generation, they could depart early, yet as leaders of prominent families, they were obliged to engage in polite exchanges. Before long, when everyone emerged, the way they regarded Su Tiandao had noticeably changed. The head of the Zhang family, Zhang Haiyan, regarded Su Tiandao with an expression brimming with hostility. What was happening? Why did it feel as though their gazes were skewed? Su Tiandao sensed something was amiss. Beside him, Su Ji awkwardly scratched his head, unsure how to explain. "Perhaps it is because you were too formidable. Your performance was simply too dazzling." Chapter 96, A Private Meeting. What is going on? Observing Su Ji's expression, Su Tiandao suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Could it be that Su Ji had betrayed him? Yet, that seemed implausible. After all, they were family. And Su Ji was his father's own brother. How could he possibly sell him out? "How should I convey this to you?" Su Ji began awkwardly, to put it simply. "Su Kuan has already surmised your true identity." Upon hearing Su Ji's words, Su Tiandao's lips twitched. He had anticipated that trouble was brewing. It was evident that the eyes of those earlier on him were anything but benign. Reflecting on his father's past actions, Su Tiandao felt as though Su Kuan was harboring a desire to inflict emotional harm upon him. Additionally, there was another matter. That evening, various families would convene for a private gathering, sharing a meal, and thus all of them would be staying at the Tianshan Su family, where accommodations would be arranged for them. Understood, Su Tiandao nodded, showing little concern for such matters. It was clear that this gathering was merely an opportunity for them to discuss how to divide their interests, and such discussions would undoubtedly be veiled in subterfuge, likely fraught with intrigue. Before long, someone escorted them to a grand villa, which contained numerous rooms. Su Tiandao made his way to the room assigned to him. Wait a moment. Shortly before dinner, someone will arrange for you to meet Su Conan. Su Ji suddenly interjected as Su Tiandao was about to enter his room. Upon hearing this, Su Tiandao shuddered. At that moment, he felt as though he were about to be devoured. A private audience with Su Conan was hardly a good omen. You agreed to meet him alone. Am I doomed? Su Tiandao exclaimed in shock. Not at all. He likely has matters to discuss with you. I have other affairs. So I shall take my leave. Su Ji replied hastily, eager to distance himself, for he could not allow Su Tiandao to discover that he had betrayed him. Su Tiandao was left bewildered, staring at the already vanished Su Ji. Was this a trap? Contemplating the misdeeds of his father, Su Tiandao could almost envision Su Conan seeking vengeance. However, such a direct approach seemed improbable, especially with Su Ji having consented to this meeting. Su Tiandao pondered the purpose of this summons, yet no clarity emerged. Never mind. If I cannot decipher it, then I shall not dwell on it. After all, I shall meet whatever challenges arise. They likely would not dare to act against me. Su Tiandao shook his head, convinced he was overthinking it. After all, he was still alive. Even if Su Conan sought retribution, his father would be the primary target. Upon returning to his room, Su Tiandao lay down on his bed. Draw lots, he declared, promptly exhausting his remaining chances. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a training card, a tracking card, and a skill machine. Examining the items acquired through the lottery, Su Tiandao felt somewhat disheartened. His luck seemed woeful, yielding nothing of value. Using the skill machine, he announced. Gain skill, rain summoning. This skill was quite promising, as every sprite could learn it. A slight smile graced Su Tiandao's face. The more skills, the better, after all. An abundance of skills could prove beneficial at opportune moments. Subsequently, he released his sprites to begin their training. Upon their emergence, the squirrel immediately screeched at Su Tiandao, its face a portrait of dissatisfaction. Su Tiandao realized he had been preoccupied with various matters and had neglected the squirrel, which had likely awakened during its treatment. My apologies. I have been overwhelmed with responsibilities. As compensation, how about I procure a special biscuit for you? He said, attempting to placate it as one would a child. The squirrel, with an air of superiority, retorted, in light of your sincere apology, I demand at least 5 special biscuits. Su Tiandao squinted at the audacity of the creature. When had it learned to extort? 2 biscuits. 4, the squirrel countered, undeterred. Su Tiandao narrowed his eyes, refusing to yield. 3 biscuits should suffice, yes? Seeing Su Tiandao's resolute expression, the squirrel conceded, albeit reluctantly. Very well, 3 biscuits it is. After some negotiation, Su Tiandao commenced the training of his sprites in their new skill, and soon they had mastered it. Once they were returned to their pokeballs, Su Tiandao closed his eyes to rest. Unbeknownst to him, he soon drifted into slumber. Knock, knock, knock. In the midst of his deep sleep, Su Tiandao was abruptly roused by the sound of knocking. He quickly stood from his bed and walked to the door, discovering a middle-aged man clad in a butler's uniform awaiting him. Greetings, Mr. Su Tiandao. I am the steward here, and our family wishes to invite you for a brief discussion in the study. The middle-aged man slightly bowed, expressing great courtesy. Su Tiandao's heart raced unexpectedly. After all, he was still uncertain whether this encounter would prove beneficial or detrimental. However, upon reflection, he suspected it would lean towards the latter. Yet, he recognized that declining was not an option. He briefly instructed the sleeping squirrel to remain undisturbed before departing. After giving his instructions, Su Tiandao left, and the squirrel, glancing at him, returned to its slumber. Before long, Su Tiandao followed the steward down the corridor and soon arrived at the entrance of a study. Mr. Su, our family awaits you inside. Please, feel free to enter. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, the middle-aged steward said, bowing once more before turning to depart. Su Tiandao then knocked on the door. Come in, a voice from within responded, unmistakably that of Su Conan. Taking a deep breath, Su Tiandao gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering the room, he noticed that the study was lined with bookshelves, and at its center stood a grand desk.